Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell. And, I still got this phone issue going on here. I think it's the Mexican government just trying to bring the show down. I don't know why. I don't know what they think we've done, but it's just unbelievable. We'll try to work it out throughout the show. But here's the deal. Let's start with that game last night. Holy crap. I'm seeing everywhere. Kingston Flemings, he's not only a one and done, he's working his way into first-team All-American right now. That game that he had last night, and it was the lead. Did you see Scott Van Pelt led with the Cougs last night?
No, did he really?
Yeah. And my goodness, what a game. Texas Tech is a really good basketball team. And Calvin said it afterwards. He said, to hold Anderson, you might not have a better combination of guys with Toppin and Anderson, two guys, than those two. And they held Anderson to 7 points last night. And that was the key to the game. That was a battle. That was a fun game to watch. They're not yet, and Calvin talked about it after the game. He said, we didn't have any freshmen last year. We had no freshmen that we had to worry about. We had, Milos was a new guy. They had to work him in, but he wasn't a freshman. They've got three, even with Harwell, three freshmen that, and he said it's just up and down. It's up and down and up and down. They're not as tenacious this year defensively as they have been in the past. But boy, oh boy, when you need a basket, LJ was really great, but when you need a basket, Kingston Flemings and Milos as well. Holy crap!
Oh, Milos he wasn't very good yesterday, though. In yesterday's game. But
the game before he was. Really
good. In a general sense, he can go get a shot. Emmanuel Sharp needs to be set up. Emmanuel's not going to take you off the dribble. Kingston and Uzan can get off the dribble and hit mid-ranges on you. Kingston can just get by you. He's just going to get by you. He doesn't need a lot of room to get by you. And so those two guys can go create shots. And that's a big deal. I mean, they've had it before with players, but these are two really explosive players. And then Kingston's on a different level. Kingston is a high-level NBA player, NBA point guard. So he's different. He's different than anything they've had. I mean, they've had some good guards. He's a different breed. That's pretty cool to see that, because sometimes you need, that's always what the Cougars are missing. They do have guys, Cryer, I mean, they have guys who they can go to, but he's a go-to who is going to be a lottery pick. There's a big difference.
Yeah. They're talking about top five now. Top five in the draft this year.
Wow, five.
Top five. And he is, I tell you, he's fun to watch. We were talking about, Harwell's coming. Well, Kingston Fleming, too. It's going to be Kingston Fleming is, and listen, he was not a great shooter. He has worked his ass off to become a really, really good shooter. And his mid-range game is fantastic, too. Like you said, he blows by guys, and then he just pulls up with a little mid-range jumper and hits that. He did it last night. That was so much fun to watch them beat Texas Tech. That place is the best venue we have, the best venue in the city to watch any game. It is fantastic, and the home court advantage that they have is tremendous, just tremendous. I think it was CNAC. After a missed free throw late, he batted the ball back out towards mid-court, to almost the half court, and coach even said that was probably the biggest play of the game. They work on that. They work on just tip that ball back as far as you can, and we'll go get it. And that was just a huge play in that game. So the Cougs win last night, and that's just a lot of fun. They are a top 7 team in the country. Who was it on CBS Sports? They said, if I have to pick somebody right now to win the national championship, I don't know about that. Arizona and Michigan look really, really. Iowa State looks really, really good. So this is going to be a fun season. And each and every one of these games that you play in the Big 12, holy crap, it is as good as it gets. I don't remember the conference has been good, not this good. This is incredible how good this conference is, and how fun the season is going to be for these Cougs. What do you think about John Harbaugh yesterday?
Well, it didn't happen on Monday, so I guess I kind of was out of sight, out of mind for me. But I was surprised when I saw it. I was surprised. Now, it's 18 years, very, very successful. I don't know if Lamar wants him there anymore. I don't know if the Ravens want Lamar there anymore. It's kind of a weird deal with the Ravens right now because that's that whole thing. Been there 18 years. It's just time for something else. That's all. Because you're getting rid of a coach that is proven, is tried and true. He's proven. You know he's good. You've won you won a Super Bowl with him back with Flacco. You know how good he is, but it's just like, maybe his message, maybe they don't think his message is hitting anymore. Maybe, there was the report about maybe that Lamar Jackson didn't really love working with Harbaugh anymore. Maybe that played into it a little bit.
got the sound. Ian Rappaport talked about it. We got the sound here, as a matter of fact. That very thing. Ian Rappaport came on the NFL Network yesterday, and I'm shocked, if you want to know the truth. Where are you going to find a better coach than John Harbaugh? But there are points. I guess there are points where you just say, you know what, the time has come. It's been too long. Maybe that voice in the locker room isn't working anymore. I get that. But John Harbaugh he should have a job today. He should have a job today. If you're Cleveland and you don't hire John Harbaugh, did you hear the story from Jim Harbaugh about his mom and dad got married in Cleveland and they stayed in a hotel in Cleveland, and they went to White Castle in the morning and then a Browns game. That's where they spent their honeymoon, the day after their wedding, at a Browns game the next day. And Jim Harbaugh says, that Cleveland means so much to the family. I wouldn't be surprised at all if John Harbaugh wouldn't be the first name on Cleveland's list. You can't.
Well, do you want to go from that ownership group and that front office structure to the Browns, though? Do you need that true. Problem? You just went from a great winning organization to that?
Yeah,
oh,
you're
man.
Right. That's true. That is so true. But if you're going to go back to your roots, they're Ohio people. That's what they are. The Harbaughs, that's what they are. And I don't know. Maybe it'll hold something special. But if you're the Ravens, where are you getting a better coach than John Harbaugh? Honestly, how are you getting a better coach than John Harbaugh? There's no way that any of these young guys are going to be as good a coach as John Harbaugh. I'm sorry. If you're the Ravens and the locker room isn't listening anymore, well then maybe the locker room has to change. Not John Harbaugh. Here is Ian Rappaport talking about the situation and why maybe John Harbaugh isn't there anymore.
Yeah, a dramatic decision did not come about in the matter of minutes, Tom. It really was the product of several conversations between Eric DeCosta, the general manager, between John Harbaugh himself, between players soliciting plenty of opinions from players, from coaches. And yes, it did seem like John Harbaugh himself, to my understanding, was surprised, felt he was in good standing, wanted to run it back with his current staff, including the offensive coordinator Todd Monken, including defensive coordinator Zach Orr, planned to be with the Ravens for years to come until he was informed that he is out. Now, as far as why John Harbaugh is out, among the reasons, it is not just they didn't go far enough in the playoffs. My understanding, after talking to several sources involved, is that simply Harbaugh lost the locker room. But at the end, players just simply had doubts about whether or not they wanted to play for him as their head coach. The opinions of players, Judy, was valued here. It was listened to. It went to all levels, and it's not just Lamar Jackson. Now, it sounded like to me, with Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson not being on the same page, and it continued throughout the locker room, maybe not 100%, but more than enough for the Baltimore Ravens to say, among the reasons to move on, this was a big one. John Harbaugh, of course, out now as Ravens coach.
Huh.
Yeah, after 18 years, I guess maybe you can lose the locker room.
It happens. I don't think it's a reflection on John Harbaugh. Sometimes it just happens. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Lamar right now to play a lot better than he did this year. Now with Harbaugh gone, because he's going to be seen as the guy who wanted to change. That's how it will be positioned. And maybe that's true. I don't know. Obviously, what Ian's saying is the locker room did. But that's a team. I mean, that's a team that can still win at a high level. It just they weren't the same team this year. And even when it looked like they had a chance to come back and win that division, everyone thought they were going to win the division, and it never materialized. They couldn't string together. They had one little streak of wins, and then it disappeared again. And you got beat by a Steelers team that's frankly pretty average. I mean, pretty average at best. And it's the team who the Texans are taking on and who are an underdog to that Steelers team. But I don't know. It's still a good job. That's a good job. It'll be interesting to see which of these coaches are in consideration for that job. Are you going to want someone who has coached before? Or are you going to want an offensive coach? You know, John Harbaugh was famously a special teams coach who we find out those guys a lot of times are great at organizing. They're great organizers. And I don't know. Do you want a defensive-minded coach? Do you want to get back to the Ravens' defense? You want an offensive-minded coach, someone who will work well with? Do you want to keep Monken in place? You know, are you going to fight to keep Monken in place for Lamar, who had a great year with him last year? Like, I'd probably keep Monken in place, whoever I am as head coach. Or I guess you go ask Lamar, do you want Monken? I mean, I guess
that was apparently one of the bones of contention, that
really
Harbaugh wanted to keep Monken and Lamar wasn't thrilled.
So it just seems like these quarterbacks, none of them like their coordinators. And we deal with this with CJ a little bit, where I don't think he likes Slowick very much. It's fine. I don't know if he likes Caley or not. You're always trying to find the perfect coordinator. Lamar had a great season with Monken, a great season last year with him. But he's an older guy. Maybe there's personality conflicts. I don't know. That's y'all's problem. We've got our guy. We got CJ and
look
and
at the
Caley.
change of tone.
We got CJ and Caley. So we're not.
Mm-hmm.
We're good.
We're good.
So
you can do your thing, Ravens. We're good.
So you're not desperate to hire an OC.
No. I'm off of that.
Got it.
Well,
what I've been told.
Kevin Stefanski.
Listen.
Hey, if Kevin Stefanski wants to move here.
No.
Yep.
I saw some numbers. Somebody gave me some numbers about EPA yesterday, and CJ is one of the top 12 in rushing and passing for quarterbacks in EPA.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of that was a big eye opener for me. Like, I know when I watch the games, I thought I saw one thing, but then when I saw the EPA numbers, I was like, okay, maybe I didn't see that. So I'm actually
you did
good.
See it.
I hope your apology is going to be as loud as the slander. You better continue on this track.
I just said we're good. Y'all can struggle with Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken or whoever, and
anybody else.
Look for a head coach. We got a head coach. We got an offensive coordinator who the fans love, and our quarterback. So we're good, and we're in the playoffs.
Top half of the league in scoring. I don't know if you've heard.
Yep.
Now,
we're all like, how's that possible?
Well, how you get there is you kick an abundance of field goals.
That's still points.
Yeah, there's still points.
It is. I haven't talked to one person who. Everybody I've talked to, if you tell them the Texans are in the top, like
13.
Now they're tied for sixth worst.
Yeah, but
touchdowns.
Points are points. Thank you.
They're the most field goals. They're tied for sixth worst with touchdowns scored this year.
So we went through the list of teams who they're ahead of.
Yeah,
not good teams.
But it is no. It's
the worst of the worst for the most part.
Yeah, it's Titans, Jets, Browns. It's bad. But it is weird that the Texans are inside the top 15. Is it top 12, top 15 on total points scored, on offensive points scored? Because it just seems like they're constantly trying to get to 20. Like, how is this possible? They did have a couple of, the Colts game, you hit 38. You had a big game against the Ravens. You had a big one against the 49ers.
The Jags and the comeback.
You had a comeback against Jags. So there's four.
Yeah, but that was Davis.
But those count as points for the team?
They don't count as points. That was Davis.
404 points
No.
Wait a minute. How many of those were Davis?
Well, he played
Davis was the
just
Jags.
Jacksonville.
the Jags.
Just Jacksonville.
He
CJ
played
was
against
the
the Titans.
Look, I like CJ. I asked a question about, it was really about the AFC South's quarterback situation is getting better because we didn't expect Daniel Jones to play like that. He had conversations about MVP after the first 8 weeks. There was MVP conversations with him. That's all. And Trevor Lawrence played way better than any of us expected. That's all.
You haven't learned your lesson.
No, I'm
Here we
saying
go.
this is a better division than people think. It's a more competitive quarterback division. That's it. But people want to tell me about EPA numbers.
Do I need to be called a clown again? Okay. Do I need to?
Let's rank the quarterbacks one more time. Sam, grab this clip. Go, Lance.
Trevor, CJ.
Oh, no.
Trevor, CJ.
This is not what we're supposed to do.
Cam, and then I guess Riley Leonard.
No.
Fourth.
It's
Because until you re-sign Daniel Jones, I'm not giving you Daniel Jones.
It's CJ, and then the rest of the list doesn't matter.
Okay.
Those are my rankings.
I'm not weird. Oh,
Those are my rankings.
I'll do that.
In the AFC South.
Yeah. Oh, all of a sudden Trevor Lawrence is real good, huh?
Well,
that's all.
I don't really believe in him.
Say how bad he's been.
I don't really
Now,
believe
all
in
of a
him
sudden-
either. Hey, him and CJ and really a bunch of these quarterbacks need playoffs. Like a bunch of these quarterbacks. We talked about that. Trevor Lawrence needs a good playoff. CJ needs a good playoff run. Trevor needs a good run. Yep. Who else? Bo Nix probably needs to play well for them, but he's been okay. But there's a lot of guys that Caleb,
Jordan Love,
but
Sam Darnold.
But I think Sam Darnold, CJ, Trevor Lawrence, they need good playoffs. They've been in the playoffs. They're in their third playoff. They need to play well. There's questions about what level they're going to play at. So I think it's fair to say all those quarterbacks, need to play well. Drake May's in year 2, first year in the playoffs. Bo Nix is in year 2, first year in the playoffs. Oh, is it second year in the playoffs? They made it last year? Okay. So there's a little bit of grace given. Once you get to the playoffs, and this is CJ's second year in the playoffs, right? Or
Third.
Okay, third year in the playoffs. More is expected of you. And the same thing goes with Sam Darnold. More is expected of him. Trevor Lawrence, your first pick of the draft, more is expected.
Look, while you're criticizing CJ and what he has to do,
let's
comfort yourself with this when we talk about the future of this division. The Titans have requested to interview one Jason Garrett.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
What?
You heard me. So don't worry about CJ. Cam Ward ain't ever catching him.
Where would you rather coach, John, if you're Harbaugh? The Browns or the Titans?
Oh, God.
You got Shedeur, or you got Dylan Gabriel, or you've got or whoever they draft in a not good quarterback draft, or you've got Cam Ward. But you've also got the ownership groups. Who?
Well, you got both ownership groups. Both of them are terrible.
I know.
Both of them.
It's tough action.
There or the Jets? Which one?
Who? Sing it.
The Jets.
And that one's going to be open too. If you're,
no kidding.
I don't know if the head coaching job may not be, but the quarterback position is.
Oh yeah, that's open. All right, you got to talk. You know where you can watch all these games at Taqueria Surroundus.
Taqueria Surroundus, you actually can. They've turned a lot of their bar sections into sports bars. In some cases, they partition them off from the restaurant, and it is a sports bar now. They have their own menu at the bar. So you've got a bar menu that you can choose from. You've got specialty drinks that they made, a lot of different types of margaritas. They have special prices for you on beer. You can go watch your games there. They want you to come in and enjoy it at one of their sports bars that are actually inside the Taqueria Surroundus restaurants. They'll have multiple TVs. They'll turn to any of the games you want. You're looking for your hometown basketball team, your college basketball team. You're looking for playoff football, soccer on Saturdays or Sundays. They got you covered at Taqueria Surroundus, and they want you to come in and enjoy your food, enjoy your drinks, and have fun with your buddies there at Taqueria Surroundus. They want you to consider that as one of your sports bar locations. When it comes to a sports bar, you just want to find a place that you can post up in a good spot, see multiple games when possible, when you have games on that you want to see. You want a prime location, you want some good food, you want good drinks, and you want a good hang with with the fellas, and that's what they've got for you at Taquerias Around. Great food, authentic Mexican food with very reasonable prices. And in a lot of these locations, or at least 6 of the locations, there's an Arandas bakery, which means you can stop in and get delicious sweets and tamales that are going to be top level. So Taquerias Arandas, locations all over the city of Houston. No excuses if you haven't been for lunch, for breakfast, or dinner. It's taqueriasaroundas.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. John and Lance along with Dell at 713-780-3776. That is the number if you want to get in here with us, 713-780-3776. Rockets tonight taking on Portland, in Portland, and then Friday in Portland, back-to-back games. They got to spend the day, a whole day, in Portland. Well, they're spending 3 days in Portland. So that's unfortunate for them. But, I mean, Portland's won 5 of its last 6. What is that? What the hell is going on in Portland? The only loss that they've had over the last couple of weeks now is to Oklahoma City. It's ridiculous. They haven't lost. I mean, they've lost 1 game since Christmas. So we got to change. I think the Rockets beat them 140 to, I don't know, something, 116 or something. earlier this year. But for whatever reason, all the problems that they had with, gambling and the poker games and everything else with Chauncey Billups, they seem to be gone. This is a better basketball team. Danny Avdija is
Man, I forgot about
really
all the
good player.
Chauncey stuff. I forgot they just lost their head coach, out of nowhere. The head coach gone.
Yeah, and they're better for it.
Yeah.
Avdija is an all-star caliber player, so they got to slow him down. And you get Portland. I'm not crazy about this, especially if it was a good team, I mean, again, they're Portland and they're 17-20, but if it was a good team, you want to play them back to back. But Portland late night games, I mean, that's just not great. It's just not great for.
Are we scared of 17 and 20 teams again? Oh, for the viewer, I got you.
For the viewer, it's not great. It's just not great.
Yeah.
No. Let's get Gary in here. He wants to talk about Kingston Flemings. What do you say, Gary?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, that Kingston guy, he reminded me. I just stumbled upon that game last night, just flicking through. He reminds me of a Derrick Rose and a Jason Kidd type. Man, let me tell you why. A younger Derrick Rose. Obviously, Derrick Rose can jump out the gym, but he was known for blocking them balls off the backboard. But also that guy had a couple of dime passes, and he's just super explosive. And that's when you watch him, he plays like Derrick Rose with a better shot, and he can pass it like Jason Kidd to be that young. What Sampson's issue is going to be as they get down further like the Texas Tech kids, they were pretty good, but they're long and lanky. But when he runs into a more athletic Duke, Kentucky teams like that, each year, those are the type of teams that get, even in the championship game, those are the teams he loses to, because those more athletic, lanky teams.
Yep.
And lanky teams. So that's his struggle, because he does have, outside of that dynamic guy there, those other bigs are just rebounders. Give me the ball, Mutombos. They're not as skilled at this time, and maybe because they're young. But that'll be the downfall. Now, can they win it? Yes. But anyway, that's what I said. I called my son in there to watch Kingston. I just called him in there because you couldn't take your eyes off of that kid.
Yeah.
And so
he's so good.
That's back.
He's fun to watch.
All right.
Thanks for the call. That's back-to-back.
Thank you,
That's
Gary.
back-to-back good sports calls for Gary.
Yeah.
There was nothing. We didn't. There's no one arguing about anything else.
You didn't have to do that.
I'm just saying that was good. That was good stuff from Gary. I would also say Houston is long and lanky too. Like Houston has length. That's how they cause problems. But his point about, I think the good point he really made was a dynamic big men. They don't have dynamic big men. They never do. They got dogs. They got rebounders. They've got guys who can impact shots, but they don't have offensive. Like, they don't have two-way players with their bigs.
I don't know. J1 was while he was smaller, he was still they went to him quite a bit in big situations.
No, that's true. He would be as he was about listed at 6'8". He would probably be.
He was not 6'8".
I know he's more like 6'7".
I can tell you that.
It was more like 6'7", 6'7" there. I hope there's not kids in the car doing that hand move. But Gary is. I mean, he's right though. When Houston is matched athletically, like Duke matched them, when they're matched athletically, although you saw what happened to Duke, but when they're matched athletically, and with length, it does get. When you take that away, it gets tougher. But I don't know. I don't see Derrick Rose. I know what you're saying. The first step quickness is Derrick Rose. I mean, Derrick was such an explosive above-the-rim player, though.
Derrick was player of the year.
Mm-hmm. You sure he was over Michael Beasley? Because Beasley
Derrick,
was the one that – I don't know if he won player of the year that year. It might have been Beasley. Because remember, Beasley was supposed to be the first pick all year long, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, hey, wait a minute. Derrick Rose is really good, too.
Yeah,
it would have been one of those two, though. I know.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he didn't win. I know. He won an MVP. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, he did win an MVP, but that's and also Kelvin Sampson. They got to make free throws. And it would be nice to have a big who could post up or who could get you mid-range jumpers. I wish Tugler did a little more. He's one of the longest players I've ever seen in my life. And I wish he did a little more in terms of impact on the offensive side. But, keeping the ball, keeping offensive rebounds alive is big, I guess.
He had a huge basket last night. He just backed him down, and it looked a lot like Jay-Wan, the way Jay-Wan played. And just a little half jumper that he got to go. Big play. I don't know about this, but the only team that beat him last year was Florida. And they had Walter Clayton Jr. So there was one reason that they won that game. Well, Richard was really good in that game too. But they had Walter Clayton Jr. That's why they lost that basketball game. Because I don't know, one of the most skilled players in the tournament. And Walter Clayton Jr. was just incredible last year in the tournament. So. That's why the Cougs lost. Otherwise, they're national champs. They're 2 points away from being the national champ. And I think this team might be better. Only not again. I just don't think they're as tenacious as the other teams that they've had.
Sometimes there's a sacrifice, offense for defense. I mean, it's not unusual for that to happen. But you get the same feeling with the Rockets?
I do. I don't think they're as tenacious as they were earlier this year. They're not. For whatever reason. I'm worried about them defensively. And you shouldn't be. They've got another gear that they don't kick in every game.
Yeah, they have it. They have it in there. It's not always the default. They still can really get after you and defend. As long as it's in there, I don't worry as much. I don't worry about.
No.
As long as, the Texans have some things that are, I think, in there, so I don't worry as much on the offense, even though I should. It's been 17 games where it just hasn't really come together for a sustainable, like you want it to offensively. The Rockets don't defend as well this year. They have moments where they're giving up in the 130s and things like that. That would have never happened a couple of years ago, but they also had no choice. If they wanted to win games, they had to defend better. That's not necessarily the case. There's not the same urgency defensively, but can they get to it if they need to in big moments? Can they get to it in the postseason? Yeah, I think they can. That's why I don't worry as much about it.
Hey, this is a ridiculous schedule. So they're playing every other night and sometimes in back-to-backs too. So I could see where their defensive intensity would be lacking at points.
So the Cougs lost last year, John, to Auburn, who was long and athletic.
Yep.
They lost to Alabama, who was long and athletic. I mean, Gary's maybe not wrong on that in terms of what type.
Well, they lost to Tennessee this year, who was long and athletic.
And all those SEC teams are long and athletic. So I don't think Gary's necessarily wrong. I forgot Houston started 4-3 last year. They lost to San Diego State, and they were 4-3. They lost 2 overtime games in their first 8 games, and then it was like.
And Calvin didn't mind.
And then they lost to Texas Tech.
Nope.
And then you didn't lose again until Florida.
Conference loss. Their only conference loss.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. GimmeTheVin.com is what we're talking about now. I'm talking about John Clay Wolf. I'm talking about your car. I'm talking about you needing to sell your car. It's the new year. Do you want to get a new car? Well, how are you going to get rid of the old one? What are you going to do? You're just going to trade it in? You're going to get less for it than you can get? You have to go to GimmeTheVin.com to find out what your car is worth. And then you can haggle with John Clay Wolf. Listen, it's because they bring you back. It literally in minutes. You go on the website, you put in your license plate or your VIN number, and in minutes they're going to have a quote for you. Now, you might go somewhere else. So you go to CarMax, you go to your dealership or whatever, and they're going to offer you more. You go back to John Clay Wolf and say, I'm going to get this much over here. And John Clay Wolf will either tell you, go get that, or I'll beat that. That's what John Clay Wolf will do. So here's the deal, is you have to go to GimmeTheVin.com to find out what it's worth. Don't just walk in and just take whatever they give you. Make sure you know what the value of your car is every single time from America's best car buyer. John Clay Wolf, there's a reason he's one of the biggest and the best. It's because he pays more for vehicles. So get the most for your car at GimmeTheVin.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some interesting portal stuff going on. Apparently, last year, Sark was on, I think last offseason, he was on with Ryan Clark, and he said, if you go into the portal, you are no longer welcome back at Texas. You are no longer welcome. Once you get in that portal, you're done.
Yeah.
Except if your starting defensive back goes in the portal and then says, I want to come back, and he says, yes, okay.
They were doing that last year to dissuade people from free agency, from testing the waters, quote unquote, to leverage deals against Texas. What I was told was that was specifically, if you think it was a message to the agents. If you're going to try to use the portal to leverage us out of more money, we're just telling you, you're gone. So maybe he didn't feel like that's what this was, or maybe he's trying to win a championship.
Yeah,
and he's like, this guy's pretty.
You're a good player.
Pretty important. The Trinidad Chambliss thing is it's kind of strange. Like, I don't think they really have a case. Trinidad Chambliss, you mentioned it the other day. Ole Miss has come to terms with Trinidad Chambliss. Like, oh, okay. And I said, and I told you when you said that, I'm like, wait a minute. He's been there for 5 years, and he wasn't a COVID guy. I think that his eligibility is up. And we looked at, it is up. But they agreed to a deal, but they're waiting. It's pending. So Trinidad Chambliss, for those who don't follow it, is the quarterback for Ole Miss. And he came over from Fair State, was going to be the backup. It was last year of eligibility. The starting quarterback at Ole Miss got hurt. Chambliss came in, and Wally pipped the starting quarterback. He played really, really well. And here they are in the semifinals of the college football playoffs, and in large part because Trinidad Chambliss has been that guy throughout the year, coming from Fair State. Now, they are asking he's trying to get another year of eligibility. And the rules are you get a redshirt year, which is you have to play, 4 games or less, and you can maintain your redshirt year. And then you can get a medical redshirt waiver. You don't always get them, but you can try to get a medical redshirt. But they actually are they're kind of sticklers about this. There has to be legitimate, medical issues. And up to this point, the NCAA has not ruled on it yet. They filed for a 6-year waiver of eligibility on November 16th, and the NCAA has not given him a definitive answer. And his agent said, it's been frustrating, but I can't Chambliss said it's been frustrating, but I can't let that overtake my mindset right now, and that's to win a football game against Miami. His agent, or his lawyer, Tom Mars, said that he will, quote-unquote, suffer irreparable harm if he's not granted the waiver. He said he supplied 91 pages of medical documents. I don't have 91 pages of medical documents for anything in my entire life. So that
and
immediately...
You are a medical... And you're a
I've
medical
had things.
machine.
I've had things that showed he was battling a respiratory issue and hired Mars to help his crew. Mars expressed his frustration. And Trinidad Chambliss said, it's legit, and I hope they can find whatever in their hearts or in their minds that they can see that and see that I'm a great guy. I'm all for college football. And I feel like this year's proven.
Diggs.
And so he said, I'm a great guy, and I'm all for college football. And I feel like this year's proven I'm good for college football. And I think I should deserve another year. These are two different things. You were great for college football. You're a great guy. You played 8 games and 13 games at Ferris State, and you were there. Like, I don't think
is he good. Is he good? What does he think's going to happen?
I think he's. And then they were asking him, "What would this money at Ole Miss mean to you?" And he goes, "It would mean a lot. Not everything is about money, but that sure does help my family. And for me to be in the position that I'm in right now, all the hard work and sacrifice I put in to get where I am, I feel like I've earned that.
I'm a great guy.
And I feel
I'm
like
actually a great guy.
With the waiver being approved." I've earned the right to have the success or whatever comes with it. And that's if it's NIL or we're getting really mixed up here. That's a scholarship position. This is the why.
Is he trying to date Ole Miss, or is he trying to go back? I'm a great guy. Is
that an argument?
That's a problem. In all seriousness, this would be great for Trinidad. It'd be great for Ole Miss. It'd be great for his family and all that. But a scholarship position, they have very strict rules because the next guy up needs those same opportunities.
But have you considered?
And he's thinking needs to be, I don't know, like, dude, look how good a guy I am.
Have you considered his argument?
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
Isn't that enough to convince?
I think he's good for college football. I think here's the problem. There's going to be somebody else that's good for college football too. We get them all I don't know how to tell you this, but they come along every single year. Guys who are rich. Ashton Genty was really good for college football.
Fernando Mendoza's good for college football.
He was great for college football.
Yeah,
Mexican-American quarterback.
He's Cuban.
Latino. I'm sorry. It was a Latino heritage thing. Yeah. He won some Latino heritage award. Yeah, you're right. He's Cuban. And then Josh Cuevas, though, is Mexican-American. I wrote him.
Well, there's a couple other stories. First of all.
But are they great guys?
But look,
they're not great. I don't know.
Then do we need to talk about them?
If Trinidad makes it back to Ole Miss, by the way, that's great. I love watching them play. But under the rules of college football, he doesn't really. It doesn't.
Hold
fit.
on.
So, but 91 pages of respiratory.
Hold on. Listen to the argument one more time.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
That's Stephon Diggs, who just got in trouble for strangulation and beating someone.
When he goes,
not a great guy.
Last night I had dinner with Arch. Well, he was at the table.
Arch Manning?
He was at the table. Arch Manning.
Wait, where were you?
He's still in Cabo.
Wait a minute. What now?
Oh, you've seen Sean Payton and Arch?
Hold on. Tell us this whole story.
He's seen Sean Payton and Arch in the last 36 hours.
Did you see them together? Because that's
no, those two weren't together.
Okay.
They weren't together. No, he is not. He's not. No, Arch and his family are here at this place in Cabo.
That he can't
and
tell
they
us
had
it.
dinner next to us. I've got
so poverty-stricken. He's on a telephone.
He can sit down with Arch and his family, but he can't
He's
find
on
a way.
Freaking landline. Poverty-stricken Cabo. Arch, could you pass the caviar beluga, please?
All right. So anyway, I didn't bother him. I got a connection because Frankie is dating Arch's.
Was it his cousin?
Frankie's boyfriend's mom is Arch's godmother.
Frankie's boyfriend.
Wasn't there something about a dessert at some point? We heard a story you tell us.
Yeah, we brought a cake for Arch from New Orleans, and
that's right.
Yeah, and we sold some of it, so Arch didn't get it all.
Is this when you were handing money to Chauncey Billups, or didn't?
Is that the same trip?
That was not the same trip. That was a different trip.
Because you bringing a cake is also well, it would have been considered illegal, but not now. Probably not.
But either way, Arch was in your vicinity yesterday.
Arch was at the table next to us yesterday. But I was going to ask him about Parker Livingstone, who signed with OU.
That traitor?
Yesterday.
Yeah. Who claims he had no choice.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said, this is beyond my control. I had no choice. And then Bobby Burton from Orange Blood said, yeah, he was offered a mid six-figure NIL
below
deal.
What he thought his market value was, and he went to OU.
I don't know what he thinks tall white wide receivers are worth these days, but
I don't think what Texas was offering.
Is it worth $600,000 a year? I don't know.
Yeah. And then there's Damon Williams. He signed a deal with Washington 2 days ago?
Yeah.
And then yesterday he said I'm entering the portal. And Washington's like, no, you just stop. You can't. And I want to see. This will be interesting to see because if they go after him legally because he did sign the contract to play at Washington, if they go after him, whether or not a court upholds it, this contract that he signed.
Is it a great idea?
This is going to be.
To force your starting quarterback to play for you? Is that going to go over well? Is that going to work out?
It's tough. You signed the deal.
Well, what deal did he sign? An NIL deal? Because there's no pay to play, right? Allegedly.
He can't get a rev share until he plays.
You can't force him
to. Rev share's out.
Allegedly pay to play isn't real, so you can't force him to play for you.
But the contract, so what this turns into is.
So there's a contract.
Well, there's a contract.
What's the contract for? What's the contract for? Money or to pay? Or to play?
Yes. To play
we don't know. We don't know. I'm sure there was an NIL deal attached to it. Because there are two revenue streams. So I know this is how one SEC team is doing it. They say, okay, here's our rev share that we pay, and they decide how they're going to pay the rev share out. And then okay, that guy's good with rev share. This guy, we got to get more money, so let's get an NIL deal together for him. So that's an extra source of income. So probably they have an NIL deal in place for him too, and his rev share number is a certain amount. But it's a contract. So this is the problem is, at some point, John, there's going to be a fight about whether or not these contracts are enforceable. We already see it coming because every day you see Darren Hintner and other NIL people on Twitter telling you how terrible these teams are for putting in, and some of them look kind of shady, some of the, without question. Some of the clawback stuff, though, are legit. And then what it's basically boiling down to is the teams can put, and I found this out from the guy who runs the Senior Bowl, they can actually put whatever they want in the contracts, which you need to try to make them enforceable. However, at some point, the NCAA has taken an ass-kicking across the board on anything like this, and which is one of the reasons they're afraid to do anything to bring it to court. But at some point, it's going to go to court, and either these contracts are enforceable or they're not enforceable. They'll probably say, nope, they're not employees, it's not enforceable, and until they get collective bargaining, I don't know that they're ever going to be able to enforce these things. They can try.
Right. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. John and Lance, along with Joe, here on ESPN 97.5. We're talking about Billy Brown right now. We're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company, 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. It is the place for you. That is something that you have to have in your phone because in case you have any kind of – you spring a leak, bro, and you need somebody now. You don't have time to go, hey, John Lance, what's that number? What's your plumbing Have it in your phone so that you know right now if you've got any problem whatsoever, 281-488-6238 is the place to call, Lance.
Yeah, and I called them on it's Christmas Day, emergency. Well, it was kind of an emergency. It wasn't didn't have to be handled that day. It needed to be handled the next day. They were out the next morning. See, when you have plumbing issues, a lot of times you do consider them emergencies. That's just the nature of it. That's why they have so many trucks, because they can get out there and handle emergency situations for you. Something late at night you need taken care of, they have that opportunity to come help you. And whether it's a big job or small job, of course they do repiping. They handle leaky faucets. They can install new water heaters or tankless water heaters. They do it all. They even move gas lines. That's what plumbers do. For a list of all the different services they offer, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and just know that big jobs, small jobs, you're going to get a company you can trust at a fair price, and they get out to your home right away. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Can I
Did
ask you
y'all
a
see-
question, John, before you
Yeah.
continue? So you've let us know that you've seen Sean Payton and Arch Manning with his family. Is there anyone else you've seen that you just haven't told us about yet that would be of some note?
No, I don't think so. That's it.
So it's just Sean Payton and Arch so far.
Yeah. That's all I've seen so far. I don't know. I didn't see Sean Payton yesterday, so I don't know if he's still here.
Did he go
I
back?
would imagine he's got to get back there pretty soon. But he took a couple of days with his wife here, and that's you know what, good for him.
Are you at a place where
I tell you this.
where you can't
if you've
announce
been
the name of
watching-
it?
You what?
Are you at one of those places where they prefer that you don't tell people the name of the place?
No.
you're at?
I'm in Chileno Bay.
Oh, okay.
Chileno Bay. Sure. Yeah.
Sounds poor.
And it, for whatever reason, it's just I don't know why this doesn't work. I can't get the Comrex to attach. I don't know why, but whatever. So, did you guys happen to see Tyler Luke's wedding announcement? His engagement announcement?
It's not off?
Well, no,
After he missed
no.
that field goal to win the division, they didn't call it off?
Well, it was just I think it's poor timing because the comments there from Ravens fans about the wedding.
Oh, no. Don't post anything.
Yeah,
It's posted
this is-
publicly?
Well, he posted
Yeah.
it not knowing he was going to miss the biggest kick of his
Oh,
life.
previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go private immediately. As soon as you miss, go
Yeah.
private.
Pull it.
Hey, let me ask you, John.
Divorced.
John,
Hope you
had
get divorced.
he made that kick, the Ravens win the
Yeah.
division. They win their first round matchup. I don't even know who it would have been. What,
Be
the
the
Texans,
The
right?
Texans.
So they beat the
Texans.
Texans because we have a hard time beating. So they beat the Texans. Then they win the second round. They get to the AFC Championship and lose. Is Harbaugh still head coach? Probably
Yeah.
not. Well, I mean, if he lost the locker room, it doesn't change in two playoff
Well,
games.
I think if they listen. Okay, that's a good question because there's been a lot of talk about Tomlin. Did he save his job by making the playoffs, or if he loses again to the Texans now and doesn't win a playoff game, is Tomlin done?
Yeah. I mean, well, the Athletic had an article. Is this a loser leave town match between Tomlin and Harbaugh? Turns out that it was.
He was.
Although Harbaugh may have been gone regardless. And you never know. If Mike Tomlin gets beaten by the Texans, he could be gone.
Yeah.
That's absolutely a possibility. I don't think a great one, but I'd put it at 25%.
Yeah. The comments here, though, I mean, on Tyler Luke's deal, still have time to cancel the wedding. I dead-ass hope everyone you love starts getting picked off one by one. You can no
Wait,
longer,
what?
you
Yeah,
can't-
picked off.
Picked off.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Picked off.
gosh.
You can
Wow.
no longer walk the streets of Baltimore safely.
You never could.
Violent crime has gone down recently.
But, I mean, that was an easy joke, though.
How many people would know what he looks like? He's fine. Who knows what he
No,
looks
Well,
like?
we wouldn't know. They might know.
Rookie.
They might, but I doubt it. You're right, though. I don't think most everybody. I mean, unless you're a diehard, but still, I mean, people are so. He missed the kick. People, let's not get his family picked off one by one.
For your very average football team, by the way. It's not like you were on a run to the Super Bowl. You were trying to get into the playoffs, going dart for dart with Rodgers and Lamar Jackson against another very mid-football team. He missed the kick. He probably did you a favor. You're just going to get your ass kicked by the Texans anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm glad Baltimore's out. If you
So
want
am
to
I
know
am
the truth.
too.
So
I
am
am
I,
too.
actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do.
I'm
It's
really
just,
glad.
I mean, they're better than Baltimore, but there's something about when you can't beat a team, you just don't want to see
Yeah.
that team. That's just how it is. And I don't
Well,
really
you
want to
beat
see
their
that.
ass this year, but you did it without Lamar.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I just Lamar makes me nervous. Lamar makes me nervous.
Yeah. Well, Aaron Rodgers not making you nervous at all?
No, not one bit. And I think he is the most talented quarterback I've ever seen in the sport. But not now. He's in his 40s. He's not. No. LeBron doesn't make me nervous. 40-year-old, 42-year-olds don't really make me as nervous when you play against them. So no, Aaron Rodgers doesn't make me nervous. I've watched him play enough. And he doesn't want to get hit, so he gets rid of the ball really quickly, which means a lack of explosives, means you're throwing underneath. And the team that rallies and hits harder than anybody in the league is going to be all over the Steelers. I mean, all over them. The only thing that could gum this situation up would be allowing some type of explosive vertically to DK Metcalf, or if their running game somehow really got cranked up. And I don't know. Gainwell and you get Gainwell and Jalen Warren. Do they sound like the combination that's going to tear into the Texans?
I don't like them matched up against Texans linebackers in the pass game.
No, that's true.
No.
That's true, but
No. Gainwell. Did you hear Aaron Rodgers talk about Gainwell? He said he's like one of his favorite guys he's ever played with. How good Gainwell is. He loves Gainwell and what the diversity of Gainwell. And I can certainly see a bunch of passes, swing passes, get him out one-on-one with Toa or Aziz Al-Shair. And I can certainly see that. I bet you Kenneth Gainwell is a big part of their game plan on Monday.
Maybe. I don't know that that's going to be enough to beat the Texans, though. And I know they're the favorite, but look, our biggest concern as a Houston Texan fan is the rush off the edge. Can you get the running game established enough that the rush slows down, that you can run play action and stuff like that? If CJ plays average football, the Texans have a great chance of winning this. If he plays good in one quarter, like the Chargers game, he wasn't good against Chargers, but he had a really good first quarter. If you get a good first quarter, that might be enough. You may be able to get a boat race going. You get a 10-point lead on the Steelers as long as you don't have an offensive mistake that turns into a defensive touchdown.
And we are not concerned about the historical nature of going on the road, playing in cold weather. No one's concerned. Dome teams over the last decade are 1-14 on the road in below 40-degree temperatures.
I don't see it as a big problem.
And the Texans rely almost exclusively on field goals. It is the hardest place in football to kick field goals.
Actually, you're right. There's one. I forgot about that. There's that one side of the field that's a nightmare.
Yeah, I've been on that field when and the wind in there is just different. It's just different. So, I mean, it is historically one of the hardest places in football to kick field goals, and that's what we do.
Well,
it's who we are.
Chris Boswell. You have two really good kickers with Boswell and Kaimi Fairbairn. They'll probably be busy. You have two good pass rushes. You have two good, you have two edges on both teams that can really get after the quarterback. You have two really good kickers. You have two defensive-minded coaches. There's some similarities here. You just have better weapons for the Texans at wide receiver. You have a younger quarterback. You have an elite play caller with Nick Caley. You have ball hawks on the back end for the Texans.
You do.
And they don't. They don't have a good secondary. See, the Steelers don't have a good secondary. Honestly, you got to attack them. It's just you got to come out. I hate to say it, but you got to come out and throw the ball because and don't get away from the run, but they're not good in the secondary. They've tightened it up here recently, but you can Higgins and Collins and obviously Dalton Schultz and whoever else, Jalen Noel or Hutchinson, whoever. I don't need some guy was arguing about the C.J. Stroud stuff, like he didn't have his wide receiver too. And I said, who is that? Tank Dell. I'm like, what? No. First of all, as long as you have a wide receiver one that's one of the better wide receivers in the league, you're good if you're a quarterback. And the Steelers are going to have to deal with Nico Collins. But what you really love is that Jaden Higgins has come on, and it appears that that CJ really trusts him now too.
Yep.
So I don't know. I feel good about. I just feel good about this game.
Yeah, I like it too. Well, and the thing that I love most is Aaron Rodgers' statue. I mean, with this defensive line,
he throws the ball away. He doesn't take sacks, but he doesn't try to make plays either. He'll just throw the ball to the dirt just to avoid any contact. So, I think the pressure, you're right, will affect him. I just don't know that Aaron Rodgers is going to allow himself to get sacked because he doesn't want to get hit. He's at that stage of his career.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here, talk about the game, you're more than welcome, or anything else. All right, now I'm talking about Blue Bonnet Glass. All right, family-owned and operated business. They started in Brenham, Texas in 1951. We're talking 75 years in the glass business. And even if it's just one window that you need, okay, maybe you've got a broken window that you want to, they'll do that. They'll come and do that. But they really specialize in shower replacement, the glass for that. For those of you that are contractors out there, builders out there, and you don't get your stuff on time for your glass company, use Blue Bonnet. This is something they have a reputation for being committed to superior service and performance. They get your glass on time, and it's awfully important, especially if you're building hotels or you're building where you need multiple glass showers or mirrors or whatever it is that you need that's glass. You need it on time. You need it to be done perfectly. You need it to be done right every time, and you need it on time. So talk to them. Any custom glass need that you have, you've got it there. They will work with you and get it done on time. That's awfully important. So you're looking for glass. I don't care what it is, any kind of glass, commercial, residential. It's bluebonnetglass.com, 832-508-0911. They're in the Houston area now, 832-508-0911 or bluebonnetglass.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. We've been talking Steelers and Texans. Hey, you want in? 713-780-3776. PJ wants to get in and talk about it. What do you say, TJ?
Hey, what's going on, Cabo John?
Cabo John.
What do you say, pal?
Hey, Lance, I have to correct you. The Texans are favored by 3.
Oh, they're the
Steelers
favorite.
are the
Why
Oh,
was I
yeah.
thinking they were a
Did you-
dog? Yeah, I thought they were.
No,
I
the
thought they were a
Texans-
3-point dog. I haven't looked at the. I don't even know if I've
No.
looked at the number this week.
Yeah, I thought you said that. Yeah, they're 3.5.
Ooh, man.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you, and I know I'm talking to Lance because he's a numbers guy and he's the NFL guy. If you go back and look at that Steelers-Ravens game, outside of those 3 plays, which 2 were, I don't know what happened with Jalen Ramsey, and outside of that long run on Derrick Henry, the Ravens didn't do anything. And some of those plays, Lamar was Lamar. He got out of those stacks.
Right.
And CJ ain't no Lamar Jackson. So I know you guys are confident. I respect your D-line, but CJ is prone to making mistakes, and he don't like to take off running that much. So he get hit a few times, but those feet get happy, and some things can happen. And they were respecting Derrick Henry. I don't have a Derrick Henry in y'all backfield. So I think it's a pick-em game. I'm a Steelers fan, and I respect y'all D-line, and it's credit to what you said about Rodgers. He don't like to get hit. But I don't think it ain't going to be no cakewalk now.
No. I think this is more of a pick'em game too. I'm surprised the Texans are laying 3.5. I mean, that's giving the ultimate respect to the defense, which they should. But 3.5 at Pittsburgh and the cold weather and all that stuff, like that's kind of. I could see the Texans 1.5. I suppose I could have, if you told me and I thought the Steelers were a small favorite, but I'm maybe thinking of another game. The point spread doesn't really matter other than expectations. But, see, I just don't know how you're going to manage offense. I don't know how the Steelers are going to manage points. But stuff you said about CJ is true. He does get a little happy feet, and he can make some mistakes. If he doesn't, though, if he doesn't make mistakes, though, you're not going to run it great, but you are going to try to run it. You're going to run it some. You'll run it some. You'll get your 78 rushing yards total. Yeah, I don't think it's a cakewalk at all. I just feel confident because I don't think the Steelers are built to be. I think it's a good matchup for the Texans. I don't think this is a bad matchup. That's really what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, if you could – listen, there's a reason that they're 3.5-point favorites. The Steelers have a stigma right now about how good they are, and the Texans are a team that I think the public is jumping on with the defense, the way the defense is playing, the way that ESPN is talking about them. The defense is fun to watch. There are very few teams that are fun to watch defensively. Like the 85 Bears were awesome. The 2000 Ravens were awesome to watch because of how ferocious they were. This Texans team is like that.
Yeah.
Maybe not to the same extent as those
because
two,
they hit everything that moves. And so was the Steeler team that my dad won a Super Bowl with. My dad won a Super Bowl with that, 08 team? Yeah, James Harrison and Troy Polamalu. And Ike Taylor.
Fun.
And those guys would hit everything that moved, too.
Yep. And I think the Texans are becoming a public team. I think the 3.5 is probably more about, the Texans being they're afraid that they get bombarded. If the Texans were only 1.5, which is you're probably right, they should be in that neighborhood. I think that Vegas would get bombarded with Texans money. This is maybe 3. I got 3.5 here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we talked about this. How I didn't like the hook on that 3. We talked about this early in the week. Yeah, 3.5. Like, you know how aggressive it is to put a half on the 3? They're basically saying we are terrified of Texans money. Anything under 3, we think we're going to get snowed under.
That's exactly right. 3.5 is a number that is, it is hard now because the Texans are such a field goal. 3.5. What the total is?
What? Let me guess.
39.5.
Okay. That makes sense.
39.5.
I like it under.
Which is by far the lowest number of any playoff game.
But I like it under, too. I don't think that goes over.
No, right. I don't know how the Steelers are going to score, and we know that the Texans, that they kick field goals. So 39.5, and that's another number. You can't – the other one, look at it. The Bills are 52. Bills in Jacksonville are 52. 45.5 for the Chargers Patriots. 44.5 for the Eagles. The Packers are 46. The Rams in Carolina. The Rams in Carolina is 46.5, while the Texans are 39.5. Wow. Carolina's offense against that defense. But by the way, I like that under a lot. I mean, do you really? I think the Rams are just going to go in, and the Panthers play good. Are a good defensive team.
And they got that. And they picked off Matt Stafford a couple times in their first matchup. He talked about it. The reason we lost that game was because I kept giving the ball to the Panthers. I know you guys aren't willing to say it, but if the Texans lose to the Steelers, most disappointing loss in Texans history.
No.
Yes.
Come on.
They lose this game.
We've had some horse
I'm not talking about
losses.
Embarrassing losses. I'm talking about
disappointing.
One of the more disappointing, most disappointing.
I mean, your favorite. It is a weak AFC.
I'm going to go Christmas last year.
That's embarrassing, but whatever. You still made the playoffs and went on to win the game. Most disappointing loss in Texans history.
Because in the season, you're playing a 42-year-old quarterback who they got in.
You both think they have a shot to get to a Super Bowl.
And they got a shot to get to a Super Bowl. Yeah, that would be pretty disappointing.
So, Del, do you ask me all the time, is this the biggest game of the season? So is this the most disappointing loss ever?
Yes.
For you?
I am saying if they lose this game to this very average Steelers team, considering what they may be able to accomplish, most disappointing loss in Texans history. Favorite on the road in the playoff game. That's never been a thing.
No, that's never happened. Have they been bigger? They've been bigger favorites in lost games.
Yeah, but we're talking
regular
season, embarrassing, whatever. Maybe they were bigger favorite against the Colts when they got beat in the playoffs. But we're talking about a chance to win a road playoff game, and then who knows? Trust that defense to win you a couple more if you can. Most disappointing loss in Texans history if they lose to this crappy Steelers team.
That is probably true. And that sucks. Okay. Now
I'm not saying it's going to happen, but think about the stakes of what is ahead of them. They get through this one. You're not afraid. You've openly both said you're not really afraid of anyone in this conference.
No, not really.
So if they lose this game to the most average version of the Steelers we've seen in years, 20 years maybe, they got to win this game.
This Steelers team is, if you rank the teams in the conference, in the playoffs, the Steelers team is the last team.
Yeah. They had the fewest wins, right? Yeah. And you look at them play week to week.
Yeah. No, I think this is, they're the worst team in the playoffs in the conference. Yeah. So yes, it would be. Yeah, I guess you're right. That sucks. I don't want to look at it. How disappointing.
He was already during the break telling me, "Here's 5 reasons."
I didn't give you 5 reasons.
It's like he was doing a Gen Z list article.
I didn't give you 5 reasons.
Here's 5 reasons the Texans won't win.
That's not what I said.
They can't play outside.
That's not what I said.
They've never won a road playoff game.
It's not what I said.
He just did a list like my kids would have on Instagram.
I asked him a question. Considering all the historical things that say the Steelers are going to win, how good do you feel? He said, I feel fine. That's the only thing I asked.
Yeah.
I didn't go 5 reasons why they're going to lose.
You listed them.
I just asked you.
You started avalanching me with reasons they're going to lose.
You got avalanched? You were what?
He's a communist.
He's a generational hater.
I'm not. I think they should win.
My kids are now calling my wife a generational hater, and she's starting to hate.
She don't like it?
She don't like it. Because they're all just like, you are a bad hater, Mom. What? Everything. I've got a list. I'm creating a playlist of music she hates because anything that comes on the radio, I hate this song. I hate that group. So I just very quietly will put it on there. And I thought about I would never have sex again if I did this. I thought about sneaking these songs into her Tokyo Marathon playlist. but that would literally, it dries completely up on me, and it's that oil. That's nothing. It would be a
rip
nightmare.
It off. Yeah, that's so funny. All right, we got a break. You got to talk right now about Underdog. Hey, we were just talking about Underdog.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. I want to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, and right now you can win real money right here in the state of Texas. But I want to tell you about the prediction market, okay? This is what we're doing now. If you want to get on the action, you can do it with Underdog Fantasy. Right now in Texas, this season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is really easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, on receiving yards, interceptions, and much, much more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. You want your money? Get your money. Download the app today, but make sure you use promo code. That's how you're going to get your $75 in bonus entries. They're giving you $75. Why not? After you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, it's all on Underdog.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Wow. Did you see the end of the Auburn A&M game? Auburn throws one in from, 35 feet to win 91-90, but they waved it off. The ball didn't leave his hand before. It was 0.1 seconds, and dude did not get it off. So A&M won the game. Holy crap! What a good finish. At 90, we don't play those kind of games. We play 67-60 around here. We ain't playing the 90, 91, 90 games. Stop already. Time to talk about Larry's here. He wants to talk about the Steelers game. What do you say, Larry?
Before I give you my candidate for the most disappointing Texans loss, you look throughout the season in the second half of these games, they scored 3 points in the second half against Buffalo. They got outscored by the Chargers in the second half. They scored only 6 points. The only reason they scored 10 points against Kansas City in the second half was Andy Reid decided to go for it on fourth down at his own 30. So I'm considering doing a live bet, even if especially if the Texans are ahead at halftime on Monday. They're just going to be ultra conservative, and unless they're down 21 points, which I really don't expect to happen, I think I'll be taking Pittsburgh in the second half of that game. And my candidate for the most disappointing loss, you might remember about, 10 years ago, the Texans had a chance to host the AFC Championship game against Tennessee because the top seeds all lost. And they lost their game. I don't remember who they were playing, but they lost their divisional game. And so they didn't get a chance to host the AFC Championship game.
Who's they playing? They never win a divisional game. They're always on the road, and they never win a divisional playoff game. So they never have yet. So you'd have to be more specific which game that was.
Well, would the Kansas City loss when they're up 24-0 be the most disappointing loss? Now that I think about it. Yeah.
This one would surpass that, though.
Because you never expected to beat KC?
If they lose listen, they weren't supposed to beat Kansas City, but they did have the big lead, 24-0, and obviously it was gone by halftime. But no, I think you're right. That is the most disappointing loss. This would surpass it, though. A 3.5-point favorite with the best defense in football, this would surpass that one. Thank you, Larry, for the call. And it sounds Steelers second half, if the Texans are ahead, yeah, I think that's sound thinking. Yeah, I can certainly see. They put it in reverse. Let's just get it home with the win. We don't care how many points we win by. Let's just get home with the win, and they get conservative. So, yeah, if the Texans are ahead, that's good. That's good sound thinking. Bet Steelers second half. Did you see? We just talked about the end of the game, the Auburn game. Did you happen to see the end of the very end of the Cougs game last night?
What about it? No, I didn't see the end of it. I was out with McCool and Kelly having a drink.
Cougs up 7. Cougs up 7, and with 2.8 seconds left, Tech inbounds throws one up from half court that goes in.
Was it
and
a
makes
cover?
It a 4-point win when the Cougs were 5.5-point favorites.
Oh my gosh, they were part of Van Pelt's bad beats the other way against Cincinnati when they covered. I'm sure he's going to focus on that one. Ooh, that's horrible.
I'm not sure. I can tell you this. With the guys I'm here with, it was a very, very happy half-court shot. Okay? It's not always a bad beat. Sometimes it's a really, really, really good beat.
Or good win.
Because you took Tech.
Oh, my gosh. It was 6. It was 6.
5.5 places, 6 places, 6.5 places. So it put Tech, and let's face it, U of H and Tech Tech is the only team that beat them last year at home.
Yep.
5.5 and 6 were. I thought they were. That was a crazy number. We were talking about it before the game, and one of my buddies bet it, obviously, and he was thrilled with that. He was. It was a tie game where Tech was leading much of the game, and for them to go up 7 in the final seconds, he was like, "Oh my, this is unbelievable." And when he threw that in on TV, FS1 did not put it up that it was a good basket. They put the final as 69-62. But then we're watching another game, and we all said, that looked like it was good, and then we went away from it. Then the ticker said 69-65, and it was like, what? Got the win on a half-court shot that meant absolutely nothing in the game.
What a heartwarming story.
It is. I mean, it was a big swing. My buddy put a little bit on it now.
I bet he did.
Put a little bit. Yeah, that's right. That's
good
right.
for your
and
buddy.
You got to win. You just hate people getting wins.
No, good for your buddy.
Really nice story.
Was he sitting next to Arch Manning or at the time?
Yes.
Yes.
No, he was not sitting next to Arch Manning at the time. We were back at the house watching the game. Okay? So
I'm glad it all worked out for everyone involved.
It did. It worked out. It was great, actually. Okay? More money in my buddy's pocket. That's what he needed.
I know. That's what people are looking for. More money in your buddy's pocket.
Listen, took the book down.
Oh.
And you know what? I'm always
So were you conflicted? Your buddy won, but the book lost. How did you actually feel?
Listen, I was rooting for the Cougs the whole game.
Did you call and apologize to John Chill? Did you say, I'm sorry for your loss?
Yeah.
Although it's probably a win for John Chill. Because I'm guessing
John Chill's going to have to take one on the chin because he's a big Steelers fan. And guess what? I don't care about your Steelers here, okay? Sorry, John Chill.
Well, he's going to get a lot of Texans action probably at -3.5. And Texans are a field goal machine. It could end up he could be on the right side of that with Houston getting a win but not a cover. I think
Do you think the majority of the money is going on the Texans?
I'm going to say 16-10 final score. Texans.
16-10.
Yes, I think they will have more action on the Texans.
Yes, I think it will too. 3.5 is not a big enough number within this game. And
the whole buy the number down. Do you know how much they charge you for that? It's like a 30. You get to take a 30% vig. So they love it when you buy down from 3.5 to 3, because then if you lose a bigger chunk of money.
Right. Exactly. This easily could be a 3-point game, though.
Yeah, no, easily, because it's not going to be every point. So in lower scoring games, every point is more critical. And this is a lower scoring game. I project it to go lower than the total. And so the points are really, really – so which team is more likely to dominate the other teams? Which defense is more likely to dominate the other team's offense? Which team is more likely to turn the ball over? Which team is more likely to win the special teams battle? Those are the key questions in this one. Because those are the elements that can shift it slightly. And that's all you need. Slight shifts can have a huge impact on a low-scoring game. We need to see what the wind is, too, in that game. I don't care. I mean, I'm not betting anything. I'm just saying I like the Texans. I know it's a good matchup for the Texans. It is going to be disappointing if they lose, but it's disappointing when they lose any playoff game. So I don't care. They're pretty good at winning the first game. Texans have a history of winning the first game of the playoff. It's usually as a division winner.
And from the
They're
friendly confines.
always at home. Yeah. Always at home.
True.
Yep. But now they're not doing it on a Saturday afternoon. They're doing it on a Monday night.
Oh.
And that's even scarier because the Steelers never lose Monday night games at home. So that's a problem, too. All right, we got a break. Why don't you talk a little John Daspit right now?
He is the lawyer who passionately pursues justice for the injured. And what does justice mean? Well, in many cases, it means getting a big paycheck. Not a paycheck, I should say a check that covers, for for a lot of the people that John has to represent, this is now their paycheck because they can't work. If you work in a physical job, a blue-collar job, one that needs manual labor, for a lot of people who are injured, knee, back, shoulder, these injuries a lot of times will not end up healing at 100%. And some of them won't even come close. And so what are you going to do to pay your bills? What are you going to do to take care of your family? This is where the representation from John Daspit is so critical, because if you're not going to be able to work anymore, then the negligence of someone else has cost you your livelihood. There is a payout for that is supposed to cover that. Cover your pain and suffering, your ability to pay your bills, your hospital bills, all of that. But you have to have somebody fighting on your side that knows what they're doing and that can win. And they know what a fair settlement is going to be for you. And that's John Daspit. He's got a great winning percentage. And he's not one of these guys that does goofy commercials. He just goes in and gets wins at a high rate and gets big wins for people who are in tough situations because of someone else's negligence. The phone call you make before ever agreeing to anything with any insurance company is 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 788-3776. You got a couple of callers. They want to talk about the game. Who is the first caller? Want to talk about the movie we're making? Anthony. So yesterday we decided that we're going to make the Jack Easterby movie, and we had. I kind of like Christian Bale as Jack Easterby. I'm sorry, that's who I think would be the best job as Jack Easterby, and will put on, or he'll put on 700 pounds, or he'll starve himself. He'll do anything for a role. I mean,
I don't know, man. He's too classic, chiseled face, good looks. I still think Paul Dano would have to lose some weight, but Dano could do it. And then that guy, the Raheel said, I don't know if this guy's a good actor, but the guy from Community, was it?
Yes.
That guy looks like right off the bat, he looks like him.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the show enough to know. I'm familiar with the show, but the guy from Bluebird or whatever, Blackbird, yeah, him. Blackbird. John, you mentioned him
as Cal.
The one who was in Richard Jewell. He was Richard Jewell.
What about the prime villain in Mindhunter as Cal? Like the real creepy.
Well, yeah, similar guy.
Yeah,
similar guy.
Serial killer.
Yeah. The Bill O'Brien. There's a guy. I think they actually ChatGPT told me. I'm like, yeah, you're right. His chin.
You said Shea Wiggum.
Yeah,
was what ChatGPT told you. Yeah.
They said his face. Makes the most sense. Hannah is Kristen Wiig. Kristen Wiig, Hannah. That's easy.
Who does Anthony think we should put in the movie?
Let's find out.
All right, guys. Great show. So these are my characters. So we have Jack Easterby. We're gonna have Shane Gillis. He's creepy. He's kind of fake, and he's kind of awkward. So Shane Gillis.
About 100 pounds.
Sandra Bullock is Hannah McNair.
Okay, I can see that.
Richard Real, the Office Space guy that got fired and got in a wheelchair.
Stapler.
He will be Kyle McNair.
Yep. Swing line stapler.
Then we'll have we'll have Gus Fring. I forgot his real name, but the Gus Fring guy, he'll play David Culley. I think his name is.
It's Giancarlo Esposito. Yeah. Wow, we're casting
that's
Culley.
David Culley, and then for Deshaun Watson. Yeah, you have to have all the characters. And then Deshaun Watson, you'll have Anthony Mackie.
Anthony Mackie.
It's a little old.
Is a little old. I think we can do better than that. I have to.
But
think
it's not
about
a bad
that
choice.
It's not bad, but we have to do better than that. And then Denzel will be Lovey.
What?
Well, we just get the beard. We're just gonna get the gray beard, and we'll let Denzel be Lovey. Denzel's kind of mailing it in anyway. I saw him in Othello.
Yeah.
And he was it was like Training Day, but just
after
doing
we win Super Bowl,
Shakespeare.
I'll give y'all the characters for the Texans Part 2.
Okay.
Oh, okay. When they win the whole thing. What about we just use, since Lawrence Fishburne has already done Doc Rivers, just let him stay in that mode. Hey, you want to play another coach?
Yeah.
You want to be Lovie Smith throwing a beard?
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that. That's lazy to me. I'm not casting Lawrence Fishburne there.
Yeah, but you know how much we're going to have to pay Denzel to be, and Lovey plays such a small role. Now,
let me ask ChatGPT.
We're not casting Denzel. I mean, he's too expensive. All right, let's reel in the cost on this thing. Okay, reel it in. There's got to be. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Dave Chappelle will play.
No,
you think it won't cost a lot to get Dave Chappelle in a movie? What are you talking about?
I'm rich, bitch.
He might want to be in a major motion picture.
What?
Okay?
For lots of money.
Yeah, well, maybe.
I just literally asked ChatGPT. It's going to think. It's going to look at some Lovie Smith pictures. It's going to give me a list of actors. We are doing this movie.
Yeah,
so
we're doing the movie.
And it may not be, well, I mean, I don't love biopics, though. I like when I have documentary footage, but we're just going to have to settle for biopics.
Yeah, I like biopics.
You do?
All right, who's next?
Well, Julian wants to talk about his team and how bad they are.
Yeah, he was down on them the other day.
What's going on, gentlemen? Hey, what about Ashley? How you doing, man? How about Ashley Larry from Chappelle's show for Lovie Smith?
Not Donnell Rawlings.
Yeah,
No, he's too small.
I think
He's too small also. Like, he's a little guy.
What
Ashley
about
Larry.
What about the guy from Larry David?
the Niners.
Oh, J.B.
I think the
Smoove?
Niners are going to get trounced.
You think the Niners are going to get trounced by the Eagles?
Oh, brother, listen.
Mm.
Saquon and that running game can get going against a defense like ours, and then they control the clock. See, Seattle only air quotations beat us by 10, 13-3. But I mean, it was the equivalent to that meme where it's like fight back, and it's all these people beating the hell out of somebody. Fight back. That's what was happening to us, man. And I just don't think we have it to where we can even make it a game. It's going to be a 2-score game, and it's going to be one and done. I'm just saying that all
Okay,
year. We don't
Dell,
have
put
it.
him on hold. Put him on
Have a
hold.
good one.
Put him on hold. That's all fine and good, but I've got some Lovie Smith characters here from
Well,
ChatGPT.
and by the way, Seattle has a special defense. Seattle, it's different, man.
Yeah,
Seattle is really, really good.
They're built way different.
Yeah.
Okay, it's giving me Courtney B. Vance. Don't know him. I'm sure if I saw him, I'd know him. Giancarlo Esposito is not going to be Lovie Smith. Jeffrey Wright doesn't have the right look. Delroy Lindo would be interesting.
Okay.
They got better ones. They've got Dennis Haysbert, which I could see. But here's one. This is the winner. They've got Lawrence Fishburne. Actors who could nail the role even if not a perfect look. Lawrence Fishburne.
That.
I know, we're not doing him. Idris Elba.
I don't see it. I
With
see
a
Delroy
beard.
Lindo.
Now, this is the one, Sterling K. Brown. Although
He's not shaving his head.
He's not. He'd have to look more haggard. He could wear a hat the whole time. I think Idris Elba could do it.
I think
Who's Wood Harris?
That's a faux pas on your part. You don't know who Wood Harris is.
I'm sure I do.
He
Who
was
is
in The
he?
Wire.
Which one is he?
Look him up. You'll see the face.
Not she.
He's dead,
Not
by
that
the way.
guy.
He died.
I know
by
he
the
died
way.
just the other day.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wood Harris. You'll recognize him.
So did Ziggy. Ziggy died too. Oh,
we can't.
What?
We gotta get somebody who's alive.
Wood Harris could do it. That's not bad. Wood Harris can do it, and he's 56 years old. Lovey's in his 60s, but we can make him look older. Yeah, we've got some actors. I'm sure Delroy, Dennis Haysbert. That voice is, I can't get it right. The voice is so unique, though. I don't know that he could play Lovey.
You didn't know who Avon Barksdale was.
I didn't know that was Avon.
They're trash.
Oh, Delroy Lindo would be perfect.
I think Delroy could do it.
Yeah, Delroy Lindo. I think Idris could do it. Because remember, they're going to have a big silver beard.
Yeah, but Idris is too expensive. We're not doing that. You got to reel the cost.
We don't know. Just tell them this is for the art.
You want an A24 Texans
A24 Texans movie. Yeah. That's right. Bunch of never heard of actors, and he's the only one that we're using.
All right, we're breaking. It's 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. You need to talk a little underdog again.
Yeah, so underdog, I talked earlier about the predictions market. Let me just tell you about the flat fantasy. I'm talking about picking higher or lower on these stats. And when you look at these games, I told you that how I think the Steelers and Texans game is going to go. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game. What you can look at is field goals, higher on field goals for Kaimi Fairbairn. That's one of the things you could take a look at. Probably 2.5 if I'm guessing. Could they get to 3? Absolutely. I'm going lower on longest completion for Aaron Rodgers. That's the way that I think this game breaks down. For the Texans, I would go higher on receiving yards. For Woody Marks, it's going to be low, but I think that he gets a couple of catches, and one of them he turns into an 11 or 12-yarder. So you got to kind of break down the games, analyze them, and then take a look at the stats and see which ones make the most sense. it's a really fun way to watch the games because you're keeping track of all these stats throughout the game. You're like, oh my gosh, I just need one more catch, or you're hoping somebody doesn't get a catch or doesn't break off a long run or doesn't get a touchdown. It's really easy with Underdog Fantasy. You just pick the stats, higher or lower. 2 players, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. The more players you pick and the more you hit, the more money you can win. You can win up to 5,000 times your original play, which is like a huge payout. And it's real money. You can get it very quickly from Underdog Fantasy when you want it, and it's legal here in the state of Texas. If you download the app and use promo code Lance, they're going to give you $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. So download the app today. Use promo code Lance.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here, ESPN 97.5. Jordan Shipley had an accident at his farm, and he's in critical condition, critical but stable condition after he got burned. So that's unfortunate. Burns are, man, bad. That's tough. That's the luck to Jordan and the family. Did you see? I mean, how inept are the Oakland A's? Is the Oakland A's organization
really inept?
So they're not going to have the rights to the Las Vegas Athletics because a fan group from Oakland bought it and has it Now you would think that
they're just holding it hostage.
Yeah, but I think a court has already ruled initially that they don't have the right to that name, which is weird. I mean, isn't it? Don't you think the A's they have to trademark that when in fact they're going to be the Las Vegas A's? They're going to be the Las Vegas Athletics. And yet they're not going to get it because somebody beat them.
Here's why they're losing. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has once again denied the team's request to trademark Las Vegas Athletics and Vegas Athletics ahead of their 2028 relocation. In a recent release filing, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office argued that the term, quote, athletics is too generic. It could easily be confused with other uses and lacks acquired distinctiveness. For example, athletics means activities such as sports, exercise, and games that require physical skill and stamina. Therefore, the prior registration does not support applicants' claim of acquired distinctiveness, and the claim is not accepted. So, because athletics, we know that the term athletics is, I mean, you could say that term, and that doesn't necessarily mean Oakland A's. That doesn't, when you say athletics, an athletic and athletics, it doesn't necessarily, the first thing isn't necessarily going to be a baseball team for everyone. So that's why the problem.
Yeah, but what is the intent here of the group that's trademarked it? It's just to take the name away from them. Are they an athletics company? Are they a clothing company? No, it's a bar. It's a bar that has trademarked it. So I think we know what the intent here was for them. It was to just make the athletics life miserable. So I'm not sure that if in fact, isn't there a clothing athletics? What is it? There is some
that's
clothing
athletic or yeah, it's women's. I think it's women's clothing. Maybe it's women and
right.
men's, but I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
something like that.
If they did it, that'd be one thing. This is a bar in Oakland that wants to take away, the athletics ability when they get to Las Vegas. I don't know. If I was a court, I'd say, exactly what do you need this for? Are you really? I understand that it doesn't have, it is too wide. The meaning is too wide. But what do you want? Why are you trademarking it? So, yeah. I mean, anyway, it's just another example. Now, I'm not even sure. I think that they're going to be the Sacramento Athletics now, right? I think they announced that yesterday, and I think they got that trademarked, but they didn't get Las Vegas. How smart of them. Where they're going to be probably for the rest of eternity, they don't have that one, but they have Sacramento where they'll be for 3 years.
Yeah.
Well done, Ace. Congratulations. One thing that came out of in my press conference was a 6-man rotation. The Astros have been doing it for a while, but apparently Imai only pitched once a week in Japan. So they're thinking that, a 6-man rotation makes a lot of sense for the Astros here in that, and, plus, and the fact of the matter, they have, we haven't even talked about White. They picked up White, another guy who they feel could be in the rotation, along with Burroughs, along with Javier, along with McCullers, along with Brown, along with Imai.
But why are we doing? Well, I don't understand the infatuation with 6-man rotation. For what? Why would you have one fewer, unless you game it so it doesn't have an impact on Hunter Brown? Like, I would never want anything to happen for Hunter Brown to get fewer starts.
Yeah, I get that. I get that thinking, but there's also how many injuries you get, and it's not the same as it was in 1972 when you pitched every 4th day. It's just not the same.
Well, we're not doing that. Reason. It's a 5-man rotation now.
Right. Well,
it's not a 4-man rotation.
A 5-man rotation leads to a lot of injuries. I don't know if you saw it.
But you think I don't think it's how often they're pitching. I think it's the type of pitches they're throwing. I think it's spin rate. I think it's how hard they throw all the time. I think it's potentially, growing up playing travel ball. I think there's a lot of things that go into it. I don't think pitching, having 34 starts a year is what's causing arm injuries. I don't think it's the amount of starts. I think it's how you throw the baseball probably plays a lot into it. And that's why, to me, I just tell you this. If you artificially limit Hunter Brown starts, then you have, I guarantee you, the analytics will say you have a worse percentage of making the playoffs. Right now, you have a 62% chance of making the playoffs relative to what Vegas is. I just saw it today. Vegas has the Astros at minus 160 to make the playoffs, a 62% chance of making the playoffs. If you have Hunter Brown start less, your percentage of making the playoffs will for sure go down because you're pitching, because someone else will get a start. The sixth starter will get a start, and he has less of a chance to win than your first starter, a much greater chance. So I just don't love that idea. I get it for patch. I understand it at certain times of the year relative to the schedule. I don't get it for early in the year at all. I just don't. I don't see the advantages.
So with a six-man rotation, if it was a six-man rotation all season long, which it might not be because you will have times when you'll have more days off. When you go a stretch of 25 games in 26 days, then I could certainly see a six-man rotation.
Yeah.
But the Astros I wouldn't be surprised at all if, with all of the arm injuries that you have in baseball, I wouldn't be surprised at all. We went from four-man rotations to five-man rotations. I wouldn't be surprised at all in about 5 years if six-man rotations isn't league-wide.
Yeah, but but John, they don't pitch as many innings as more. Like, I don't think it's a rotation, a starts thing. I think it's because they've also limited innings. So you don't even throw as many innings anymore. So the amount of workload you get has diminished greatly. How much more can you diminish it?
Arm injuries are way up.
That's why, but I don't think it's based. See, there's no correlation then. There's no correlation between innings.
They're thinking about spin rate, though. You're not changing it.
Well, but you're still going to have your injuries. You're still going to have. It doesn't matter how many innings you throw. You're still. We see bullpen pitchers with these injuries. I don't think limiting innings even more. I think your innings are well below the threshold. To me, it's probably something having to do with, it's been argued, spin rate's one thing, but velocity, how hard you're throwing all the time, that you're throwing as hard as you can on more pitches because you work fewer innings. John Smoltz made the point, John, it's actually the other way. Because you're limiting, you're throwing harder, but if you extended, they would have to pace. And they'd be less likely to do that damage to the arm. It's actually counterintuitive where you say, actually, if you pitched more, you're less likely to be injured. And that's historically, it makes some sense.
Well, and guys like Schilling always said, Kurt Schilling always said, I'm stronger at the end of Nolan Ryan, I'm stronger at the end of the year because of how many fastballs I've thrown.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm stronger. Yeah.
That's true. So, now, they were also long inning pitchers, so they would, you held something back in the first four innings. Right. You had a gas tank that you had to conserve. So it was a different way of pitching. The way that analytics has driven pitching now, it's like throw as hard as you can because you're not going to pitch as long. So I would say that more than the starts and the innings. I would say the way that you treat your arm and the way that you approach every single pitch probably has more to do with these arm injuries. Because how do we keep having so many when we're asking pitchers to pitch less and less, yet your injuries are going higher and higher?
Well, and, if you go to six-man rotations and you get 27 starts a year, I mean, all of the numbers, all of the Hall of Fame numbers, they all go down. Everything. Everything goes down.
For sure.
You're not going to have any more guys with 3,000 strikeouts. You're not going to have 200 wins is going to. You're going to get it's going to be incredibly lower, all of the Hall of Fame standards that you're going to have if they do this. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Any of this that you want to talk about? You want to talk about your Texans game? Let's go. 713-780-3776. All right, well, back 9:07 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You want to get in. We started the show talking about the Cougs. How about them Cougs? What a game last night. Beating Texas Tech. Beating them by 4. Big difference. So it was a big difference. And as they threw in a half-court shot as the clock expired to cover. Never mind. But that's a different story. The story was Kingston Fleming's last night and how good that kid is. He is incredible. He's going to be a one-and-doner. There aren't a lot of Cougs that are one-and-doners. Jarris Walker was one, but Kingston Fleming's going to be one because he's already being projected in the top 5 of this year's NBA draft. So I think he's probably going to be on his way out after this. He is really, really good. He carried him last night, 23 points, and just huge. He just stepped up and knocked down a three that gave them the lead. That was just like, I mean, the kid's like a senior. He's not like a freshman. Now, after the game, the coach said, I think he played all that great. And Cenac, and he said it's so up and down how freshmen play that, you know what, you're never going to get it. That's why this team is as up and down as it is, because they got freshmen playing when they normally don't. But that was a fun game last night. It was nip and tuck all the way until the end when the Cougs pulled it out. They're getting pretty good. Hey, that game in Cincinnati the other day, they were down most of the game. It was tight, and they just pulled away late. This team is learning in some valuable lessons how to win games at the end. And that's something that with freshmen, as many freshmen as they play, that is not an easy thing to do. And they're doing it. And they're in a lot of tight games that are going to help them come tournament time. That's for sure. 713-780-3776. Rockets in Portland tonight. They've got Portland tonight, and they got Portland Friday, both in Portland. So the Rockets got a little 3-day stay there. It's probably they never did this before. The last couple of years they've been doing this, is having 2 games, and it's probably pretty smart. It's actually a pretty smart thing to do for travel. It'll give the guys the ability to rest a little bit, albeit in Portland. But it's much easier on you than having to get on a plane right after the game. So, you know, they'll go back to their hotel, and then they'll have Thursday off in Portland. And I won't be here tomorrow. Del, what do you think about your game tomorrow night?
You know, Ole Miss is scary because they have a quarterback on a run. Like, if I stacked up the trenches, Miami is the heavy favorite. They have a better offensive line than Ole Miss's D line. They have a better defensive line than Ole Miss's O line. You just have an equalizer in Trinidad Chambliss. So I know Miami now has a reputation of they can't score points because, you know, you only score the 10 against A&M. But if the guy makes some field goals and it's not blustery windy, maybe they get to like 20 or whatever. And of course they scored the 17 offensive points against Ohio State but I will say Ohio State coming into the game was one of the best defenses in a generation. I think Miami will have to score more because Ole Miss and their pace will dictate that more points will be scored. I like them in the game because at the end of the day, I do believe, despite Trinidad Chambliss and his play, they will create enough havoc with their front to limit some of what Ole Miss does. And I think their offensive line will wear on Ole Miss, and I don't believe they'll go away from the run game like Georgia did. Now, Georgia.
Why did Georgia go away from it? They were gashing.
Frazier got hurt, and it led to them doing other things. And as long as
I thought it was a mistake.
They probably still should have just ran the ball with the other guys. I think Miami will run the football enough, and I think Carson Beck will have a pretty good day because Ole Miss doesn't present the same challenges that A&M with their defense on a windy Kyle Field or Ohio State presents. So, I'm looking at, if it goes Miami's way, of course, I'm looking at 34-24, something like that, where they control the clock in the fourth quarter, run the football, and get out of there. But, of course, you can never really account for what a great quarterback can do on the day. And if he does what he did against Georgia, then I guess I got to tip my hat to the guy because that's an equalizer.
Yeah. Listen, Trinidad Chambliss was great. He's had a really, really nice. He was unbelievable against Georgia. He was unbelievable. And you ain't facing Georgia's defense here. You're facing Miami's defense. There's a big difference there.
Especially
with those bookends.
And you think about it, was pointed out by Corey Heatherman, the Miami DC, because they did some different things against Georgia that he hadn't seen on film. But he doesn't. He asked a question when he was being interviewed. Is that because they were able to game plan again against Georgia because they had played them already and had played Tulane already, or are they doing something different because Lane Kiffin's not there? That's some of the question. Did they have a bit of an advantage with all the turnover and the turmoil between coaches either being in Oxford or being in Baton Rouge because they had already game planned for these teams before, and now that you have a new team to game plan for, will some of the issues that Ole Miss has to deal with hamper what they do? Chambliss will be great, I assume, but Charlie Weiss, how much time has he spent getting right and getting ready for this game, considering his other job? So that's something, just some of the variables to take into account.
The styles makes fight thing is interesting because this is Miami. Now A&M is a pace team that scored a bunch of points, and you saw what they did to them. But this is, I think I think Chambliss is, I don't want to say he's more dynamic than Marcel Reese, but I think he's more consistent than Marcel Reese. I think he's played more consistently since he's been in the starting lineup. Aggies have a better defense than Ole Miss. I think Ole Miss has a little more consistent offense. Their tempo is going to it's hard to say. I mean, I still think it rests on the shoulders of Carson Beck. I still think Carson Beck's play can ultimately determine if Miami can win a national championship. And when I say his play, just making a few plays and not screwing up, that might be enough. That because you do have a dynamic playmaker in the slot. You got Mark Fletcher, who's on a bit of a heater, their running back, and then they've got, they're good in the trenches. And Ole Miss stinks as a run defense team, and there is a bunch of stuff going on in the background. Like there is, it's we're not playing video games. It's real people are you're having your attention taken away. There's coaches who coached the first two games who are not going to be coaching in this game at Ole Miss. Like that's got to matter at least at some point. But if Carson Beck throws 3 interceptions, they're not winning.
Yeah, everyone's still waiting for that. That hasn't happened. Well, since SMU, and one of those picks came in overtime where he threw 2. So he's thrown 1 pick in his last 6-7 games, something like that. So he has not turned the ball over recently. Ole Miss didn't get Gunnar Stockton to turn the ball over, so at least not with picks. I think they hit him and he fumbled one. So yes, the Carson Beck narrative will continue until he wins a title. People will continue to suspect he's going to blow up and cost Miami a game. It just hasn't been the case over the last 2 months. That's all.
I just think Miami has better players. That's all.
They do.
They're I mean, you brought it up. The offensive line and the defensive line are just better. They're just better.
And generally,
that looks like
a giant mismatch.
Like a big SEC team. That's what it looks like.
Georgia was escaping. They escaped multiple times. This was not a typical Georgia team. They don't rush the passer well. They don't have juice off the edge. Miami has tons of juice off the edge. And that's one of the things is they couldn't, like Georgia couldn't get to Trinidad Chambliss. He had all day to sit back there. And when they finally got up to him, they weren't catching him. They weren't going to get him. It's different with Miami. They can make you make decisions a lot faster. So that's a really interesting styles make fights game. And then the other one, Oregon and Indiana. I just think Indiana's a huge bully. I think Oregon is not. I don't think Oregon's all that. I think they're okay, but I don't. I'm not a Dante Moore truther, and I love Dan Lanning. I don't think he has enough, and I think their offensive line they're a Joe Moore Award semifinalist, but their tackles have real issues. We saw it with Texas Tech, and I don't know if Indiana has that kind of rush, but Indiana's tough. They're tough on both sides of the field as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm liking Cignetti more and more and more and more every time I hear him. He is He's going to be. How did you do this at Indiana? How in the world at Indiana are you the number one team in the country?
And it's not going anywhere. They're shelling out
No.
cash now. Like they have been invigorated, of course. Winning helps, and now Indiana's paying to get guys. Like, of course, Josh Hoover will be their quarterback next year, the TCU quarterback. They are in the midst of grabbing big-time portal guys. So I don't know if they'll ever become a recruiting power just because they don't have the in-state talent that other schools have, but they will be a portal problem for everyone as long as they want to be.
Hey, if I'm a quarterback, I want to go play for him. Are you kidding me? Look what he did for Mendoza. Holy crap.
Well, Mendoza was good out of Cal, but you know his job, right? Did you tell me this or somebody else told me this? He was a recruiting analyst under Nick Saban, meaning he studied who and how to recruit and evaluating talent. When you look at what they did in the portal, they got the most out of their quarterback. They got the most out of 3 offensive linemen. Like, he knows how to find talent. He's an evaluator of talent. Don't just throw money at stuff. He spent good money.
Talent. It's not only talent. It's got to be the right kid. It's a lot like Kelvin Sampson.
Yes.
It's got to be the right kid.
100%.
He looks at work ethic. He talks to their coaches. He talks to their teammates. He talks to everybody about the kid, and that's a huge. And he's got a program where he has a culture now. He's got a culture, and I'll tell you what, he's making it hard on every other coach in America because they all. Matt Rule said it the other day. He goes, "Hey, not everybody's Indiana. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time. Okay,
ain't nobody looking to hear that."
Everybody, that's right. Nobody wants to hear it, but guess what? It's true. I mean, Cignetti is one of one. Nobody turns around in Indiana like this. Nobody.
And that's the problem. It's just not Cignetti. It's the fact that he's at Indiana doing it. If it can be done at Indiana, then anyone who has any history at all is going to go, wait a minute. This is one of the worst Power 4 programs of all time. And he's done what he's done in 2 years. What the hell are you up to?
And what? He did it last year, too.
That's what I'm saying. In 2 seasons. He made the playoff last year. He made the playoff again this year. And now the odds-on favorite to win the national title. I get it, Matt Rule. You're the water's choppy, but no one's looking for that. When you look to they can all look to Indiana and go, their infrastructure was nowhere near where ours is or was at the time. And look what he's done. And you're the guy who was in the NFL, remember?
Yep. And look what M&J Electrical has done.
Yeah, I don't know how that applies to building out rosters in the Big Ten, but it might. It might. I know that M&J Electrical is a company who what they do for you is they make sure that you are getting top dollar for your old electrical supplies. If you are a contractor, a general contractor, electrical contractor, if you own a building where they are going to be doing work and you are going to have new electrical stuff put in, which happens a lot, it gets outdated, just know that they buy circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switch gear, and more. They buy it for good money. It's not scrap. Most people will just take it, get scrap prices, put a little money in your pocket, and that's it. M&J buys it, they refurbish it like new, and then they can resell it. So they'll sell. They've got that to sell. They've got new equipment to sell. They've got refurbished gear to sell with a 1-year warranty. And if you're looking to sell it to them and get more money than you get at scrap, they'll come in, take it out for you. They do all the heavy lifting, and they will give you top dollar for all this. So whether you're buying from them, which is going to cut down on your lead time and save you money, or whether you're selling that old equipment to them, M&J Electrical Parts and Supply, they want to be your solution and your answer. Just make sure that you reach out to them with any questions, and they're ready to help you out. 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
There he is. Johnny boy?
I was muted. The Texans going to have a playoff watch party Monday night at NRG. Warm City Rally Towels available to the first 1,500 fans. Free tickets will be given on a first-come, first-served basis. Maximum 4 tickets per entry. And you got to have a ticket to get in. So that might be pretty cool. Pretty cool place to watch a game. I don't want to have to do all that, but I'm not. That's not for me, I guess.
I don't want to have to do all that. No, but a lot of people, you like being with other people, you know?
I do. I love watching the game with people, but
I'm not
it's
saying
just
you.
getting in and out of NRG sucks.
Yeah, but how busy do you think it's actually going to be? You think they're going to pack it
I don't
out
know. How many people do you
70,000?
think under or over? 7?
Oh, 7,000? No, I'd say higher than that. I'd say more like 20.
You think 20-some thousand are going to do this?
Yeah, it's a total guess. I have nothing I'm basing it on. I have no idea. And that might be high. That might be a really high number. I don't know. I mean, it's all going to be lower bowl. I wouldn't think that you'd be anywhere more than lower bowl. So. Yeah. But
is it a good place to watch the game, I guess? I don't know.
Well, yeah, you're just watching it on. You're just watching it it's like watching a baseball or basketball game with other fans in those stadiums, those road stadiums. It's nothing new.
I mean, you're with fans. It'll be.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be selling some really inexpensive chicken strips and whatnot. Get yourself a $12.50.
Oh yeah, it's always inexpensive there at stadiums.
Bring your own, sneak your own food in, guys.
Sure, Del, do you have your tickets yet? Do you have your tickets? No. Del doesn't have his
He doesn't
tickets
even
yet?
want to play this game that you're playing.
Sorry, I was getting something ready for the podcast I'd have to put up. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh,
he just asked if you had tickets for the Texans
Texans.
It's a road to go to the game with other people.
No,
at a watch party.
I'm not.
Have you ever been to a watch party, Dale?
I've been to a Super Bowl party, but not a watch party.
Yeah,
which is kind of the same thing.
I've been Rockets watch. I've been to.
I don't care for that experience.
Probably Texans.
How many people did they get there for their draft? I mean, this is
hard to
much
tell.
bigger than the draft.
Right, hard to tell. Like it's hard to tell. I don't know how much. I mean, I've
It's hard
been
to tell
pretty
'cause I've
busy
never
for a
gone.
while. Yeah, I went in 2001 when we were at it was 2000 when we were at it was at the Astrodome, and they had people there. And then 2001, I did a live draft show from Dave & Buster's at the Marquee Entertainment Center. We did a draft show, and then after that, I was just part of the draft shows. But I don't know. We'll see how much they have. I could see watching it with other people. I could see them getting out there. Get out there. Have fun. Go out there with other Texans fans. Here are the storylines provided to me by the Wild Card Research, Weekend Research by NFL.com. Steelers' Monday night win streak at home gets put to the test against 9 straight win Texans. Will C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans make their 3rd straight divisional round? Does Aaron Rodgers have enough left in the tank to make one last championship run? No. The return of DK Metcalf. What impact will he have following his suspension? How far can the Texans' dominant defense carry them in the playoffs? Can Nico Collins and Texans' passing game make up for middling ground attack? Will T.J. Watt finally tackle his first career playoff win? He never had one. Will this game come down to a kick just like the Steelers' Week 18 game? So those are little ones, but then they said Steelers at home on Monday night since 92. See, I don't care about that. That's irrelevant to me. Who cares what's going on in the 90s with the Steelers? I don't see how that matters at all. Steelers have the most division titles. And I mean, that's great. Historical stuff is fine. I don't see what it matters. Last 6 playoff games, the Pittsburgh Steelers lost all of them. They're all the last 6. That's relevant. That's a Mike Tomlin team. 16, 17, 20, 21, 23, 24. Losses by 14, by 14, by 21, by 11, by 3 and by 19. They're not even close when they lose. They get their asses kicked 5 of the last 7, at least 9 or more. 4 of their last 6 have been by double digits. Mike Tomlin has gone 8 consecutive seasons without winning a playoff game. It's tied for the 3rd longest season streak without a playoff win by a head coach with one team in the Super Bowl era, behind Marvin Lewis and Jim Mora. The Texans made the playoffs by winning each of their final 9 games to go 12-5. That's the longest active win streak in the league, tied for longest win streak in Texans history. Since 1990, 12 teams have ended the season on a 9-game win streak. Only the 2003 Patriots went on to win the Super Bowl.
Long winning streaks don't lead to anything in the playoffs.
The Texans are 12-5, and all 5 losses came by 1 possession. 4 of the 5 losses were to teams that also had 12-plus wins. 4 of their 5 losses were to teams that had 12 plus wins.
They're the anti-Patriots.
How many wins? Do the Steelers have 12 wins?
They have 10.
Oh, looks like they can't beat the Texans.
So you were mentioning Mike Tomlin's recent failures. Is there anything in your notes about DeMeco Ryans and his performances in road playoff games?
So far it says nothing. It says DeMeco Ryans is fine.
Okay.
The Texans are 6-2 all-time in games in the wild card round.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, that doesn't fit your narrative, Dell.
Well,
the Texans had the best fourth quarter point difference and turnover difference in the NFL in 25. Sorry, that didn't fit your thing. This will be the first wildcard game in Texans history in which they didn't play at 3:30. I swear to God, this is actually in my notes.
Everyone's aware of that.
Is that really a thing? I thought it was just
knows.
us.
No.
I thought it was just us.
No,
Everybody
nationally, people
that.
know this too. The Texans, everyone expects the Texans to play on Saturday, the first playoff game. Everyone thinks that.
This is the first ever matchup between Texans and Steelers. One of my most heartbreaking losses was to Bubby Brister and his stupid-ass mom, who they kept showing when it was Oilers-Steelers.
Yeah.
And we were getting ready to go out and party. I had friends in New Orleans. They had come in. We were going out to the French Quarter. And the Texans, it was December 30th, I'm pretty sure, playoffs. And the frickin' Oilers lost to the Steelers when the Steelers were, like, they had Bubby Brister starting. And they kept showing his mom. And the Oilers were, had all this talent, and they lost. And it's like it ruined the whole day. We went into the French Quarter. A friend of mine got, one of my friends kicked a bottle down the French Quarter, and it broke. And then my other friend who went to school with me at Tulane, he saw it. He goes, come across the street. I watched that cop watch Mark kick that bottle, and there's about to be some problems for your friends. I'm like, oh, crap. He almost got arrested. He's just pissed off. We lost to the Steelers. That was a bad one. The quarterback head coach duos to make playoffs first 3 career seasons in NFL history. C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, Andrew Luck, Chuck Pagano, Joe Flacco, John Harbaugh, Otto Graham, and Paul Brown. Historical. C.J. and DeMeco, historical. This is
historic. What did it say about the Texans' turnovers?
In the fourth quarter, they had the best turnover differential and point differential in the fourth quarter of any team in 2025.
Oh, okay. In the fourth quarter. Okay. Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, in his playoff career, wild card, 2-0, and 0-2 in divisional round. But that's not what we're doing here. We're doing wild card.
This is the wild
His
card.
completion percentage, 2-0 with 70.4. 4 touchdowns to 1 interception, 278 yards passing per game.
What's his road playoff numbers?
It doesn't matter. It's wild card. We don't go that deep. He hasn't played in one.
He's played. He's
not in a wild card, Dell.
He's played in road playoff
Stop
games.
data dredging.
I'm data dredging?
Yeah.
All you're doing is pulling up dredged data.
I just said what he does in a wild card. This is a wild card game.
What does he do in road games?
We have no sample size.
You have evidence of what he does in road games.
We have no sample size for wild card playoff games.
You have evidence of road playoff games.
Not in the wild cards, though.
Oh, okay.
No, road playoff games don't count. It's wild card.
No, but they do count because the Texans win. They go to the divisional round. What happens if they win this road playoff game?
That's a different round.
What happens?
And there's attrition that happens with physical, with getting beat up, and we'll look at the notes next week.
John just told me that
he
road
doesn't
playoff.
Get it.
No,
he doesn't get it. He's trying to find.
You just told me road playoff games don't matter. So if they win this,
not for this team, they don't.
So if they win on Monday, does it matter?
Yes, it matters.
I thought
it's a wild card round. They always win, Dell. You don't know anything about wild
They
card.
don't always win, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, they do. The Texans always do.
Longest pass attempt streak without an interception entering a wild card game in NFL history. Aaron Rodgers in 2016 with the Packers, 245, and they won 38-13. Aaron Rodgers is second all time in 2025. This year, he hasn't thrown an interception for 232 straight passes.
Well, CJ either. Like for 14 passes, CJ hasn't thrown one.
That's not really a streak.
It's not a streak. You mean
dating kind of a streak?
Dating back to, he didn't have one against the Colts, did he? Just the Chargers.
No, they pulled him at the half. No, he didn't.
He had a couple
against the Chargers.
He had a couple against the Chargers the game before.
Most receiving yards per game in playoffs, minimum 4 games. First ever, DK Metcalf, 112.8. Fifth ever, Nico Collins, 91.8.
Nice. All right. We got a break. You got to talk San Jacinto right now.
Sanjack.edu. Sanjack. We're talking about Sanjack Community College, Junior College. I'm not sure exactly what the name. I just know this. They've got 6 campuses around the Houston area. They have remote learning if you want to learn there. It's great for people who want to go to a 4-year college, but you don't want to take on that crazy debt. So get your first couple of years done at Sanjack. Get classes you really want, transfer them to the major, the 4-year college after you're done, and you're only paying for 2 years of those exorbitant prices, and you get 2 years of much more affordable pricing. And chances are you can just continue to work as well and, pay for that. That's a great advantage that a lot of families are taking advantage of with Sanjack. They're ranked number 2 in the nation, which is awesome. But this might make even more sense to you. You may be somebody who's unhappy in your career and you want to do something different. So Sanjack has over 200 different certificate programs and degree programs so that you can get what you need within a year or 2 to start a new career, to start a new life. Be fearless. That's what Sanjack gives you an opportunity to do. For more information to start this semester, go to sanjack.edu. That's sanjac.edu and find out how you can be fearless with Sanjack.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. You got a few minutes to still get in here. We're way behind. I don't know what happens this show because we're way behind on breaks, and it just never happens. But it's happened here for some reason today.
Well,
today we're just a hair behind.
Did we miss that game?
No, really. I think people have missed. I'm looking at the portal and all the quarterbacks in there. They got Sorsby number one, who's going. He was going from Cincinnati to Texas Tech. Sam Levitt, they got number two. Sam Levitt was seen in an LSU game sitting next to Elaine Kiffin, and he's out there trying to find his place. But LSU's also in on, I forget who else. But it's interesting. Drew Mestamaker is going to Oklahoma State from North Texas, but he's following his coach. Which is a really smart move because Eric Morris is a guy who has trained some. I mean, if you're going to train, I think Eric Morris is a place to start. Cignetti did wonders for Mendoza, but Eric Morris is doing unbelievable things with his quarterbacks as well. So that's going to be a place. I think Oklahoma State, it's not going to be long. If they can get any money, that's not going to be long before Oklahoma State is going to be pretty good because they're going to have a quarterback every year. And then Josh Hoover he's transferring to Indiana. What did you think of Josh Hoover this year, guys?
I didn't see him a ton. I mean, I know there's some excitement about Josh Hoover. There had been draft-wise coming out of TCU, so I didn't really focus on TCU a whole lot. So I didn't watch him a lot, but I know he was. I think he was in the top 3 in the portal rankings for quarterbacks.
Yeah, I watched him early because
I got him at 6.
They played North Carolina early, and of course that was the Belichick debut. So I watched him there. He was fine there. He didn't play great against the Cougs. Threw 3 picks. That's the game the Cougs went back. They lost that game by 3 points. He's a prime example of some of the guys we've seen who left and when they got into a better structure and better surroundings with teammates, blossomed. I think he could be one of those guys. You put him with Dykes has had success, certainly. That offense has put up numbers, got to a title game a couple years ago now, but with Max Duggan. But you put him with Cignetti. Why wouldn't I expect him to have? He has the tools to be a good college quarterback and maybe even better than a good college quarterback as far as elevating himself on the college level at least. Put him with Cignetti. Why wouldn't Josh Hoover have a chance at New York as long as the rest of the roster is built in a way like it is this year? I just expect him to keep the train rolling. He's got that level of talent.
I think we're gonna hear next year about Josh Hoover and how good he is because he's going to be with Cignetti. I don't think there's any question. Rocco Beck is headed to Penn State.
Big deal anyway.
Kenny Minchie going to Kentucky, from Notre Dame to Kentucky.
Is Beck one of 19 Iowa State guys going to Penn State? Is that the number now that Matt Campbell's taken from Iowa State?
Is that high?
I think it's 19 guys.
and they probably still don't hate him. Yeah,
I don't know how the people were they situated. Their Ames. I don't know how the people in Ames view stuff like that. If this was SEC country, his name would be Mud.
Oh yeah.
I imagine the people in Ames appreciate it, Matt, for all you did. Take our quarterback. You want to take all our best players? I guess. Cool. We'll be okay.
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Not so much. You got to watch for this.
Is this really a good thing? Do you think that shifting a bunch of Iowa State guys is going to make Penn State better?
Well,
I don't know that's a recipe for success.
Cignetti took all those James Madison kids and
that's true,
and made the playoff.
But they were also winning at James Madison.
Well, Iowa State made another bowl game.
Who cares?
What are you talking about? Wait a minute.
Rice made one too.
No, hold on. Iowa State was above 500. What do you think Iowa State is?
Above 500 is not the standard for Penn
Iowa
State. Yeah, but Penn State's the same quarterback. You think Iowa State is the standard. Those are a bunch of 3 stars at best.
Still, Iowa State, Matt Campbell is known as a developer.
And Matt Campbell.
And he gets the most out of his players. Penn State
true.
didn't lose all their players. They still have some guys remaining.
But Pennsylvania is way more robust than Iowa.
I'm not
in terms of, now maybe you have to because you're going to lose a bunch of Penn State guys off the portal.
But in year 1 and 2, bringing in players that you had success with, that you know what the expectations are, is a good idea.
Del, Iowa State had 16 players left on their roster after portal and graduations. It was either 16 or 18. It was the lowest. I think it was the lowest. It was the highest attrition rate of any team in college football. But we're talking about
what it means to grab Iowa State players for Penn State.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's an aside. But
I think Iowa State's been a pretty good program in the Big 12.
They have. I don't. Once again, I don't want that to be my feeder school if I'm Penn State. I'm not sure that if you want to take the best,
that's
the
what
best
he's doing.
2. But you said he's taking a bunch of them.
Yeah. To implement what he believes in. And the most important thing is to grab the quarterback that you've had all that time with, that you know can run your system. Look, James Madison was winning games, but even how bad Indiana is, you're still taking, at the time, Sunbelt, wherever they are now, Sunbelt athletes and taking them to the Big Ten. It's a bigger jump than taking Big 12 athletes to the Big Ten. So I wouldn't be so quick to go, it won't work out. You add them with what you got.
I agree with Del. I mean, these guys have got – listen, you're not taking a bunch of freshmen. You're taking a bunch of guys that have played together, and, they might be able to take the next step at Penn State. And he's probably taking all the good guys.
He is taking all the good guys.
How good were they? What did they finish in the Big 12? How good are these guys?
I don't remember their record. I have to look it up.
That's what I'm saying, but you're good. Like, how good is Iowa State? How good are Iowa State players in the Big 12? It's about to make it a whole lot harder. How are they going to do against better competition?
I know. How are you going to beat up on Rutgers and Minnesota? How can they possibly beat those teams?
You think that's a standard?
And UCLA.
James Franklin was beating those teams. Well, not UCLA this year, but James Franklin was beating those teams.
How can an Iowa State player beat up on Maryland players?
Yeah, but that's not good. That's not why James Franklin got fired.
It's a start, though. We're not talking about.
Yeah, it's just one season. I get that, but I'm just saying.
You want to get off to a
good
start.
Big deal anyway. As the great Gilbert Lew once said,
who are you?
Big deal anyway.
Did Tony get it to your head? Tony, that's why you're ripping Iowa State
Iowa
like
fan?
You are? Yeah.
No, I just this portal acting like you're excited because you're bringing, and they're bringing a lot of Iowa State players too, so they got a huge advantage over the rest of the Big Ten.
I didn't say they had a huge advantage,
like
but
Iowa State.
If he's implementing a system and a program, then what he demands, why wouldn't you incorporate all the guys who know what it is?
I'm just saying it'd be a whole lot cooler if all those great players could have won a Big 12.
Well, sure.
Can't even win a Big 12
They're
anyway.
a year removed from winning 11 games. How many games did they win a couple seasons ago?
And they do.
They won the Big 12 2 years ago.
He
and
does.
This year they did. This year they were up and down, but Beck was hurt a lot.
And I do write a lot of he does develop players. I write draft prospects every year.
Wide receiver core is full of his players.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, wait a minute. One of the best teams in the NFL, Iowa State, is their feeder school. Okay,
true.
And that's the Houston Texans.
Three offensive linemen. I mean, three. That's
wide
true. 3 wide receivers. They are, and many people are saying they're wide receiver U.
Iowa State, yeah.
But now they're saying Penn State is. Because
that's right.
It used to be Iowa State was wide receiver U. Now it's Penn State.
You don't think
Iowa
State can be a feeder for Penn State? They're a feeder for the Texans.
Yeah, well, pay some respect to Iowa State.
Yeah.
All right. Last good NFL quarterback from Iowa State. Go.
Who's the first one? What do you mean last good one? Who's the first one?
I want to just get to a break and you can chat GPT it.
No, we don't have time for that. We're way behind.
You don't have any time to come up with a good Iowa State quarterback.
Because there weren't
any.
Because they don't exist.
You don't have enough.
They did have Breece Hall.
Yes,
he's a good player.
He's had good players.
He has had some good players.
Yes.
He has had some good players.
Put some respect on that man's name.
Yeah. I like Matt Campbell. I'm just not I'm not here to listen to you guys try to fluff him up.
Oh, that's what we're doing?
You're fluffing Matt Campbell.
Fluffing?
Yeah, he's no Matt. He's no Matt Rule.
Okay.
He's no Matt Rule.
All right. Speaking of which, we'll have something to say about that on the other side with news of the weird. But first, Lance has to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy and picking highs and lows. Your stats are out there for your receiving yards, your rushing yards, your interceptions, your touchdown catches, touchdown passes, sacks. Break these games down. How's that Texans game going to go against the Steelers? How is the look at the 49ers game against the Eagles. Eagles have not been moving the ball at all, but 49ers have not played very well defensively. How might that change? Do you expect to get more action out of Saquon Barkley? Are the stats too high anyway because underdogs expecting that? Like, you got to make your analysis, right? Analyze the game, look at the stats, go higher or lower. Do not be afraid to go lower on some of these stats, especially in the playoffs where the scores get a little bit tighter. Don't be afraid. Go look at the statistics. Go make your decisions. You can pick 2 players, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think all the way up to 8 players. And if you pick all of them right, your payout is going to be huge, huge. And you can even win if you don't hit them all right when you play the flex option. It gives you a chance to, it lowers your payouts, but they let you lose one of them and you still get paid off. It's Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance. You're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. That's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
All right. This is a tough one. You see, Matt Khalil is suing his model ex-wife for her invasive comments about his manhood.
I don't take no
She was on
orders
a
from no woman,
podcast.
by the way.
She was on a podcast, and she said the reason that they got divorced was because of the size of his manhood.
Who said this again?
Haley Khalil, Matt Khalil's ex-wife.
Matt Khalil,
So
the tackle?
when I first heard that, I said, "What a BR." I mean, she's talking about, and then she went on to say, "It's like 3 Coke cans."
Oh,
geez.
Oh, it's the other way.
It's the other way.
See, John, you had me in the first half.
Yeah, see, that's a bait and switch. That's something
Yeah.
Sam would have done on one of those videos. Those tricky
Not necessarily
headlines.
that topic, but yeah,
Is CJ going to cause the ruination of the Texans?
of the free world. Let
Of
alone
the free
forget
world?
about the Texans.
Like, wait, that's not what I said. Wow.
So
that
she-
was a sneaky move you just had, John.
So he wants to do what?
Well, and then she went on to she threw her arm onto the table.
Oh boy!
And she went, "This is what it's like."
And they got divorced because of that.
Yeah, they got. She said, we had to." Go
And
to
he
the counselor." She said-
wait. I'm bearing the lead. He's suing
for that compliment.
Yes, that's the point, Matt Khalil. What is wrong with
What's
you?
he suing
Here's
her
the
over?
headlines. Matt Khalil sues ex-wife Haley Khalil over viral 2 Coke cans comments.
So what is the claim?
Well, she said, no, she said 2 Coke cans and maybe a third.
I'm trying to figure
I
out
mean-
what's he suing her for.
Matt Khalil, you should be paying her for the advertisement.
Well, she did say it would leave her in tears.
Like I've seen, good Lord, sir.
She said sex with him would leave her in tears.
I mean, I don't need to know all that.
That's what she said.
I
Matt
don't even
claims
know
those
that.
remarks on the stream. Because of those remarks, he's been subjected to unwanted attention and invasive commentary from the public.
So you know who else did that? John Hamm complained that people talk too much about his hog, like an outline in his pants. Like, hey, you know, I'm an actual person too. Like, shut up, John Hamm. What are you talking about?
He did do that.
He did. He actually he gets upset about, you know, that's enough of that kind of, that's childish to be
I'm an
talking about.
actor.
Well, then why don't you, I mean, he's sitting there running around
in gray sweatpants,
commando in gray sweatpants. Like, hey, keep the eyes up here.
He claims his family members have been forced to endure the ongoing public circulation of these degrading and deeply personal
Too bad.
statements. So he's suing his
Damn.
ex-wife.
I wish Haley would go on and talk about me. Damn. And you're suing her.
I know.
You should pay her.
And she's been
Matt
able, and
Khalil.
he is saying,
yeah, everybody hates all that unwanted attention from women.
and she,
I mean, come on, Matt Khalil.
We
Pick
went
it
to
up.
therapists, doctors, not even lying. Looked up lipo type stuff. She added. That's what it's. That's why it's kind of funny. It's like my life is a comedy, and it kind of writes itself.
Matt Khalil saying his new wife has received messages that have become increasingly frequent, disturbing, and alarming in nature.
The wife.
So the new wife is
the
being
new wife's the one pushing
bombarded
this.
by.
You better sue her.
Yeah, the new wife's the one. You got to sue her.
I don't take
Okay.
no orders from no woman, by the way.
By the way. All right, we're done.
That's
Won't
the
be
only
amazing
story you
next
wanted to
right here
tell.
on ESPN.
Matt Khalil is well endowed. That's the only story you wanted to give us today.
Well, but he had a bait and switch. It was a pretty good one.
It's a good one.
It
but
was
still,
a twist. It was an M. Night Shyamalan
I
twist.
just want to point out his early stuff, the stuff that actually worked.
Yeah, that's
I just want to point out that's the one story he had to get to today.
Yeah, but that one is kind of like I get it.
He got you to say hog too.
Yeah, that's true.
I was going to.
John Hamm, stop talking about this at my size. That's
perfect.
childish. John, what are you? I don't want to hear from John Hamm or Matt Khalil. I don't want to hear from either.
No, I don't want. No, you two. Oh,
My family is
you hurt my
increasingly.
feelings.
My family is
Yeah.
increasingly taking insensitive comments. Like, oh well.
Damn.
I'll feel really bad for you, Matt.
Yeah, terrible.
I hope
Well,
you'll
how
make it
horrible
through.
Your life
Well, yeah,
is now,
because
Matt.
his model wife, she's a model too. Did you mention that part?
The new
His
wife
new
is a
wife
model?
is a
Yeah.
model. Yeah. Oh no, your model wife has to deal with that. Oh, what a tough life. You were a
With all the
first round
millions
pick with all
effort-
that money.
all that money you made in the NFL, and this.
How do you
And
survive?
this
How are
too?
you doing
Oh.
it, Matt?
Some people have crosses the bear we don't understand.
Yep, apparently. All right, we got to talk about you might have a cross to bear with your business, and that business might be not going great because you're not doing your payroll, or you're not doing your HR, or you're not doing your taxes right, or you're not doing your 401k, there's so much into this thing, man. And HRP is here for you. HRP is going to make it so that your business is running smoothly, so that you have your business has the easiest way to get payroll to your people economically. And oh, by the way, technically you're just not as good. And I know there's a lot of companies out there that do payroll. They're just not as good. They're just not. So here's the deal: if you're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people, and then you got the 401k and the insurance plans, all that stuff. HRMP doesn't sell that. HRMP just gets the best plans to your business. That's a big difference, people, a big difference when you are dealing with these other admin companies and they're selling their own insurance, they're selling their own 401k plans. That might not be best for you. HRP has what's best for you in mind. HRP.net. See, there's a difference. It's a new year. Start right. HRP.net.
So I'm not a numbers guy, at least not officially. That goes to the man who sits here in this very seat from 7 to 10. But I do pay attention to trends. And I also don't believe the exception is the rule. I paused for a second because of that horn that you just heard. Because
from the man himself.
Because the numbers guy himself.
The man you hear in the horn himself.
Chimed in.
Ty Simpson, Alabama quarterback, declaring for the draft. Quote, "How stupid," by NFL draft analyst Lance Zierlein.
Ty Simpson, a guy that some people believe was going to leave Alabama, not for the draft, but for another spot, because Kalen DeBoer certainly has his guys. We saw one of those guys in the wreckage that was the Alabama-Indiana Rose Bowl. So Ty Simpson, after 1 year of starting, is going to the NFL, who did not play well over the back half of the year. Rumors are that he was never right after a certain point because of injury. We know he left the game early, left the Rose Bowl early, partly because of
they're down
ineptitude, and also he was hurt because at least we saw one clip of him try to warm up, and he
did the Caddyshack thing.
Yeah, he didn't have any zip even on the warm-up passes, so he is now going to be a guy who goes to the NFL. We'll see. He can always say, you know what, I don't like the feedback I'm getting. I'm going to decide on going someplace else as far as a college team. That's what Cam Ward did. He initially said, I'm leaving Washington State to enter the draft. Didn't like the feedback he got. Signed with Miami, and then became the number 1 overall pick. So Ty Simpson is not a lock to go to the draft, but that's his initial decision, and we'll see how it plays out there. We'll see what unlucky team decides on Ty Simpson,
and we'll see when Lance really breaks him down.
Yeah,
if we can bump it up from how stupid.
Yeah, once he actually has to break down the film.
Don't really like this guy, but 5th round pick.
There's some players who probably are in the wrong when they take offense to what Lance writes in his write-ups of them.
Well, okay, to be fair, normally I'm not the one saying what he really said.
Look, his editor won't allow him to say how stupid the decision is for this kid to declare. Ty Simpson will have no beef from me if it's on site with Lance forever.
Oh, yeah.
After what you just relayed to the listening audience.
Yeah.
Ty Simpson, if you're out there.
On Radio Row 5 years from now.
I think, yeah.
You!
Radio Row. What if he's not even available for Radio Row because he's in the Super Bowl?
Oh.
Quarterbacking a team. Now, the most likely scenario is he's like the emergency quarterback on the Super Bowl team as opposed to actually being the guy who got him to the Super Bowl. But who knows?
Or it's in like 8 years and he washed out of the first place and now he's the quarterback of the 49ers.
So he's Sam Darnold is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, so there it is. That's breaking news if you were wondering what Ty Simpson's decision was.
Literally interrupted our show.
I mentioned him. Maybe that was like the bat signal. He decided to give us some news. If you can count that as news, considering Ty Simpson has nothing to do with the Texans or what we talk about here locally. But that happened. And we'll get into some portal stuff because we've got a lawsuit apparently on the way, at least the attempt to enforce a contract regarding a quarterback who looks to want out of Washington. We'll get to that. It's all messy, but who cares? I think it's quite a bit of fun. What I was going to get to was the numbers or the trends that suggest the Texans should not win on Monday night. Beyond the Steelers and their long Monday night game-winning streak, beyond the Texans never winning a road playoff game, historically speaking, the Dome team going to play in cold weather, 40 degrees or below, in the last decade is 1-14. 1-14. That would tell me, in all likelihood, I should be siding with the Steelers. But I'm not siding with the Steelers. The Steelers are so mid, so unimpressive, that all of these things, the 1-14 stuff, under 40 degrees for Dome teams with long winning streaks, never accomplish anything in the playoffs, like Lance did when he looked at the game notes. We're talking about the Texans' long winning streak of 9 games. By the way, the Jags have an 8-game winning streak. Those teams of that type of winning streak don't go to the Super Bowl. They don't. That's not what they do. So there is a lot of hope, and I saw
I think it was Ross Villarreal. He tweeted out that the Texans are going to be in the AFC title game. That's the kind of confidence people have because of what they believe the AFC is this year. Nothing in history suggests that should be the case. History says the Texans go into Pittsburgh on Monday night and lose 27 or it probably won't be 27 points. Lose 21-17. That's what history says should happen. They should lose a game 21-17 to the Steelers with Mike Tomlin stomping up the sideline going, let's go, and pounding his chest like he did after Tyler Luke missed that kick. I would say to Mike Tomlin, great that you won, but when the rookie kicker for the other team misses a 44-yard field goal, maybe we don't pound our chest that way. Because you
don't literally pound your chest about it.
Relax. Instead of blowing a kiss.
I like the kiss of death.
Instead of blowing the kiss, maybe prayer hands to the man above thinking, we got away with one. Maybe you should be doing that. But that's what we're in for. The bravado, the talking to Cam Hayward, telling him your time is now, it's time to get going, all that stuff that is part of Mike Tomlin's game. That's what we're in for. That's what history would say, that we're going to see a happy Mike Tomlin on Monday night. Oh, the history against the Steelers is they don't win playoff games anymore. They don't win playoff games anymore.
They've won a playoff game since Barack Obama was in office.
Yeah, so this came from Scott, I hope it's pronouncing his last name. He's an NFL writer, Scott Kasmar. The Texans have won 9 straight. The Jags have won 8 straight. Of the last 13 teams to enter the playoffs on a win streak of 8+ games or more, 0 have won Super Bowls. That doesn't mean they can't win a playoff game, but if we're talking about what the Texans can accomplish, all these things say not only won't they get to the Super Bowl, their season should end on Monday. But I don't believe it because I don't think the Steelers are capable. That's the lack of trust I have or lack of belief I have in that team. I think the Texans go on there, and it goes like any other Texans game is gone when they win. We're frustrated with the offense. The defense plays great, and they make enough plays to win the game.
There's like 4 drives that are like, 2 are a touchdown, 2 are field goals that we feel good about, and maybe a short field for another field goal. That's all you really need.
Yeah, but the question is, can Kaimi Fairbairn overcome the ghost of that building and how difficult it is to kick field goals there? We saw Tyler Luke not overcome it. Can Kaimi Fairbairn? Because how many is he going to have to make? You laid it out.
Probably like 3.
Can he go 3 for 3 in that building? In the playoffs? In cold weather? At night? These are all the ghosts that are leaning against the Texans, but the one factor I have in their favor is they're actually playing the Steelers.
It is funny that like we can lay all this out, and it's like, but who's the better team? And it's like the Texans by,
and it's not just who the better team is, because better teams have lost
to worse teams
in the playoffs before, particularly when you have the warm weather team or the dome team going into cold weather. It's just that the Steelers are so average that I don't care what all the things say should happen in the game.
Yeah, because what's their premium, their A+ calling card, hang your hat on, like thing that they do well?
You would say they got pass rushers, Watt and Highsmith.
Okay.
That's what you would say.
So you need Watt and Highsmith to dominate the game,
which ain't out of the realm of possibility.
No.
It ain't impossible for that to happen. But how much so when you have a combination that's better on the other team with the 2 pass rushers the Texans have? So Watt and Highsmith could dominate the Texans offense, but the Texans defense in totality should put the Steelers in a vice grip.
Yeah. It's also a little bit like C.J. Stroud. Oh, C.J. Stroud's going to be under pressure this game as opposed to the other 15 games that he played this year.
Yeah.
Or 14 played.
Right? And it's not like he's been great. He's been good enough. He doesn't take a lot of sacks, thankfully. There have been times when it's been very frustrating, but if you start to look at the numbers overall, which people have done as now that the year's over, you're actually surprised by what he's done against pass rushers, considering what his offensive line is and the point total the Texans have scored. It all, when we do it game to game, you think, man, they're really struggling. And then you look at it as a whole, top 15 scoring offense in football. Of course, a lot of field goals. That has led to that.
And do they count like the Tommy Togiai touchdown?
Unfortunately, that's part of the deal. They do count defensive touchdowns. That's why the number that came out, they did the research. Of course, you can look at it yourself, passing touchdowns, rushing touchdowns. The Texans, despite finishing in the top 15 of scoring offenses in all of the NFL, they're sixth worst when it comes to scoring offensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
All the worst teams of football are below them.
Because you had a kicker, make 45, 46 field goals?
Matthew Wright made some himself when he filled in for Kymie Fairbairn. I think they topped out at like 48 field goals overall, something like that. Like I said, a lot of kicks made.
And then a handful of defensive touchdowns.
Yeah, and Togiai, you mentioned they've had others.
Did
they get
was it Barnett at the end of the Jags game?
Yeah, that was a finishing touch on that game. Of course, even in the game against the Colts, it wasn't an offensive touchdown, but they were set up at the 2-yard line because of a turnover.
Yeah.
So the defense has done a lot of the work to get the Texans in a spot where they can finish top 15 in the league in points. But the numbers are the numbers, and the Steelers are the Steelers. So I don't care what the trends are. I set it up, Sean. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't.
I mean, I definitely, yesterday, I was like, and Monday, I was like, there's kind of, not no way, it still is like the NFL. But I was like, I really, cannot see how the Steelers get it done. There's now enough, what about this, what about this? Not so much the streaks and stuff, because like you said, they have the Monday night streak since 1991 or whatever. They also have won a playoff game streak since 2016, and that's a lot more Mike Tomlin era football and TJ Watt era football. And it's a lot more of who's actually going to be on the field. Cam Hayward, that is more recent history, but that's still talking about like Antonio Brown was on that team.
Yeah.
And he was on the team afterward. He was on 2 teams after that. And so it's a lot of it doesn't really matter that Le'Veon Bell couldn't beat the Patriots in 2017. That's not actually.
It won't affect what's going to happen on Monday.
Yeah. So there's some of that, and then there's some of the dome team. You mentioned, I think it's a good point. The kicking in not Heinz Field,
Acrisure, I believe.
Yeah. I do also wonder. It's is that just a Tyler Loop problem?
Possibly.
Is it just because we can also say hey, why are you kneeling to send out your rookie kicker?
Said it on Monday.
Yeah, so it's well,
what are you doing?
Are we blaming the rookie kicker and the length, or are we blaming the wind? So I think I've now been talked back into the Texans are 3-point favorites. That seems in about right. I'm not running to be how is it not the Texans by a touchdown? But I think ultimately I still favor the Texans. I still think the Texans should win this game. It's just more I can kind of squint and see old man Rodgers doesn't get, I wish this was a Chris Collinsworth game so we can actually get the full Mike, look at Aaron Rodgers, man.
Sorry, we're getting Troy Aikman after conducting general manager meetings with the Dolphins. He'll be there for the game. So
he'll be I really like how this team is built.
Is there a Steelers exec team who's not the GM he can interview? I asked a question to the guys. I ask you. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. I'll let you have the break to ponder.
Oh, thank you.
Because of how the AFC is set up and what feels like an opportunity to make a Super Bowl, despite long winning streaks not leading the teams making the Super Bowl, if the Texans lose on Monday night, I said it could possibly be the most disappointing loss in Texans history going into the game. The Chiefs playoff game that they're up 24-0, the circumstances made that very disappointing. But going into the game, you might have Kenny Stills and Deshaun, but you don't believe you're going in there and beating the Chiefs.
Disappointing playoff game?
Yes, most disappointing. Well, I say of all time. Because I put more importance on the playoffs than I would a regular season game.
Okay.
I'm not saying most.
So 2011 losing to Curtis Prainer and Dan Orlovsky in Indianapolis.
That's embarrassing.
Okay.
I don't know that it's more disappointing.
That's just the first one that popped in my mind.
No, I get it.
The best Texans team at that point of all time.
There are a lot of embarrassing losses in Texans history. I'm talking about disappointing when you think of what you could accomplish.
I'm glad I asked the follow-up because I could think of a lot of embarrassing ones.
Oh, there are plenty. I'm thinking disappointing. Think about it. We'll go to break. We'll see what your answer is because they cannot. Well, they can, of course. They should not lose this game to that mid team. Don't care what the weather is. Don't care what the stats say. This is a game you should win, and we're talking about a chance at a divisional round win as well. We'll see what Sean says about that when we come back. You can join us, 713-780-3776. We'll get into some traders type behavior when it comes to Longhorn football. We'll certainly talk some portal stuff. And the Texans have made a couple moves. One of the people who you could blame for what happened on Sunday now is no longer a Texan. We'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So Sean has gone through some games to determine how he feels or how he's going to answer the question I posed. If the Texans
mostly just to remember all the divisional round losses.
And you saw the odds for those games going in.
On NFL or on Pro Football Reference, they have the spreads pregame on there. I forgot how disrespected they were by Vegas and how right Vegas turned out to be with a lot of these games.
So you found the number.
They're 10-point underdogs in the Chiefs game that we all remember where they up
came
24.
Back.
The Chiefs covered.
Yeah. easily.
Easily.
So that's why when I say disappointed, I wanted to have the context as well. Going into that Chiefs game, you're a heavy dog, and maybe there is some belief that Deshaun and Kenny Stills and others would find a way, but the general public thought that game was going to be a blowout. Of course, the Texans got out to a big lead, could not sustain it, and they lost. So I don't put that in the disappointing category, at least going into the game. No. The result may change or skew your opinion. So now that you've seen some of the lines, some of the results, knowing what this Steelers team is, knowing how the AFC is kind of wide open, even with some of the flaws the Texans certainly have, favored in Pittsburgh, Monday Night Football. If they lose this game, do you think this is the most disappointing loss in Texans history?
I think it's close. It's either this or the Colts-Texans wild card game
when they're at home,
2018,
where they just stunk it up for 3 quarters.
Yes, they're down 21-0, and then they scored a touchdown with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter to make it 21-7.
Yeah, it was Deshaun's one of his worst performances as a Texan came in the playoffs.
Both the Colts and the Texans were, I think. Oh no, the Texans were 11-5. The Colts are 10-6. So they are of equal footing, and they just come in and lay a giant dookie on the middle of the field. And I was there. I was at that game.
So that one certainly
hits close to home. You know.
Yeah, you had to watch that disaster in person.
30 minutes, and then I was like, okay,
I'm out.
I guess I'm just at a Texans game now. I guess I don't know. Is there any restaurants or any food I really want to get while I'm here?
Yeah.
Is there?
So I think
that one, just because you were at home,
sure,
it's a little bit like you had won the division, you're at home. But this Texans team, 2025, is like actually better than that one.
They have an elite unit that a lot of people think can carry them to a place they've never been before. And you start off with a team that, if you could choose, forget about environment, forget about weather, forget about all the trends. If you could choose a team to start your playoff run against, outside of the supremely injured Chargers, who still almost beat you, if their kicker can make kicks, we talked about yesterday, this would be the team you would take, even if you have to go on the road to play them. So they got to win this one.
I think, honestly, it's probably between, as far, if you were to just get NFL fans, NFL watchers, NFL analysts to rank the AFC playoff teams, because the NFC we know who's last in that one.
Yeah.
But to rank the AFC playoff teams, the Steelers or the Chargers will probably finish last.
If you took
those are the bottom two.
If you took off that Steeler logo, took off the black and gold, and put a random uniform on them.
Yeah. If they were the Jags, then the Jags are the Steelers.
Yes. This would be a game you go in there and say you should win this one. Maybe not comfortably, but a game where you win and you move on with your playoff run. But they got to play the game, and certainly the environment may play a part. I certainly hope not. They are not built like a dome team. They don't play like one. So
besides their kicker, honestly.
So I would say, while that 1-14 in the last decade should be something to pay attention to, we would have to go, and we're not going to do it. We'll go look at the teams that lost those 14 times and see how they're built. I imagine the Texans are unique, a unique team in that group.
A lot of them are probably these Texans teams that went on to lose to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Patriots and Baltimore losses. That's
the Texans will be a part of that.
4 of them right there.
Yeah, certainly the Texans would be.
And part of, dome team going on the road in the playoffs to play somewhere where it's under 40 degrees.
That team's good.
That team's probably better because they're hosting a playoff game.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a, I don't know, noteworthy stat, but there's so much noise in there that you kind of have to look one by one to see did it matter that it was 40 degrees, or is this
that team going to lose if it was 75? Yeah. We'll see. We don't expect, or we don't assume the Texans will be affected by the cold, because they're just going to throw their in breakers, run the football, and play great defense.
They've played in cold games before, so.
Yeah, and like the Chiefs game last year, they didn't appear to be affected by the cold. They're affected by Dalton Schultz and the rest of that group, mainly the offensive line not being able to block anybody.
I'm pretty sure it's also only going to be 40 degrees.
I saw at night, we're talking in the mid-30s.
Okay.
At least today I saw that. So
it's a little, I just say that it's a little bit different than that Chiefs.
You mean Dolphins game when it was maybe unsafe?
Yes,
yeah,
where people died.
It's gonna be cold, but not. Hey, should we be playing football today? It's not gonna be that type of cold. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Like Joe and Troy are gonna be wearing, the big jackets
and gloves.
Probably not a beanie.
Yeah. At kickoff, we're talking under freezing.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, 31 degrees, something like that. We'll see if a Texans team who has not been supremely affected by the cold in regular season games, and even as I said, the Chiefs game last year has an undue response. At least when I say undue, that means they play poorly simply because it's cold.
I think this would be more disappointing than the Colts game, just because I've thought about it. It's Aaron Rodgers, but it's 40-something-year-old Aaron Rodgers as opposed to prime Andrew Luck. There's a little bit more like, oh, this is prime Andrew Luck that comes to your house, like quarterback advantage.
Are we sure? Are we sure the Texans have a quarterback advantage?
I think they do.
I think because of the opponent. Like, if we're going who they have to face, Texans versus Steelers defense, sure. I watched that Steelers defense blow coverages in that fourth quarter. And one of the guys who blew a coverage for the Texans on Sundays no longer on the team. Kayvon Wallace is now cut. They activated Darrell Taylor, who is one of their backup pass rushers, so he'll be available on Monday night. Wallace is gone. We had the conversation yesterday about DeMeco Ryans not particularly liking how his defense has played in the last 3 or 4 games of the season, giving up explosive. Well, Wallace was one of those guys on the field in that second half, and even in the first half, as the Colts were putting up some numbers. Don't expect that to be the case on Monday. You'll have Kamari Lassiter back. We assume that was just precautionary on Sunday. Your starting unit, of course, will be out there throughout. So we talk just more context placed on it. It's not great because maybe your backup like Tremont Smith has to play. And his teammates came to his defense yesterday.
Vociferously.
On Twitter, it was Bullock and who was the other one? Lassiter. They both came to Tremont Smith's defense because I think someone...
not Swearinger. Swartzer?
Something like that. Yeah. It's a guy who runs a Texan-specific account.
Yeah, I love it when like a Texans account that's generally
very
pretty
positive.
Uplifting.
Yeah, got after a player and the
one time they're like, cut this guy.
Yeah, he got caught.
Half the DBs.
Yeah, the DB room's like, excuse me. I don't think he expected that smoke. He thought he could just get out of Tremont Smith jab and think he'd be fine. No. Bullock and Lassiter were paying attention, at least someone alerted them to it.
To be fair, when you tweet something like that, you don't assume that
that's true.
The Texans DB room will get a hold of that.
He took a shot.
He should have been like Wallace. That's what he should.
And look out! Hey, why are you booing me? I'm right. What was that? What's his name? I forgot the comedian who he took a
Hannibal
shot.
Buress.
He took a shot at Bill Cosby. Me? Why are you booing me? I'm right. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh man, imagine taking a victory lap after Wallace gets cut.
Yeah, it's low hang. Yeah, you're kind of punching down when a guy barely hanging on gets cut.
This you?
Yeah. Yeah. So
screenshotting.
There it is. We appreciate the DB room backing one of their guys and Tremont Smith, whether he has to play more snaps than we would like because Kamari Lassiter is on a snap count, or he is strictly a special teamer, which we would hope for. We want to kind of segment him to special teams.
It's a good special team.
Yes. Stay right there, though. You're not going to get me on Twitter taking a shot at him, though. I'm not looking for those two guys to come at me.
That's what you have to do. You have to be like, Tremont Smith is a fantastic special teams player.
That's right.
And he's having to play defense right now.
And I'd prefer...
And that I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I mean, you don't add what you're actually thinking.
At Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, but he didn't even add anyone. They just found him. I think someone told him.
Oh, 100%. And someone's like brother or cousin or whatever was like, hey, man, you see this? This is messed up.
Hey,
this guy's going after...
We love the unity. We'll say that.
Yeah, no. It speaks to a, connected unit.
Not that connected on the deep balls on Sunday, though.
Well, yeah.
It happens.
I'm willing to chalk up Sunday's game to, like, senioritis.
True. Like, once it got to a point Although the Alec Pierce touchdown came early. But you're
Yeah.
like, the Jags are going to beat the Titans.
Riley
We
Leonard.
expect it. Well, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I
That's
mean,
right.
I just want to walk. I just want to get my diploma and walk across the stage. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Extra day to prepare. I don't know who that. I think that probably benefits the Steelers. Not so much preparing, but preparing your body for T.J. Watt and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, those guys. T.J. Watt played, got a pick on Sunday.
I'd want at least one more day if I was T.J. Watt.
Yeah,
And my
you mean
lung collapsed?
Yeah, because you
One
got to go
more
out there
day,
and play
please,
football
Roger.
as many days as possible. And they played on Sunday night, so
Instead of Saturday at 3:30, can we get Monday night?
yeah, you win your game, and now you get the extra day. And I guess the Steelers will have to wake up the ghosts because a Steelers pass because I don't think this current Steelers team is good enough to get this Texans team.
Okay, this for Joey Porter Sr. This for I was about to say Joey Porter.
Yeah, I don't know if they
have
do
a
stuff
junior.
like that. Do they? I know
They have to bring.
Are they going to welcome back some former Steelers for this game?
Yeah.
Like, there's no
Lynn Swan.
I mean, there's no real Texans Steelers history as far as big games. There's a Houston Steeler component, obviously, with the Renfro stuff. But who are they going to lean on? Lynn Swan.
I don't know if he's still alive. I realized as I was going through the 70s guys, I was like, these guys might not still be alive.
Maybe the Bus.
Yeah.
Harrison, maybe. Guys like that.
Do they have like a ringing the bell kind of thing?
That's what I was going to ask. I don't know if they do one of those things. Like they have the 12th man in Seattle
Wave
where they
the
bring back one of
towel.
their players. The Chiefs do it, hitting the drum. I don't know if the Steelers do that. But I imagine there will be some ex-Steelers at the game. Not that it's going to matter.
Yeah. Unless Mean Joe Green can suit up for him, it doesn't really matter.
He may be dead. I'm not sure. But since you keep throwing out Steelers, no, he's alive. Look at that.
There we go.
So you hit Lynn Swan and Mean Joe. Still alive.
Boom. I'm done. I'm not naming any more.
You don't want to
70s
take any more chances. You don't want to mention Jack Ham or anything, do you?
Yeah, Terry Bradshaw.
I know he's alive. I see him
on my
every
TV.
and Jack Ham alive too, so you'd have been good with that one too.
He was gonna be next.
These are the names we remember. All right, we'll go to break with that. The Texans make a move. They get a pass rusher back. They release a backup safety. We'll see how the injury report shakes out a little bit later in the week. Kamari Lassiter is the one of big concern. We know Nico Collins didn't play, but that was more precautionary along with the Kamari Lassiter. So they probably will be at full health, as full health as they can be, considering some of the guys out for the year. All right, when we come back, we'll talk about a traitor in Longhorn midst amongst the Longhorns. Now, fully fleshed out. I'm glad you guys got that traitor out for everyone to see. We'll talk about that. And we'll also talk about another ex-Longhorn receiver who suffered something unfortunate. So we'll get to that when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So there's a clip from the morning show that got people upset because it dared to suggest, at least through the headline, the conversation maybe was a little bit more, they probably dug a little bit deeper than the headline suggested about C.J. Stroud's status as a quarterback in the AFC South. Could he possibly be the fourth best quarterback in the AFC South next year? Daniel Jones, he'll be back with the Colts. He played well early before the Achilles. We'll see how he responds. Of course, Trevor Lawrence has had a great second half of the season. They win the division. And then Cam Ward, after the struggles that come with playing for a bad football team, picked it up in the second half of the season. He scored a touchdown. His last act as a Titan was scoring a rushing touchdown, at least in this season. He got hurt on that play. The Jags were down 7-0 at the time. They went on to blow out the Titans, and that's why the Texans are going on the road on Monday. So they were just having to talk. Who could be at the top of the heap when it comes to quarterbacks in AFC South? I'm going to go not with Cam Ward if the Titans hire the guy they want to interview.
I was going to say, if he's under the tutelage
of one Jason Garrett, I'm going to say Cam Ward will not be the best quarterback in the AFC South.
I am out
next season. I don't know what the Titans will wind up doing.
You can't do that. I can't.
But the fact that they're even interviewing Jason Garrett, what has he done on NBC to convince you that should be an option? You know what? The Liam Cohen thing we weren't sure about, particularly with the Duval stuff, that became a joke, and now it's not as funny anymore. It's still funny, but they're winning games, so it's less funny.
Duval. Okay. I'm glad you said it's still funny.
It's still funny. It's just not as funny because it's accompanying a team who wins the division.
If he went 4-13,
it'd be more funny to play. But Jason Garrett,
yeah.
Like, unfortunately for us, there's no funny Titans thing. We got Go Colts. We've got Duval. Yeah. The Titans haven't provided us with anything.
No.
But whoever does the announcement, like if it's Amy Adams Strunk and she goes, "I'd like to introduce Jason Garrett as the next head coach of the Titans," that will be a clip on the show.
We're really excited to announce our, the 70th coach in Tennessee Titans
whatever
history.
It is. Now, it's longer than most of our clips, but trust, if they hire him, that becomes a clip on this show. To just round it out with the division.
And the tepid applause.
I can't imagine.
Again,
what the attraction is.
Honestly, just hire Cliff Kingsbury. If you're going to do that, Cliff Kingsbury at least will get...
At least you can sell
3
offensive
good
genius.
first 8 weeks of the season.
Yeah, you'll get a half a year where Cam Ward looks great, and then it'll fall apart because that's what happens.
That should be all that you're looking.
Maybe you'll get the year. Jane Daniels got a year before this season fell apart because he got hurt. Maybe you'll get a year of Cam Ward playing well under Cliff Kingsbury. You'll get excited. It's much more than you'll get if you decide to hire Jason Garrett. Look, more power to you, Titans. I hope you do it. I love Cam, obviously, Kane, so I don't want it to happen. But as far as the Texan-centric part of it, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hire Jason Garrett.
Kane for 12 and a half games.
If Carson Beck wins a title, he'll only be a Kane for 15 or whatever, or 17, whatever it'll be.
Right above him.
Yeah.
Right above
it's not Cam Ward's fault.
No, if they had
this defense, undefeated, probably
Corey Heatherman
in the
God,
the odds-on favorite to win the title. Playing at home with Cam and this defense, forget about it. We
would have been arguing about them in Notre Dame all year.
Yes, it's very true, because that game would have been 31-4 or two safeties. They not safety. The offensive line's too good. 31-3. But please, Titans, do what you must.
Yeah.
I don't know that they'll hire Jason Garrett, but if the candidate pool is that, and he's part of it, I think the Texans will be just fine with whoever the Titans hire.
I'm not quite ready to give it to Cam. I think Cam Ward's look good in spurts. You see a flash of the throw he did against the Texans in the second game in Tennessee to get him down to then tie the game eventually. That long ball that he threw, it's all right. That's what it looks like, for the really good guys in the league. But just play to play, it's a little bit more up and down. There's a reason they went whatever.
Yeah, this is not me suggesting he will be one of the best. I just know the Jason Garrett thing ain't gonna let it happen. That's all. I mean, I don't know. Look, John Harbaugh's available, and there's a reasonable. I get it's reasonable for the Giants to be desperate to get him. Even if you go, well, didn't it work with Pete Carroll? You can always say, well, it did work with Sean Payton, the guy who had won a long time ago, but still wants to coach. It can work. There's a prime example of it not working with Pete Carroll, but Sean Payton on the other end of the spectrum. And of course, you mentioned Andy Reid, who wasn't as old as those guys when he got another opportunity, but of course, it's worked swimmingly with the Chiefs, much to the rest of the NFL world's chagrin.
But I will say Pete Carroll's like a decade older than John Harbaugh. Like he's in his 70s.
It's true.
John Harbaugh's like 62 or 3.
So we'll see if the 10 years makes a difference no matter where he goes. So the Giants are desperate to get him.
Okay,
and
cool.
Josina Anderson has a report out that's already had some pushback because the team she was reporting on has a coach. She reported that the Dolphins had reached out to Harbaugh's camp. The Dolphins were like, whoa. They had to get to one of their local reporters, the great Barry Jackson, to go, we have not done any of that because it looks bad. Although it is the way Miami football does it, because that's what the Canes did when they went and got Chris Paul
to
Manny
Stephen
Diaz.
Ross does it.
Oh, that's true. But he doesn't want to get involved in that. It didn't work out the last time because when he tried to hire the other Harbaugh.
Is John Harbaugh going to be on a boat on Stephen Ross's yacht?
That's the Brady thing. But
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to confuse.
I'm talking about when he tried to go get Jim when he still had Tony Sperano as a coach, RIP, and he had to stick with Sperano because Jim said, no, I'd rather be with the 49ers. So he's trying to avoid that scenario, although we all know it's
I will say that for any other team, for any other owner, I'd be like, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he didn't do that. Stephen Ross, come on.
But
He's literally done it. He's done it before.
Look, the thing is, he was right to do it both times.
Yeah.
The problem was he didn't get it done.
Execution.
He doesn't close. But it was a good decision to try to lock in Jim Harbaugh. He just picked a different franchise, and we'll see if the John Harbaugh thing works. Yeah, he should. If he hasn't done it, what the hell are you doing? Actually,
actually do it.
Yeah, but the Giants are hard after John Harbaugh. We'll see if it works out.
Best of luck.
Best of luck to the Giants
Oh.
and anyone else. I don't hate the Giants. I don't have any. In fact, I love them because they beat the Patriots twice in Super Bowls. So, in fact, if I'm trying to root for teams I don't care about, the Giants will be at the top of the list.
They're up there for their great work.
Yeah, Eli.
Those two.
The fact that Patriot fans can't believe that Eli Manning beat them in 2 Super Bowls is
put
one
him
of
in
the
the Hall
best.
of Fame.
Is one of the best things that's happened in the last 25 years.
He made Boston fans frown twice.
Yeah,
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
do it. And their inability to figure how that happened. Eli beat us twice. This guy,
I don't even know how that.
And Nick Foles got you too. Some dynasty they were. Nick Foles and Eli Manning got them 3 times. All right. What did I say? Oh yeah, we were going to talk about the thing going on with the Longhorns. We'll do that when we come back.
Yeah.
There's some NFL news to get to, so we got to it. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. But Sean, you would know better than me, so once again, I'm going to pose a question to you. Do you remember the last time a guy who actually made plays for Texas transferred to the rival school in Oklahoma? We'll talk about that when we come back. So I did the research. Now, websites can be wrong, but I went to 24/7 and looked at Oklahoma and their transfer portal exits and guys who've come into the program. There have been 3 instances, at least according to the site, where someone either at Oklahoma or Texas transferred to the other school. Texas has only gained 1 player from Oklahoma in the transfer portal era. It was a long snapper. Shout out to Texas for stealing that long snapper.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Do you remember Zach Edwards?
No.
As well, you shouldn't. He was a long snapper for Oklahoma, wound up committing to Texas. Don't know if he was a guy who perfectly snapped footballs. Have no idea.
I don't know if he ever snapped.
Can't speak to that. This was actually before the transfer portal era, back in 2018. But Brennan Thompson, former Longhorn, as a wide receiver, transferred to Oklahoma. Didn't go on to great success. He was fine.
He was good at Mississippi State.
Yeah, he didn't stay at Oklahoma. He wound up transferring again, which is
there's Casey Thompson, but Casey Thompson went to Nebraska in the middle.
Yes,
he went Texas, Nebraska.
So he had a little buffer, but he was old Big 12 all the way. He just wanted to be. He just wanted to relive 2006.
Casey Thompson's dad is an OU alum.
Yeah, so there's a lot of
weird that he went to Texas to start with.
There's a lot of stuff. Well, it happens. Like you back when, particularly if the team where the father played wasn't good.
Yeah.
In the state of Florida, that happens quite a bit, where they'll go to the current power in the state. Earl Little Jr., although he went to Alabama first, his dad was a safety in Miami, wound up at Florida State. Now he's back in the portal. So it happens sometimes. The other is the most recent example, Parker Livingston. Best known, at least now, beyond being a traitor, for dropping that pass in the Cheez-It Bowl.
I thought you were going to say for being Arch Manning's roommate.
No. No, now Texas people will know him beyond being the traitor that went to Oklahoma as the guy who dropped that pass in the Cheez-It Bowl. That would have been a big gainer for Texas.
It would have been huge.
Yes, in a game they went on to win anyway.
Can't believe he dropped it.
You probably can. You've seen him play. So Parker Livingston, now a Sooner, after the controversy that no one really has specifics on. I'm sure insiders can tell you if you want to do that deep dive.
Yeah.
He was there was a thought that Texas kind of stiffed him on the money that there was one thread that he was stiffed on the money he was owed. There was another one that suggested he asked for a certain amount and they said, we're not paying you that for next season.
Yeah.
Either way, he did the customary, I love my time here, but I have to do what I have to do, stuff like that. Respect my decision. And
grew up a Longhorn fan.
All the things. Grew up a Longhorn fan, but Oklahoma came calling, and he decided to go to a place.
$800,000.
He would tell you he hated up until the point that they offered him $800,000, whatever the number was.
Well, up until I think it was November-ish when he started following Jim Nagy, the GM of Oklahoma.
Interesting. See, people do the research. I didn't go that deep. I didn't know that Jim Nagy.
I mean, all of my stuff is just
all your algorithm
propaganda.
Yeah,
Texas propaganda. Where I don't really believe half of it. The Texas basically telling him to walk thing. I don't know if they told him to walk. I think it was more hey, we see you as being the third or fourth option on this team.
We can't guarantee the snaps that you probably like.
And so it's all right.
Make a move.
Yeah.
And the move was to go to OU, who we know wasn't good offensively last year. They added a receiver from UVA, and now Parker Livingston. I'm not sure. The guy from UVA, I think, was their best receiver. I'm not sure adding, let's just say, the fifth most talented receiver. I'm not saying most productive. Not most productive. Most talented. Where would you rank Parker Livingston on that Texas receiving core?
Well, they have Ryan Wingo, who's a super 5-star.
But even the guys who haven't produced,
they have two freshmen that are also 5 stars.
So is he the fourth or fifth?
Yeah,
or
something like that.
Something like that. Now,
no disrespect. It's just
what it is. I don't know that
500 yards as a freshman. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I just don't know that adding him is going to change the course of OU's offense.
I think anything would change. Just anyone adding them would be like, yeah, sure, I'll take them. Like, they're almost in no wrong answers mode when it comes to like personnel of like, yeah, let's try this guy.
You're gonna have to hope for a healthy John Mateer.
Yep.
In the second year there.
Yep.
And we'll see. Yeah,
young offensive line. So
yeah, that they did not run block at all. So that needs to improve. So Texas makes a move, and I won't say steals Parker Livingston. I don't want to get yelled at, not necessarily by you, but if you, depending on how you couch,
wouldn't be the first time Oklahoma's stolen something. Land of the native people, folks.
That is part of the history.
Texas would never do something.
Yeah, I'm sure Texas has never been involved in stealing the land from the people who currently resided on it. It's never been a thing.
That's my favorite thing.
Like, really, you guys are using that as a shot at Oklahoma? What are we talking about?
Anyone in America.
Yeah, no one in America. Look, I know taking a shot at your rival is fun.
Yeah.
But in regards to that, everyone keep quiet.
But they jumped the snap. That's the thing.
They got out early.
They're the Sooners.
Of course. So they make a move.
Yeah.
They go get Texas's fourth or fifth most talented receiver last year. We'll see where Texas is as far as their wide receiver core going into 2026. And it's very rare that it happens, of course, because you guys hate each other until someone offers you more money, I guess, or a better opportunity.
Kirk Bowles of the Houston Chronicle had it at $800,000. Parker Livingstone to Oklahoma.
You know what? Land thieving ain't so bad, right? Once they offer you $800K, $800,000, now you can pay for your own land.
I'll buy new shirts. I'll delete some photos off Facebook.
Yeah. A lot of
I've seen a lot of childhood photos of Parker Livingston the last 24 hours.
With the horns up?
Yeah.
It's easy to flip the hand. He's got the dexterity to flip that hand down. Will he be like a European soccer player? That if he scores a touchdown, he won't celebrate?
No, something tells me. I don't know if any football player would
no one does it, but if he scored,
especially college
if he scored a touchdown and just raised his hands, I'm not going to celebrate. I still love the fan base. Sorry, not going to celebrate. That would be the best.
I mean, you'd have to score a touchdown.
Yeah, he scored a touchdown for you guys. Relax.
Oh, no, that's more of an Oklahoma can't score touchdowns.
Maybe he catches a jet sweep or something in the Cotton Bowl and scores a touchdown. But there it is. Parker Livingston, after a tumultuous, you say since November, it came to my attention the moment he said he wasn't going to play there anymore. Week and a half or so.
Yeah.
He's now a
day after the Cheez-It Bowl.
Sooner.
Still had confetti on him. I don't know if they had confetti at the Cheez-It Bowl.
Maybe he got the twice baked Cheez-Its on him.
His hand was still caked in Cheez-It dust from shaking King Chedward's hand.
Whatever excuse he needs to make for not catching that football. But now he'll be not catching footballs for Oklahoma. Which,
hey, come on.
What?
I wish him the best.
Sure you do. Except for one game a year?
Yeah, except for one game a year. And maybe in the playoffs.
Good luck.
And SEC dog.
Yeah, I would buy that, except his team's results may directly affect how your season goes as far as conference standing, so you won't ever be rooting for him. Unless it's a non-con, you can root for him, I guess.
Yeah.
If you so choose.
Normally they just play Kent State 3 times.
You're in the SEC. You guys didn't do that, and you stumped for a playoff spot because you had to play Ohio State. We'll see who Oklahoma plays. They played
Michigan last year.
and won the game.
Yeah, they play them again.
They got to go to Michigan this year. Parker Livingston gets to go to the big house.
Yeah,
was he on the team last year? Yeah, so he's done that a couple times. See if he gets another win. The other news, a little less funny. Look, that's fun and games. Rivalry between teams. It's all fun and games. $800K gets it done. Understood. Not so great news for another Texas receiver who was the roommate of a prominent quarterback. Jordan Shipley suffered burns in an accident. Anytime you hear burns, it gives me the I don't like it.
Especially he had to get air evac'd to the hospital.
He's in critical but stable condition. He suffered burns in an accident on his ranch yesterday. That's what his family said. Of course, the ESPN article goes down all the things he's accomplished. And the Texas Athletic Department released a statement. He was operating a machine near his hometown, when it caught fire. So he suffered severe burns on his body. Of course, we wish the best to Jordan Shipley and his family. The burn thing.
It was It's like second or third degree burns on like 25% of his body. It's crazy.
Couldn't even imagine. So I'm sure we'll get updates on that. He was still in the hospital Tuesday night. Don't know if he has been able to get out of the hospital.
No, I saw something today that he's like his wife posted that he's like still sedated. Like they still have him under.
Yeah, so we're talking extensive burns and injuries, and hopefully no matter what the result is, his life isn't so affected by it, because that had to have been terrible. They say he was care flighted to Austin from his ranch. He was driven to a local hospital by one of the workers, and then he was care flighted to Austin. So very serious thing with Jordan Shipley, the great Texas star from what are we talking about?
06 to
06, 09. So it's been about 15 years since he stepped foot on the field. So hopefully he can recover in a way that his life isn't as greatly affected as what it might be, considering what he went through. So that happened as well, unfortunately. All right, we'll go to break with that. While Sean is a very calm college football fan when it comes to things like that,
I think it's Parker Livingston.
And because it's Parker Livingston,
I think if it was Ryan Wingo, I'd be talking different.
Well,
I'm actually more restless about
you lost Wisner as well to Florida State.
Yeah, I'm itching for hey, let's get a commit on the board, huh? Let's
bring some players in.
I mean, they got a corner from Rutgers.
Yeah, Jaden Ball initially people thought he was going to go to Texas. Turns out that's not happening.
Isaac Brown, nope.
Going
back to Illinois Louisville.
Isaac Brown just following his virtual self. That's what his virtual self did in CFP 26.
It's looking like maybe Raleek Brown from ASU.
Okay. Yeah. Less explosive, less dangerous, but you need a couple backs in there. So,
and then Cam Coleman, they're on full court press for.
I'm going to tell you.
Auburn
I'm going to predict it's going to take more than $800K to get Cam Coleman.
Yeah.
In
probably
Austin.
More
at
than
least double.
More
at
than
least double to get the Auburn receiver.
I think more than double it. I think it might be triple it.
Yeah, that guy's he's a beast.
To win the bidding war.
Yeah, considering where this is going to go.
Because he's visiting Texas, Texas A&M, Texas Tech.
All the bag schools.
Let me tell you, great strategy to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's to visit
hit those three schools who we know are willing to spend against each other to claim victory.
Yes.
To get your services.
Yes.
Tech is just like, hey, we can play this game too, everybody. And Tech is going all in.
They're
too.
dropping bags.
Yeah. Sorsby ain't the end of Texas Tech spending.
No, they got 5 different defensive players too. They're doing it.
We're not dropping off.
They're doing it.
Wait, don't worry.
Salute to them.
Tech's going to be a power. They're going to try to run the Big 12 until the Big 12, gets torn apart, and we'll see where Texas Tech lands. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk about the big news that broke last night, that while Texas fans may be not as upset about Parker Livingston, they're not Washington fans who are absolutely furious, and we may see lawsuits because of what allegedly LSU is up to. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So I wouldn't blame you if you don't know who Damon Williams is. In some ways, college football is now a real national product because everything is about making it to the playoff. But if you don't root for a team that has a real shot to do that, maybe you only care about the rivalries that are in your conference if those still remain. And so you're not paying attention to what is West Coast football, even though it is in the Big Ten, resides in the Big Ten. Damon Williams is the quarterback for Washington. He has the same agent as his head coach, which you would think would lead to some unity. And it felt like that less than a week ago where Damon Williams signed a deal to remain the Washington quarterback. I don't know what that actually means. That's just what it was said. I don't know if that means pay to play, which is actually not allowed, or was a rev share deal, or was it strictly NIL? I'm sure that'll come out at some point. And I say that because after announcing that he was going to stay the Washington quarterback, he now let it be known last night he's in the portal. And he got a good deal from Washington. You might even say great deal. The thought is, at least someone popped out, and who knows? Everyone apparently knows everything. There's an insider for every school and multiple. The reporting is, if you want to call it that the deal he's getting to leave Washington is $2 million more than the deal he got from Washington. Now, of course, because Washington has a signature, they're saying, wait a minute, we're going to contest this. We're going to enforce this contract. Now, without the specifics, I don't know what that means. Does it mean if you got some clawback type of language in the contract, you're going to force Damon Williams to pay you money for backing out of the deal? Does that mean you're going to try to force him to play? Does the team he wants to go play for have to send you cash because he decided after signing he's done? That's murky because Wisconsin tried to enforce the deal with a guy who's going to play tomorrow in the playoffs, Xavier Lucas, the corner for Miami. And they're suing Miami. But so what for Miami? One of their top corners is on the field tomorrow. So you can sue us, but I think Miami would say we won because we had a guy we needed, and now we're in the playoff, and he's going to be one of the guys playing big time snaps for a chance to go play for the national title. I don't think this plays out where Damon Williams plays for Washington unless he decides he doesn't want to fight it. Like, I'm sure he'll hire lawyers, and whatever deal is out there that is going to lead him to play someplace else, I think he's playing someplace else. I don't think he's playing for the Washington Huskies no matter what they think they have as far as recourse when it comes to the legal system. And beyond all of that, the fun part of this is the belief is that Lane Kiffin's up to his old tricks. They think this is LSU watching the portal and saying, you know what? We had Sorsby visit, but he felt, and it turns out he was, always going to go to Tech. We're not all that high on Sam Levitt, who was at an LSU basketball game with Lane Kiffin when the news broke that Damon Williams was entering the portal. The belief is that LSU decided we're going to give him the Godfather offer to come play for us. Now, Damon Williams isn't giant. He's like 5'10", 5'11". He may measure out shorter if you actually got an NFL measuring tape near him.
Are the measuring tapes in the NFL different? They seem to be different.
They tend to be different than what the college measuring tape is when it comes to.
The inches are a little bit longer.
It always feels like a quarterback is never as tall as his official player card is on the official site.
If you're listed at 5'10", though,
are they fudging that to make when you're really like 5'9", 5'8"? He doesn't
small. Look 5'8". You know, like he looks
5'9"-ish, 5'10".
Yeah, he looks.
Is he Kyler size, you think?
He looks a little bit. I mean, it's hard to gauge, and I'm gauging him playing in, I was gonna say Pac-12 football, in Washington in college versus what Kyler looks like on an NFL team.
Sure.
Staying next to like Calais Campbell. But he feels a little bit tall. He feels like 5'10". Like, he honestly just feels like he's about that height.
There's a clip of him after the Ohio State game where he's dapping up Ohio State players. Does look like a high school player. But Ohio State, of course, has great athletes. Yeah. But he'll face great athletes at LSU.
Like, dapping up, like, I don't know, Simone Biles.
No. Why she would be on the field at Ohio State Washington game, I don't know. No, it wasn't a 5'2" gymnast, and he looked the same height. I'm not going to insult him that way.
Bryce Young with Mina Kimes.
No, I'm not going to do that. It was other Division I football players. In fact, you would say, at least before last Wednesday,
best football
the
team
best Division I football players in the land, Ohio State, and he looks small.
I still think that. I still think they're the best. So what? They lost to Indiana and Miami.
Hey.
So what? They're still the best.
They're still the best. In fact, why aren't they playing tomorrow?
When I put in my AP vote for the
final
ranking.
Whoever does that at the end of the season, rank Ohio State number 1.
Whatever.
It's meaningless, but go ahead and do it. You still think they're the best.
Call back to the 80s when people would actually just do that.
And then Ohio State can claim a national title like a lot of teams would do, even though it wasn't theirs.
Yeah, I wish we could, like, relitigate former titles.
Which ones are the most insulting to you as far as teams who have?
I wish that we could go back in time and make them play in a 12-team playoff.
The ones where there was some real arguments?
Just any of them, really.
Yeah.
Just like go back to, like, I don't know.
Well, I don't even know if you need a 12-team playoff. Like, 91 split, all the split national titles should have to go back and play each other in a world where we could make that happen.
Yeah.
91.
We're not actually asking.
We're not asking. No,
55-year-old men to play football.
Yeah, we're not asking, like, was it Mark Brunell in 91 for the Huskies to play against Gino Toretta? We're not asking for that. But, 97, Charles Woodson gets to play against Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
He took your Heisman, now play for the national title, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we're not getting that, of course, because that's not reality. But DeMond Williams, people think that's an LSU player in the future. And, Trinidad Chambliss isn't 5'10", but he's not a giant guy. So I get what you would do. Get the mobile quarterback who can play in the spread, will fit Lane Kiffin's system, and get LSU rolling quickly as another team spending a lot of money. If the alleged giant offer for DeMond Williams isn't a clue, LSU spending $2. They want to start fast. A lot of people see the Cignetti model and think you can get good really quickly, no matter how bad or how underwhelming your team was the year before you hired a new coach.
Especially if you're LSU and you're looking at the Indiana model, you're like, Indiana stunk for
their entire existence, pretty much.
100 years, except for maybe 3. And we're LSU. Like, we can flip this pretty quickly. Like, if we're keeping some of our guys, we can flip this pretty quickly. I'm most interested in the Sam Leavitt part of this. I kind of wish that we didn't know what team wooed DeMond Williams, just because I think it'd be funny if it was a mystery. My first guess was when Pete Thamel noted the Big Ten has contested stuff like this
before.
It
was Miami again?
I was like, it's got to be. And Miami, when Miami gets people in the transfer portal, it just pisses people off more.
It really
I don't know
does.
what it
Now, he did mention them in the article that Miami had some interest in DeMond Williams, so maybe don't rule it out.
Okay.
But people believe it's LSU.
Yeah. If I'm Sam Leavitt, though, and I'm at an LSU game sitting next to Lane Kiffin.
Now he's visiting Tennessee. He's touring the South.
Yeah, hey, good for him. But I would definitely be like, come on, dude. A 5'10" guy? A maybe 5'10" guy?
Who has not played well against the best teams he's faced. Now, you could put that on his own team surrounding him, but you look at some of DeMond Williams' numbers against the best teams that Washington faced, not good. Now, LSU has paid up in the portal for Eugene Wilson III, the former Florida receiver. They brought in Trey Brown III, another receiver from ODU, and then they also got Jace Brown from Kansas State. So Lane and the LSU boosters are paying up for receivers. Now they need a quarterback to go with them. And the thought is they locked in DeMond Williams. They also got another receiver from Hawaii. So they've brought in 4 receivers already in the transfer portal. And now they're looking for the quarterback to complement them.
Yeah. I wonder if they told all 4 of them that, hey, you can be our first, maybe second option. Tell that to 4 different guys.
I don't think it matters
They're telling the Hawaii guy.
As long as the check's clear. I don't know that it matters what lie or alleged lies they told. Just make sure the money comes in.
Sitting there at the basketball game next to 6'2". I looked it up. 6'2" Sam Leavitt. If I'm Sam Leavitt, I'm like, what the hell? I'm eye to eye with you, Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, thinking about it, Sam Levitt, there are some questions about him that aren't confirmed about his non-football playing stuff. If you're Sam Levitt, you're like, I was 4th and 13 away from going to the semifinal. You're taking the 5'10" guy over me?
What are we doing?
What? And you're giving him a giant deal to get out of the deal he already signed. I'm
literally sitting next to you at a basketball.
Yeah, Arizona State. I don't have a deal with Arizona State. There are no buyouts or anything. You could get me today.
I may have gotten kicked off the team. Maybe. Allegedly, maybe.
But
it appears I am no longer attached to the Arizona State program in any way, shape, or form. Come on. What the hell?
It's a dirty business on all sides.
And you know what? For any other coach, you'd be like, come on, it's not worth the trouble. Think about it, all the bleep storm that you're going to kick up by doing this. And Lane Kiffin's like, yeah, that's what makes it even better.
You know what's fun?
I'm going to piss off people while I do it.
Yeah. Washington's going to get mad at me.
Yeah. Jed Fish.
When will I have to deal with him? Speaking of Jed Fish, the story came out. He was trying to pull his former kicker at Arizona. Like, he was trying to get him over to Washington. And apparently, when he made the call, the kicker put him on speakerphone in the Arizona football offices as Jed Fish was trying to convince him to first get into the portal and then come to Washington. So, he was tampering, which he wasn't supposed to do. And the kicker was like, you know what? Let me let the current Arizona staff listen to Jed try to get me into the portal. So, as I said, it's a dirty business. Don't feel bad for Jed Fish. Don't feel bad for any coach. They're all doing something like this when they're trying to build a roster out for the next season. Is what it is. And you know what? For when you're a fan of one of the teams, you're like, good, tamper.
Yeah.
Just go get the guy.
God, I don't care at all.
At all. Whatever it takes.
I was like, if Texas doesn't get Cam Coleman, like, we better do this with someone else.
Someone else. You better
receiver for Washington.
Drag that guy into the portal somehow, some way. But if you know what, I don't care if it's messy. I'd appreciate it if you didn't make it messy. But if you got to do it, do it.
Who cares?
Exactly. There's no governing body that's going to do anything to you.
Whatever happened to Xavier Lucas? Oh, he's playing for the chance to go to the national title game.
Yeah, for his hometown team.
Cool.
Wisconsin's upset.
Some credits didn't transfer.
Whatever.
I don't know if they can do that.
No, it was by the way, the kicker in question was Tyler Loop. All comes together.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. That's crazy. Scumbag move by Tyler Loop.
For what? Putting him on speaker?
And also scumbag move by Jed Fish trying to tamper with them. Honestly, that's the thing with the transfer portal. I think that's honestly what people don't like, is that just everyone's kind of a scumbag. Everyone's like looking out for number one, and no one likes it.
Yeah, we will forget about it Thursday and Friday once the games are going on.
Yeah.
But the Heisman Trophy winner, do I believe that Cignetti just waited for Fernando Mendoza to get into the portal before he talked to him about coming to Indiana from Cal?
Yeah. Now that you're open to exploring another opportunity.
Do I think that's the way it went down? Do I think Josh Hoover had not talked to Cignetti in Indiana before that happened? I'm sure there are instances where the big schools do it the right way. Not with quarterbacks, I don't think.
Yeah. And honestly, most of that, I bet, is someone else. So I'll just keep using Jed Fish because we've drug his name through the mud.
I didn't do it. The facts do it.
Oh, I know. But
the alleged facts, I guess I'll say.
But Jed Fish tampers with the player to get him into the portal, and then another team, Team B, sees that he's in the portal. They're like, oh, hey, we can outbid Jed Fish.
Sure,
we're LSU.
We can come over the top.
I'll only use teams that are already in.
Sure,
we can outbid them, and so maybe that's how that happens sometimes. But I think for the most part, it's you go into the portal, negotiate. At least negotiations have already started.
And this will continue because the alleged adults in the room can't control themselves.
Allegedly can't control themselves. No, wait. Actually, they can't control.
They can't control themselves.
I just want to say allegedly, just to cover our bases. I don't want Lane Kiffin.
All you have to do is say allegedly when we mention a name.
Okay.
But if I just say the coaches, you don't have to say allegedly.
Okay. I just don't want to get on Lane Kiffin's bad side.
You never know. He may come after someone at Texas just because of what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Ryan Wingo, He loves a receiver. He's already got 4.
I was going to say they still need a quarterback.
Well, Arch is a Louisiana guy.
He is a Louisiana
so
guy.
watch it.
Grew up only probably like 4 hours away from
if the Damon Williams thing doesn't work out, just watch yourself. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got 2 more segments to go. We welcome you into this haven of nonsense, 713-780-3776. We'll get into the coaching carousel going on in the NFL. Beyond John Harbaugh, other guys are up for jobs. Some guys are not up for them. They're not candidates. We'll get into that when we come back. Also, we'll talk some Cougs basketball. They had a big win last night in the city. They took out Tech. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
So we know after the news yesterday that John Harbaugh is the biggest name out there. The Giants really want him. There is a report of one team who currently has a head coach calling to see if he would be interested. Josina Anderson would tell you it's the Dolphins. Locally in Miami, one of the reporters says not the Dolphins. So we'll see what comes of that. Another guy we mentioned earlier was Jason Garrett. The Titans are the only team so far to ask to talk to Jason Garrett. You know, while we would love for the Titans to hire Jason Garrett, do you think they take a hint and go, wait a minute, we're the only ones? Like if it's like a new guy, not a new guy, but a guy who's never had a head coaching job before, and you think you're out in front of things. Look, you know what? So what if no one else thinks he's a guy?
We found him.
We found him.
Yeah.
Jason Garrett's been in our consciousness for a long time, and if no one else asks, maybe take the hint. But if you don't want to, go ahead. Another guy with at least a connection to Texas. He did coach for the Texans. Vance Joseph, a long time ago, he was the DB coach during that 11 to 13 era when they were pretty good defensively, and of course they were making the playoffs. He is a guy. Just the name just came up. The team just came up. But Vance Joseph, the current Denver defensive coordinator, is expected to talk to the Raiders, the Cardinals, and the Giants. So helps when you put together the defense that he's put together.
Yeah.
And so didn't he coach? He was the head coach of the Broncos.
I was going to say that's what I always think is that he's the DC of the Broncos right now. And like 5-ish years ago, he was the head coach of the the Broncos.
He won 11-21 in his 2 years with the Broncos and 17-18. They thought
a little bit longer than 5 years.
They were like, hey, you know what? We don't want you as our head coach, but if Sean Payton wants you to coach the defense, that's fine with us.
It makes it a little bit better that it's longer. It's 7 years ago. The Waltons didn't own the team back then, and I'm sure their GM's different.
And their hand-picked superstar coach said, "This is the guy I want." You're going.
It's a little bit different than Brent Pry getting fired as the head coach of Virginia Tech, and then working with his old boss again, James Franklin, as defensive coordinator at Virginia Tech.
He generally
literally probably didn't sell his house yet.
Yeah, if you're a fan base, okay, he's doing something.
I would hate it so much.
He's doing something that he's likely going to be much better at than what he was doing as a head coach. Now he's a DC, but you kind of just want everything wiped clean. Maybe keep a recruiting, running back coach or something that gets guys, but you don't want the ex-head coach to still be around the program. But you got to deal with it.
I get. I mean, it's because they've worked together before, so it's not out of nowhere.
Yeah, there's a connection. But if you're the Virginia Tech fan base, you think you can get a clean slate.
I would just every shot of them during a game, I'd just be like, ugh.
I remember this, and this.
If Steve Sarkisian came in and he was just like, guess what? Offensive coordinator, Tom Herman. Get ready for this. I'd be like, nope.
Don't want to.
Nope.
Don't want to.
Tom Herman coming in. DC, got to go with Charlie Strong. Nope. No thanks.
So we're at the very beginning of this process. Are we like, you think, a week away from anyone actually being hired?
Yeah, I feel like this is just anecdotal, and obviously every search is different. But I feel like we normally don't get a head coaching, vacancy filled until after the wild card round. That's just generally, I feel like how it goes, where it goes on till, wild card, divisional. I mean, shoot, sometimes the teams are waiting to interview guys until the NFC championship game. So we'll definitely see. I think it makes it easier that, John Harbaugh going to get another job more than likely, or at least has interest from teams already, and he's not encumbered by a playoff run. So that always makes things go.
So the John Harbaugh thing is he is going to be pointed at as the clear front runner for any job that he's considering.
Yeah. Is that
we have to go through the charade of, this team wants Harbaugh, but they got to interview minority candidates. That'll slow down the process for Harbaugh, right?
That is true.
They will no matter if the Giants have locked in on Harbaugh, they have to first convince someone who probably already knows that they want to hire Harbaugh and will if he says yes.
Hey, Raheem Morris, what would you think? Would you like to come by?
It's like, actually, no. I just got fired.
I know.
I don't want to be. I don't want to play your game. So we will see where Harbaugh goes, but the Giants are desperate for him, and you understand they need something to bring some semblance of stability to. They've been in the wilderness for years now. The one day ball year, but they've been in the wilderness for a good long while
since the boat picture with Odell Beckham
and Sterling Shepard. Was Sterling Shepard on that team?
Yeah, I forgot who it was.
However long ago it was. All right. What happened in this city last night? The Cougs we've been talking about Tech in the football realm, but they spin in basketball too, and they got a good program. They've had it for a while. the Cougs win thanks to Kingston Flemings. He is one of those guys that the Cougs will continue to get now that they're recruiting at the level that they are now, where the one-and-done stuff is real. I just looked at a quick look at a mock draft. They have him as a top 5 pick. I mean, Jarris Walker was a top 10 pick, not exactly exceeding or succeeding the NBA right now, but that doesn't mean that's gonna work that way for Kingston Flemings, and he is a kind of a different guy here than we've ever seen at guard for the Cougs under Kevin Sumlin. Sure, LJ Cryer would knock down shots. You've had other guys. Hell, the Longhorns are still dealing with Tremont Mark. Did you see?
They're not happy with them.
Yeah.
They're not. Happy
Did you see the reaction from Miller?
Yeah.
In that clip,
dude, this Texas Longhorn. This might be the last time. Or other than Sean Miller freaking out, we're probably not going to talk a lot of Texas basketball this season. I probably won't be watching a lot of it. I did see the reaction of Tremont Mark. So it was one of those situations where there's 2 timeouts back to back, which shouldn't really matter, but kind of matters in this. Where there's 2 timeouts, first possession, Tremont Mark just dribbles into nowhere, double team, loses the ball, and Sean Miller just like in the background of the baseline cam, you can just see him like visibly freaking out, like not just like yelling at him, but like moving his body, like contorting his body, like what the hell is this? And then he's had a bunch of press conferences where he is letting loose on these guys.
Yes, so they lose in Knoxville by 14, 85-71, and the clip that anybody who's on the internet who cares about Texas basketball will note is Sean Miller losing it.
Tremont Mark is 1 month younger than Anthony Edwards.
He's been around college basketball a long time.
I saw people being like, "This is a 24-year-old man making this decision." That's how mad they are that they're calling him a grown man.
He has played college basketball. This will be his 6th season playing college basketball. And, credit to him for continuing, particularly in this era, to collect checks.
And he hasn't been bad.
No, but that
he was the leading scorer last night.
And he's not had a bad year as far as overall. I mean, he doesn't shoot the ball well from 3, but he's nearly 50% from the floor. It's just in that moment, you're a grown man. You're supposed to be the guy who people look to understand these situations and
that's the problem.
Understand the coach's vision and just, what a good basketball decision is.
Yeah.
Didn't do it at least last night. And, the Longhorns are 9-6. There won't be a lot of reasons to talk about them.
No, we're good.
But that moment
Maybe we can play some press conference audio.
If Sean Miller, if this season drives him nuts, sure, we might get to that.
Every once in a while, like, he had one, it was after the Mississippi State game, so it was this weekend, where he was like, at one point, he was like, if you have a child and you tell a child not to run into the middle of traffic, and he does anyway, it's your fault as a parent. But as a parent, I told him not to run into the middle of traffic. How many times do I have to tell you not to run into traffic before it becomes the child's fault? That was him talking about his basketball team.
Is that better or worse than what Joe Judge said yesterday? Where he was asked, Joe Judge is an assistant for the Ole Miss team, football team, and he was asked about the nature of what's going on with them because of the coaches either being with them or not being with them, questions of some of the guys not named Charlie Weiss. Are they actually going to be there tomorrow to help them try to win a game in the national semifinal? He was asked about it. He goes, my neighbor was Aaron Hernandez, and this is still more chaotic than that. That is what he's dealing with. We will see if Trinidad Chambliss is such a Superman. It doesn't matter. But you would have to guess that some of this is going to affect how they play. But who knows?
So I saw a good point that their first game, you have a little bit more time to lead up.
And you had played this team before?
Tulane, they played them before. Also, last round, still get, more than a week, but not an excessive amount. It's like 10, 11 days. And then you play Georgia, another team they already played this year. This is the first time it's going to be a tighter turnaround, and it's a team you haven't played so far.
Yeah.
So I do think that does kind of swing things a little bit.
In fact, Corey Heatherman, I promise we'll get back to the Cougs. Corey Heatherman, the DC for the Canes, was asked about it. He was like, they've done some different things, and we don't really know if that's because they had already put together game plans and they could adjust to what happened in their previous games against Tulane or Ole Miss, or is it simply because Lane Kiffin isn't there, so they're trying new things, And he said, what will they do when they have to game plan for a team they've never played before?
Yeah.
So even the Miami DC is acknowledging there's some variables that you're not quite sure about, and we'll see what happens tomorrow with that game. Okay, Cougs get a big win. Kingston Fleming was big down the stretch. He hit one of those threes where if it goes in, which it did, great. If it doesn't go in, we're having a different conversation about your freshman taking a shot he shouldn't take. It was just a walk down, line the defender up, and knock down a three in his face. It was a big shot, helped the Cougs overcome Tech in their win. And the other news from that game was, if you care about betting, there's a late Tech three at the buzzer that swung the line one way, depending on how you felt about it. But yeah, the Cougs 14-1. They started, despite what our promo said, as the number 2 team in the country. I know they're called the preseason number 1, but the official ranking for them was the number 2 team in the country, and they're 7th despite only losing the one game, mostly to do with how other teams are doing against maybe tougher competition. They had the close win at Auburn, had the close loss to Tennessee. I think the Auburn game was at a neutral site, kind of. It was still in the state of Alabama, I think. But they had the close loss to Tennessee, and that's a team even under with Kelvin Sampson's words that they're still finding their way. And if you watch them play, the defense isn't where we have seen it, but they are supremely talented. And I saw someone tweet out something that I thought was dead on, that this is what they are as their freshmen continue to learn the game. What are they going to be when their supremely talented freshmen have 30 games under their belt and they're trying to win a title? It may be that experience will be the most important factor during tournament time, or it could be Kelvin Sampson's most talented team behind Kingston Flemings will finally get over the hump. I love guard play. Everyone knows how big guard play is in the tournament. This is, well, as they had Cryer, they have Uzan currently. Of course, Emmanuel Sharp is, when he's on, can be their 3-point specialist. I don't think he's had a more talented guard. Even removing the draft status, which of course would project, yes, most talented guard he's had. His size, because LJ Cryer was small. But Kingston Fleming's size at the guard spot, at the point guard spot, his willingness to take and make big shots, and his command. This is a guy who could lead you to a title as a freshman. And they have enough around him where it won't all be on his shoulders, but in the moments where we've seen the Cougs team at points not have answers offensively, and they'll go through stretches where they can't score, this is a real difference maker. And he was that way last night. He scored 9 points in the final 2 minutes to put that game away. Nice to have a guy like that, even if he is, 19 years old, if that. So we only have him for the year.
Yeah.
But that's big-time college basketball at this point.
No, and like, there's always going to be growing pains, especially with the freshman guard. This has kind of worked out as well as it can.
Yeah.
Like, and that gives me hope for what he looks like in March. Is like,
playing heavy minutes too, man. When they played 35 last night, the game before, when they had to go back and forth with Cincinnati, 38 of a total of a possible 40, 38 the game before, 36. So he's a heavy minute guy. You can depend on him, and he was very big last night in their win. We got one more segment to go. We'll wrap it up. Then we'll say hello to Rich Eisen. Sean and I, one more segment. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
The Rockets have the first of two against the Trailblazers in the next couple of days. They're there tonight. Sean, you talked about recording Rocket Power yesterday. What was the topic of conversation?
A little bit of just catching up. It was our first one since before Christmas, so it was a lot of just, state of the Rockets over the break, or as we got into there, not really their break, more our break. The Alperen Şengün injury, obviously, just what that means. Like you said, they're playing the Blazers twice, and then they get the Kings. Got to get a win against the Kings. Can't lose two against the Kings, and then they host the Bulls. It's a manageable stretch if you're going to be out your star big man for. The reporting was up to 2 weeks, so
yeah,
who knows?
14
who
days
knows?
Or so.
I'm assuming he's out for the next 4 games, but we'll see.
Yeah, the Blazers have played well as of late, but you're your Rockets team with all the things you think you can accomplish. You should beat them. They haven't been great on the road, only 11-9, but the Blazers, because they're not a great basketball team, is 8-9 at home.
To me, it's more like without Şengün, it's like every game is kind of losable.
Yeah, there's less margin for error.
Yeah,
you have
just no
Şengün,
safety
and who knows if it's a night where Steven Adams can go. There's a lot of things come up when you have Şengün out, and he'll as of 2 days ago, Ime Udoka said he'll likely miss the next 2 weeks. So, considering these games are maybe every other day going forward, at least for a good stretch, you might be talking about
probably like 10,
6-7 games, depending on how well he comes out of this 2-week absence. Maybe it takes longer. Hopefully not.
And there'll be some back-to-backs too.
Yeah,
so
but
we'll see if he goes on back-to-backs when he comes back.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
I'm on his page on ESPN.com, and the videos playing of him. It was a bad one. Thankfully, he didn't land on anyone's foot. But besides not landing on someone's foot, I don't know how much worse the bin could have been.
Yeah, no, it was full ball of the ankle on like it was.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
You may even consider yourself fortunate it's only 2 weeks, because
that's what I thought.
Sometimes you got real damage, and we're talking about months out.
I thought it was going to be like a Jokic thing. Like I thought it was just going to be like, oh, both these guys are out for at least a month.
This isn't me coming after his ability to jump, but if he was a guy who get up in the air and coming down that way,
40 inches from the ground.
Yeah, we're talking about major damage. Thankfully, he's closer to the ground, at least at that point, than some others would be. So he'll be back at some point. As Sean said, the schedule is manageable. I know you can hear Rocket Power here, but when can they hear it?
I believe it's tonight at 7 or 8.
So he does that show with Joe George. If you want to hear more Rockets talk,
honestly, I don't really think about when.
You don't think about how it's programmed. You just know that you're part of the show.
I know it's tonight.
You can also hear it in podcast form, right?
Yeah, it's on YouTube on podcast. It'll air before the Blazers game. That's always what I'm thinking about. I'm like, do I have to pretend like I've also seen the Blazers game, or what can we do here?
Okay, so tonight, at some point tonight, Rocket Power.
Yeah,
with with Sean and Joe.
For some reason, I can't load up the grid. I don't know. 7 or 8.
While you're
Central or Eastern.
While you're sending us to Rich Eisen, I'll look up the grid to let people know if they want to hear more Rocket talk from Sean and Joe. They can find it. And I say that, but maybe, there it is. It's loading. So we're done for the day. We got Rockets tonight. Texans should be back at practice tomorrow. The main issue would be the health of Kamari Lassiter, but everyone expects him to play. And much like you, this grid's not loading. So I can't tell you when
It's got to be a Google Doc.
Yeah, so Google having an issue, which means just listen to the whole station the rest of the day. You'll find out when Rocket Power comes on. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
I do not. Never have, never will. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. In today's trend watching, markets may be a little defensive this morning after the White House yesterday failed to rule out the use of military force to take over Greenland, although the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is telling lawmakers that that is a pressure tactic as the U.S. wants to buy Greenland from Denmark. All of this comes as the U.S. now faces some increasing turmoil in Venezuela, according to published reports this morning, with armed gangs in the street repressing local citizens. Meanwhile, we also have concerns about Colombia, Cuba, and other hotspots around the globe, with no let-up, by the way, between the war in Russia and Ukraine. So all of that still creating a geopolitical mess that the markets have shrugged off largely, as, of course, the Dow and S&P went to new all-time highs yesterday. This morning, a little more caution, but we're also waiting on key economic numbers that could influence the direction of financial markets and the next move by the Fed. But geopolitics certainly something to watch as we move through the next day, week, and several months.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day, where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill. Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. The one and only Rich Eisen.
John Harbaugh here on the Rich Eisen Show.
I think everybody's coaching for their job. Everybody's playing for their job. That's the nature of the National Football League.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, ESPN college football analyst Jesse Palmer, actor Sean William Scott, and now, Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show live on Disney+, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, and Sirius XM, literally, we're everywhere. So there's no excuse. And we've got a great show for you in store. Mike Tomlin's about to zoom in. We expect him to say hello in about 3 minutes. We're going to start the show with him. This is when he said he was available. So the answer is, of course, stay by the phone. We may need you. That's basically, one of our favorite drops here on the Rich Eisen program.
Phone, man. I may need you.
And so we're here waiting for his Zoom. And Kurt Warner, usually this is his time right in the first hour of a Wednesday program. We asked him to push back for a few minutes. So he's going to join us in the back end of the first hour. Jesse Palmer and all of his wonderful hair talking about the college football playoff semifinal and the rest of the world of the portal and the NIL that's so crazy to keep up with. It's a year-to-year re-recruitment of your team as well as recruiting other players from other programs. It's college football free agency that's happening right now in the middle of a national semifinal that kicks off tomorrow night between Ole Miss and Miami, and then it's Indiana and Oregon. And then we find out, in terms of Indiana, how are they killing it in the portal? How do they afford all these players to say, yeah, I'm going to Indiana? And then we find out from Front Office Sports earlier today, it's Mark Cuban helping out. Duh. Yeah. How do we not see that one coming? So that's all in hour number 2. I also have my final power rankings of the National Football League regular season, getting ready for the wild card. That's on this program. Sean William Scott stops in. You may know him as Stifler from back in the day, if you recall. And now he returns tonight, today's program, as he did for last year, Shifting Gears, a new episode at 8 p.m. on ABC. We're just one big happy Disney family here on this show. And, of course, normally I would be deep into this right now, but Mike Tomlin's going to join us in a second. On Sunday Night Football, the Steelers advance, as we all know, and the Ravens do not. And the Ravens go through their end-of-season conversations, and the conversation between Steve Bisciotti and John Harbaugh, after almost 2 decades of being together, winds up with the Ravens parting ways with the head coach, with Steve Bisciotti and John Harbaugh deciding it's over after 18 tremendous years, as they say on their Twitter site. And so that's to be discussed. And Mike Tomlin and the Steelers move on, and the Ravens move on to someone else. And that's seismic, to say the least. So there's you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I'll give my full opinion on the parting of ways between the Ravens and John Harbaugh. The coaching carousel spinning off its axis with that piece of news. And we'll keep an eye on whether your team that decided to keep its head coach is now actually deciding to bounce their head coach because John Harbaugh is now available.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we're done.
So stupid for me to say such a thing yesterday, saying, I kind of feel like this thing's over, that the coaches that have been fired are the only ones that are going to be fired.
I get it.
And as I said, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman. How are you?
Good morning, my friend.
Jason Feller, good to see you where you are. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson, where you are. And again, the wild card weekend is all set. And it ends on Monday Night Football with the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Houston Texans. And it starts with the Rams taking on the Panthers for a second time. And then it goes to the Packers and the Bears after that. The Sunday game is the Bills and the Jaguars. The middle game between the Niners and the Eagles is just going to be off the hook on Fox. And then you've got the Chargers and the New England Patriots on Sunday Night Football before the standalone game between the Texans and the Steelers.
Let's go.
I mean, this is every single team that you see on the screen there. every single team that you see on the screen there can win their game on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday night. It really is just that simple. This is one of the most wide open playoff fields that I can remember, and anybody can go on a run and win it all. It really is that simple. And as I mentioned, I cannot recall the last time that something like that had happened. And this is my 23rd year with NFL Network, 24th postseason going through all that. Anybody can win, and it's really anybody's Super Bowl to be had. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I see our next guest checking in right now from Pittsburgh, PA. And I could not be more thrilled to have him join. I'm honored, to be honest with you, that at this juncture of his season, he says yes to appearing on this program. Plus, it's not only been such a long time since I talked to him, I was excited to tell him some story I've never told him about my own aunt and uncle. And he's joining us right here on the Rich Eisen Show, Mike Tomlin. Good to see you, Coach. How are you? How are you?
Always an honor to be on with you, Rich. Thank you for having me.
Hey, man, I really do appreciate that. And so let me just jump into what is going through your mind as you're getting ready for this Houston Texans team, your 12th postseason as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's going on in your head right now?
You know, it's at the strategy stage of the week for me. And so I'm just really working hard to put our guys in position to be successful. You know, we hadn't had a lot of cross video with these guys. And so I'm a little bit less familiar with these guys specifically than I am a lot of people that you play this late in the year. It's just one of those years where they haven't been in a lot of our cross video, but I'm sure they have the same perspective. And so it's equal footing from that perspective.
So you're, staying up late watching film? That's where you are, pretty much? Who's sitting?
Yeah, I've been up a long time today. This is probably the first time I've ever talked to anyone. You know? I've been in dark rooms.
Do you need a minute? I mean, I could give you. So you sit by yourself and watch the film? That's your prep to start a week?
I do. I like to work independently before I work as a collective. I don't like anyone else shaping my opinion or my perception.
All right. So then who are you willing to share with me that jumped off the screen in a Texans uniform? Who made you write the most notes in your notebook, Coach?
I tell you, that edge rush tandem and that cornerback tandem are both special. You see why they're number one in the league in defense. When you got guys that can rush the passer like those two, Hunter's got 15, Will Anderson's got 12. Collectively, they got 27. Then you got two corners, man, that are very aggressive, play close bump and run coverage. I think both got 4 more interceptions. And Stingley and Lassiter, there's no secret why they're kicking a lot of butt. If you're rushing and covering, you're going to play good defense.
And so you at least have a guy on your own side. You got some guys on your own side who can obviously rush the passer and take the ball away. But also when facing two guys who are coming at you, as you mentioned, in Hunter, who, as you know, has a chip on his shoulder. I don't know if you're aware, he didn't get a Pro Bowl nod. And then you've got Stingley, Lassiter, who I believe you're referring to, on Houston on the back end. You got a neck-up guy, and you got a guy who's been through now his 12th postseason in Aaron Rodgers as well. When do you sit down with him and go and pick his brain about game planning and things like that?
We'll get an exclusive hour tomorrow morning. We start every week with the quarterbacks and myself and at 7 a.m., and we'll lay a good foundation for the week, talk about personnel of Houston, Texas. We'll also talk about schematic strategy, what they do in large volume, et cetera. And it's an opportunity for us to exchange perspectives. Aaron spends a lot of time watching tape on his off days, and by the time we get to that point, he certainly has an opinion, and I'm always interested in hearing it.
I'm sure. You know, exactly. And so this workflow, you and he, when did you create it? When did this start with you and Aaron Rodgers? This
specifically, we've been doing it all year. You know, we got unique positions, he and I, head coach and quarterback. It's important that we, have an understanding, that we spend quality time together, that we communicate about, a wide variety of topics, but especially things that are relevant to the here and now. And so we start every Wednesday and every Thursday morning before team meetings with some exclusive time. in the effort to make sure that we're getting the train out of the station on the same page. And so it's been really good time for us. You don't wait till you need it until you do it. You do it on a regularly scheduled basis. It's just good. It's just good football discussion. It aids in the growth and development of a young guy like Will Howard, who sits in on those things, but we don't allow him to say anything. But we do let him sit in.
Well, yeah.
And this week we're playing on Monday night, so we just moved it back 24 hours. We'll meet tomorrow morning and Friday morning to kind of get things started.
Well, what's it like for you to be in your position, headset on, game like Sunday night, and somebody like Rodgers at the controls, where there's really it'll take something to fool him, and it'll take something to I guess a helmet not working would throw him off or throw anybody off. But what's it like from your perspective, Coach, after all this time of you standing on a sideline, having somebody with his knowledge and operational controls, Coach?
I don't think there's any lack of intensity or urgency, but at the same time, there certainly is a comfort and an ease knowing that you got a been there, done that guy at the controls. There's value in it that's immeasurable, not only in terms of his performance, but just the collective performance. He's got a way about him that's cool. He calms the waters. And certainly we got some young, significant contributors in his huddle, and the informal things that he does are just as critical as the formal things.
And you got a good story, just before I move on from Rodgers, you got a good story of the first time this year where you're like, okay, he's got it. I'm not concerned, or not that you were, but you got a good story where you're like, this is it. We got this thing, Coach?
I don't know. I make some assumptions sometimes just because I got so many other things to focus on. I knew exactly what I was getting. I haven't been blown away by his command of moments, his desire to conquer moments, his ability to do so. I just seen him too much for too long, and that's who he is. And so, I think it's probably quite the opposite. If he doesn't rise up in those moments or smile in the face of adversity at those times, I'd probably be surprised. And he certainly hadn't done that.
Who came up with the idea of you, Rodgers, and Cam Hayward walking off the field together this year?
Hey, it's funny. Cam and I have been doing it for years. We just have. We get a road victory. He and I generally have responsibilities and so forth. And we made eye contact a number of years ago. It might be 8-10 years ago now. And we've been walking off the field together like that for that long. Nobody cared or paid attention until Aaron got involved. And so, we invited him into our little group. Mm-hmm. And it's gotten a heck of a lot more attention, obviously, since he's gotten involved. But Cam and I personally have been doing it for years.
Well, maybe part of that is obviously Rodgers is who he is, but he's also the quarterback. And the Steelers are in a lot of standalone broadcast games, and the quarterback speaks to a sideline reporter afterwards. And it's very rare to see a coach and somebody who I think is a Hall of Fame defender standing waiting for the quarterback to be done so you could all walk off together. That could be it too,
It probably goes back to our days, to be honest with you, when that rivalry was really heated versus the Cincinnati Bengals and Vontaze Burfict and Pac-Man Jones and stuff. I think Cam wanted to walk out with me, man, because people be throwing stuff at us when we exit the tunnel. If you really want to hear the real story, some of these road game venues, man, have been hostile environments, and that's why we started walking out together. And so we figured we better do the same with 8, because I imagine he faces a little hostility as well.
Mike Tomlin here on the Rich Eisen Show. A few minutes with the Steelers head coach before he goes off to see more about the Houston Texans on Monday Night Football right here on the ESPN family of networks. So how do you work DK Metcalf back in after the 2-game suspension? And was he going out of his mind watching these games?
Hey,
Coach?
Rich, how working back in is immediately. He's a guy that's, ready to go, certainly. He was able to work out and so forth in the midst of the 2-game. And so I don't expect it to be any rust or any any issues relative to him getting back on the moving train. Certainly, we're excited about having him back, but certainly there's growth in not having him. You know, just us having to strategize and grow from that perspective, individual players getting an opportunity to rise up and expand their roles and make plays. And so, you know, hopefully we benefit from having him back, but also just some of the challenges of having to function without him as well.
What about growth from his point of view of not being available based on what happened in Detroit, Coach?
Man, he's sick about it. I'm tired of hearing him apologize about it. It's behind us now. It's time for us to move on and get singularly focused on what lies ahead. Certainly, there's a growth opportunity there as a man, but all indications are that it has happened, and he's open and non-resistant to that. And so my focus is the football that's ahead of us.
And how's T.J. Watt feeling right now?
You know, I think he feels great. I'm sure there's some, soreness. It's certainly been a number of weeks since he's played in a football game, but just from a general health perspective and so forth, I think he certainly was glad to be back out there. I know we were glad to have him back out there, and he didn't take long to make his presence felt. Man, we needed that short field, that turnover that he provided.
A few minutes left with Mike Tomlin here on the Rich Eisen Show. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the news involving John Harbaugh, Coach. Obviously a guy that you took on multiple times, including this past Sunday night, and is almost as tenured as you are in your job as he was, past tense now in his. What's your opinion upon hearing that news?
First, I just have so much respect for Harbs. Our stories will forever be, interwoven. This rivalry that we've been fortunate and honored enough to be a part of. I just got so much respect for him and how he's gone about his business. And we've certainly had some legendary battles over the years. In terms of him being let go, unfortunately, I just think it's a component of today's sport culture. And so, there have been many examples of that. And so it's unfortunate, but I'm sure that he is going to move on. And if he chooses to coach again, I'm sure he will. And I'm sure he'll be very successful at doing so. But more than anything, I just think it's, a larger example of today's sport culture in terms of, not a lot of patience in the entertainment component of what it is that we do. There's just not a lot of longevity. I'm sure we all would like to be Don Shula and Tom Landry, but I think those days are gone.
Well, I mean, you are the avatar of that these days now more than ever. Certainly since a guy was 1 year behind you in terms of tenure. Now it's, I believe, Andy Reid who's closest to you, and that was in Kansas City, and he had to leave the state of Pennsylvania himself. So
I'm miles away from Tom Landry and Don Shula.
Well, I know that, but I mean, if anybody could, if you will, run them down, it would be you in your current position. I had Bill Cowher on the show yesterday, your predecessor, almost 2 decades ago, which is kind of wild to say. And he was going through in detail what his conversations with the Rooney family would be after a season and how they don't really stick their 2 cents in during a playing season. And so I'm wondering if you think about those things, about your longevity as you go into this game on Monday night at all.
I don't. First of all, I'm certainly really appreciative of the work environment that I've been in for 19 years and the stability and the steadiness of our ownership. But man, I'm tunnel visioned. As a leader, man, I'm called upon to serve these guys, and NFL playing careers are very short. And so I certainly can't seek comfort in the longevity of my career. I work with guys who have very short careers, and I tend to try to always have and mirror that urgency. I think it's disrespectful not to have that level of urgency when I lead them. And so, man, I don't very rarely do I delve into big picture perspectives or appreciate the longevity component of what I've been able to do. There's just so many things that are waiting for me today, this week, that demand my attention.
Do you have an outside an outside noise person in your world that informs you of stuff?
I don't. People that are closest to me know I really don't care, and so they've learned over the years. But every now and then, just the number of texts I get in my phone of people checking on me gives me an indication
Is that right?
of the level of outside noise. When I get texts from people that are just checking in and checking on me, that lets me know that the outside noise is pretty loud.
Well, I mean, the outside noise hit inside the building weeks ago. You go on a win streak as well, and now here you are hosting a playoff game with the fans around you now. And that was a large conversation. So when I'm reading about some stories about you thinking about TV or thinking about other things than just coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, that comes from outside, not from your 2 cents and thinking about it?
Hey, Rich, I don't participate in any of that, man. I can't allow myself to. Mm-hmm. I'm not even really privy to the specifics of what you're talking about. I just realize it's a component of what I do and what we do, and you better learn to live with it or at least endure it. There's more U.S. senators than NFL head coaches, and I have a respect and appreciation for that and an understanding of maybe some of the things that come with that.
All right. So last things for you is you still seem to love it. You love it? You really love doing this? I know you're laughing, but honestly, it's a grind. In your ninth, I mean, you have more gray in your beard than the first time I interviewed you. That's for sure.
Hey, I'm institutionalized, man. I gotta have it. I just love the challenges week in and week out that this job provides. The growth in it, the collective growth, the individual growth. Mm-hmm. A lot of lessons I've learned in life, man, has kind of been through my football experiences. I've been on the team every year of my life, man, since 1980. And so I really appreciate it.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for taking the time. And I guess my excitement of you saying yes to this interview, I guess it can be summed up like this way. And then, did I do it right?
Hey, absolutely.
Did I do that right?
That's a tip of the cap to one of my favorite MMA competitors, man, Derek Lewis.
Okay.
That's his celebration.
Well, there it was right there. Very good. Yeah, he's been on this program before, so I didn't put two and two together. I got so much
respect for that human and how he goes about his business.
Okay, I just want to make sure I did it right. Thanks for the time, Coach. Really appreciate it. Good luck Monday. I'll be watching, and then I'll be chatting with you down the line. Thanks again.
Appreciate you, buddy. All the best.
Right back at you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers right here on the Rich Eisen Show. I guess I'm the first human he spoke to all day. Is what he just said. I'm honored.
And they're on East Coast time.
Right. Well, I'm glad we get an idea of how does he operate? What does he do? All right, let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Talk about John Harbaugh when we come back.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success. You can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Our radio audience has just returned here on the Rich Eisen Show. I'm in the midst of giving my 2 cents about John Harbaugh. I'm stunned that the Ravens are going in another direction. But at the same time, I can understand it. in the same way that we just spoke with Mike Tomlin of Pittsburgh. He's as invigorated as ever, understands the role that he serves in the Pittsburgh community as well as that franchise. He even said basically he knows nothing lasts forever. Nobody's going to be the Landry or the Shula of our generation. I guess Harbaugh was as close to it as anybody. And now Tomlin sits with a clear lead on being the most tenured head coach in the NFL. So anything obviously can happen. I get that. But totally surprised that the Ravens are moving on after 18 years with a guy who I understand frustrated a lot of Ravens fans with the results. But when you year in and year out have a chance to win the Super Bowl, and I know you get frustrated when you don't win playoff games and you don't win an AFC championship game or you don't get to the Super Bowl more than once in his tenure, and you don't get to the Super Bowl at all with a guy who wins MVPs, plural, and could have won a third last year, and you do stick that on the coach after it's 18 years of buildup, and you're going to be running the risk of no longer having that year in, year out ability. That is way better than most fan experiences in the NFL. I have to tell you. Speaking from experience, Jason Feller is not wearing his Raider hat today. You can speak from that experience.
Definitely.
You, sir, from the Dallas Cowboys can speak from that experience. Chris is water skiing behind lots of yachts from his New England experience. But this experience, Ravens fans, has been incredible on its whole. And in terms of Harbaugh's abilities, I mean, our colleague here in the Disney world, Adam Schefter, posting about an hour and a half, 2 hours after the Harbaugh news broke, that Harbaugh's agent informed Adam that he's received 7 different teams' interest.
Makes sense.
On behalf of his client. Well,
you do the math
there's only 7 head coaching jobs open, and one of those 7 was created by the team that made him available.
Yeah, right.
So that means there's one other team that currently has a head coach that called to say, what's up? And you have to figure there's more than that, too.
Yeah, a new report today had that number at 9.
Of course. Number's going to be at least 12.
So John Harbaugh went from waking up Tuesday morning, the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, going to see Steve Bisciotti, going through whatever meetings that they're having, not thinking that by the end of the day, he would be a free agent receiving phone calls and interests of damn near double-digit NFL teams. But that's what happened. And suddenly, anybody else who thought they might get this job, that job, that job, this job, guess what? You might not, because John Harbaugh is going to be at the top of everybody's list. Everybody's. I thought, and Kevin Stefanski was apparently having dinner with the Giants last night.
Ooh.
I read that one today. And, he woke up yesterday morning thinking, I'm having dinner with the Giants. I think I might get this job, to wait a minute. Now, due diligence is all going to be done. But at the end of the day, John Harbaugh is going to be coaching in the National Football League next year. And if you ask me, my 2 cents, I don't have any insight on this at all. I haven't spoken to anybody in the Baltimore organization whatsoever. This reeks of a Jesse Minter job. Reeks. And I know Ravens fans think, let's get some Ben Johnson who's going to be hooked up to Lamar Jackson and off we ride.
Could you imagine?
But I think the Ravens are an organization based on, what you've seen, that they take a culture person. And they take somebody who's going to bring in a fresh new set of eyes and maybe a fresh new coaching staff, but at the end of the day is going to get the defense right. And at the end of the day is going to bring in a sensibility of, wait for it, a Harbaugh. And it's interesting. Normally when you fire somebody after 18 years, you go in the opposite direction. Maybe they will, but I just kind of get that sense. I don't know why I sniffed like that. But I'm smelling it.
You see the back page of the Post today?
Of New York Post?
Yeah.
Which is what? The Giants should go and hire him, or the Jets should fire their guy?
Well, I'll send it to the guys at home. There's a picture of a smiling Harbaugh tipping his hat, and the headline is simply, "Here's Johnny."
Here's Johnny.
So,
listen, and Harbaugh's the type of guy that not only can cause a front office to think about firing their coach for him, but if there's a certain team that says we're going to keep the general manager and they're going to hire the new coach,
and not so fast.
He's the type of guy that could come in and say, "You want me? I'm bringing my own person."
Yep.
Like his brother. That's what happens after 18 years and making the playoffs in 12 of them. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I'm late for Kurt Warner, but this has just been a crazy day to begin with. LinkedIn Jobs, before I let you go to break, LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent and hiring right the first time. Get this, employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. So get started now by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/EISEN to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. We take a break. We come back. Kurt Warner's going to join us. His 2 cents on John Harbaugh and setting up the wild card weekend with my guy, Kurt.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory. One of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with a sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio, my Hall of Fame friend Kurt Warner is joining us here. QB Confidential is his YouTube channel that everybody should subscribe to. And Kurt, I handed out the swag to the guys. Chris, you want to hold it up? Hold on a minute. There you go, Chris. Hold on. There you go, Chris. And TJ's got his.
We're going to have a QB Confidential day.
Let's go.
Come on, let's do it.
The long sleeve was a touch that
I didn't. Quality too.
It feels good.
Kurt Warner, this ain't a cheap T-shirt. This is good stuff right here.
Come on, I got to take care of my guys.
Let's go.
Come on, man.
There you go. So thank you, Kurt. The swag has been doled out. Everybody's feeling in a good mood. So that's and I greatly appreciate that. The wild card weekend quarterback matchup you're looking forward to seeing the most is.
Gosh.
You want to read them out to you? Give you a second to tap dance?
Maybe.
Okay, all right. You got Stafford. You got Stafford and Young. You got Caleb and Love.
Ooh, I like that one.
You've got Trevor and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
You've got Brock Purdy and Hurts. You got Herbert and Drake May.
That's tasty.
Right.
And then Monday night you've got C.J. Stroud and Aaron Rodgers. Kurt Warner. The tap dancing is now complete.
I know. I'm going to go to one of the AFC matchups.
Okay.
Gosh. I love the way Trevor's playing, and I think their offense is hot as anybody. And Buffalo, I think a lot of people are going, okay, this is your best shot. No Lamar, no Joe, no Patrick. This is your best shot, Josh, to go through a bunch of young quarterbacks and get to the Super Bowl. But this is not an easy opportunity for them to get their first notch in their belt. Going down to Jacksonville, who's played great on defense, been great against the run, where Buffalo's been good. So that's probably 1A for me. And then 1B is going to be the later AFC game with Drake May, who's obviously in the heart of the MVP running against Justin Herbert, who has been great this year despite all of the issues that they've had around him. It's probably why it takes a little bit of a downswing, because he doesn't have the offensive line. But he's been Superman a number of times. So I love both of those matchups. And, I know we don't have to pick our games until Saturday and Sunday, but I've been thinking about it all week, and I don't even know where I'm going on some of these games, because I love the quarterbacks that are involved on both sides.
Well, I mean, I asked this of Mark Schlereth yesterday, and this sounds like a question I would ask you in the hurry up offense segment at the end of our first hour on game day morning. 3.5. If I set the road wins at 3.5 wild card weekend, you take the over or the under?
I'm going to take the under on that. Could see the over, but I'm going to take the under just because I do believe home field advantage plays a huge part this round of the playoffs. And so some of these tight games, I feel like the advantage does lean to the home team. So I'm gonna go just under on that. Like I said, you could see gosh, now they got me thinking about it. Now I'm going to kind of go through, because you got the Monday nighter where I really feel like the Texans are the better team.
And the Rams,
I'm still going to go.
Rams at the Panthers.
Exactly. I know,
and the Packers came so close to winning in Chicago until the wheels fell off.
All right.
Well, that's what I'm. But that's. I'm not saying these are going to happen. The Niners are in Philadelphia, and I will say this though, that the Chargers' problem is protecting Herbert, and I think, Chris, you'll even admit the pass rush of the Patriots is not part of the reason why they have 14 wins this year.
Correct.
And their ability to stop the run is not part of the reason why they have 14 wins.
It was in the beginning half of the year, but not in the second.
Well, and then in my research for the MVP vote, about where so much would weigh in favor of Drake May and what he was able to do for a team that had 4 wins, three wins last year, and they flipped the script. It's unbelievable. But the best defense in terms of ranking that he faced all year was Buffalo's. He did not face a top 10 defense all year, and the Chargers are that. So the Chargers have a shot for sure.
They do.
Sunday night.
I'm still going to go the under. When I think about each matchup, I'm going to go the under on 3.5. But it definitely could be 3.
Okay, Kurt Warner here on the Rich Eisen Show. Then tell me what else you're looking forward to seeing on Wild Card Weekend, Kurt. We gave all the matchups. So what do you got?
I think I'm fascinated by the San Francisco Philly game, maybe the most. Knowing what San Francisco had done down the stretch offensively and the way that they were playing. And knowing kind of Philly and the way they've kind of stumbled into this thing with what they've done offensively, but you've got strength of San Francisco offense against that really good Philly defense, struggling Philly offense against an average San Francisco defense. So I'm intrigued by this. I could see either team. Like, I don't know who's going to show up specifically on the Philly offense and what that's going to look like, although at home, a little bit rested from last week, where San Francisco had that physical game, trying to get the number 1 seed against Seattle. But that's probably the matchup that intrigues me the most, beyond what I was talking about earlier. I love the Buffalo-Jacksonville matchup. And I know Jacksonville's not a big market team and all of that, but I just feel like they've been playing maybe the most complete football we've seen down the stretch, even though I know the Texans have won however many in a row. And
just only one more. Just only one more than them. 9 over 8.
So Jacksonville, I think, has a really, really good, complete football team. And as I said before, I think there's a lot of pressure on Josh Allen, and a lot of people are going to be talking just because of what I mentioned, the other quarterbacks that aren't in this mix. Not saying anything against these young guys that are in for the first time that are playing really good football, but just I know a lot of people are going, okay, Josh, those other guys aren't in it. This is your turn. Show us that that you can lead your team to a championship, and I don't think this is an easy matchup for them. So that's the other one that I think I'm really, really intrigued by, and I can't wait to watch and see how that plays out.
Well, then let's linger on Philly a little bit, because the middle of the season was all about are we seeing a repeat of 2023 where they start 10-1, then they limp into the playoffs, they're one and done on the road, and now here we are with this Eagles team having won 3 in a row, including a game against Buffalo that allowed them the opportunity to rest everybody in the final week of the regular season. And so of all the teams to have that, did they make a mistake resting their guys? Are they going to be rusty? To heck with health. They could have been the 2 seed. To have any of the teams to have that placed on them going into the playoffs, of all teams, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. What's your opinion on them entering this game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not worried about Russ because they haven't been that good all year long.
Look at you.
It's not like they were rolling, and so it's like, they took a half off, and now what are we going to get? Like, I don't know what they are. I mean, I think the right move is just, hey, let's rest them. Let's get as healthy as we can and be as rested as possible when a team, as I said, in the physical game has to come across the country to play against us. And let's hope somehow we can put our best foot forward, which we haven't done very often this year. I don't worry about that as much with this team because I really don't know what they are and what they're going to lose by not playing, last week, or a lot of the guys not playing last week. So I think it was the right move. I think you just want to be fresh.
Because it would seem like if you're wondering who they are and they really haven't done much, wouldn't you want more reps? Like,
I think you would.
Right?
I think you would normally want that. But if you've gone 17 weeks and go, well, we can't figure it out, I'm not sure another 30 reps is going to all of a sudden clean this thing up and have us go into the playoffs, playing great football. And so that to me is why rest, again, sometimes it pays such huge dividends early in the playoffs when you get a chance to rest and recover when other teams are beat up and going through physical games. I just think that lends itself to the advantage for the Philadelphia Eagles, even though I'm with you. I don't know what we're going to get offensively. I don't even know what they're going to try to do offensively. But San Francisco's defense hasn't been great. They haven't been able to get pressure, giving up some yards in the run game. So I just feel like from a matchup standpoint, as struggling as this Philly offense has been, I feel like it's a good matchup for Philly against that defense to start the playoffs fresh.
So last thing I got for you, 2 minutes to go. Chime in on the MVP, Mr. MVP yourself.
Yeah.
What do you think? Who should it be?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Matthew Stafford. I said it on our game or on our show last week that you can't deny what he's done. And here's the thing for me, Rich. I watch every game, and I watch every snap of these two guys play. And so it's not to me just about the numbers, or it's not about, he's thrown a bunch of 1-yard touchdown passes, so that affects that, or this guy's, played against a soft schedule. And so I watch every game and I watch every play. And just because a team might not be very good statistically defensively doesn't mean that the quarterback's performance wasn't impressive. And it doesn't mean that it was easy for that quarterback. So both of these guys, because I think we all know it's going to come down to a quarterback, both of these guys are deserving of the MVP. And there's different reasons why, and they've both elevated their teams and have played great. But when I watch snap to snap, big play to big play, moments to moments, where they both had them, I feel like Matthew Stafford has been the best quarterback in the league all year long. And the other thing that I don't do is I don't have recency bias. I know that often plays into a lot of this stuff is one guy played really well early and not as good down the stretch, and the other guy does the opposite. And so, we want to give it to the other guy. To me, this is about putting the whole body of work together. And when I put the whole body of work from start to finish of the season, I believe Matthew Stafford has been a touch better across the board than Drake May, and he would get my vote.
Is your MVP trophy in that room or another room? Where is it?
Yeah, I do have one right here. Yeah.
What a flex!
Not a flex.
I mean, just wait a minute. I've got a coffee mug right here. I mean, what else do I got?
Come on,
I got a Magic 8 Ball, and you're like, I
got one of them.
There's one right there.
Go grab it. Let me see it.
All right. Jeez, you guys, you can't say anything. You ask me a question, and I answer the question, and there she is. There she is.
So what a most valuable player looks like right there.
Well, I know what the award looks like, or at least one of them.
Man, I wish I would wish one time in my life I could do that with Emmy Awards. Hold on a minute.
Which one?
I don't have one.
I'm saying.
I have one from 1996 on SportsCenter.
You're not done yet.
Kurt Warner, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen
All I'm ever going to get is
done,
two.
Sir.
I'm done.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at dessertgallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to 60%, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The one and only Rich Eisen.
John Harbaugh here on the Rich Eisen Show.
I think everybody's coaching for their job. Everybody's playing for their job. That's the nature of the National Football League.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. Coming up, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. ESPN college football analyst Jesse Palmer. Actor Sean William Scott. And now, Rich Eisen.
All right, everybody. Hour number 2, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. What a first hour. Mike Tomlin, first segment. We don't usually do that sort of thing, but it's Mike Tomlin, and it's Pittsburgh Steelers and the Houston Texans week on the finale of Wild Card Weekend. And, of course, we unpacked John Harbaugh's firing in Baltimore in hour number 1 before Kurt Warner joined us on this program. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll get to the phone lines in a second. Jesse Palmer is going to join us to talk about college football free agency, which is what's happening right now. We'll talk about that. And Sean William Scott, one of our favorite guests over the years of this program, is coming back again. I think it's his 3rd or his 4th visit.
I think it's the 4th. What is the bit we've been doing with him? Is sports movies
that turn horror movies.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
You know, like Rudy comes around the end and suddenly, you know, there's the calls are coming from within the house. And then he gets graphic and silly.
Yeah.
I don't know why we do that.
I don't either, but it's so fun.
He does kind of like doing this. Maybe we'll go. Do we go down that well for a 3rd time?
Maybe we can just brush on it real quick.
At any rate, he's joining us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I guess before we go to the phone lines, you want to play that Tomlin drop one more time, since it was a Mike Tomlin day here.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog.
No,
you might not like.
Stay by the phone. I may need you. That's okay.
I mean, there's so many.
Phone, man. I may need
there you go. Very good.
And we've got to specify it.
That's right.
Tyler in New Jersey. Let's take his phone call. What's up, Tyler?
How you doing, Rich? First off, go blue. And second off, I just want to talk about John Harbaugh. You know, as a Giants fan, I think he would be a good fit for the Giants. He'd bring a winning culture, and he's a proven winner. But also, like you said before, Kevin Stefanski, he is also a winner. He won with Baker Mayfield in his first year, 2020, in Cleveland. So it makes you think, who would be a better fit, Harbaugh or Stefanski? I mean, like I said before, he did well with Baker. Jackson Dart has a little bit of Baker in him. So I just want to get your guys' opinion on who you think would be a better fit.
Well, how about this? Who am I? Am I thinking about it as a fan, or am I thinking about it as a general manager, or am I thinking about it as the owner of the Giants? Who am I? What am I?
I would say as kind of your view as a fan, but then also as a general manager and Joe Shane's perspective, because this decision really just depends on his future. Joe
Shane would be all over John Harbaugh. Unless John wants to bring his own general manager, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Kevin Stefanski, you want another dessert?
That's right.
And our dinner?
Nightcap?
Hey.
We open another bottle?
Yeah, let's open another bottle. It's on the Maris. It's on the Underhills. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying, Tyler? What does John Harbaugh want? Because I will tell you, every other coach that's in the mix right now, that's on the carousel right now, doesn't have that question asked of him. It's all about, what's your plan for me? But this is the one coaching candidate now suddenly thrust, and thanks for the call, Tyler, thrust into the coaching market where it's like, what do you want, John? Because he has that amount of control. There's the headline, TJ, you were referring to in hour number 1. Here's Johnny, because you bet Giants coaching search takes stunning twist as Ravens axe Harbaugh, being the headline of the New York Post. You bet it's a stunning twist. 100%. And the only other coach who could have that on the market, if he enters the market, would be the guy in the first hour. What do you want, Mike?
Right.
Tomlin? And the only other one, I guess, from college would be Cignetti, who I don't believe I mentioned to start hour number 1 of show 1 of this week. I said, hey, if I'm the Raiders, if I'm the Giants, I 100% reach out to Curt Cignetti and say, are you interested? But everybody else has got to come with a PowerPoint and explain to me what they're going to do for me. Honestly.
Yeah, it seems like the other college coaches are not really available. Marcus Freeman has said he's staying at Notre Dame. Right. Dan Lanning seems like he's really entrenched there with Oregon. Kalen DeBoer is kind of an interesting one to me. He was a hot Michigan and rumor. It seems like the Alabama fans don't really love him or have embraced him. He'd be an interesting one if I was a team.
In the NFL, right?
Yeah, for the NFL.
Okay. I mean, that would be of interest, but not somebody with 18 years of experience saying, I can get you to the playoffs 2/3 of the time.
No, to answer the caller's question, like if I'm Giants ownership, John Harbaugh I think is number one.
Right.
Stability, the respectability that you haven't really seen in your coaching staff since Tom Coughlin probably.
Right.
But if you're the fans, I think maybe Stefanski is a little bit more interesting and comes with the offensive upside.
Right. Because it's results. It's not the accolades, really. And in that regard, this is wild. It's kind of like a did you know, but I don't want to. All right, sure. Give me the sports center. It's kind of like a did you know with the coaching. Did you know? Back in 2018, Matt Nagy was coach of the year for the Chicago Bears. You probably knew that, right?
Yeah, Mitch Trubisky.
And you probably knew that he was fired in 2021. You're right. You could take the music
after the double doink.
Right. After the double in 2021, he's fired. 2019, you know who was coach of the year? John Harbaugh.
Oh,
yeah. He, as we all know, was fired yesterday.
Lamar won MVP that
2020. You know who the coach of the year was that year? He's also the coach of the year in 2023.
Kevin Stefanski.
He was fired Monday. So two-time coach of the year fired Monday. 2021 coach of the year. Do you know who he was? His name's Mike Vrabel.
Oh.
Mike Vrabel, as we all know, was fired by the team for which he won coach of the year 2 seasons later. The 2022 coach of the year, Brian Daboll, was fired in the middle of this season.
Wow.
Yeah. So, did you know that the coach last year who won coach of the year, Kevin O'Connell, is the only guy since 2018 to win the award and still currently hold his job?
He hasn't been fired yet, has he?
Nope.
Okay, good. Jeez.
Prior to this run, the last coach of the year who still has his job was Sean McVay in 2017 until last year. So it doesn't matter if you have a great run or a great year. The results eventually are going to get played on you.
Unforgiving business.
It sure as heck is.
Not for long, TJ.
I just found that wild.
Yeah.
That reigning coach of the year, Kevin O'Connell, is the only guy since 2017 to win the award and still have his job.
Well, didn't the Eagles build a Doug Peterson statue and then fired him 2 years later?
Wow. They built a statue for the play, not for him.
I mean,
he's involved. He's the one who told Nick Foles, good idea.
Yeah. Hey, run that.
You know?
She's really
and then they make us. I'm not downplaying it. I'm not saying like they built a statue for Doug Peterson. I'm trying to lend some perspective on it.
Of Doug Peterson, not for of.
And let me just say this one last thing here, too. Let me just say this directly to my fellow Michigan Wolverine fans who I'm already seeing and hearing, you know, and this is also a dear friend of mine as well. So but he's already heard this from me.
Okay.
John Harbaugh was never walking through the door at Schembechler Hall. Ever. Okay. And I heard his name floated when we were in the depths of our OnlyFans despair. Okay. We were deep in it, wondering how are we going to get out of this morass. And thank goodness Kyle Whittingham became available. But I just can't believe John Harbaugh is a professional football coach, which is why, you know, I think it's going to be closing in on, a dozen teams that are going to kick the tires on this guy? Some that just don't tell anybody that we're making this call. But
come from a block number.
Between you and me,
you know, we already have a head coach. But would you consider coming?
What do you think about Miami?
So, all of that. He's a professional head coach. He's not going into the world of free agency every year for everybody on the team. He's not going into the world where, you know, he's got to be concerned about somebody may be entering free agency next year out of the blue because a name, image, and likeness deal blew up on him, or somebody actually competed harder than the kid and earned a job that pisses off the kid who now wants to go into free agency the next year. Why would he enter that world? Why would he do it? And why would he take the job that his brother used to hold? And the only answer for you to measure success is to do what your brother did. And anything less means that you're not as good as your brother. Like, you know,
a brother he beat in the Super Bowl.
I understand that.
That's little brother at that.
No, I understand that. But why would he do it? It makes no sense. And let's be happy with who we have instead of like, oh, if we'd only waited 2 more weeks. If you only waited 2 more weeks, then all the kids that are staying put right now would already have been gone somewhere else in the portal.
Yeah, your quarterback might be.
You know, and while we're on the subject of the portal here, too, the New York Times and The Athletic had a fascinating article that popped out yesterday. I guess they went into the portal and they went around and they asked all their sources and they're talking to schools and they're talking to programs and they figured out. I don't know how you can't talk to all the agents because some agents basically are sitting at home right now blogging, maybe. Not to say that it's bad to blog. I'm just saying that you could basically say, I have a friend who's a running back at this school and I'm now an agent and you need to deal with me, you know, top-notch head coach in the profession. You need to take my call, coach who would never take my call ever, but my friend is making me their proxy. In this world where, again, everybody's a free agent every year, and please understand what I'm about to show you. I'm not saying the kids don't deserve this money because the money exists. The money exists because of the success of the sport that is based on players like them. I just think it's crazy that we are now entering a part of the college football world in which every single player, every single year is up for grabs. Because they could just basically say, I don't like the way you treated me in week 9. I thought I was going to get this NIL deal by week 4. I thought I was going to have this job. And even though I'm not as good as the kid that just took the job because you're a head coach and you're trying to build a program based on competition, I am somebody who was promised this. I'm out of here. Or in the case of, I don't know what's going on with the Washington quarterback right now. But there's now a lawsuit being threatened about him having signed a deal to stay with the Huskies, and now he's entered the portal, and all of this stuff. You're looking at your feed, and this makes the NFL free agency frenzy or the NBA's first 2-3 days of July look like a walk in the park. But apparently, in the portal right now, if you want a quarterback to come to your team, it'll cost you somewhere between $1 to $4 million. And that's on the low end. Trust me. I imagine the kid that, and Bryce Underwood has been here in this studio. Larry Ellison is probably 2-3x of that. Mm-hmm. All right, allegedly. The offensive tackle market cracks on average just over 7 figures. The running back market on average comes close to 7 figures. The wide receiver market does crack it. Just take a look at the numbers on the screen. The edge rusher, interestingly enough, is the second most expensive market. Does this, and the safety market is less than the cornerback market. The interior defensive lineman market is just less than the edge rush market. Does this pay structure mimic anything to you? Does this look familiar to you about which positions are valued more than others and are thus paid in a manner? Does any of this look familiar to you? Uh-huh. It looks like professional football, although the numbers don't.
Yeah, a little lower on the number.
No love for kickers.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's listen, we were joking in our Michigan text chain that Michigan signed a long snapper.
Oh, what's he getting?
I don't even know. But listen, this is professional. This is a professional structure right here. The bones of it. I just, and I don't mind the kids getting it. I mind that you can't build a program. Now, the flip side could be, how can you build a program when coaches can go whenever the hell they want because they can get bought out by somebody? And then, identifying the talent and then coaching them up. That's what is the secret sauce, I think, of Cignetti, right? Correct? Identify the talent, coach them up, getting them in the portal as well, which they've been terrific at. You look at the 4 teams remaining, they were terrific in the portal.
Yeah.
In the college football playoffs, right? There's portal kids all over the place. And Indiana's been great. And you've been wondering, where did this come from? And then you find out from front office sports as to who the secret sauce is of the portal program in Indiana. And looky here, Indiana graduate Mark Cuban is taking part, telling front office sports he gave, quote unquote, a big number to the Hoosiers last year, and quote unquote, let's just say they are happier this year than last year.
I bet.
So college football is basically find yourself some rich alums, and this all used to be, I guess, under the table, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's not like this is a new story.
Friends of the program,
yeah, brown paper bags.
And I totally. It's just I get it. I understand what's happening.
Ricky Rowe wanted.
What are the rules, though? What are the rules? And shouldn't there be, my opinion, at least a 2-year commitment from a player? 2 years. When you come to a school and you sign that NIL deal, it's 2 years at least. So you're building a program. You have to at least know you're getting the kid for 2 years, and you don't have to re-recruit everybody on your team.
What do you do with senior transfers?
I don't know. Listen, man, I understand that there's so many. I'm just trying to be basic on this front.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, I want to make sure the coach doesn't go anywhere, too. No more buyouts in coaches' contracts. None. Zero. You cannot be bought out. That's it. You want to go somewhere else? You quit your job. You resign. And you leave the money on the table. End of story. It's not like I want to go somewhere else and some other rich alum is putting all this money on the table and my buyout's only a few $1,000,000, which is chump change to somebody. And then all of a sudden the program gets upended. No more buyouts. That's it. You want to go somewhere else? You break your contract. You resign. You quit. And then there's got to be some sort of compensation to the other school. This is just crazy, man, what's happening. And some kids are leaving programs battling for the national championship, hitting the portal because of the schedule's all screwy. So John Harbaugh was going to join this instead of
working with adults.
Finding out from Steve Bisciotti, we're done now, and 10 NFL teams are falling all over themselves to see if he's interested. Okay. That's the way it works. Let's take a break. Jesse Palmer is going to join us next right here on The Rich Eisen Show. It's been too long since we chatted with Jesse. That ends in a moment.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FULL for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code FULL. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FULL for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FULL.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day, where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Hey Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Palmer here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience just returned. Great Clips is bringing Jesse Palmer to us today. Again, there's a nationwide $9.99 haircut coupon ahead of the college football playoff national championship game. And, of course, Jesse's the host of The Bachelorette, which premieres season 22 March 22nd on the Disney family of networks. It is great to see you, man. I really love watching you do what you do and listening to you call these games. Wide open, right? Anybody remaining can win it all, correct? Jesse? Or is it Indiana's to win?
I feel like Indiana's the best team right now. It's funny, man. It's so weird. This is the first time in the college football playoff era that Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State or Clemson are not in the college football playoff. We're not used to seeing this. So there's been a lot of new blood. Indiana's been sensational all year long. Whether you watch the Rose Bowl and you watch them demolish Alabama, or if you'd seen them throughout the regular season, you know just how good you are. How good they are. It's not just that guy there, their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. Signetti as a head coach has just done a remarkable job. Miami's an exciting team to watch right now. I think Miami can win it all. Just the way they're dominating right now in the trenches, running the football with Mark Fletcher, their ability getting after quarterbacks. They've got 12 sacks through 2 playoff games going into this thing. And that matchup with Ole Miss and Trinidad Chambliss, that feels like a coin flip right now too, especially the way after watching Chambliss play this season. We called their playoff game against Tulane in the first round, but his performance late in the game against Georgia, against that defense, I thought was absolutely sensational. And then I just saw Oregon in person a few weeks back at the Orange Bowl. Their defense was absolutely fantastic, phenomenal. They're playing with a ton of confidence and a ton of swagger right now. And that's a rematch with Indiana, a game that was close in the fourth quarter for a couple interceptions by Dante Moore. So yeah, this is going to go right down to the wire, and it does feel like it's anybody's. I think Indiana is the team people should be focused on. I think Miami's playing maybe the best of anybody right now, but 4 fantastic football teams right now.
Well, you've known me, Jesse, for a long time. You know I'm not one of those guys on the air that gets surprised that nobody agrees with my takes, but I did say after the Rose Bowl coming on last Friday that Indiana's the bullies of college football. They are bullying people. And then the pushback that I did see from that did surprise me. I didn't think I was saying anything, on a ledge here, but they're bullying people, man. They're crushing people, and they're seemingly schemed up better, and they're executing better. And we've got to get over the fact that Indiana has been, I don't want to call it substandard, but they just haven't been a blue blood for decades, and we just got to get over that right now. Seems
we
like
do. Yeah. Well, Indiana was an example of that. They have been the last 2 years. Texas Tech this year. I mean, they went to the portal. They had a lot of big splashes. A lot of guys hit, especially on that defensive line. That completely changed their outcome as well. The NIL era, the portal era, is changing rosters and talent on teams so quickly now. This Indiana team is not your grandfather's Indiana team. It's not a basketball school anymore. I mean, they're becoming a dominant football program, and it starts with Frank Signetti and his staff. You're absolutely right. I mean, watching them play this year from a scheme standpoint, they're as laced up, as buttoned up, as prepared every single week. They never get out-coached. He has done an outstanding job. And then beyond that, they've gone to the portal and they brought in a lot of talent on both sides of the ball as well. And Rich, to me, they don't look like they have any weaknesses. They can run the ball. Obviously, they can throw it with Mendoza. They're really good on the line. Their defense can stop the run, and they get after you rushing the passer. I mean, there's not a lot of holes in this team. And honestly, a microcosm of just how dominant they are was that Rose Bowl game against Alabama. I guess if you had said to me at the start of the year, hey, they're going to play Alabama, and they're going to beat them in the Rose Bowl. They're going to beat them, Jesse. I would have said, okay, sure. I could see a big physical contest going down to the fourth quarter. I like that. I never saw that coming. I mean, that was all 3 phases, and they just ruined Alabama. And so if you're Indiana right now, you've got to be playing with tons of confidence. You're going to this is going to be a war against Oregon. I'm sure of that. And they're going to earn it. If they go all the way and they win and they beat Oregon, they beat Miami, Ole Miss, whoever they beat, they'll have earned it. But this is as impressive a team I've seen in several years now. They look really, really.
It was a battle in Eugene earlier this year. It was a 10-point Indiana victory. And then there's the Ole Miss situation. I don't know. I mean, that's such a staid phrase here that we say in the business that just you could throw everything into it. But part of me roots for them because of what happened. And with Lane Kiffin, and part of me wants them to prove that they didn't need Lane, because I think that might be what is being utilized right now. part of me also looks at Miami and says this is a team that many thought didn't deserve to be in at all, right? And I guess they would be, these are the two Cinderella teams, would you say? Because one had a coach leave them and another one, it's a 10 seed. Like, this is what the College Football Playoff Committee looks for, is a Cinderella story, right, Jesse?
Yeah, Ole Miss is interesting. Being around that team when the playoff was beginning and they were getting ready to play Tulane at home, there was definitely sort of this feeling that they weren't necessarily saying it outwardly, but you could sense they wanted to prove that they were a really good team, even if Lane Kiffin wasn't on the sidelines. They've got a lot of talent, and Lane Kiffin, and with this situation, people do have to remember Lane Kiffin's the architect of it. He's the one who the roster. He went to the portal. He assembled his staff. That's his team, but they didn't want to just identify as that. They wanted to prove people, okay, Lane, he goes to LSU with Pete Golding as our new head coach. We've got what it takes. We've got the staff. We've got the schemes. We've got the players to go all the way. And I've been really impressed. They're a physical team, and they can run the ball. And Trinidad Chambliss late in that game against Georgia,
he's on fire. On fire, man, on fire.
Absolutely out of his mind.
Yep,
absolutely out of his mind. And I remember watching that and thinking, like, God, like he might not get another year of college football if his waiver for eligibility to come back next year doesn't go through. But after this game, he might be a second-round pick anyway.
That's right.
Based on how he's playing, like he's playing out of his mind. He made so much money in that game for himself and his future, and they're just playing with a massive, massive chip on their shoulder. And then you mentioned Miami too. And I remember, being with Joe Tessitore, and we were doing a game late in the year. I forget what it was. I think it was the Big 12 championship game. And the whole thing was, is it Miami? Is it Notre Dame? And we went back and forth on that. And we both thought Miami deserved to get in. And so many people got upset that they weren't deserving to get in. But this has been another example, and just goes to show you, for the record, I think both Miami and Notre Dame should have got in. I don't like two Group of Five teams being in. Yeah. I think Notre Dame should have been in front of JMU. But I mean, when you're hot and you're playing the way Miami is right now, man, and you're peaking at the right time, they at times look unbeatable too.
Is it fair to say? Oh, sorry. Is it fair to say that Golding in that game, the de facto SEC championship game, right, last week, he kicked two 55-yard field goals. You think Lane would have done that? Because they win by 5. If they go for it and don't get either of them, right? I'm just wondering if Golding brings a different sensibility to the sideline that actually dialed it down at the right time, that actually wound him dialing it up against Georgia. Jesse?
It's a good point, Rich. It's a good question, too. And I do know that Pete Golding is different that way versus Lane Kiffin in those critical moments in games where head coaches have to make those critical decisions to go for it on fourth down, to kick field goals, to punt. What do you do? We asked Pete Golding about that. And he had said, Lane was more of an analytics guy, and we'll still look at the analytics, and we always have someone standing by us with all the analytics telling us what we should do. Pete Golding, for whatever reason, is a momentum guy, and he really sort of feels the emotion and the flow of the game. I don't know if that's a defensive coordinator thing or from his background, but that's just how he sees it. And he is a little bit different. And I don't know if that means he's as aggressive or less aggressive. I think it just depends on the situation. But I know he feels it and calls it a little bit differently. And it is interesting. It's obviously nice when you have a kicker like that that's just knocking him through from 55 plus. He would have been good from 65 on some of those kicks, by the way. But yeah, it is a unique difference in their coaching styles in those critical junctures and moments.
In a couple minutes I have left with you, Jesse Palmer. Let's dive into the portal here. Listen, I think the kids deserve money. They deserve money. They deserve all that they can get. There's so much on the table. And part of the large reason why is because of their play and their popularity. This is what we watch the games for. But I just have a problem with there being free agency every year, where every year now a coach has got to re-recruit his own players. Roster retention should not be on the minds of every coach remaining in the college football playoffs right now. And it just seems to be out of control. And it's only a matter of time. We already have a litigious situation with what's going on with the Washington Husky program and their quarterback. What's your 2 cents on this development predicament, Jesse?
Yeah, there just needs to be some kind of reform and some sort of unilateral reform, I think. I think scheduling is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think players should be allowed to be contacted while they're preparing for playoff games. I don't think players should have to leave their team in the middle of a national championship run. I think players, when you sign a contract, I think you have to play there. In the situation in Washington now where you're re-entering the portal after you've actually physically signed a contract with DeMond Williams is obviously very unique. I think players should sign for periods of time. Yep. I don't think you should be able to just jump every single year unless your head coach leaves. I think if head coaches leave, I think that's a little bit different. But I think there's a whole litany of things. Should there be a salary cap so that it's even and it's fair? But then how do you enforce that? Some schools can afford more than others. Some schools have richer donors than others. Right now, it is absolutely the wild, wild west, and there does have to be reform. It just can't continue like this.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm looking, just preparing for this interview because I'm a professional, Jesse. Jordan Davison of Oregon is out. He got hurt. The running back is out. And he's among 12 players listed as out for the Ducks for the Friday game against Indiana. 8 of the other 11 are portal transfers. That's why they're out. They've left. They're gone. I mean, could you imagine, man? We've got all these wild card games coming up this weekend. Could you imagine if, say, Will Anderson of the Texans enters free agency and he's not playing for the Texans? It just as an example. It's crazy. This is nuts, man. It's not the way it should be.
No, it's nuts. And so either you got to move the games back earlier into December so you can get the season done. If you want the portal window to open right after January 1st or whatever it is, get those games played. But you've got to change it. You got to change the structure. You're right. I mean, I feel for head coaches right now. I really do, from the sense that, to your point, you're constantly re-recruiting your own guys. It's enough to be recruiting high school players, and now you're evaluating recruiting portal guys, and you've got to continue to convince your own players to stay inside the locker room and not go elsewhere. It's so drastically different from when I played in the late 90s. It's almost a completely different sport and different thing, and it does have to be tweaked.
All right, before I let you go, let's just say you're getting a haircut with Great Clips using your coupon, right? How'd you like me just working this in here, right? $9.99 haircut coupon. You go to greatclips.com/football, right? You sit down. Yep.
You are a professional.
Thank you, sir. You're sitting down, and I ask you while you're getting your haircut looking as great as you do, who wins the national championship? Who makes the national championship game, and who wins it all?
I'm going to go out on a limb. I think it's going to be Miami. Ooh. I think it's Miami and their ability to run it right now with Mark Fletcher and that D-line and how dominant they've been in the trenches. That's still where I think college football games are won and lost. And I just think they're hot at the right time. I think it's going to be Miami winning at Hard Rock Stadium at home.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And I might have to get an air tag on Michael Irvin and just keep track of him. If that happens.
He'll probably be there. He might not have a belt, but he will be there.
Who do they play? Indiana? They beat Indiana?
It's going to be Indiana. I think it'll be Miami, Indiana. How about that? Yeah, Mendoza coming home to Miami against the Miami Hurricanes. That's actually a great story. Yeah.
Okay. Look at you, storyline guy. All right, let's get you back on before Bachelorette. And back here in studio. Yeah. None of this Zooming things.
We got before March. Yeah, we got time. We'll do it.
Yeah. I'm a Disney guy now. You're a Disney guy. Come on now, let's get it done. It's good to see you, Jesse Palmer.
Well, my friend.
Thanks for the time.
Always great being out with you, dude. You got it.
Right back at you. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Again, courtesy of Great Clips, the nationwide $9.99 haircut coupon ahead of the college football playoff national championship games out there. Go to greatclips.com/football now through January 16th to redeem. Good to see you, brother.
You too, brother.
Jesse Palmer, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. It's good to see him as he goes off on the rest of his Wednesday. You know, I was just thinking in the middle of that interview about what will make because I was looking up in the commercial break, Brett Bielema of Illinois. He loves the NIL and the portal. He thinks that is it levels the playing field. That and I think Indiana's a perfect example of that, right? That if you have the ability to choose the right players in the portal and get them to come and you coach the hell out of them, you can turn into Indiana, right? Where the Indiana of our youth and our grandparents' youth didn't have the ability to out-recruit somebody because there was a bigger name or a bluer blood on the market in their conference.
Sure.
Now they're able to offer something that offsets the blue blood. They're able to offer something that gives the kid an opportunity. And if you coach him up, you can win it all. And this is why I think it works for Indiana. This is a perfect example. They choose the right guys. They have the right coach to coach them up. They have the deep-pocketed people like Mark Cuban. And Cuban's like, they're happier this year more than last year based on my portal contributions. And why do you think that is? We all watch Shark Tank. Who is all about return on investment more on that program than Mark Cuban? Right? They all are.
They all
are.
They're all want the money back.
I don't know. I'm sitting there watching Shark Tank, and I'm like, that sounds like a great idea. And Cuban's like, I'm out. And I'm sitting at home going, what's up? And my kids are like, what is that? What's wrong with him? And he's like doing the math in his head. You want this percentage. You want this much money. I know this is what it costs to make your product. This is what the blah, 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 blah. And who is seeing his return on his previous portal investment more than this guy right now? You bet he's going to dig in deeper. Coach is right. He coaches the kids up. He's got the right kids. Whatever Mendoza costs to get from Cal. Do you think Cuban, when they come back and say, we need that for the next quarterback, is like, well, show me what your plan is? Or is he just like, I just see the return on my investment. This kid is a dream come true. He's going to be the first overall pick in the draft. He's got us beating the crap out of Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Yeah, here's my money. Let's go into business together. Sold. Honestly, if Cignetti is like on Shark Tank right now, we know who's buying.
Mark did just get a couple $2 billion recently. So
I'm aware.
He has the cash.
I'm not saying he doesn't, but I'm just saying that this is the way the portal can actually get you to a level playing field and above it.
Yeah.
If you've got the right setup. And who's got a better setup right now than Indiana? With Cignetti, the kids, the results, and the Shark. Holy crap.
I'm looking up famous Indiana alumni who they could also be
other than Joe Buck.
Asking to write a few checks. I mean, you have Suzanne Collins, who wrote The Hunger Games.
Oh.
Ryan Murphy, producer of Glee, American Horror Story, and The Beauty.
Well, I'll tell you what, in terms of
David Letterman.
Letterman. Well, he's Ball State, I think, not Indiana.
Oh, he's not.
He's just the state of Indiana. But I'll tell you what, in terms of youngsters being hunted, the Rose Bowl was the Hunger Games, man. Right there. You know, and Mendoza is Katniss, right? Am I making the right?
That is. I'll be a tribute.
Thank you, sir. We take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on The Rich Eisen Show.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as, that's 888-665-0696.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams at Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Celebrate every moment with Frio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila. Premium spirits you can taste.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? You thought it was night walkers? No, they're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Random here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8, and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Batters ESPN 97.5. Presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show is one big happy simulcast family on Disney Plus, ESPN, the app, ESPN Radio, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Hey, everybody. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has that winning game plan for you. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts then install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. They're everywhere in this country, I'll tell you that. When I was up there in Idaho, went right past it, took pictures of it because I knew they were coming in and part of the Rich Eisen Show world. We're thrilled to have Pella Windows and Doors with us. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let us go to... who's been hanging on the longest right here? Nick in California. Take on Nick. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Nick. How's it going, Rich, everybody? Happy to be back.
What's going on?
What up, man?
All right. You guys might not like this, but the way the NIL is and the transfer portal and everything going on and how chaotic it is perfect because it's karma, retribution for what the NCAA has been doing to players and athletes for over a century.
Okay. Look at you, Nick.
Can't argue.
No, I understand that.
I just don't like the dates.
What do you mean?
Can we just have the portal open after the games are over?
That would be great.
Yeah, for sure.
I do agree with that.
What about having kids sign a 2-year deal? So at least you have some roster building ability
for the underclassmen.
Yeah. When you or for anybody that they're your first portal contract is for 2 years.
I do agree the system needs to dramatically be fixed because it is out of hand. But for the time being, because of the overcorrection and what the schools are dealing with, the NCAA itself, I believe it's deserved.
Is this the only part in your life that you appreciate chaos, Nick? Or are you just a chaos junkie?
No, it is not the only place.
Oh.
But at times, I believe in, when you do somebody wrong, sometimes it comes back around. And after a century of doing what they did to athletes and what the schools have been doing and the money they made and how players have been taken advantage of for over a century, and now they're getting messed with by the athletes and the powers in their hands, I think it's justified what they're dealing with.
Nick in California right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Sounding very Billis-like right there.
He loves chaos. Okay.
No, Shay doesn't love chaos. He's a lawyer.
I said Nick.
Oh, yes.
Well, chaos is a ladder. Remember that from Game of Thrones.
Oh, I don't recall that.
That was Littlefinger. Chaos is a ladder.
Okay. I kind of want to rewatch that.
I don't know if I have it in me.
Why? Because you just know the last season is going to disappoint you so much?
Yeah.
You hated the last season of Game of Thrones.
It made me wish I never watched.
Come on now.
It was so unabashedly terrible.
They ran out of source material and didn't end it the way that...
And then they just
Right? Didn't they run out of source material? Is that what happened?
They did run out of source material. They didn't really know what to do. And then it was like they shoved 10 episodes into 6. And everything happened so fast.
Kind of like the last 45 seconds of this show. We ran out of source material.
And then we're just trying to scramble to the end.
Sorry.
Yeah, I get it.
There's a new one coming out, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and I think I might be back in.
I'm not going to murder any of you, so that's just...
Well, that's a good thing.
You know what I mean?
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, certainly since he's the closest one to you.
Yeah. So I'm not going to hug you and then... Blah.
Oh, my word.
They get the hug still?
Sean William Scott is going to join us in hour number 3, and I've got my final power rankings of the season coming up.
Avatar Fire and Ash has arrived.
I am the fire!
Get your 3D tickets now for the greatest chapter of the biggest saga in history.
Whatever happens, protect his family.
Critics rave it's by far the best Avatar movie.
If your father and I do not return, you go as far and as fast as you can.
Movies don't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash, rated PG-13, now playing.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day, where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The one and only Rich Eisen.
John Harbaugh here on the Rich Eisen Show.
I think everybody's coaching for their job. Everybody's playing for their job. That's the nature of the National Football League.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Earlier on the show, Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, ESPN college football analyst Jesse Palmer. Coming up, actor Sean William Scott. And now, Rich Eisen.
Hour
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. The first 2 hours of this program, what a bonanza. Mike Tomlin and Kurt Warner in hour 1, Jesse Palmer, hour number 2. Your phone calls throughout. Sean Williams Scott of ABC's Shifting Gears that returns tonight with a new episode at 8 Eastern on ABC, and then available the next day on Hulu. He's in our green. Is he in our green room? Is he here?
He is. Yeah.
Right. Fantastic.
Sitting back there right now.
I look forward to bringing him out here shortly. He's been on before. He's just a delight every single time. It's just a lot of fun every single time he joins us. We're still taking in the John Harbaugh news that he's no longer the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, and how's that going to spin the coaching carousel even more off its axis? With no doubt every team that's got a job opening contacting him to see is he interested in them, right?
Yeah, because everyone's kind of interested in him.
Right. Yep. Is he interested in them? And then rumors are flying that there are teams that currently have head coaches that are like, before we do something rash, are you interested in us?
Right.
And what does he want? As I mentioned, I'll just repeat again here. What does he want? Does he want to bring his own GM in? Or would he be comfortable with the GM that's already there? Man, Liam Cohen, as you know, remember he took the job in Jacksonville, and Trent Baalke got bounced. They went ahead and they got James Gladstone from the Rams.
Yep.
And how's that working out for him?
Pretty good.
So we've seen in recent times where a head coach knows the team is so interested in him, he could say, I'm only coming under these circumstances. And I think John Harbaugh is the only guy currently on the coaching carousel right now that has the resume to support him saying, I'm not interested in you, move on. As opposed to, we're not interested in you, we've moved on to another candidate. It's kind of unique when somebody of his stature winds up on the coaching market like that. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let's go to Trevor in San Diego, California, right here on the program. What's up, Trevor?
What's up, Trevor?
Nice.
Sorry.
Hold on a minute. Go ahead, say it, and let's see if he responds. You there, Trevor? What's up?
What's up, Trevor?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
I'm a lifelong Chargers fan, 25 years old, so I'm just old enough for the Patriots to be responsible for most of my terrible football memories. So I'm looking forward to this weekend. Hopefully Jim Harbaugh can exercise some demons for us. I think if we get through this weekend, we got a shot at a run. If it runs through Denver, the only team I'm really scared of is the Jaguars.
Isn't that amazing? You should be, because they mudholed you. They certainly took care of business against the Chargers. Big
I remember.
Time. I
remember. Thank you.
Thank you for the. So, Trevor, I'm with you. This is Chris. I'll ask you where you are in your nervous meter for Sunday night.
I feel pretty good. The fact that they're still really banged up on the offensive line and Herbert.
Can you exploit that?
Can you exploit that? Yeah, I think Milton Williams being back. I think Spillane's going to be back this week. I think those two things are going to be.
Is Landry back? Landry's back, isn't he?
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty much back practicing. Will Campbell back on the offensive side. I think if we can just get Herbert kind of scrambling and off the spot. You know, the last time. Was it last year maybe when they blew us out at home? Ladidi had an absolute monster game. But Omari and Hampton, that's kind of the key to this, I think, for New England.
Yeah, okay. Trevor, does that suffice for a conversation?
I think the X factor in the game will be Milton Williams, because despite how banged up our O-line is, our weakest link still might be one of the healthiest members of our team, our center, Bradley Bozeman. So depending on how much damage Milton Williams can do in the middle of the line, I think that's where the game's going to be won and lost. But a week of rest for Herbert. Hopefully that hand's not as broken as it was. Rich, you just watched him against the Texans. He can have a guy trying to make a sack on him and still make a play. So
he's unbelievable. The third quarter drive that he threw it and ran it and basically willed the Chargers into the end zone to make it a game after a very frustrating first half otherwise, a very frustrating game otherwise. He's unbelievable. And thanks to call, Trevor. I appreciate you dialing in as you're driving around here and hanging on as long as you did. And again, Drake May is so good. He's so sublime. It's so rare to see somebody win their first career playoff game. It's tough, man. I don't know what I say that every year into this microphone. I got to look up those numbers. I'll get that from NFL Network research to throw out over the next couple weeks. But it's not Owen, whatever it is. There have been some first time quarterbacks in the playoffs win.
Yeah, Jane Daniels did it just last year.
Right. Russell Wilson, and he won twice.
The year before.
Russell Wilson was the king of winning 2 football games in the playoffs when he started his career off. So, it's been done before, and he can do it. He just hasn't seen a defense like this. They're 5th in total defense. They're 1st in scoring defense in the AFC. He didn't see a defense like this. And I'll tell you what, man. I just said it. Jesse Minter is 100% auditioning. What better way to get on Steve Bisciotti's radar more than, hey, guess what I just did? I just took care of business in Foxborough against the Patriots. How many times have the Ravens done that in the playoffs?
2010.
It's happened once, I think, in the Harbaugh era.
They went to New England in the wild card, and Ray Rice went
nuts,
wild.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Patriots are number 2 scoring offense this year.
It's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, it should be.
And I think it's a worthy Sunday night football game.
Agree.
Usually 2 versus 7 usually isn't.
I don't love having to sit around all weekend waiting for it.
And all day.
Yeah, all day Sunday. Okay, can we go? Come on.
At least you live on the West Coast, pal. At least it'll be 5 o'clock.
Agreed.
Folks out there in New England have got to wait all day.
They'll be nice and lubricated for Sunday night.
Okay, very good. Okay. I did it.
What'd you do, Rick?
I came up with one last power rankings because you guys asked so nicely. I feel like this is Colonel Jessup sitting out there for breakfast. Demanding you ask me nicely.
Ask me nice.
You want the transfer orders? You got to ask me nicely. Susie and I showed that to the kids. Xander's seen it once before. We showed it to Cooper and Taylor.
Ooh, what did they think?
I love it. It's A Few Good Men's amazing.
It is.
But anyway, since you asked so nicely, I'm going to give you my final transfer order.
Did we ask, though?
No, you didn't.
Oh.
The final power rankings of the season. Hit it. Power rankings.
Power ranking.
All right, here we go. I'll still do some power rankings, but this is the last traditional one where I'm going to give you 10 teams, and I think they're the 10 best teams in football in order, for reverse order, going all the way up to the top. And based on my last power rankings, what I'm going to do? I'm going to downgrade the Bills just because they didn't play anybody. I still think they're a dangerous team. I think they're a highly dangerous team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars feel dangerous themselves. We'll just see if this little small market team can do it in Jacksonville. You know what I'm saying?
This guy.
Jacksonville is actually the large market team.
They are.
They're the larger market team of these two teams in terms of markets.
It's true.
But, the Buffalo Bills have Josh Allen. Let's see. Hopefully he's more spry, right? James Cook is
underrated.
Led the league in rushing.
Grossly.
He led the league in rushing.
By the way, he did it all right. Held out, said I want more money, got paid,
And
then went out
and
and
hurt and performed and balled out.
Balled hurt.
Right.
Love it.
Like everybody who went to Indiana out of the portal, right? The Buffalo Bills are 10th on this list. Number 9 on the list. I'm still going to keep them in my top 10. I'm not taking the defending Super Bowl champ. I can't have the defending Super Bowl champs not on my list because they were 9th going into the final power rankings, and they didn't play anybody and then lost to the Washington Commanders, who promptly fired both coordinators. They stay like before. They're still 9th on this list. But of all the teams to have the narrative, the annual narrative, there's always one team that goes into the playoffs where you're wondering, why the hell they rest people? They had a better chance at a seed. Or chance at a better seed. How about that?
Health.
And they took a look at their results of what they were putting out there in terms of execution and say, we're going to sacrifice more reps in a live game on the altar of health. And we don't know the alternative. I mean, Sirianni could have played everybody, and then the question would have been, why is he? What? Saquon's in a walking boot now?
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the alternative here.
1,000,000,000% that wouldn't happen.
But to have any team be the one this year, as that's the team where we're wondering if they did the right thing in resting people, that it's the Philadelphia Eagles after the entire season of narratives, it's kind of wild. They're 9th on my power rankings list. They could still win it all. Number 8, down 3 spots. They played people. They played people and they lost. I'm putting the Bears here.
The Bears.
I'm putting the Bears here at down 3 spots, 8th on my power rankings, and I'm putting the Niners above them because they beat the Bears. It's just that simple. They beat the Bears in that wild Sunday night affair, right, in Week 17, and the Niners got thumped. And the Bears almost did the Bears thing, which is, sleepwalk for 3 quarters and then pull it out of their hibernating orify and win the game. But that's where I'm putting them. And the Niners are down 6 spots. They were leading my power rankings going into the final week because of the way I thought they were playing and on offense, and certainly well enough to have their offense overcome a defense that was slipping, like the Don. So
I've heard from Niner fans, they think that was the kiss of death for San Francisco.
Sounds good. They're rational people then. Number 6 on the list, no change. Stays like before. The Houston Texans are 6th on the list. I can't wait to see this this Monday Night Football game, man. Because the Texans have won 9 in a row. They got the largest winning streak of anybody entering the playoffs.
Yep. And
the defense, I guess I've never said this before. If Aaron Rodgers can do what Riley Leonard did, has anyone ever said words like that before?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll see if that was just a Week 18 sleepwalk at home or this is indicative of an opportunity for the Steelers.
I can't believe they have 12 wins the way they started.
0-3 to 12-5, and 6th on my final power rankings list. Up 3 spots into my top 5. I'm putting the Rams back here because I can't quit them.
Whose house?
And plus, they are getting Devontae Adams back, full practice, full bore. Quentin Lake is back. Those are 2 big fat additions. If they get everybody healthy on the line as well, this is one of the best teams in football. And the neat thing when they have to now go to Carolina for them is doesn't take much for Sean McVay to tell them if they need to be reminded to take this game any seriously. Their previous result in Carolina. I mean, it's all built for them to go in, win this football game, and see where they're going to wind up in the divisional playoff weekend. Number 4 on the list, up 3 spots. They're not the top seed, so this is why I'm putting them here. But I've got the Jaguars 4th. I have the Jaguars 4th here. And I have the Patriots right in front of them. And I've got the Broncos right in front of them. I just decided to finish this with the seeding. That's it. I just decided to finish this power rankings with seeding. Jacksonville comes in. It's amazing. They've got the 2nd longest win streak at 8. And they are eviscerating everybody. And during this win streak, they've beaten their average margin of victory is 19 points.
Ooh.
And that includes over the Broncos. And I understand, why would I put the Jaguars beneath the Broncos here and put the Niners over the Bears because of a head-to-head at the bottom of my power rankings? And the answer there is because you're playing this weekend. And anything can happen. The Broncos are off this weekend. And they're already in the divisional round. You've got to earn your way in. And the same thing with New England as well. And I'm putting at the top of my power rankings because of seeding, and they also deserve it. Seahawks fans, I knew I pissed you off last week. And the same people you're saying that Niner fans thought I was giving them a kiss of death.
No.
I got let's just put it this way. I know Seahawk fans got very upset about it. And I know that a Seahawk fan got upset this week saying that they're referred to as the Sea Chickens. Well, if they're a bird and Seahawks are a bird, I got it flipped in my direction by the 12s all week long last week. In every comment section there is known to man. And I am just, again, mea culping, as I did earlier in this week. This defense is as good as anybody's that I've seen in a long time going into the playoffs. The run game is exactly what you want. Okay, you got a two-headed monster. Kenneth Walker can pick up a first down on any third down, clearly. Charbonnet enters the end zone a dozen times this year.
Great 1-2 punch.
Okay, Cooper Kupp had a big-time third down grab. Darnold didn't, like the biggest, what would you say, his biggest danger moment was when he got stepped on and almost didn't get the handoff that could have flipped the script. He's proven that he's a quarterback of a Super Bowl possible team. And the coach is Coach of the Year material as well. So the Seahawks at 14-3, they won the arguably tougher conference, correct? Wouldn't we agree coming into the year that the NFC is the tougher conference?
Very much.
Toughest division in football. The NFC West, right?
Yep.
They won it all. They won it all. And they can win it all. And they enter the playoffs atop my final power ranking. So there's that, Seahawks fans. Hopefully you still love me. And scene. 2 cents? Any 2 cents out there before we bring out Sean William Scott? Anybody?
No. I mean,
no?
I got a problem feeling that
because of the playoff field, I left off the Packers and the Chargers.
Maybe Houston over the Rams.
Okay,
that would be it.
Steelers
and the Panthers and Steelers, left them off.
That's fine.
I got a weird feeling about the Steelers, man.
Listen,
in terms
why not? They could win that football game. Of course they can win it on Monday night.
Yeah,
1,000,000%.
I don't just mean on Monday night.
I know. I hear you.
Mean,
I am with you.
Like, I got a weird feeling. I'm not going to pick it right now. I got a weird feeling the Steelers.
You just went higher register. Save it for tomorrow's show.
All right.
Are you workshopping for tomorrow's program?
I guess a little bit.
This you did right there. All right, let's take a break. Sean William Scott here. We're shifting gears, if you will, from sports to entertainment in a moment.
Hey team, Wendy here. If you're looking to consolidate your high-interest credit card debt with a personal loan, take a look at SoFi's stats. A SoFi personal loan comes with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. That looks good on paper, but SoFi also passes the eye test. Having helped its members pay off over $33 billion in debt to date, score. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/stats today. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/stats. NMLS 696891.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Right now, no payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Blue Bonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Blue Bonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Oh,
And that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com. No rush. People are immortal.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
He's like, good job, Rich. You know what? Where I think you're going to have a lot of success is if you just tone it down.
Yeah, if you get out of my way.
Yeah.
Shifting Gears is the show that we're talking about with Sean Williams Scott. Our radio audience has just returned. Every Wednesday, you can watch episodes at 8 Eastern on ABC, and then the next day on Hulu. Currently in Season 2, new episode tonight at 8 Eastern time. I love having you on here, man, because we get to talk.
Are you wrapping it up?
No, I just...
I just got here.
No, I know, but I love because we can talk about your history, what stuff going on right now. But we don't usually talk all that much sports. But so what are you watching these days? What do you got for me?
Actually, before we get into sports, I have to tell you. So remember, I think it was the last time I saw you.
Yes.
We brought up the Christopher Walken birthday story, right? There's a video where he admits it. Like somebody sent me a video. So it was my story, my experience, and I think some people were like, okay, maybe it happened.
Where he was messing with you that it was his birthday.
That was the thing, is like, we're on the set of The Rundown. He's acting all sad, outside of his trailer. And I'm like, what's wrong, Christopher Walken? He's like, oh, it's my birthday. He tells this whole thing, and then he admits, he's like, it's a fake thing. I do this in every movie. Anyways, he did a talk show where he talks about doing this.
Admitting that he hosts you in particular, or he does
no,
this in general?
And it was like an old interview. He's been doing it for years. Just messing with people.
No kidding.
So anyways.
So
yeah, if you want to look it up, and I saw it, I was like, it happened.
Good move.
Confirmation.
So does that make you feel less special that he does it to others?
Does. I thought I was the only one, but he's been doing it like since the 80s.
Since the Deer Hunter.
Right.
So
I was a little pissed.
Some levity on the set.
Yeah. No, I was a little bummed, but I also was like, okay. I wasn't lying.
You felt less special that he was going to be messing with everybody else.
Tiny bit less special.
Okay.
It's Christopher Walken.
I love that. So we got to look that up. I had no idea there'd be a postscript to that story, but I do love that story. I think we popped that on our Instagram feed recently as well, and it just went like wildfire. It is pretty cool.
Yeah, when you see like him, talking about it, I was like,
right.
It's pretty funny.
Do you have a football team, or you don't have a football team? Or you just
what? It was I started watching football. NFL in 2012. Okay. I mean, I watched when I was younger, but I really got into it, and I really love Brady, so I'd watch the Patriots.
Makes sense.
But now I don't have I love great games.
Yes,
I have a bunch of teams that I really love. But I was asking you before, what do you think of the season up until like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah,
when things started to get really interesting.
Off the hook. Things got the last 3 weeks. It's
crazy.
Like one game of the year after another after another.
But before that, how would you characterize the season?
Just as the same way that I would categorize it now, like wide open. Anybody could do it. Anybody could win the Super Bowl right now.
And
absolutely.
It's been a while, right? Where obviously with the Chiefs, you're like,
yeah,
there you go.
I mean, just like we were talking about earlier on the program in college football, that Alabama's not in, Georgia's not in, Ohio State's not in, and so anybody could win it. In the NFL, Patrick Mahomes is not in it. Joe Burrow's not in it. Lamar Jackson's not in it. Right. These are guys that always would have the upper hand, or at least the path to the Super Bowl, and they're not in it now. It just makes it more wide open and just new blood, new names, new opportunities for new teams that haven't been at it a while. And of course, the Patriots are now one of those new teams, which is wild as well.
Yeah, I saw a clip today. Where Drake May had one of the fastest runs, and it was for a block.
Yeah.
Right? I think he ran over 20 miles per hour.
Which one was that? Chris, he blocked down the field for, was it Travion?
Yeah, for Travion.
Like
yeah, it was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. See, he's pretty damn good, man.
He's awesome.
I know.
Yeah.
And it's great because the Patriots never really had anybody.
Yeah, they never did. It's nice that they've finally got a solid
for that quarterback needy fan base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right, though. I mean, it's fun because it's I feel like any team is beatable.
No doubt.
And
absolutely.
So who's going to win? Top two favorites.
Well, I just said it was the Seahawks. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go. I can't choose it.
Chalky, you're going to go 1-1?
I'm not going to go 1-1. It's never 1-1. It never goes the top seeds.
Rarely is.
Seahawks or the Rams.
Ooh.
Versus either the Jaguars
or Houston
or the Texans. They're the best teams coming in with a head of steam right now.
So you won't agree with this because you know everything.
How dare you tell me what I'm not about to agree to? Give it to me. What do you got?
Well, it's just that
I'm a blank slate to you, Sean William Scott. Come on now. Let's go. What do you got?
I think the Jaguars was like, oh, look at that record. They've been quietly crushing it. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, he's like, so you would know this, but for me, I'm like, I feel like I follow football, and then a couple weeks, I'm like, oh my gosh,
look at you.
These guys are destroying it.
Yeah,
but I don't
now
feel
like sit upright and pay attention. You know what I mean?
I feel like I've been paying attention.
No,
sorry, just not paying attention as much as you.
Oh my God. No, I hear you, and that's the beauty of it, and I think that's where fans can suddenly pay attention and be refreshed in a way that it's not the same old.
What'd you think of the Steelers-Ravens game?
I thought that was sick. That was insane.
Crazy, right?
I thought it was insane that the guy who never misses an extra point does, and then the kid who can win it and kicks kick the field goal to send the Ravens on doesn't. 2 days later, they part ways with their coach of 18 years. It's just nuts, man.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
I can't believe it. I think the whole
I was
thing
shocked.
I was stunned too.
Yeah.
And then, but a few weeks ago on a Thursday night, Rams are up 30-14 on the Seahawks, who come back and win in overtime on some crazy-ass play
That was
on a
an
two-point
amazing
conversion that they rule it a backwards pass after it wasn't.
Right.
That was insane. The Bears and the Packers then played a game on that Saturday night that needed an onside kick and a comeback, and then winning it in overtime on a walk-off after a fumbled snap for Green Bay. And then after that game, you got a Sunday night game between the Niners and the Bears that damn near has 100 points in the game.
Right.
It's whoever has the ball last is going to win. I mean, it's just been wild, man. The last 3 weeks have been insane.
Which of those games was your favorite? You just listen, because I'm trying to
feel
think.
like you're interviewing me. Right
No. But I'm just, because those, you're right, because, obviously when, we get later in the season, that things start to matter more. The games start to be a little more exciting, but those were insane games.
I will have to answer Bears-Packers because it's been played 200 and some odd times, and they hate each other, and the Bears feel like this is their year, and everybody who feels that they're destined because of wins like that in Chicago are freaking flipping out right now, because who's the team coming into their house in the wild card weekend but the Packers again?
Yeah.
And they're just, I think there's some excitement and angst. The word that my wife uses with our kids is nervous-sighted. They're nervous and excited at the same time.
She used that about your kids or about football?
She says with our kids, like my kid, that it's okay to be nervous and excited about the same time about things. Nervous-sighted. Use that with your 5-year-old. You're nervous-sighted. It's okay. It's okay to be nervous-sighted.
Yeah. Are you nervous-sighted about that game?
I'm nervous-sighted about every game right now, because I can't figure it out, and it's my job to try and figure it out.
Yeah.
And I sit at home and I'm trying to figure stuff out, and I'm like, okay, this is my take. I've got it. And then 5 minutes later, it goes to crap. And I'm glad I didn't actually say it to anybody. That's the way I'm working it, watching these games right now.
The Seattle Rams game, too, though, was like
insane.
Describe that play, though, again, right? Was it for the 2-point conversion?
It was a 2-point conversion, and they go for it on a 2-point conversion and needed to tie the game. And Darnold flips it out to his left, and the pass doesn't even make it all the way to his intended receiver, and it's batted down, and the intended receiver decides to just pick the ball up as it's lying down on the ground after everybody thinks it's incomplete. Hold on a minute. New York City buzzes in and says, that's a backwards pass, even though it never made it all the way to the running back. And because he was clearly the one to receive the ball, to grab the ball off the ground, it's 2 points. I've never seen anything like that my entire life.
Weird.
It was.
Yeah.
So, Sean William Scott here on the Rich Eisen Show, just chopping it up, talking ball.
You're welcome.
Thank you. By the way, normally I'm supposed to say thank you before that. I want to talk about a scene of yours from your filmography that keeps popping up in my Instagram algorithm. It's the old school moment where the dart goes into the neck of Will Ferrell. Can you walk me through the day you shot that scene, what that was like for you? Because that is so damn funny. You're in a mullet. You're in a mullet. You look crazy to begin with.
That was so fun. Honestly, I remember because I worked with Todd Phillips on Road Trip, and so when he told me about Old School, he's like, read this script. He's like, I got this great role for Will Ferrell that's, he's already big. He's going to explode after this. And I remember reading the script. It was so funny. But there was this petting zoo owner guy. And I was like
the original Tiger King.
Yeah. Well, the look came from, I have an older brother who looks like that. Or he did.
Yeah.
He had Tina Turner hair. And I talked to the director. I'm like, can I do this? Is this weird? And he's like, no, go for it.
It was your idea for the head?
That look, yeah. And I remember I went there and they gave me the wig and the cutoff shirt and all this stuff. And when I showed up, they'd already been filming the movie for a while.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think it was Vince was there, and a couple of, Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
These, huge movie stars. And I don't think they were at first into the look.
Okay.
They're like, this isn't Joe Dirt,
That's right.
And I was like, we were filming Old School. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But then my whole idea was he's got to be the petting zoo owner who hates the animals, who's been waiting for them to screw up so he can yank on their leash or just whatever. He hates his job. He hates the animals, probably hates kids. And so I remember there was one take where I talked to the little miniature donkey or whatever, and I yanked on his thing. He's like, "Rrr." I go, shut up. And like the animal person came over afterwards and was like, you can't do that. I'm like, I just did. So I didn't say that, but I was thinking it.
Right, okay.
But anyway, so when we were shooting the scene, like, we didn't know that the director was going to slow down the vocals.
Okay.
Which obviously made it a million times funnier. But it was still funny because, like, with Will, like, he would add the line, even when he said it normally, he's like, sorry. He's like, you're crazy. I like you. But you're crazy. And then when he walks away, he's like, I'm so tired. But, like, when I watched it and they slowed it down, I was like, this is the funniest thing. But then the other thing, too, that I remember, it's not as funny, but, you know, when I pull him out later, I pull him out of the water and I give him mouth to mouth. Like, the first take, I did it, and Will's like, he's like, what are you doing? He's like, you could kill somebody. And because I breathed air into him, like I was trying to give him CPR like a moron.
Like the real
instead of acting. Like I blew air into his mouth. And he was like, dude, it's like, that's not safe. I'm like, oh man, I almost killed Will Ferrell. He's pissed at me right now. That sticks out because that was a bummer moment for many reasons, but also like, dude, learn to act. It's like the Dustin Hoffman thing where he's like, he was a marathon man. He's like, you don't gotta run. I'm now criticizing Dustin Hoffman.
That's right, but go for it.
I'm not. I'm just repeating a story.
Understood.
But like, right? Like he was like running before because he wanted to be out of breath, and
right, you don't have.
Olivier's like, dude, you could just act it. That was my just act. Like I don't have to really give.
You turned Will Ferrell into Laurence Olivier. I love that. But my favorite decision, I guess it is, that you would make it from your character, make for your character in that scene, unless it was scripted, was that you have been waiting your entire life to see somebody dart themselves in the neck with one of these darts.
The greatest moment in his life.
That was a great moment. And like it wasn't like you were concerned for his welfare.
Yeah.
You had your moment made to watch him get started in his own.
Yeah, that for me, exactly. It was like, I hate this job. I hate these animals. And then when that happened, it was like, it was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He's like, wait.
It's so funny, man. This scene is so, and so this you're going for your brother here, is what you're saying.
Yeah, my oldest brother.
Fantastic. I'm so glad I asked you about this because it keeps popping up, and I'm like, I got to ask Sean when he comes in here, and so I just did. And
thank you. I love that movie. I forget that I'm in the movie. I love that movie.
Do you really?
So much. Yeah, and then I'm like, oh yeah,
I was in that.
Yeah,
you don't get that in anything else that you do you? You've been in some classics, man. You've been some absolute classics.
That one is like, I feel like old schools, Caddyshack is obviously its own thing, but I feel like in that period of time for movies, old school will, I don't know. I think it's hilarious.
Oh, come on. It's as classic as it gets. And, obviously it's up there with all of Will Ferrell's stuff. And then in terms of Vince Vaughn, that's up there with Wedding Crashers as far as I'm concerned. Like all of it. Like that's from that era, right?
Yeah.
Of everything. And it's kind of wild just watching Jennifer Coolidge go through a sort of
crushing it.
Career renaissance.
Yeah.
And you were
I got to work with her.
You got to work with her way back in the day.
No, it's awesome. Actually I think we were trying to get her for Shifting Gears because Kat Dennings had worked with her on her show. And of course I worked with her and they were like, she's a little busy.
Oh,
sorry.
Come on.
We're not going to be able to get her available because, she's crushing it.
She's killing it right now. Yeah.
Awesome.
From back in the day when you and her on American Pie. And now I can't even explain to my kids, the people that because they imitate her. My children imitate her walking around the house, with her classic voice, Since my oldest son did watch White Lotus, probably too soon. But, she's killing it right now. It's pretty cool.
I think of Best in Show. Her performance in that is just like,
for sure.
It's probably one of my favorites.
Well, I would have been cool to get maybe a season 3. You never know.
You never know.
Never know. Again, season 2 of Shifting Gears returns tonight with a new episode on ABC at 8 Eastern Time. Every single Wednesday, you can catch an episode available the next day on Hulu. It's always great to have you here, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for
I am so free.
Watching football? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, It's getting exciting, buddy.
Okay. Well, I mean, and I don't know. Tim Allen is probably a Lions fan. I am. Diehard, right?
He's such a diehard Lions fan, but he also hates them. He's like, they just break your heart every year. He's like, I can't even watch it anymore.
No kidding.
Oof. He called it like a few weeks ago. He was like, they're not going to go any further. They're not going to win.
Oh, man. But don't worry. They'll pull him back in. By the way, I would love to see a conversation between Tim Allen and Dan Campbell.
He loves Dan. Dan. I'm on a first name
Those are the characters that he kind of,
Right. Yeah. He's like, he owns it. He owns up to it, but he's like, but there was a lot of injuries on that team. But like
tons.
I made the mistake sometimes of when I see Tim, I'm like, did you watch the game? He's like, shut up.
Oh, okay. So the answer is yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love it. Sean William Scott, follow him on Instagram and, of course, on Shifting Gears right here on the Rich Eisen. You're welcome here anytime. I love that you're becoming a regular in a way here, which means a lot. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Sean William Scott's on tomorrow's program. We'll find the exact time for that right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We'll be back to wrap up this Wednesday show in a moment.
Thank you, man.
My name's Brian Windhurst, and I've seen a lot of good offense in my life. If you're looking to initiate some offense of your own against your high-interest credit card debt, I'm letting you know a SoFi personal loan might be the play. A SoFi personal loan could be quite the triple threat with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as the same day funding. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/offense. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/offense. NMLS 696891.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Oh, pardon me. Pardon me, sir. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show and our one big simulcast family right now. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, so it's important you hire right the first time. LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting right out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean William Scott is out, so we decided to put in the chair somebody with three names himself. O'Shea Jackson Jr., ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, America.
Good to see
It's good to see y'all, man. Happy holidays.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. What's your philosophy on how long in the calendar year, deep into the calendar year, do you get to say Happy New Year to another individual?
This is my last day.
This is it, right?
Yeah, this is it.
Well, I mean,
TV.
it's 1 week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? So that's it. I think you get 1 week.
Yeah. I feel
on
like
Friday, if I saw you Friday, I'm done saying Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
I mean, it could be a situation where you're trying to be cordial to somebody in the business world. But other than that, like, if you're my buddy and you tell me Happy New Year, I'm going to hang up in your face.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Come on, dog.
Which lunatic here said you have till January 28th?
Whoa.
You have the entire month of January.
I think you get all of January as long as it's the first time you see someone. Like, if I see you next week and it's the first time I saw you in the new year, hey, man, Happy New Year.
Okay. That's mighty polite of you. That's not like the Chris I know. I don't like this.
Mighty polite.
Mighty polite.
Mighty polite. Yeah, there you go.
By the way, Del Tufo in that last clip.
Yeah.
With
Flop
Kevin
sweating?
O'Leary.
Flop sweating?
Dude, he looked like he owned a pawn shop. That was wild. I was not ready for that. That was sleazy.
Well, we had, what year was that? What year was that?
16, 17 maybe?
So we had Kevin O'Leary come in, and we knew in advance, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So we told your guy, Mike Del Tufo, fellow Dodger fan.
Of course.
Mike Del Tufo, do you have an idea? We'd love to have you pitch it to him.
Okay.
2017. Of course he had ideas, but he was nervous to do it, too nervous to do it. He's like, I don't want to do it, because he knew we would be putting him on out to fail. Like, he knew the best television would be him flop sweating and failing.
Yeah.
We knew he had a great proclivity to do that. We wanted him to do that. He saw the okey doke coming.
Okay.
Basically what I'm saying to you. And, but we said, you got to do it.
Yeah.
So he did it, and it happened.
That's not
Which made it that much sweeter.
It was so funny.
None of that is how he wrote it either.
What do you mean?
Like, he showed me his idea. I don't remember the original, but 2 seconds in, he was off script. He just started.
Yeah, that's
well, we knew it. He said it when he had this idea sitting all alone at home with friends.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, when you're sitting home alone
with all your friends,
you don't have with all your friends. Like, we as soon as he said that, I'm like, okay, the Del Tufo I was hoping was going to show up
has arrived.
It's the most nervous I've ever seen him to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Mike.
And we created a microphone stand to Chris's right, which we never have a set position like that, maybe on our program, except
it was
for
lit.
the very beginning.
We had a camera on him.
We had all
It was
that.
a prop.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, Kevin O'Leary is like, I know what the people wanted to see out of me.
No, he knew how to handle it. But I'm just wondering if he thought for a split second, who knows, let's hear what he's got to say, until he probably laid eyes on Mike and knew this is going to be a full-course meal for him.
It's messed up.
You know? This what is messed up. Is it messed up? It's not messed up. A dude's wearing, swag like crazy. You know what I mean?
Put him on a failing mission, though.
Listen, we're talking about these sharks. These sharks probably can size up whoever's pitching them, seconds of them coming through those doors.
Absolutely.
Don't you think?
For sure. So he knew what was going on when he saw Delta.
If you had to pitch a shark, what would you pitch?
You see, I was thinking about this, but do I want to say this over the airwaves? Because I'm really, really thinking about doing something.
So you don't want to give anybody a little bit of an idea,
know
right?
what it
because
is.
I don't know who's in what building right now. Let me write that down.
Okay,
you don't have to tell us the
Rich
idea.
Eisen show. It's very popular.
What does it involve?
Yeah, tell us who.
Food? Yeah,
It involves food.
Food based. And I feel like with, first of all, with the name that I have developed.
What's the name?
I can't.
But no one else.
I'm telling you, it's all in the name, bro.
Well, I guess if the Athletics just lost their ability to come up with their own name and website.
Exactly, man. And I got a lot of haters on Twitter.
I got a lot of haters.
Can't do it.
Oh, who's to blame for that?
Oh, a little bit of Chris Van Vliet, a little bit of the Lakers.
Okay.
But a lot of bit of me.
Okay. At least you're taking ownership.
Yeah, way to own that.
Yeah.
Did you see Luka go at the fan in New Orleans?
Yeah. First of all, he's lucky he didn't get ejected. Okay?
Right.
Lucky that fan didn't get banned from the building. How dare you talk? First of all, you're too close to LeBron to be saying out, the garbage that he was saying, calling people trash. But I love that. I love having a player like Luka who will bark back.
Yep. Well, I think LeBron's reaction shows he feels the same way.
Yeah, it's really good. Get him fired up. That's what I need. Because Luka right now, he can't hit regular shots. But these crazy shots he throws in. So I need more fans to get him riled up because that's the Luka that destroyed the Phoenix Suns. That's the Luka that just went crazy. So I need that Luka.
Yeah, you do need that Luka. You're not concerned about the Lakers, are you?
I'm never concerned about the Lakers. And I had D'Angelo Russell. Come on, dog. What?
Did you see Snoop's commentary on Steve Kerr's ejection? Did you see that one?
No.
Oh, man.
Everybody's uncle.
No, you got to. Snoop was on the broadcast. Was it the NBC broadcast? Is that what it was? I think it was, right? Of the Clippers and the Warriors, and Kerr got ejected, and his analysis was fantastic.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think he was screaming out you in Inglewood. Wasn't that what he was screaming out?
He was wearing a suit. It was a
suit?
Yeah, he was great.
Well, Snoop takes that seriously.
He does.
When he does sports media.
Yeah.
Well, he takes everything. So he's a professional.
He came out as Calvin that day.
Yeah. Well, when we, because again, he came on this show years ago and said he wanted to do that sort of stuff as a hobby.
Right.
So we credentialed him for the Super Bowl 50, 10 years ago.
Nice.
And Calvin Broadus was on his credential.
Yep. Yeah, it's serious.
There were no G's.
Yeah.
There were no G's on that.
Yeah, Calvin brought out that Calvin.
I guess except of a photo of an OG, and he killed it. And look at him now. So we're taking credit for Snoop. It's basically
As you should, bro. It's Rich Eisen show.
No Contest Wrestling with O'Shea and TJ coming your way as soon as this show is over. And
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call Call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697, 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank and let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. Show. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Lots to get to today. Tons to get to. It's playoff season, baby. It's playoff season in the NFL. Rockets are doing things. The Astros are doing things. Their manager has great choices on what he does with his free time. Oh, we'll hand out some Texans awards today, too. Doesn't that sound like fun? Oh, Texans Awards. Always sounds very good. But the lead story in the city, the Houston Cougars beating the Texas Tech Red Raiders yesterday, Joe. Top 3 takeaways from the Cougar win over the Red Raiders, Joe.
Guess what? I watched it.
You know, I kind of thought that you were going to watch it. And I actually had this conversation in my head.
Okay.
I was like, Joe's going to tell me he watched the game. I don't know. Like, I call it a mother's intuition. I don't know. But I had a feeling you watched the game. Like, we haven't talked about this at all. I just had a feeling you watched the game.
I think it's you beat me down a little bit. You know, I got to watch. But also, it's a great game last night. I mean, I was really impressed. Kingston Flemings is a dog.
Oh, hold on. Before you go on, Joe, like I had this thought in my head. I was like, you know what? He's going to tell me that he watched the game like it's some sort of like charity case.
No, I didn't.
Like it's a Make-A-Wish for the Houston Cougars that Joe George graced us with his presence of watching the basketball game. And I told myself I'm going to get on to you for being like, oh, it's this great achievement that I watched the game. No, you should be saying thank you. You shouldn't be looking for praise that you watched the game. You should be saying, you know what? Thank you for allowing me to watch that game because I really enjoyed myself and I had a great time watching said game.
I did really enjoy myself, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for allowing
Well, it's not
me.
me. I don't
thank
want
you
to. It's
everyone,
not me.
to the world. Whoever I'm supposed to say thank you to, thank you.
Yeah, maybe college basketball.
College
maybe
basketball.
Big 12 basketball.
Well, you know, see, like that's too, like I'll watch the Cougs.
Okay, maybe Houston Cougar basketball. Maybe that's where you can direct.
Yes.
Your thanks.
And thanks, Joe Spada. You know, he motivated me. You know, he's there. He's a fellow Joe. So it's like us Joes got to stick together. He watches, I watch.
That's the second time he's been to a Houston Cougar basketball game.
He's a big fan of Kelvin Sampson.
How could you not be?
That's
he went
true.
to a Kelvin Sampson radio show last year at J-Bar M.
Really?
Yeah, he did. I don't know if it was intentional because he kind of showed up like halfway through and then he was like there afterwards. Maybe it was intentional, maybe it was not. I don't know. I really don't. And I went up to talk to him a little bit last year. I didn't talk to him yesterday. He walked by me. I said, "Hey, Skip." You know, he kind of gave me a head nod. Too cool for school head nod. And that was it. I didn't ask him what was wrong with his lineup, so maybe that's why he didn't.
Well, because
say anything.
he's got to figure out what his lineup's going to be each day.
Yeah, he does. All right, so your top 3 takeaways of the big time Houston Cougar win, 2-0 now for the 7th ranked team in the country in the Big 12.
Kingston Fleming's a dog.
Okay,
that shot was nasty.
Which one?
The last 3-pointer.
The last one from deep from the left sideline.
Yeah, it was fearless. I love it. I'm in on him. He's probably why I'm going to watch now. No offense to the other guys. But he's awesome.
Pretty offensive to the other guys.
Sorry, he's awesome. He's like, I watched this game last night. I'm like, this guy's can't miss television. You can already tell.
I preferred both threes were awesome. But the 3 that he hit when he pulled up, like early in the shot clock, because the defense was like sagging and not respecting his shot. That one, like, I don't know. There's something about like the courage and the bravado and the cojones to take that shot. It's like, you know, he hadn't had a good shooting game. I think he was 1 for 6 from 3 prior to that shot. 1 for 5 from 3. Started off real slow. You know, his defense wasn't great in the first half. And, you know, they're down by 1, I think it was. The defense is playing at the elbows, not respecting his outside shot. He takes a shot early in the shot clock, which if he misses, I think Kelvin Sampson's going to respond to him taking a 3-pointer from straight away on a bad shooting night whenever it's early in the shot clock. Probably not great. So to have the courage to take that shot and drill it, I was like, okay. All right.
Yeah, because I feel like every year, like when it's come down to it, like the thing the Cougs, for me, that they're missing, the reason why they haven't gone farther, is that guard that can take over and consistently hit those shots.
They were up double digits in the national championship game last year.
They still lost. You need a guard. I'm saying, like, you have.
So the reason that they didn't win last year's national championship game was because they didn't have a guard who could take over.
I'm talking about
to do with like foul trouble.
I'm going back to years past as well. With like I like Rob Gray, but like you have like a top 5, like NBA pick on your team now, and he's a special player.
Darius Walker went number 8.
That's true. He did.
Wasn't a guard though.
It's true. Now I'm gonna look at the other side a little bit. Okay, I was really impressed with JT Toppin last night.
Well, he's Big 12 Player of the Year, reigning Big 12 Player of the Year.
Very, very good player. And my third takeaway, I'm really impressed what they were doing on the board. Specifically, the one play where I don't remember which player it was going up for the rebound. It was kind of floating up there, and he like backwards volleyball slapped it back to the 3-point line.
Yeah. Was this the first time you ever watched Houston Cougar basketball?
That's been a long time.
You were impressed with their rebounding?
It was good last night.
It's just that's their DNA.
They're keeping the ball alive.
They've been a great rebounding team for the last 13 years.
I'm going to go back to just box score watch. You're going to bully me like this. I'm not going to watch.
I'm just realizing the casualness here.
There is real I don't deny it.
What are you going to say next? They're well coached.
Well, that we already knew. We already knew
That's
that.
my point.
We already knew that. My keys to the game were turnovers and rebounds.
They turned it over, like 6-7 times?
Yep.
Yeah, they lead the Big 12, averaging, I think it's 9.1 turnovers a game,
It was
which is the best in the Big 12.
Mhm.
Yeah, they turned it over 6 times.
And
Ridiculous.
Sharp did have a good bounce back game. Like I said, he needed to.
What, you finished with 16?
17.
17?
Come on, know your team.
I mean, I'm going off the top of the dome here. I mean, they rebounded well. I was
did.
impressed with their rebounding. Joe's going to tell us he was impressed by their defense next.
Well, we already know. We know their defense is good.
Yeah. No, the environment's unbelievable. Joe, have you been to a game at the Fertitta Center?
I haven't yet.
I'm embarrassed to call you a co-host.
I'm gonna go this year.
You even have a credential
Somewhere. Yeah, but I want to go as a fan. I want to go as media.
I mean, a lot of the people that are credentialed go as fans.
That's true. That's true.
No, that was a good win. That was a good win. Good takeaways there, Joe.
Thanks.
That's good stuff.
We'll see if I watch it again.
Well, why wouldn't you?
You're
said you're
bullying
impressed
me.
with Kingston Flemings.
You're bullying.
I'm not bullying. I'm just being
you
mean.
are.
I'm not bullying you into anything. I'm just being condescending and mean.
Well, I think that's the same as bullying, but okay.
No, bullying's like whenever you like exert your will to force somebody to do something.
Okay.
Right? Like I
guess.
steal your lunch money.
Sure.
Or I take your hat,
You're
something like that.
You're verbally bullying.
I'm not taking anything from you.
No.
No, I'm just verbally assaulting you.
Yeah.
Being mean. No, but great invite. You got to get out there, Joe.
I will.
Yeah. Brian, no thanks on Brian. Brian's a Longhorn fan, so he doesn't need to go. But you can go because you don't have
Texas is back, folks.
What was the Texas-Tennessee score last night, Brian? I forget what it was.
There's no way to know.
Yeah, there's the internet. I think they lost by 17. I think it was 92-75. Although it's not. What was it?
85-71.
Okay. So I was pretty close on the margin.
You are,
again,
yes.
Going off the top of my head.
Yes.
But it's not easy to win in Knoxville. Tennessee has a win over Houston in Vegas this year, although Houston had the win over Tennessee last year in the tournament. That's kind of that's the whole Rick Barnes, Texas thing.
The win in the regular season, not in the postseason?
No. Rick Barnes used to coach at Texas, and now he's at Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. Same thing. He doesn't win in the postseason.
It's not the same thing.
He doesn't win in the postseason.
I think he has one Final Four in his career. That was with T.J. Ford, right?
That's not a lot.
No, he's never done it at Tennessee. Tennessee's never been to a Final Four. They were a game away last year. Did you see the ending of the A&M, or did you listen to the ending of the A&M game?
I saw
the home of the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies.
I saw the highlight because it was during the Cougs game, so I wasn't locked in.
So A&M was up by 2, and they went to the free throw line, and Pop Isaacs was at the line shooting 2, and he missed the first one with 0.6 left on the clock, and Bucky McMillan told him to miss the second one intentionally with a 2-point lead, so they would get the rebound. Auburn could get the rebound, and then it's like a 90-foot heave to try to win the game. What do you think of that strategy?
It's interesting. I don't feel like I've never seen it before. Like
I think Coach K did it in the national championship game against Butler.
Okay.
The Gordon Hayward heave from midcourt. I think there was more time though. I think it was like 1.4, something like that, maybe more than that.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Like it's a smart, logical move to just make it even harder, especially because I think obviously you're hoping that somehow it ends up with less than 0.4 seconds, so no matter what, the shot can't count, right? So
I mean the clock doesn't start until it touches somebody.
Yeah, so I guess there's no way unless it was like a tip ball. Like if it's a clean rebound, it's going to be time left on the clock. So I think it's an interesting strategy. Honestly, it kind of sucks for Auburn that the shots didn't count.
I don't like the strategy
at all.
Because if you make the free throw, it's a 3-point game. The worst that can happen is you go to OT. And I understand that you have a better chance to now make a shot, but I'm willing to sacrifice giving Auburn a slightly better chance to make a shot with a 3-point lead as opposed to, some miracle. Like, either way is a miracle. Like, you can't advance the ball in college basketball. Like, the all Auburn can do is throw it from the baseline, some Bryce Drew play, but it ties the game. So what happened, though, in yesterday's games, Pop Isaac's free throw may or may not have hit the rim. The officials didn't know. So they stopped the play to review it. And then they actually reviewed that Pop Isaac's free throw hit the rim. So, the officials gave Auburn a free timeout, and it was a 2-point game, and then they heave it to Keyshawn Hall. Hall gets up a shot right at the buzzer, and they said it was, a little bit too late. I never saw a great replay. I never saw a close-up finger. Did you?
I have not.
Yeah, I saw, the play, and I saw everybody, retweeting it and stuff, but I never saw, the slow-mo instant replay. So I'm not real sure what to think.
And that's where, the strategy is flawed, is that you're asking – and it doesn't matter. I think it's, honestly, any level of basketball. You're trying to intentionally miss a shot, an air ball is a very possible outcome. So if you airball it there, it's a total disaster, nearly a disaster anyways, honestly. So I guess I didn't think about if you score the bucket and they get the miracle, you go to overtime, you can win it there. If you miss it, they get the miracle, you lose the basketball game. So it's
I didn't like that. I don't like that strategy.
He's hoping for the win there, but you're really counting out and again, it's a miracle.
Sure,
right?
But either way is a miracle.
Yes. So it's it's almost securing yourself the win makes more sense, I guess, than it does just praying that the shot doesn't go in when they heave it down the court.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the strategy, but they won. The shot didn't count. They escaped what would have been a disastrous finish for the Aggies. But Aggies got that one. Houston beat Tech. What other? A&M got the victory. Texas lost to Tennessee. What other Texas schools? Baylor's home for Iowa State tonight. Houston gets Baylor on Saturday in Waco. Greg on the Twitch, twitch.tv/97.5. Kingston Flemings is him. B. Hannon says, go Cougs. Kingston, top 5 pick. He's trending up. He's going to be a bona fide lottery pick. He's been really good. Ocho says, I have a love-hate relationship with Kingston Flemings last night. He was clutch, but he cost me the Tech money line. Tech covered the +6, so I salvaged. You got lucky on that one, Ocho. It took the half-court heave in the final seconds for that to cover last night, by the way. It was a bad beat. Did you see the finish? Did you stick around to the finish?
Yes.
Did you see the half-court 3 at the buzzer that covered the spread?
I did.
I was going to put Ocho on Bad Take Boulevard, but
you're not going to, no?
Well, no, because I think he was half right.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess he's. Well, I mean, I don't know why he's betting against Tech. I thought he was a Cougs fan, honestly, or betting against the Cougs. I thought he was a Flemings guy. I guess not Flemings.
I think Ocho hates the Cougs, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I feel like he's just critical of them and watches them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he roots for them or not. He is very critical of them.
That's why I assume it was a love. It was very critical, but he was a fan, and I'm very against betting on the team that you root for.
Yeah, Ocho, are you a Cougar fan, or are you just critical of the Cougars? I'm not real sure. Todd, the show, that last second 3 was insane. I'm so glad I didn't bet that game. I had no idea what the spread was. Somebody had to tell me later. But yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, that's why my least favorite thing to bet on is college basketball. I really don't do it because the players are so inconsistent, and I always feel like there's these weird backdoor covers that happen all the time. I just don't do it. Except for outside of March Madness, I do not bet on college basketball.
Yeah. That was interesting. Junkie says flex. They're getting on to you, saying they made it to the national championship game, and then another junkie saying apparently since Rob Gray, Joe. I mean, they've had some good guards, Joe.
Grimes
in the
not
NBA.
This level.
Marcus Sasser's in the NBA. Jamal Shedd's in the NBA.
Yeah,
Jamal Shedd, his senior year was unbelievable.
That's true.
He was Big 12 Player of the Year.
Yeah, but I think Kingston's
All-American. Sasser was an All-American. Grimes was an All-American.
Yeah, but Kingston's got a chance to be better than those guys in 1 year, right?
I think he has a chance to be. I think he has the potential to be better than all of them, especially as a pro. But will his one season as a Houston Cougar be better than their final seasons as Houston Cougars?
Probably not.
I don't know.
Freshman. Yeah, probably not.
I mean, Shedd's final season was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was nasty.
Big 12 Player of the Year, Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, All-American. I'm not sure that Kingston Flemings this season is going to be produce better numbers than Shedd did his final year. Do I think Kingston Flemings will be a better pro? Yeah, I do. But I don't know if Fleming's freshman year is going to be better than Shedd's senior year. He's going to have to win Big 12 Player of the Year.
Yeah, which
All-American.
He's probably not going to do.
Yeah.
Which I don't know, I guess is Toppin the favorite again this year, you think?
He was the preseason Player of the Year.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's
him or one of the Arizona guys this year?
I think Arizona's kind of doing it, though, with a sum of all their parts. I don't think that there's one standout player that's going nuts statistically.
Well, then there's the AJ, I don't know how to say his last name.
Debonsa?
From
BYU.
Yeah, I forgot BYU was in the Big 12.
He's so good. And then that Darren Peterson guy, Kansas is so good, but he can't finish games. He's got the leg issue. He's got a hamstring that's missed. He's the projected number 1 pick. Peterson is. Debonsa's projected number 2. And then but Peterson hasn't played. He played early in the year, pulled a hamstring, hasn't played for a long time, has played in the last 2 games, but is checked out in the second half of both of them.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good, Jer. It's not good. You got to finish games. You got to finish games all the time. I see Flemings as a top 8 pick right now. I'm looking at a mock draft at the moment. It's early for mock draft season, though.
No, I think he'll be a lotto pick.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's going to be top 10 based on the 3 mock drafts I've looked through very quickly.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's
really good basketball player.
Do you have any other takeaways from last night's game that you should educate me on? What I should know? What did I miss last night that I don't know?
Chris Sinak has really, I think, is growing right before our eyes.
Okay.
He's becoming tough. He's becoming physical. He's becoming a Houston Cougar. Hopefully Isaiah Harwell's okay. He left the game after bumping heads with one of the texters.
Is that what you call them?
The texters?
Yeah.
Some people do.
Okay.
What's his name was at that game? Campbell. Cody Campbell.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was at the game. I was like, man. He went and shook Tillman's hands. I was like, that's a lot of money right there.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
That's not $1 million handshake. That's $1 billion handshake.
Yeah,
right there between those two guys.
He was done dealing with the portal, so he could come focus on basketball for a minute.
Yeah.
How much money are they putting in their basketball program? Are they doing the same thing with basketball that they're doing with football?
Yeah, they're spending on basketball.
Okay.
They're
I kind
spending
of figured they were. But
they're spending on football, basketball, and like softball.
Okay.
That's like where
On
their focus
softball?
is at. Yeah. Yeah. Remember they got that big pitcher to transfer in last year, and they came within a game of winning it all last season?
Was she the $1 million player?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where they're spending all their money.
Okay.
I heard they're not really spending it on baseball, not really spending it on like women's basketball. But those are like the big three where they're spending it.
Softball's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Is that a moneymaker?
No. I don't think it would be.
It's got to be of some kind, I guess.
It's just a desire. We want to be really good at this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As a Tech fan at the game last night, Flemings was awesome down the stretch. He was awesome. He didn't start great. Like, let's be honest, didn't start great defensively. Kind of meh. He was assigned on Petty, and Petty got hot. Petty had a career high freshman. He was really good for Tech. But the Cougars had a good plan on Anderson. Toppin's going to get his. They had a good plan on Anderson, and yeah, they won the game. Rematch will be good in a few weeks. Eric, the driver, the Eric Walker. He says college hoops talk. Love it, guys. Thank you for talking some college hoops. To lead off the show, anything for you. Walker, Eric, the driver. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Plenty to get to today. Playoffs, NFL. I've already eliminated 6 teams from the NFL playoffs, Joe.
Okay.
We'll hand out some Texans awards a little bit later. You know, like who's the MVP, who's the offensive player of the year, all of that. 713-780-ESPN. You can watch us. Why would you want to do that? But you can on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Beware, though, they are animals in the Twitch.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
That's right. Also on YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio on TikTok. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. And then we're all on Twitter at ESPN 975. You can watch us there as well. Joe's at Joe George Radio. At Sacked by Me by BMAC has bronchitis today, so we'll see how much he talks. The B for BMAC stands for bronchitis Mac with us today. And then I'm at Jeremy Branham. So I made some people mad, Joe, on the internet today.
What'd you do now?
I don't know. I thought it was very minor. I thought it was very simple. I posed the question, Joe. I posed the question because Harbaugh yesterday got fired by the Ravens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ian Rappaport on NFL Network says that among the reasons that Harbaugh was let go was because they felt that he lost the locker room, starting with Lamar Jackson. Okay? All right? So I was wondering, I wonder what the Texans would do if they were put in that situation. Like and thank goodness they're not. Hopefully they never will. I don't think they ever will get in that situation. But if the McNairs had to decide between D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud, who would you want them to pick? And people got mad at me, so we'll discuss that next. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.9 HD2. So all those people got mad at me. It really makes me want to go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort because I know that I can get away from all of that angst, all that ire that I have caused. And Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the perfect getaway to get away from all of that stress, anxiety, people mad at you, throwing, verbal assault your way. Yeah, Two Creeks Crossing Resort's the best place to do that. Get away from all of the noise, all of that, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and take advantage of all the great things they have out there. Nature, first of all. They got the open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city. Beautiful, mature trees. You're just really going to enjoy the outdoors. You can rest and relax. The R&R. It's also got some of the best fishing in Texas. That's always peaceful and nice to do. They got the two creeks that run alongside their property. They got the catch and release pond in the middle of the property. You're going to love it. So escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. So you're there in no time. I mean, you throw on our show, you're done and you're there driving by the time that we're halfway through. So you're not going to waste your time and waste your valuable PTO time, vacation time, whatever, in the car for 8 hours, going through the airport. You're there in 90 minutes. You can get everything there that you can get anywhere else. You can escape the city without going too far. Hike on their 92 acres of property. You like to kayak? They got that for you. You pickleball person? Well, they got pickleball courts. Do you like a drink? Of course you do. Have a drink at Swampers. They got it all, too. They got glamping for you. They got the cabins that nestle right alongside the creek. We stayed in the treehouse. The treehouse is awesome. Kids will love it. Or if you already have an RV, they got RV hookup spots ready to go. And from now through February, act fast. You can get 40% off all cabin rentals, 20% off nightly RV stays with their 40/20 discount. So take advantage of that right now. Book right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is ESPN 97.5.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He is Joe. I am embarrassed to say the Huntington Bank bad boy.
Is that accurate?
YouTuber, Rowdy Cougs. How many times is Tech going to kick our players in the cojones? Did you see that play where Toppin kind of kicked his leg up and got Ramon Walker between the legs?
I guess I missed that one.
Yeah, you were really dialed in, weren't you?
I mean, I was locked in more in the fourth quarter. I mean, the
fourth quarter,
like the last 10 minutes. It was just a misspeak. I knew as soon as I said it, I misspoke.
Were you watching Ratatouille also?
No, I just misspoke. That's all. Relax.
I wish I had a cigarette right now.
Deep breath.
Casual Joe.
Relax.
Joe says one thing a day that disappoints me greatly.
It was an act. I just misspoke.
I understand it was a misspeak. It still disappoints me.
That's fine.
Last year, JT Toppin did the same thing to JoJo Tugler and got kicked out of the game. Like in the first 4 minutes, it happened.
That one I remember.
He did it in the first 4 minutes of the game. He got ejected. Grant McCaslin got ejected. I don't think they should have been ejected. Like flagrant foul, whatever. Okay, call flagrant. Don't think it should have been ejection. But almost the identical play happened again yesterday. And they called it an incidental contact play on. So one crew ejected him. And then another crew called it just an incidental contact, no call play on.
That's college basketball refs.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. It goes to like your point yesterday, though. Like, hey, you get these crews that like just call things weird, you know?
It's especially in college basketball. Like, I think more even like college football is one. It's frustrating to watch because they're all so different. But I think college basketball is the most inconsistent of all referees.
It's like their plan was to imminently just kick the Cougars between the legs, right in the cojones.
Watching Draymond Green.
Yeah, it was. I think it was incidental. I don't think that it was intentional last night or last season. Flagrant, sure. Ejection, I don't think so. Anyways, so I posted this on Twitter earlier today, Joe, and I've been called some nasty things for posting this.
See that?
Yeah, it's quite interesting that I'm being called this. So Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, there's a video of him on his YouTube, or his Twitter rather, where he's like, yeah, the Ravens parted ways with John Harbaugh today, and among the reasons they felt he lost the locker room, including, but not limited to, Lamar Jackson. So I watched the video, and I'm like, okay, well, you're picking between your head coach and quarterback. That's not that unique. Like, how many times in NFL history have we seen a head coach quarterback decision that a GM or an owner has to make?
We've seen it
pretty often.
We've seen it plenty of times before.
Plenty of times. So my thought there was like, okay, well, let's localize this, but I also wondered, like, okay, what if this happened in Houston? I wonder what the city would pick. Like, I wonder who they would be rooting for if this scenario ever happened to the Houston Texans. Not that I'm rooting for it. Not that I think it's imminent. Not that I think it's going to happen. Not that there's bad blood between D'Amico and CJ. I think the opposite of all of those things. I think they get along great. I think they have a respect for one another. I don't think that either one of them really has the character to kind of turn the back on the other. I really don't. But I do wonder what the city would be, like whose corner the city would be in. So I posted that, and Steph
you always
Stradley.
come in here with these down questions.
Is it, though? Is that down?
No, it's a huge national story that you're localizing. It's not
And
down.
it's not a down question because it's not real.
No, it's not real. It's a pretend question.
It's a pretend question. It's a hypothetical. You're having a cold beer at the bar with your friends. You're like, what if this happened to the Texans? Who would you want them to pick?
Yes.
Simple as that. It's a candy store conversation. Candy store conversation. Steph Stradley, who I adore. I love Steph Stradley. I've talked to her on multiple occasions. Every time that we talk, we have a great long conversation. I adore Steph Stradley. She called it disgusting that I would have such a thought.
Because we have to be sunshine and rainbows and focus on a game that's 5 days away.
Stephanie is just a gatekeeper for all Houston talking points. For some reason, she's taken on that role on Twitter.
Yeah,
I adore her. But, I mean, is it disgusting? 713-780-3776. Is it disgusting that I asked the hypothetical? If the Texans had to choose between D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud, who would you pick? And, by the way, this has 57 comments. 55 of them they're answering the question, Like, oh, that's a cool conversation. This is my opinion. A few of them, Steph Stradley, called me disgusting for proposing this hypothetical. Sarge got into the comments. Sarge asked, why is this a discussion point on AFC Wildcard Weekend?
Another gatekeeper, yep.
How is that really relevant? Like, it's not that the Texans are in the AFC wildcard that stemmed the question. The genesis of this question came because John Harbaugh was fired yesterday. The biggest news story in the NFL yesterday was John Harbaugh was fired. That was the genesis of the thought. It has nothing to do with the fact that the Texans are in the wild card. And then also, is every conversation piece about the Houston Texans this week going to be about the Texans and the Steelers?
Apparently it has to be, Jeremy. It's all we can talk about.
90% of it will be.
Well, D'Amico doesn't want it to be. He got mad for getting asked about the Steelers.
I went in, I listened to D'Amico Ryans with John Harrison Vandermeer, and it was like a 20, 25-minute conversation, and the first 22 minutes were not about the Steelers.
Of course not, because he didn't want to talk about it. He made it clear.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. Yeah, which is kind of weird. Like, I mean,
I don't get it. Like, it's like he doesn't do this during the regular season. I've never heard him do this before.
Well, so here's my theory. Cash or trash.
Okay.
Monday press conferences are usually reaction to the previous game. Like, you rarely get a next opponent question on a Monday.
Sure.
It's usually reaction to the previous game. Where's your team at? Blah, 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 blah. It's very rarely on Monday about the next opponent. And then the Wednesday press conference, which is you would have that on a Sunday game. They're going to have their Wednesday press conference tomorrow on Thursday because they're playing on Monday. That's usually the preview press conference. So I think D'Amico Ryans walked into the presser thinking like, okay, we're going to talk about yesterday's game. We're going to talk about our team. And then he was bombarded with Steelers questions, and I think he misread the room.
Yeah. I mean, and that's I don't get why it's a reason to be annoyed, though. Honestly, like you want to talk about a game in which your team didn't try. Okay, like I get like that should have been the only question is why is Tremont Smith on this roster if he's this bad at football? Like, is that what D'Amico wanted to answer?
Right, which he's not going to, I mean.
And then he's going to be like, oh, well, Lassiter's our guy.
This is another example. We've talked about it a lot. Again, we adore D'Amico. We love D'Amico. Like, we're not saying to get rid of D'Amico. We all think highly of D'Amico. But D'Amico does have tendencies as a head coach at press conferences where he wants to control the message from the media and kind of has, like, small college town energy.
Yes. It's. Did he play for Saban?
No.
No, he didn't? Okay.
No, he did not.
Okay. Because I said
he played for Shula.
Yeah, I believe his last season at Alabama was the year before Saban got there.
Okay. I was like, because it's very like, because it was, 02-05. That's when he was at LSU. Like, that's very Saban-y, the way that he answers some of these questions and the way he handles the press conferences.
Yeah. Like, whatever. Like, I think press conferences are highly overrated. Like, they're going to get, like, we're going to listen to them and nitpick them and have fun with them and do what we do. We'll play some D'Amico and Nick Caserio sound probably on Monday because we'll do the coach speak index. But, I mean, press conferences are highly useless.
Big time.
and they're almost, I mean, they rarely tell you the truth unless it's something very trivial that they don't care about, you know? Like, have they told you anything about Joe Mixon?
Mm-hmm. Nothing. Nothing.
They're not going to give you anything that they don't want you to have. So I really don't care what coaches do in a press conference. Like, I'll mock and ridicule, and, like, if they say anything interesting, you know, the 1% of the time that they do, okay, well, cool. Like, here it is. Here's that interesting thing. But no, it's kind of weird. Okay, anyway, 713-780-ESPN. Is it disgusting to ask the question, if the Texans had strife between D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud, is it fair to ask that question? But then also, let's have the conversation. Who would you pick? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at Give Me The VIN, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
It's Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. I'll make that very clear. So is it a fair question? If the Texans had strife between D'Amico and CJ, what would you do? Is it a fun hypothetical, or am I disgusting? Anyways, how would you answer that, Joe? Let's entertain the disgusting.
Well, if it happened today, because I think that's what the hypothetical is.
Sure.
I think it's really simple. I think it's D'Amico.
Yeah.
I don't think CJ's played. Okay, we're having this debate about paying CJ Stroud $60 million this offseason, and that's going to be a conversation the day the season ends, basically through the offseason, because it can happen basically at any point, right, after like March 4th. They can sign him to a new contract that's worth a ton of money. If you have to ask that question to me of is he worth X amount of dollars, I'm going with the coach, because I think you can replace CJ Stroud with a Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold adjacent quarterback and be just as good as you are now, if not maybe better, because they've been playing better than CJ. Like maybe they're a better fit in this offense. So yeah, I think it's easily D'Amico for me. I don't think it's even really need to put much thought into it.
Yeah, I think it's a simple answer as well. I would go with the head coach. And look, I'm not trying to dismiss C.J. Stroud. Texans did go 3-0 in games that weren't started by C.J. Stroud, though. Now, 2 of them were like your easier games on the schedule, all of that. But there are some benefits, too, of not paying C.J. Stroud $60 million. Like, if you can get the production from the quarterback for $40 million as opposed to $60 million, you repurpose that money elsewhere. There's also added benefit there. Plus, like, I do believe in culture. I do believe in, like, having this the locker room that is all swimming in the same direction, that's all rowing in the same direction. I think D'Amico Ryans is a savant at that. Turning around a franchise that had won 11 games in 3 years and then going to the playoffs in 3 consecutive years. And I understand that C.J. Stroud was here for all 3 of them as well. I give D'Amico Ryans a lot of credit for that. And then also, what's the strength of this team? They're better on defense than they are on offense.
100%.
So give me the guy that's, the reason and the maestro for the defense over the signal caller of an offense that's very mediocre. So, yeah, I would go D'Amico Ryans every day of the week.
And honestly, how many quarterbacks in the NFL do you think it flips the other direction? Like
Josh Allen,
Lamar Jackson, clearly.
Yeah,
at least
Lamar. That one's a fact.
Mike, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, probably.
But like outside of that, like those 3 guys, Patrick Mahomes, I guess, like if it ever came to it.
Oh,
obviously.
for sure.
It's like those 4 quarterbacks.
I wonder if Jalen Hurts would have enough leeway.
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
Like the way the offense has struggled, and it seems like only works with certain offensive coordinators. Now, I mean, people aren't happy with him. Like I think if you ask the Eagles fans, I don't think they would say none of the above. They would just.
I hate Sirianni.
Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan either. But like I think that you can win. I think without Jalen Hurts there, and it's not disrespectful.
I got another one for you.
What's that?
Dak Prescott.
Okay, so I think now, because to me, that's a drop in coaching tier, right? Where because of Schottenheimer, it's Dak for sure. There are lower level quarterbacks who are just maybe outside the top 5 who, like, compared to their coaches, they're not as valuable. Like the coaches are not as valuable. So yeah, Dak's another one for sure.
Yeah. So how many is that? 5?
I think 5.
There you go.
Yeah, there's no argument now. Part of this is age. What if Stafford was 5 years younger? Let's hypothetical it.
No, it's McVay, man.
Yeah.
No, there we go, McVay.
I mean, because they went to the Super Bowl with Goff, right? So it's like you just find another guy.
Yeah, McVay would be the dude. McVay's one of the best coaches in the NFL. Stafford's like an elder statesman.
I got one that I think is really interesting. There's one more.
I'll be the judge of that.
Because you've got a elite head coach and maybe the MVP. How would they answer this question today?
Oh, in New England?
Yeah.
I think they would go Vrabel. Vrabel turned the tide there, man. And he has loyalty as a player.
Yeah.
I think they would go Vrabel. I would go Vrabel.
I think I would lean Vrabel too, but Drake May has been so impressive. Like I don't think we're far. We could be on the cusp of it being easily Drake May.
I love Vrabel though. I think Vrabel's a great head coach.
I do too.
And I think he's in a lot of I think he and D'Amico have a lot of similar characteristics as leaders.
Yeah.
And again, I think we underrate leadership. Mike Vrabel was not a good DC. Great leader, great head coach.
Yeah,
D'Amico was a great DC. They were, and they had injuries, so like maybe he deserves some leeway, and maybe he deserves a little bit of grace there.
Yeah, it was kind of like the end. Like you could tell, like that was like I feel like that season was the first sign that things were ending with Bill O'Brien.
Look, I don't think there's a whole lot of correlation between play calling in the NFL and head coaching in the NFL. Like I don't think there's much correlation there. Yet head coaches are hired based on how they are as coordinators. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me.
Yeah, they're not there based on leadership.
No.
Like in the perfect situation, you can find one that can do both, and like that's why I think D'Amico over CJ is clear. Like even though he's given up play calling this year, if Matt Burke were to land a head coaching job this offseason,
ooh, that's one of my bigger fears.
But I think I think they'll be fine because it's still D'Amico's team and his defense. Like I think he would be fine. I also would trust D'Amico at this point to hire a new defensive coordinator that he would also trust to call plays.
Yeah, and I agree with your point. Like that defensive coordinator role within the Texans organization is not as big as the defensive coordinator role with the San Francisco 49ers, Los Angeles Rams, Chicago Bears, because you have an offensive-minded head coach that calls plays.
Yeah.
So like those positions, defensive coordinator is more elevated than the Texans defensive coordinator position. I don't want to dismiss what Matt Burke is doing. I think he's doing an unbelievable job. I want him here for a while. I don't want him to be head coach, and I don't think he will be. I did read something today where apparently he and Joe Shane have worked together in the past, so he'll probably get an interview there. But I think Harbaugh can have that job if he wants it. So thank you, Baltimore.
Yeah,
maybe Baltimore is the reason that the Texans keep Matt Burke. That's a bit of a reach. I understand.
That job might be filled before the Texans play their playoff game.
Yeah,
if it's Harbaugh.
The chances of Matt Burke getting the Giants job was probably low, but they went to almost zero after yesterday's Harbaugh news.
Yeah, and the only other one that's been rumored at one point was there was a rumor about Tennessee being interested a while back, but that was during the regular season, at least with speaking with Matt Burke.
Yeah.
And
so they went with Garrett.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll still probably talk to Burke, I bet.
I would imagine. So it just depends on how fast they want to move through this process.
Yeah.
I would think. But yeah, I think like leadership, it matters. Like we see the best teams in the NFL, like we see it. I mean, and I think to what D'Amico's doing, where he can give up play calling, that trust you have in your coaches. We've seen Andy Reid do it, and it's been fine, right? Like at times Eric Bieniemy has called plays, not all the time, but like I view D'Amico as too valuable versus your quarterback, and again, Stroud hasn't played well enough to make it an argument, frankly.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. So, Junkie says Washington's keeping Daniels over Quinn.
Yep.
I would tend to agree, although Jaden Daniels did not want them to move on from Cliff Kingsbury. And I was reading something today where like the front office was meddling like on who's playing and like snap counts and stuff like that. It's kind of things are weird in Washington right now.
They're always kind of weird in Washington. It felt like Jaden Daniels was gonna break that a little bit, but now I'm not so sure. I can't believe that Cliff's out. It's like you went to the NFC title game last year, and your quarterback was hurt this year, and now he's gone. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I want to know what's like the why.
They're saying the front office is meddling. Like it's becoming like a baseball front office there in Washington, I guess. I would agree though that Washington would keep Daniels over Quinn. Eagles offense is terrible because of the scheme. Nobody would do well. Just watch all 22. I watch Philly on a weekly basis. I agree. I think they're badly coordinated. I think Jalen Hurts was unbelievable last year. Now, was that in big reason because of Kellen Moore? Maybe. But he's also had a ton of success prior to Kellen Moore. I'm a Jalen Hurts believer. I like Jalen Hurts. Josh from Seabrook, I would only ask that question if we still had Deshaun instead of CJ. Too late. We let the toothpaste out of the tube. Pete, I'm still shocked at the Ravens firing Harbaugh, but anything's possible. Just ask Jimmy Johnson, who was fired after winning back-to-back Super Bowls. Thanks, Jera. Valid topic, ain't nothing wrong with it. D'Amico Ryans all day. D'Amico versus CJ, that's premium engagement farm material.
But it's
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Like, it's the reality. Like, Aaron Rodgers, Mike McCarthy, Tom Brady, Bill Belichick. Like, it's happened with some of the best quarterbacks in NFL history.
You watch the Elway documentary?
Yes.
Elway got rid of his first head coach.
Yes.
Like, this is it's a story that is like it's been around for generations.
And it's not going to go away. Like, it's going to happen. Like, if Patrick Mahomes woke up and was like, I'm done with this Andy Reid thing, like, they'd have to make a decision.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the reality. Like, these quarterbacks and these coaches, they never last. I mean, every head
It's
coach.
not everyone. It's not everyone. Like, we're not saying it's inevitable that Stroud and D'Amico are going to butt heads in the future. We're not saying it's inevitable. I think it's a long shot. But head coach, quarterback, strife has existed for the history of the game.
But, like, one of these guys will be here at some point, and the other one won't be, most likely.
Well, yeah.
Because unless they both were left in the same offseason. Like these pairings, they don't last forever. So it's always comes down to something, and I feel like it always goes back to, even if it's not like this exact situation in Baltimore, it always comes down to your coach versus your quarterback, and who's taking the blame for the struggles of the franchise.
So we're all on the D'Amico side, huh?
Yeah.
Bronchitis Mac, you're on the Miko side?
Yeah, it's not close to me.
That's fun. The most of the commenters that weren't calling me disgusting, Steph Stradley, they mostly said D'Amico. I would say it was about 80% D'Amico, 20% Stroud. That's where the consensus landed.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, I wish this was a more difficult conversation, because then Stroud would be playing a lot better.
Yeah, that's true. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Joe, I've already eliminated half a dozen teams from the playoffs without even kicking off.
All right.
I've eliminated half of them. I took a look at the last 10 Super Bowl champions, and I found correlation, and I've eliminated half a dozen teams from the playoffs already. Did the Texans make the cut? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Are you going to make the cut on doing some winning today on Underdog? Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties, they're all back, baby. And Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all basketball season long. Texas is the best place to play on Underdog. And it's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, points, rebounds, steals. Get your picks right. You can up to 5,000 times your cash. And here's a little incentive for you. You throw in $5, use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. You're going to get $75 in bonus entries on me on Underdog when you play your first $5. $5. What are you spending $5 on today? A bad McMuffin? Bad coffee? Bad C-store material? I don't know what you're into. Instead of spending that $5 foolishly, download the Underdog app right now, put your $5 in, use promo code KILLERB, and then you're going to get $75 more in bonus entries when you play that first $5. So go ahead and do that. You can thank me later. Rockets, they're in Portland tonight. Look, let's see if you know ball. Kevin Durant, 27.5 points. Do you like the higher? Do you like the lower there? Jabari Smith, 15.5 points. He's been playing well. You like the higher or do you like the lower there? Amin Thompson, 18.5 points. Higher or lower there? You know ball, go prove it. Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. You're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
ESPN 97.5.
The College Football Playoff Semifinals on ESPN Radio. Thursday in the Verbo Fiesta Bowl.
From 47 yards, he got it!
Ole Miss faces Miami.
And it's intercepted! It's going to be a Miami pick six!
Then on Friday in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. It's Indiana, Oregon. The College Football Playoff Semifinals.
Coverage begins Thursday at 6 following Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Oh, yeah. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Junkie says BMAC or Mape Strife. Which producers does the city choose? I'll go with our guy. I'll go with BMAC. Yeah, I go with Bronchitis Mac.
I actually didn't hear the question. I heard my name, but I didn't hear the question.
You think the city would choose you or Mapes?
Oh, he's not listening to me? Mapes.
Yeah, that flipped it fast.
No, I was making a change on the log. No, I think the city would choose Mapes. So you're wrong. You're on the right side of history, Jeremy.
I think they also would choose Mapes, but I love Brian. So.
Oh, they would definitely choose Mapes.
That was a non-answer if I've ever heard one.
I said Mapes.
Joe, Mapes or BMAC? I love Brian.
I said Mapes, but I love Brian.
So you would pick Mapes? No, you said the city would pick Mapes.
The city would
you said the city would pick Mapes,
Yes.
but I love Brian.
Yeah, look
you
me
did
in
not
the eyes,
give
Joe.
your opinion.
Look me in the eyes, Joe, as you make your answer.
I would take Brian.
Bronchitis Mac. Brian texted us today. He's like, "Hey guys, I'm hoarse." I was like, "Good thing you texted us." I asked him though if he wanted to borrow my throat wax, and I'm a little insulted that he said no.
Honestly, it was kind of a creepy sentence.
That's something that the doctors give you whenever you have
Well, it was also
laryngitis.
kind of no offense, because it is a nice gesture, but it's also kind of an empty gesture because you're not here today.
No, but I could have brought it in tomorrow, or I could have stopped by on my way. I could have went out of my way for you, which I would do because I would choose you over Mapes.
Well, that's very sweet.
Thank you.
Although you did choose Mapes, I thought.
No, I chose Brian originally, and then you weren't listening to me, and I switched it to Mapes.
Now, to defend Brian here, it was a year-old throat wax.
Wax doesn't go bad.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Neither do I.
You sure?
No, I'm not. I feel pretty safe though. If I needed to use it, I would use it.
I mean,
a lot of times,
check?
big pharma and big food and big business, they'll put expiration dates just so you have to buy new stuff.
That's
Usually
true.
it's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Usually.
Well, you don't know that.
The time that it's not, though.
But I'm willing to roll the dice. I like to live life on the edge.
with my health.
No, for myself. I take stuff or eat stuff or drink stuff that's beyond the expiration date all the time.
Do you do a sniff test, or how do you
do the
decide?
sniff test. No, I will do the sniff test.
Like all the time?
I will also no. If it's like I don't really drink milk, but if it smells bad, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I like a milk a few days past the day is fine.
I don't do that.
So you trust it every time?
No, I just make sure it's gone.
What do you mean gone?
If it expires January 10th,
you'll chug milk on January 9th?
I will make sure by January 10th it's gone. I'll have some extra. I'll make sure I have cereal for breakfast. Make sure Joseph has cereal for breakfast. I'll make sure it's gone. Like, it's going to be gone. I'm not risking it.
You live to the letter of the expiration date.
Look, it's especially milk. Like, I don't want to see it.
I don't really drink milk, so that's not one that I concern myself about. But although, like with Branham Baby, who does drink milk, like all of a sudden, the last 3 years of my life, I've had to be concerned about that.
Yes.
Like, so I will give it the little sniff test. But like they put like expiration dates on Tylenol and stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of times on food thing, like I noticed this with the eggs the other day in my house. Though that doesn't actually give an expiration date; it gives a best by date.
Yeah.
So that gets a little trickier. Like it doesn't say it expires, and they just suggest you have it by then.
Well, that one there's a test for.
For eggs?
Yeah, I just can't remember if it's sink or float. It's one of them. You put it in water, and if it sinks,
what?
It's bad.
Sounds like an old wives' tale.
Yeah, probably, but
I've never heard of this.
Are eggs bad if they sink?
So Google AI says the classic sink or float egg experiment demonstrates density. An egg sinks in fresh water because it's denser, but floats in salt water. That doesn't help because adding salt increases water's density until it's greater than the eggs, allowing it to float.
Okay, so this one mine says if it floats, I had it backwards. If it floats, it indicates the egg is old and should be discarded.
But if it sinks, it's okay?
If your egg sinks, they're not bad.
But if it sinks so fast, it'll crack.
It's not going to sink that fast.
It's not a stone.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Gravity.
It's in water.
I mean, it's kind of heavy.
Yeah, but it's not going to crack on the bottom. It's not going to sink that fast.
I think it could.
I don't think so.
Maybe it depends on the depth of your sink.
Well, I put it in a pot if I'm doing that.
Yeah, I would have put it in a cup.
I've never heard of that. I just always eat eggs. I don't think eggs ever go bad.
I mean, we eat our eggs fast enough. It's never even a concern.
Huh. What are you concerned about that going milk is the obvious
just
one?
Eggs. I mean, just milk, really.
Yeah.
I don't know. Peanut butter. But that lasts forever.
Yeah, peanut butter. Like some things, like dairy, I guess probably the things people are most concerned about. But for that, it's just kind of sniff it. All right, cool. And then otherwise, you're just like, all right, is mold growing on it? Then,
yeah.
All right, it's cool.
Like, I'll eat cheese until I see mold on it.
Same.
And sometimes I eat cheese with mold in it.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, cheese is technically mold, isn't it?
And then blue cheese,
Yeah.
I'm not a huge bread guy, but if I am having bread, I'll check to see if there's mold on the bread, and if there's not, good to go.
Okay, let's say you got a piece of bread,
yeah,
and there's mold on one side of it, would you rip off that side and eat the other side?
No.
Okay, I've seen people do that. I think it's the
just scrape it off and
no,
they just they rip off that half and they use
that's bad.
No, any mold on the bread and it's trash.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing is gone.
Yeah, the whole thing's gone.
Okay,
it kind of freaks me out a little bit, bacteria and all that. Like I don't want to eat a piece of bread that's growing mold on it.
I definitely don't either. Bad idea.
Junkie says that bad eggs can carry salmonella. Jasper, I drank milk that got left outside for several days and had curdled on a dare, and I'm fine. Yeah, but were you fine?
Yeah, but it's still gross.
You're fine now, but were you fine in the days after?
Yeah. So that's what I'm worried about is the curdling. I don't want that.
That sounds terrible. It's like chunky milk.
Yeah.
And all you did it for was a dare? You would have to pay me lots of money.
I hope you got some money.
Man, how old were you, Jasper?
How much, Joe?
And were you sick the next day?
To drink curdled milk?
Yeah, how much?
I'll have to use a PTO day probably the next day.
I would need at least $500.
Yeah, I was thinking like 3 to 5.
Yeah, I would need at least.
If it's 3, I think we can put something together here.
I'm not giving him money to drink.
No, that's fine. I was excluding you. Well,
Do it.
I'll gather up money around the station.
Do a GoFundMe. Joe drinking curdled milk live on the air.
If the number's 3, Joe, we'll make this happen.
Can we at least if I have to drink something curdled,
milk?
Can we at least do an Irish car bomb and then just let it sit there for a second because then it curdles in the Irish car bomb?
No. We're not. This is no.
So at least I can enjoy and get.
No, we're not.
I can get drunk.
It has to be already curdled.
No, the whole point of this is that you're not getting enjoyment. That you're getting as much misery
now
as
that
possible.
Brian's contemplating this, 5. I'm up on it. I'm 500.
Yeah, 3's kind of light.
So if you can get $1,000, we'll do it together.
Who's we?
You said you do it for 5. So you get 5, I get 5. We'll do it together. Jeremy's gonna be sick that day.
I might need 1,000. I don't know.
I feel like this number's going to keep going up the closer and closer we get.
No, I'll stop at 1,000.
Okay.
I need a comma in my number in order for me to do it.
I'll do 5.
All right, Joe's 5. I'm 1,000.
All right, $1,500 to do it together.
Fine.
Go fund me.
I have experience with that. All right, Super Bowl champions. I've eliminated 6 teams from the playoffs. I'll tell you which team's next. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
ESPN 97.5.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Avatar Fire and Ash has arrived.
I am the fire!
Get your 3D tickets now for the greatest chapter of the biggest saga in history.
Whatever happens, protect this family.
Critics rave it's by far the best Avatar movie.
If your father and I do not return, you go as far and as fast as you can.
Movies don't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash, rated PG-13, now playing.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olalea Show, weekday mornings from 10 to noon. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Re-rack it, start it over from the top. Does Cutler write his own scripts, or did somebody provide this script to Cutler? Cutler's the big voice guy, for those that don't know.
Someone else writes them.
Who provided Cutler this script?
Probably Michael.
I'm going to have to have a word with Michael.
You want to?
I mean, you're in studio tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
you got spots to record, so.
Don't be all talk.
You'll be in there by yourself.
Keep that same energy.
I'll bring it up with Michael.
All right.
Michael, why does our show rejoin at the top of every hour say it starts now? I'll bring it up with the big boy. All right. I've eliminated 6 teams from the playoffs.
Okay.
6 teams have been eliminated from contention of a Super Bowl championship. So I looked at the last 10 Super Bowl champions, Joe, and I just looked at 2 numbers. Points for, points against, okay?
Okay.
Every single Super Bowl champion over the last decade needs to qualify in one of these 3 things. First, for points scored, you need to be inside the top 20 in the NFL, which isn't a huge bar, right? Inside the top 20. I mean, 19 of the 32 teams. There you go. The team that has had the worst points for in the last 10 years that won the Super Bowl were the Broncos 10 years ago.
Okay.
They were 19th in the NFL in scoring. The Chiefs 2 years ago were actually 15th in the league in scoring. And then 8 of the last 10 have all been in the top 7 in points for, which maybe doesn't bode well for the Texans. But each of the last 10 Super Bowl champions have had to at least be in the top 20.
Okay.
Defensively, you have to be inside the top 16. Okay?
Okay.
Or top 16, actually. So 8 of the last 10 have been in the top 10 in points against, but 2 teams in the last 5 years actually have had numbers outside of that. The Chiefs 3 years ago were 16th in points allowed, and the Rams 4 years ago were 15th in points allowed. But if you're in double digits in one of those categories, points for or points against, double digits, top 10 and greater, right? You must be on the top 7 on one side of the ball if you're outside of the top 10 in the other one, okay? So you got all those? You got those 3 bullet points?
I think so.
Inside the top 20 in points scored per game, top 16 in points allowed per game, and then if you're in double digits in one side of the ball, you have to be top 7 on the other side of the ball. Okay?
That makes sense, yes.
So the Denver Broncos, top seed in the AFC, 14th in points scored, 3rd in points against. They can win the Super Bowl, Joe.
Okay.
They can win it all. The Patriots, these numbers might surprise you. They surprised me. The Patriots are 2nd in the NFL in points scored per game. They're 4th in points allowed. Really good. So obviously they can win the Super Bowl. Jacksonville, 6th in points scored, 8th in points against. Obviously they can win the Super Bowl. The first team we're eliminating, Joe,
okay,
the 4th seed in the AFC, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're 15th in points for. They're 17th in points allowed. So you eliminate them on the points allowed. You would also eliminate them because they have double digits on both sides of the ball.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now it doesn't preclude them from winning a playoff game.
But Super Bowl, yes.
But it precludes them from making a run and winning it all. So I'm not telling you that the Texans are going to beat the Steelers because, this Branham correlation thing. They can win games in the playoffs. You just can't win it all. So the Steelers have been eliminated. The Texans, 13th in points scored, 2nd in points allowed. They qualify, Joe. They can win it all.
Good.
Buffalo Bills, 4th in points scored, 12th in points allowed. They can win it all. The Chargers, see you later. They're 20th in points scored. They don't have an offense that's good enough. Chargers have been eliminated.
Okay.
So actually, that's 5 of the 7 AFC teams can make a run and win it all, Joe.
I'm surprised. This feels like a heavy AFC list.
So
how this is playing out.
Looking at the NFC side of things, Seattle's 3rd in points scored, 1st in points allowed.
Makes sense.
They can win it all. The Bears, so long. They're 9th in points scored, but they're 23rd in points allowed. Chicago Bears have been eliminated, Joe. Sorry about it.
It's okay.
They're gone. No chance to win it all.
See you later.
See ya. Philadelphia Eagles, 19th in points scored, 5th in points allowed. They do not qualify. They don't have a good enough offense. Actually, they do. They're top 20. So they can actually make it. Panthers are 27th in points scored, 15th in points allowed. They don't make it on either side. So eliminate the Carolina Panthers. The Rams are 1st in points. They're 10th in points allowed. They can win it all. 49ers, 10th in points, 13th in points allowed. They can't win it all. Double digit in both categories. And the Packers are 16th in points, 11th in points allowed. Double digit in both categories. They're eliminated.
Okay.
So 2 AFC teams, Pittsburgh and the Chargers, goodbye. No chance to win it all. You might as well go to Cancun now. And then 4 teams in the NFC eliminated: Chicago, Carolina, the 49ers, and the Packers. I'm willing to bet a big sum of money on this. Who wants action?
That one of the top teams that you listed, you're going to be right.
Just going based on the numbers, Joe.
I mean, is there who in this eliminated group would you say could overcome the statistic that you brought forth?
The top one that I would choose would be the San Francisco 49ers.
I agree. Because their offense can be good enough.
Yeah.
And it's their defense, like they have Saleh, but like they just lost another player this week, didn't they? Like they cannot stop getting hurt. So I think that the 49ers would be the one team that I could see overcome this.
Yeah.
It's not the Bears.
No, not the Bears.
They'd be
anybody else on the list that you think?
They'd be number 2 on my list, but
they'd be 2nd?
Yeah. Over the Packers, Steelers, Chargers, Panthers, yeah.
I think I like the Chargers more than the Bears, but I don't like the Chargers' path. because you would have to win at New England, at Denver, and then at whoever is left amongst Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, Houston, and Buffalo. So, yeah, I would agree with you. I think the Chargers are better than the Bills, or the Bears, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like betting on a team that has to win 3 straight road games to reach the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that's where it really comes down to, for them, it's just like their tackle situation, too. It's just like, I don't know how they survive it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how, it's not good enough, frankly. Now, the only argument, can I make an argument for Chicago?
Yeah.
Okay. As the 2 seed.
Sure.
They give up 30.4 points per game on the road. It's very bad. They give up 17.6 points per game at home. So there's a path to where if the Seahawks got knocked off, they wouldn't have to play on the road to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a good case.
But that's the only argument I have for them.
Yeah.
Is that they are much better at home than they are on the road. But I agree. Like, they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. So, even though Bears-Texans would be awesome.
They're done. Pittsburgh eliminated, Chargers eliminated, Bears eliminated, Panthers eliminated, 49ers eliminated, Packers eliminated. No one wants to bet me?
No.
Yeah, I have a pretty good side of that.
Yeah, you have a very good side of it. Because even then, like, if you just eliminated the teams, even without your metric, which is a good metric, I think those would be all the teams I would eliminate first besides the 49ers.
If you were just playing like an elimination game?
Yeah, like if we were just going through, like, just cross them off one by one.
Gone.
Yeah, like, I don't think.
Who would you go with first?
To eliminate first?
Yeah.
The Panthers.
Same. Who's after that?
I think the Steelers.
Yeah, I would put the Steelers next. Not that they can't beat the Texans. I just don't think they can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And then probably Chargers is the next team I would list.
Yeah, I probably do. I like the Chargers more than a lot of teams in the playoffs. I just hate the path.
Yeah, the path is brutal. And then the Packers.
See, I might flip those last two, but we're picking nits.
Yeah, and then I would go Packers, Bears, Niners. The teams I would eliminate in that order.
Okay.
Because I think I would take Jacksonville at this moment ahead of the Niners.
Jacksonville or the Bills?
The Bills.
Jacksonville or the Eagles?
Jacksonville.
Okay.
Who's the first team you would eliminate from your top category? Would it be the Eagles? Because that would be mine. So between Broncos, Patriots, Jags, Texans,
no.
Bills, Seahawks, Rams, Eagles.
It would probably be the Texans.
Really?
Or the Bills. Maybe, yeah, probably the Texans. Texans, Bills, between those two.
I just don't think the Eagles' offense is good enough to get through the NFC this year.
Yeah, I think we sleep on the Eagles. I think that people are down on the Eagles. They're the defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah,
they've been to back-to-back Super Bowls.
I know. It feels like they're in this weird phase again with their team, like they were 2 years ago, where they just were terrible on offense.
I mean, respectfully, what does being the defending Super Bowl
two of the last
matter?
3 Super Bowls. 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls. They didn't go 2 years ago. They lost in the wild card round. They went the year before. 2 of the last 3. Well, I think that you have the. I think it matters in terms of experience, the stage, the platform. I do think the experience matters for those type of games. Like, at the moment, it's not going to be too big for you. I think
you
that
could say
stuff is
that a lot of the
tangible.
Rams would have the same, or at least at the top with Stafford and McVay have the same thing, though.
Sure, but we're not arguing those teams. We're arguing Texans, Eagles.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't. I thought this was just to me on the Eagles. Can they win the Super Bowl argument? I was taking the Texans out of it.
Well, that's where it started. It was Texans, Eagles. Like, who would you scratch off next as to a team that you would have to eliminate if you were striking them off one by one?
I would strike off both, but yeah, to your point, I'd probably strike off the Texans first.
Yeah, like I do think experience matters. I do think the platform matters. I think the stage matters. Like, and I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I'm not saying it's like this huge, 100% weight. I'm saying it's like a 5% weight. But to me, like, it breaks a tie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just not a believer in their offense this year. Like, they have very much. It's different, but it reminds I'm almost thinking like they're like going to be the new San Francisco Giants.
I mean, they had 2 games
where, like,
this
every
year.
other year they're going to win the championship.
They had 2 games this year where Hurts completed 0 passes in the second half.
Yeah, and they won both of them. Like,
why is it that's overrated? If you don't need to complete a pass to win a game, why does it matter that you completed a pass?
It lowers their margin of error. That they can't move the ball or score in the second half of these games that end up close, to me, lowers their margin of error.
Oh, they're just eating the clock. They know the what
I mean,
they have
it was
to
a
do.
1-point win against Buffalo. If your
Did
boy
just
Josh
enough.
Allen could hit a wide open Shakir, that's a Bills win because the Eagles couldn't do anything on offense in the second half.
They knew what they were doing. They knew that Josh Allen couldn't hit a wide open receiver in the back of the end zone on a 2-point conversion.
That's one way to look at it.
They also got outscored 19-7 against the Buccaneers when it happened earlier in the season too. Like they just
Buccaneers were red hot then.
They were, and the Eagles played terrible in that second half.
Yeah, they were red hot.
Yeah, I'm not believing the Eagles this year. So
Okay. Yeah, I just think they're being overlooked. Is all I'm saying. Like I think that they have a better chance to win it all than people are giving them credit for. Like
that's fair.
That's all. I'm not saying I'm not picking them to win the Super Bowl. I think they're being undervalued, is what I'm saying.
Have you made a pick yet?
I have not. No, I have not made a pick yet. No. Junkie sounds like data dredging. No, it's not data dredging. It's just data. It's not dredging it. It's just data. Data dredging is questionable research practice. This isn't questionable. This has 3 laws. That's it. What's questionable about that? And it's all based on what the past Super Bowl champions have done. I don't think you know what data dredging means.
I've never heard that term before, so.
Junkie. I think people people like to throw out the word data dredging when they hear a bunch of data, but they don't actually know what data dredging is. It's not questionable research. I pulled the last 10 Super Bowl champions. I saw how good they were on offense and defense, and then I looked at a correlation to see what it takes to win it all. That's pretty simple. Very simple. That's simple. That's data. That's rudimentary data is what that is. That's data 101.
Yeah, I don't think it's like overcomplicated.
That's not data dredging. That's not questionable research practice. I don't think you know what data dredging is. I'm on the brink here of ejection. I'm thinking, you know what? It's a stern warning. Stern warning. No more questionable text. No more text dredging.
No more.
No more. That's your warning.
Or ban.
Off your list. Who wins the Super Bowl AFC? I'm not ready to make that pick. I haven't really played out the brackets yet.
Yeah, I need to go through it and
maybe we'll do that Friday.
I'm fine.
Oh, Junkie wants me to get him out of here. All right,
Junkie?
you're ejected. Yeah, you're ejected.
There you go. Out of here.
Junkie wanted us to throw him out. All you data dredging text ejected. I'm impressionable. I listen to what the junkies tell me to do. They told me to eject them.
Well,
so I eject them. There they go.
We got a follow-up that agrees.
Huh?
There's a follow-up that says you were 100% data dredging.
Yeah, they're both ejected. They both don't know what data
You
dredging is.
are out of here.
Double bang. All right, coming up next, 713-780.
You just like the song.
I do. I love La Chona. I've never in my life teased the next segment with La Chona in the background. This might be the highlight of my life.
The highlight. The
It
highlight
might
of
be.
your life.
I'm not sure there's anything better. I mean, I like the day I was married out in the hill country.
Yeah.
Branham baby's birth was awesome.
Yeah. But
teasing a segment with La Chona in the background,
Mm-hmm.
I think we got a new leaderboard.
That's
I think we got a new clubhouse leader.
I've been there for 2 of your 3 best moments of your life. That makes me feel special.
For a second there, I forgot about this one, and I thought you were at the birth for a moment. For a split second, I was like, I don't remember you there.
Joe, were you creeping that day?
No.
That's messed up, man.
For a split second, I forgot this was one of my top 3 moments. It's like, Joe, you weren't there, man. All right, do college football fans pay attention to the portal? Do they actually pay attention to the portal? Also, we'll look at these quarterback transfer portal frenzies. It's getting wild, especially with this Washington QB. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.9 HD2.
You know what can be a top 3 moment in your life? It's getting into a new leased vehicle from D&M Leasing. All you got to do right now is go to dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000. You'll get no payments for the next 60 days. When you call, you'll speak with a leasing agent who on average has been there for 10 years. So if you've never gone through this process before and you're starting off new, they will walk you through everything from start to finish. And one of the best parts is you don't have to do anything from outside the comfort of your own home. You don't have to go to the dealership, especially if you know what kind of car you want to get. You'll get a DocuSign sent to you. They'll bring the car to you when it comes time, and they'll take your trade-in as well. And they'll bring that car wherever you're at, honestly, whether you're at home, at your office, or you want to tell them, hey, I'm going out to lunch at this place, and why don't you bring the car by then? They will do that for you. Again, all you got to do, go to dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 for no payments for the next 60 days and to start your leasing journey, and tell them that ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
ESPN 97.5.
Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too, whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Bitter junkie who just got ejected says Branham loves data when it supports his opinion. That entire segment was not opinion-based. It was all data-based and eliminating teams based on correlation. I didn't even state an opinion until we got away from the initial data. Take that for data.
Take that.
What was that dude's name?
Take that for data. Who said that?
Who's the Grizzlies coach? I can see his face. He has a goatee, bald head. Is it Fizdale?
Yes, yes, that was Fizdale, yes.
David Fizdale.
Oh, I forgot. What a great
Take that for data. Boom. He didn't like data.
What's he doing now? Is he coaching somewhere?
I think he's. I saw him recently, like on a podcast. I think he might be an assistant somewhere.
It looked like he was last an assistant with the Suns. So last year.
Okay, so he's not coaching this year.
Yeah,
huh?
it looks like he's not coaching right
Maybe that's why he was on a podcast.
Probably.
Yeah, usually you don't see current assistants on podcasts. Jose Jorge needs a Mexican-Spanish theme song.
I do?
What does Mexican-Spanish mean?
Great question.
And I'm Mexican.
Great question. I'm glad I didn't say
I think you need American-German theme song.
Okay.
That's what I think you need. No, Jose Jorge definitely needs a Mexican-Spanish theme song. When are you going to debut Jose Jorge and read some Tejano lyrics?
I don't know. Whenever you want me to. I guess it's going to be a disaster.
When do the people want Jose Jorge to make his much-anticipated debut?
I have one request.
Yeah?
I just think it would be more fun if we do it so you can laugh in my face.
Oh, so I'm there in person?
Yeah, it's got to be an in-studio.
That's a fair request.
Yeah. I want to be able I want to see your embarrassment of me in real time.
Somebody said now. No, it can't be now. I do think it's a good idea to have your own little theme song, though. Like Jose Jorge walks to the mic behind his own theme song. Although he is going to be reading the lyrics of said song, so maybe it's just that day's song.
That's fine. We can do that.
What should Jose Jorge's first lyric reading song be? What do y'all? Yeah, Vicente Fernandez was somebody I had in mind too, Junkie. Yeah, we'll kick it around. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll do it random. I'll just pull up my Selena channel on my Pandora, whatever is the first one to pop up. Someone says he's announcing my official entry into Houston radio portal. I hear they're doing great things over on the Highway to Hell.
Yeah. You can learn how to not fill up your gas tank. Lots of great things.
They probably aren't asking disgusting hypothetical questions about Stroud and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah,
Hold on, what did you say?
You can learn how to not fill your gas tank.
What do you mean?
Clint always talks about how he runs out of gas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Somebody said Gasolina. That's not a good song to debut for Jose Jorge. Gasolina. Now, it might be Vicente. I think it might be Vicente Fernandez. I think you got to start with El Rey.
Don't tell me.
No, I'm not going to tell you. Oh, so you don't want to know beforehand?
No, because I don't want to prep.
So we just go into the segment?
Yeah. Just
okay.
Hand me a piece of paper.
Okay.
Say, read it.
Okay. Like, are you going to read it, like, off of the lyric YouTube video, or are you going to read just, like, the lyrics based on, like, the website?
Whichever you think would be best.
Probably the website.
Yeah, the website makes sense. You can just email. You can just put it on the rundown. I'll click on it. I won't click on it before.
All right, I trust you. Oh, that's a good. Okay. But taking suggestions, 713-780-3776. So I saw another radio station. I think this was The Ticket, maybe in Dallas. I don't know. It was on my Twitter feed. But they were kicking around this question. Do college football fans actually pay attention to the portal? Do you think that college football fans pay attention to the portal, Joe?
I think you pay attention to, like, are you saying, like, outside of your team?
No, it was very broad. Do college football fans pay attention to the portal? Because they even talked about their own team. Because they're like, some fans look at it where they don't even pay attention to the portal, and then when it's time to kick off the season, I'll learn the players then, and don't pay attention to the offseason at all.
I have started to pay a lot more attention. Like, I would say last year I really wasn't that into it, and now I feel like it's important to know what's happening, like where guys are going. It says a lot about, I think, your program. Like, if they're UT guys and they're going to A&M or vice versa, like, I want to know. I think it gets you a good vibe of, like, what's happening. So I think it's starting to become more. You can get behind this more. Like, I think people care more about the portal now than they do about recruiting sometimes, because, like, that's high school kids.
Yeah.
Now you're seeing guys, like, you know who they are. Like, you've watched them play football elsewhere or at your school, and you know the actual impact that player can have on your program. So I think it's getting closer to, like, NFL free agency now.
Yeah, I do too. I think that, like, anywhere from casual college football fan to above are all paying attention to the portal. Like,
at minimum, people are starting to keep an eye on quarterbacks.
At minimum, quarterbacks.
Like, and if there's big names, like, they are finding a way. Like, they're starting to pay attention.
Like, if you're one of those fans that just, like, goes to the stadium every Saturday to root for your alma mater, and, like, you really don't know the players until, like, you see them play, like, you're probably not paying attention to the portal.
Sure.
But if you have, like, a good football team and, like, they have like positive momentum and they're winning games and they're still relevant, I do think that the average college football fan is in tune with the portal.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it's just going to keep growing, like, especially because it shows, like, because I think you see the frustration. Like, I feel like maybe Twitter is a bad place to view this, but like, if you look at, like, YouTube numbers right now, like, what these portal videos are doing, like, they're crazy. It seems like all people care about now.
Yeah, you're looking at, like, Lane Kiffin and Sam Levitt, like, hanging out baseline at an LSU basketball game together.
Yeah.
Like, Lane Kiffin, like, creepily looking at his phone. You know, like, I think it's really relevant. I think that it's college football numbers will never match NFL numbers, but the quarterback carousel in college football might be more entertaining than the NFL quarterback carousel. Because the NFL quarterback carousel is going to have retreads. They're going to have the mid quarterbacks, like maybe like a sexy name, like Kyler Murray. If he's traded, that's a sexy name, but he's never been good, really. He's always been a mid quarterback that has disappointed. Like, these college quarterback transfers that are transferring are some of the better quarterbacks in college football. Like, if you haven't heard the name Brendan Sorsby, you're not paying attention to college football.
Yeah.
Like, everybody knows who Sam Levitt is. Like, even DJ Lagway. Like, DJ Lagway is probably top 5 transfer quarterback. That dude had a major name going into last season.
Yeah. Like you know who, especially because now, like, a lot of the guys who feels like who end up in the portal are guys that you're hearing about, like, kind of first in maybe an NFL conversation, and then their season doesn't go as well. So, like, they're also in the portal, or they're, like you said, Sorsby guys who are up and coming, and people know who they are. And, like, and again, with quarterbacks, everyone wants a quarterback.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what's going on. You're hoping guys are entering the portal at some point so your school can go and grab them.
College football portal, interested, yes. Following, no, says a junkie. Another junkie, speaking of YouTube numbers, why are y'all's improving? I don't know. Some people like looking at our faces, I guess. I can't imagine why they would. This Washington quarterback, this Desmond Williams, where he signed a rev share contract with Washington last week and then now is, like, trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
This is kind of wild.
Yeah, this is interesting because I didn't think we were here. Like I know that they're framing these as X player has re-signed. Like they're framing them as contracts, but like I thought they were still just pretty straightforward, like name, image, and likeness deals. I didn't think they were fully contracts just yet. And because this was like when Quinn Ewers went to Ohio State, and it's like he got $1 million and then he left without ever playing a snap for them. I was like, well, aren't they going to want that money back? But now it does seem like guys are signing deals and they're leaving before anything happens. This one feels like a mess, and this to me feels like a potential game changer.
Yeah, I don't think these contracts are worth anything. I don't think that Washington is going to be able to do anything about it. This is why I ultimately want to get to a day and age where there's a CBA and these things are worked on. So, like, you can't do this sort of thing, but we're a long way from that, and I don't think that there's anything that Washington's going to be able to do. Junkie Texas Tech is basically putting together an all-star team. Good for them. Good for them, man. Like, this is what sports are, though. Like, people have this – there's this gap between, like, amateurism and, like, college sports or, like, professional sports. Mm-hmm. The moment that you realize, like, college sports is no longer amateur and it's more pro than amateur, I think the more that you can come to grips with, like, liking the college game.
Yeah.
Because every pro sport, you have your major markets, you have your smaller markets, and the major markets, use their money to flex and help the roster and improve the roster. It's no different in college football. You got your big markets that are spending money. You got your little markets that aren't. It's just like any other professional sport.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing here too is a lack of. I don't know who's representing all these kids because it doesn't feel like it's NFL agents. Like because
no, they're not. Like a lot of these agents are. Well, that's another problem with what's going on.
Well, they're not.
A lot of these, they're not real agents.
They're marketing agents. So they're also instead of getting 2%, they're getting 10, 15, 20% on these deals. But like Pete Thamel tweeted out some of the language that was in Damon Williams' contract that he apparently signed. And it says like the first one here is the buyout in the contract reads the cost of the buyout is in the sole discretion of Washington. Like, why would you sign that? And then the other one says that the contract states that the, quote, the institution is not obligated to enter the student athlete into the transfer portal or otherwise assist or facilitate the student athlete's transfer to another college or university. Why would you sign that? Why would you sign that? Like, why would you put pen to paper and then 4 days later be like, I'm leaving? Like, did no one on this kid's team, including himself, read what he was putting pen to paper to?
Yeah, I just don't think this contract is worth the weight of the paper that it was signed. Like, I understand that's what the contract reads, but if you send that to a judge and you go into the courts, they're going to overturn that.
Well, and ultimately, like that's like can that is that what's going to try to happen here?
That's been the problem within every NCAA rule. Every NCAA rule. That's why everything is like chaotic right now. Is because everything goes to the courts, and the courts are like, "Well, you can't do that. You can't do that."
Yeah, but like, how quickly is this going to get ruled on? Like, he's just going to transfer, and he's going to play, and then what? Like, maybe is it LSU? Is that where he's committed to? Like,
I haven't seen a commitment.
No, everyone's saying it's LSU, but I'm like, Sam Levitt was just with Lane Kiffin, so like, I feel like it's not LSU, but like, it's just like if he goes out to LSU and plays. Then does he owe the money all back to Washington that he left? I don't know.
He probably won't get paid. I mean, that rev share was for next year or next season. Like, I can't imagine you get paid anything. I don't know. Like, if I don't think they're getting it all in one lump sum. I think it's like I don't know, bi-weekly, monthly. I don't know how they get the money in.
Well, it depends because like remember the UNLV quarterback from last year.
I think that was NIL though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was NIL, but like so the rev share is a little bit different. But with NIL, like he was supposed to get paid, never did, and then he left. 2 games into the season, 3 games into the season. So this one just feels like it's. I think we're all like everyone's gonna start getting on board. Like the players, the coaches are like, hey, like we have to figure something out that like has actual established rules here in place that's good for everybody. Because like this isn't good for players, and this isn't good for coaches. Like there was a story yesterday about how a player, I can't remember, I think it was Florida. But like how he was put into the transfer portal by his school. Like what? Like you can cut guys? I mean, that's what Deion did, right? Deion got to Colorado and cut half his team.
Yeah, you can cut guys.
Yeah. I wonder if Damon Williams is going to Alabama.
That could be the
like after Ty Simpson announced he's going to the draft, that was this morning. Like it feels like maybe he knew that was happening.
That would make some sense.
I mean, they need a quarterback. Like it feels like Levitt or maybe Williams now will be at Alabama next year.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. All right, how about these other top quarterbacks in the portal? You as a college football fan, are you paying attention to the portal? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the Underdog app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with the Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I am Jeremy. 713-780-3776. Rocky Baytown on our YouTube. I like the U of H running back pickup and all the offensive linemen. They got some hog mollies up front. Always got to have some hog mollies up front. Love what Fritz is doing too.
Yeah, I mean Malachi Hughes is very good.
Yeah, he didn't get a whole lot of run at Oregon.
Well, he transferred in, right? And then he did the move up from Tulane to Oregon, and then they have two freshman running backs that beat him out. Like, that's the danger of entering the portal too.
Right.
You go in, you think you're going to play, and then you get on campus, and it's like, oh no, these 5-star recruits that we brought in, they're better than you. So sorry.
The grass isn't always greener. Alton McCaskill was that story for U of H. He had like an unbelievable rookie year freshman year out of Oak Ridge, and then transferred to Colorado and did nothing. Like, he went to Colorado. I think he went to Arizona State, then went to Sam to finish up.
Yeah, I mean, and we see guys going to the portal too, and they just don't have homes. Also,
right?
There's
4,000 players in the portal.
Yeah, now it ended up working out okay for him, but our friend who puked on the field
Oh, yeah.
Ruben Unije. Like, he
Yeah.
ended up at UCLA, and I saw he was actually ranked in the top 200 for draft prospects.
Oh, cool.
But like
that seems high.
I agree. But like, it took him a while to find a spot. Like, he committed like to 3 programs before he finally ended up at UCLA.
That's weird.
So like, it's just like you don't have like when there's 4,000 players in the portal, like there's no guarantee you're going to find a landing spot.
Yeah. Hughes ran for nearly 2,800 yards in his first 2 years at Tulane, and then had 17 carries at Oregon. Like, that's the fear. But I agree with you. Good player. He'll be just fine at U of H. U of H has been doing good in the portal, says a junkie. College football isn't sustainable in the model we have today. The portal is proof the NCAA has lost all control. I agree with that, but what do you mean isn't sustainable? Like, what does that mean? Because I don't think it's going anywhere. Like, what do you mean it's not sustainable? I would like to know what you mean, junkie. Like, what do you mean it's not sustainable? Because I agree that, like, I don't think they're going to be able to spend this kind of money forever, but it's not going anywhere. They'll just recalculate the money that's being spent in the sport.
Yeah.
And the TV contracts are still going to be out there and very, very costly.
I don't really know how they go backwards from here. Like, unless they collectively bargain. And I don't really know, like, if I don't know how you get all these players on one page to collectively bargain something like this.
Yeah.
Like maybe each conference can find a way to do it individually, but even then that's a stretch. You got 18 teams in one conference and these massive rosters. Is the amount of players in the Big Ten this year that can be that different than collectively in the NFL? Like, probably not that different, honestly, because these rosters are huge.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how they fix it at this point. Like, it's out of control, and like that's why the NCAA is trying to get Congress to get back involved to fix this. But Congress is basically telling them, like, what you've done for all these years is illegal, so we're not really helping you now.
Right. Yeah, it's in a weird spot right now. Brendan Sorsby's the number 1 quarterback in the portal, according to The Athletic. He landed at Texas Tech, which a lot of people thought was like the worst kept secret, and he kind of played it out. Took some visits elsewhere, but a good get for the Red Raiders. Mm-hmm. Sam Levitt, the number 2 player on the portal rankings here, quarterback I should say, without a team, still uncommitted, taking visits everywhere.
He's actually visiting with Tennessee today.
I saw that, which is interesting.
That's an interesting fit for him.
A lot of people were saying that Levitt screwed up and shouldn't have left Arizona State, and that like his brother led him awry.
That happens.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like if he lands at LSU or Tennessee, though, that like it's a pretty good spot, you know?
Yeah, like I don't think this is going to be like what happened with I can't say his last name, Nico Imayava. I think is how you say it. Like where like he had all this money guaranteed to him at Tennessee, went into the portal and got like a fourth of it at UCLA.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's going to happen to Levitt.
Yeah, Tennessee called his bluff. They're like, okay, see ya. We'll just take UCLA's guy. The Mestamaker kid from North Texas, he was the 3rd quarterback in the Athletics quarterback ranking. He went to Oklahoma State, followed his coach, which Oklahoma State's going to be a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's kind of smart in today's day of age of college football to hire a coach from, like, a group of 5 that's going to bring half of his team.
Yep.
You know?
Or even just Big 12 to Big 10. I mean, I think Matt Campbell has brought, last I saw, it was 18 players from Iowa State to Penn State.
Including the quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, it's one of those things, like, you interview 3 coaches, and, like, one coach can tell you, like, yeah, we can bring half of our roster on a team who won Conference USA, and the other 2 coaches are like, well, I don't know. Well, give me the coach that's bringing all the players.
I mean, that's what Cignetti did with James Madison, Indiana, the first year.
Yeah.
He just brought all of his dudes.
Like, that would be a question that I'm asking these coaches that I'm interviewing. How many players are you getting from your, 10-3 American Conference school? And if you tell me 30 and the other guy's telling me 3, there's a good chance I'm going to hire the coach that's bringing in 30.
And that's why the Florida situation is so fascinating, because their new head coach says he's not John Summerall is like, I'm not going to like text Tulane players and ask them to go into the portal.
Yeah.
He said he'll take them if they go into the portal, but like he's not even recruiting against his old team because he's trying to be a stand-up guy. Like he's like the only coach who's publicly saying that.
I do tip my cap at that.
I do
that's
too.
Admirable. But
if you were interviewing him, would you hold that against him? If it was like between him and one other person, I think I would.
Yeah, if it was like a tiebreak, like if I thought of both of them equally, like if there was some role on Coach B and I thought that both coaches were like very, very good, like give me Coach B.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And like Willie's doing it. Like Willie didn't do it right away.
No, Willie was stand up about it too.
But there's Tulane guys who are coming now. Like some of those guys are choosing the Cougs over Florida. because they have two coaches to choose from.
Yeah. Hoover was the number 4 quarterback. He was going to Indiana. Interesting. Like, I see the desire to go to Indiana. Hoover can sling it around, like really good passer. I think it's a pretty good drop-off from Mendoza, though.
I think it's a big drop. We'll see what Indiana looks like next year. But they're not going to be this good every single year. And that's the other thing with the portals. Like, you might get players that seem like they're good, but we'll see. I wasn't – when I watched TCU this year, I didn't love Hoover at all times. I'm curious how that'll play out for them.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay, but it's gonna be a bit of a drop off. After that, it's the Byram Brown from USF. He's going to Auburn. Really good player. I think it's a good get for Auburn. He follows his coach too, and then Dylan Raiola is uncommitted.
And I feel like I've seen nothing about him.
I know. Where's he going to land? Well, yeah, I don't know.
I think this is where I know we kid and joke, but his little bit thing, I'm not sure about being mini Mahomes. I don't know if that really makes you an attraction, to be honest. And it feels like he was asked to leave Nebraska.
Yeah, it kind of does because his dad was on the staff and his brother was a commit.
Yeah,
and they fired his dad. So, yeah, it does kind of feel like they're done with the family for whatever reason. Rocco Becht, he's the Iowa State quarterback going to Penn State, and then DJ Lagway, they have him at number 8, which I think he's on a visit to Baylor, or might be going to Baylor. I think it's Baylor, Florida State for DJ Lagway, the local kid from Willis.
Yeah, and these guys, I think Sorsby's the one who probably makes the biggest impact on the roster.
I like Levitt. I'm a big Levitt fan. I like both of them a lot.
Yeah.
Now, Levitt's thing was he was pretty banged up this year.
Do you have a gut feeling on how the DeMond Williams thing plays out? Do you feel like he ends up playing next year?
Yes. Yes, okay. I think he plays where he wants to go.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I would be surprised if they could. I know they're preparing everything legally, but I would just be surprised if they can get it passed through quick enough and tell them hey, you have to go back.
I think I'm rooting against them though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other thing with the portal, too, is there's guys that they become unlikable, immediately. Yeah. It's I don't want to root for this kid.
Right.
Plus,
I don't like the precedents. Hey, you signed a rev share deal, and then, a week later, you're no, I'm good. I'm going to go somewhere else now.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I don't like it. And I think there's a lot of college coaches who, clearly Lane Kiffin doesn't care, right? Because that's what he essentially did. So, it doesn't matter to him. But there are going to be coaches that he goes into the portal, and it's, if Levitt commits to LSU, we're going to be no, man, we're good. And people already have their quarterback situation, as you pointed out. And I even think what the Notre Dame quarterback did was strange, too, where he committed to Nebraska and a day later flipped it to Kentucky.
Yeah, that was odd.
It's just what did Kentucky not offer? And then
no. My theory there is that they thought they were going to get Levitt, and then Levitt, bolted on him. And it's okay, well, you're our number 2, and then gave him more money than what he was going to get.
Yeah, that's where I feel like they need contracts where it's he can't leave.
Yeah, I would be in favor of contracts. NCAA football is the farm system for the NFL. The NFL should supplement funding somehow. They have the money. They're giving it out. College football can't keep up as a college sport. It's professional sports now. Keep up, Branham. I literally said that. I believe donors are going to get fatigue and aren't going to get return on investment. I think that's fair. I think donor fatigue is real. Dylan Raiola is so ticked he didn't make it to Texas Tech. Probably so.
Yeah.
Will college players ever make more than NFL players?
They do.
Do they?
Josh Hoover is going to make more money this year. Or no, sorry, Sorsby is going to make more money this year than Fernando Mendoza will.
That can't be right.
Fernando Mendoza, what's the rookie contract scale?
I think it's how much is Sorsby going to get? $3.5 million?
That's 5.
I've read 2 different things. I read 5 for 1 year. I've read 7 for 2.
See, and that's the other thing too with the portals. We actually have no idea how much these guys are making. There's all these numbers being thrown out, and then people are saying no, they're not really bringing in that much money.
So the rookie scale for the number 1 pick in 2026 is $10 million in year 1.
Oh, okay. So it's higher than I thought. Okay.
But I think what you could say here, though, is where would Sorsby be drafted? If Sorsby's making $5 million next year at Texas Tech, then he would have to be guaranteed to be a top 10 pick.
Yeah, okay, so this is I think I got my draft position in quarterbacks confused. Shedeur Sanders' contract, his total value is $4.6 million. So Sorsby can make more money than Sanders will make in his rookie deal.
Yeah.
He's a later round pick.
Oh yeah.
So it's like just stay like. I think the next question, honestly,
but you get to that big contract though. Like like if you get to that big contract as quickly as possible, that's a net advantage
for sure. And I think the next evolution to this, and maybe this is the year we see it play out, is if you are, I don't think Fernando Mendoza would do this because I mean Indiana has a quarterback in place, but Dante Moore is a real question right now, and if they know the New York Jets have the second pick as they do.
Oh, yeah.
And your options are make $5 million at Oregon and try to run it back and win a national championship, or tell the Jets, do not draft us or we're staying at Oregon. Like, are we going to now see NIL play a factor in the draft?
I think so, yeah. No, I think so. Like, you've seen quarterbacks demand they don't go to teams. I mean, the most recent one I remember is Eli Manning, where he didn't want to go to the Chargers. Mm-hmm. And he demanded, like, hey, you better trade me or I'm not going to report or whatever. And then Elway did it. Elway was like, I'm going to play baseball, and did. Mm-hmm. Elway played minor league baseball for a little bit. So I do think they'll use it as a, like, hey, these are my options. These are the top 3 teams in the draft. We don't want to go here. Let's go back to school for a year and then see where it's at in a season. No, I think it absolutely will be in play.
Do you think it happens before or after? Because, like, this Baylor situation where this kid – is drafted into the NBA, never signs a contract, but is now allowed to play at Baylor for 4 years. Like, if Dante Moore were to go number 2 overall and he's like, goes to the Jets, he's like, hey, you trade me, or I can now just go back to Oregon. Like, I feel like I don't know if it's going to happen this year, but at some point it's going to happen where someone's going to get drafted by the Jets or the Browns, and they're going to say, nope, I'm going back to college. I'll figure it out. I'll find somewhere to play, and I'm not coming to your team unless you trade me right now.
The danger of that is they don't let you play.
But how can they stop you now? If it's already happening in college basketball, how could college football stop it?
This was the thing that Florio was saying last year a lot. Like, these guys that are being drafted, like, they could just go back and play college. I think it was he was doing that with Judkins because Judkins had the legal thing. He's like, Judkins could go back and play in college.
Well, Judkins, I mean, during the draft, they were saying about Sanders and Quinn. Who's the kid from the Bengals that got drafted?
Shamar Stewart.
Shamar Stewart.
From A&M.
They were like, hey, he could go back to A&M. I mean, at one point they said he was on A&M's campus.
Yeah. The college basketball thing has kind of changed the school of thought on that.
Yeah.
Because I remember having having these conversations back last year. I was like, this is ridiculous. But now then college basketball sues, and it's like, okay, well, they're playing. It's like, oh, okay, maybe you could do it.
I think you can. Like, I don't know how you stop it at this point. Like, unless like now that it's happening, I don't know how you hit edit undo unless someone else jumps in and stops. And all these college basketball coaches that are upset about it, I get it. But Baylor found out a loophole, and now college football teams and NFL teams and players can do the same exact thing if they want to, in my mind. I don't know how you stop it at this point.
You think he should stay more?
I don't think so. I think if you really don't want to be a Jet, then you can stay. But it feels like he's going to be a top 2 pick. So I find it hard to turn that down. Where think back to Matt Barkley, right? Barkley's stock plummets. Jake Locker, his stock plummets by going back to college. They find more ways to nitpick you.
Wasn't Locker a top 10 pick?
Yeah, but he the year before they said it was going to be him and Darnold 1-2, right?
I don't really remember that with Locker.
And then he stayed at Washington.
I remember with Barkley. Like, Barkley's being projected to be like a number 1 overall pick, and then the next year he was not. Like, he was a 4th rounder basically. Yeah. I don't remember with Locker.
Yeah, I think from what I remember, I thought Locker was projected to go with Darnold. I think it was Darnold, in the top 2, and then he went back to Washington. Then he went 10th still, right? So, also I think Washington. I just saw this. I think Washington's preparing to move on from DeMond Williams because they've got
the drama.
They've got Bo Prabula already visiting there, so they're preparing for his exit also.
He's going to be on his 3rd team in 3 years. I really want contracts so you can kind of limit player movement a little bit.
Well, the kid from USC, I saw he's back in the portal as of an hour ago. Malachi Nelson.
Oh, yeah. I think he's going back to Boise.
He's going to be on his 4th team, which could be just be back to Boise.
Yeah.
Because he went USC, Boise, UTEP, and now he's back in the portal. It's too much. It's too much.
That's crazy. Will Arch stay as a 5th year because he isn't ready for the NFL? Dusty and Mont Bellevue. I think Arch's last year in college is next year.
I agree.
I think he'll be done next season. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Carrie, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Carrie?
Hey, I just had a quick question about this whole situation with people declaring for the draft or whatever, and then they don't like their prospects, so they go back to school. It seems like it's really strange that we're having this somewhat new situation happening in basketball, and then I just heard you comment a minute ago about how this might affect what happens in football. And like in baseball, you can sign out of high school, and if you don't like it, you go back to college, and you come out again when you're 21. Basketball, you can go right out of high school. It seems like in football, I think it's 2 years before you can go pro. So you have all these different situations, and then hockey's got a completely different thing as well. But I thought baseball was the only one that had the antitrust exemption where they can pretty much set whatever rules they want. How is it that these other sports also seem to be doing whatever they want? They don't have the antitrust exemption, correct?
I mean, yeah, they're all different. Like, it's in football, you have to play a certain amount of years, or there's an age. 3 years, or be 21.
I don't know if there's an age in football.
I think
it's not an age. It's just 3 years out of high school.
I think it's 3 years removed of high school.
Yeah, 3 years removed from high school.
And then in the NBA right now, you have to play 1 year.
Yeah, one and done.
Well, it doesn't have to be college basketball.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, just some people went to the
Euro
League.
Ben Thompson didn't go to college basketball.
Overtime elite. Yeah, so it's 1 year out of high school for NBA right now.
And we also seeing kids in college basketball do that, where they're going that path. They're going to the G League, and then
you're seeing it less now though because of NIL.
But we have. I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I saw the Cougs have a player come in who was in the G League who's going to go play for the Cougs.
They were messing around with one. I don't know how deep they were, but he committed to BYU.
Gotcha.
But he's playing now, I think, at BYU.
Yeah, we're like they went to the G League path, and then they were like, nope, we're going to go play college basketball. Also, I was saying Sam Darnold. I meant Sam Bradford. Just correct myself with Jake Locker.
Bradford still went like number 1, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. But I was saying Darnold, not Bradford, so I want to correct myself.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about like the antitrust. I don't know what rules are there, what guidelines are there based on that. I just know NFL's 3 years removed from high school. NBA's a year removed from high school. Kerry said that like these baseball players sign. They don't sign. Like that's what makes them eligible for college or ineligible for college. At least it has in the past. Is that if you get drafted and you sign, the moment you sign, you're a pro, which makes you ineligible from college athletics. So you can get drafted but not signed. That's why you hear a lot of times in Major League Baseball, like, is he a signable player? Because a lot of people are like, hey, you're going to make $5 million going to whatever. Like, I'm not going to sign if I'm a 5th-round pick. So we're kind of seeing that in basketball. Where, like, the Baylor kid never signed, I don't think. And now that's, like, his loophole to get back to Baylor. So, and then, like, why is this happening? Because all of these players are just suing the NCAA. And whoever is ruling on it, they're like, yeah, go ahead. You can't do that. Like, you can't say they can't do it. You're restricting them from earnings and all that. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna rule in favor of the player. So that's been the biggest thing, is that all of these judgments have been ruled in the favor of the player and against the NCAA. And maybe that's where the antitrust comes into play. I don't really know.
Yeah, that's why it's not just the baseball thing. Antitrust doesn't only apply to one sport. It applies to any athlete going through a similar situation.
Yeah, it's something to do with, like, the money that they make, all that stuff. But, it's in the past, up until, the last 3 months, you couldn't do that outside of baseball. Now, you've done it in basketball. We have yet to see it in football, but maybe that gets challenged.
Yeah, and I think the hockey point, I think is interesting. Like, I wonder if we see that where, like, you draft kids and they go play in college, but they are your players. Like the Blackhawks have
kind
players,
of like a pipeline.
Like they've drafted players that are actively playing for Notre Dame or Michigan or Central Michigan, things like this. Like they've been drafted. Like you're just on their team, and when you graduate college, welcome. Like I think that would be fascinating. Like if someone would someone take Arch Manning in the 2nd round this year and be like, hey, you're a Brown until you leave the Longhorns. Like
I believe that happened to Larry Bird, did it not?
There was a weird thing with Bird's draft. I want to say it was like some supplemental thing that no longer exists.
Yeah, I thought I remember Red Auerbach getting credit for gaming the system by drafting him a year ahead of time, and like the window to sign him still carried past the end of his next college basketball season.
Yeah, he was selected with the 6th pick of the 78 draft, but did not sign immediately. And then Bird played out his final season at Indiana State, and then led them to the title game, the NCAA title game. I think they might have changed the rule after that.
Yeah, it's called the Bird Collegiate Rule.
He's got the Bird Collegiate Rule and the Bird Rule. He's got 2 different rules named after him.
I mean, that's legend category right there.
Larry the Legend.
Yep.
Junkie says that you can play 2 years of college football and then leave. Alex Smith did that. Alex Smith graduated high school in 2001. His freshman year was 02. His sophomore year was 03. His junior year was 04, and then he left. Alex Smith was in college for 3 years. 713-780-ESPN. Who are your awards for the Houston Texans? Who's your MVP? Your offensive player of the year, your defensive player of the year, your specialist of the year, your rookie of the year, your coach of the year, non-head coach. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 97.9 HD2. Federal American Grill. I love going to Federal American Grill. It's so tasty. It's so good. It's my favorite spot for a bite, my favorite spot for a drink, and I trust that it will be yours too if you check out Federal American Grill. You can stop by during social hour. You might be on the road right now saying, where can I go to have a bite? Where can I go to have a drink? I don't want to go home right now. I don't want to head to the house. You're just getting off work, long day. You're a little hungry. You're a little thirsty. Well, go enjoy the social hour at Federal American Grill. It closes. It doesn't end until 7. You got every day from 3 till 7 for their social hour. So at Federal American Grill, they got $10 apps. They got drink specials for you. So take advantage of that. Why not? You're stuck in traffic. You see a Federal American Grill over to your right. Well, stop on by. They also have world-class whiskey and bourbon selections. That's awesome. Always great to have whiskey and bourbon. And then the Valentine's Day is right around the corner. We're about a month and a week away from Valentine's Day. And I know you guys, you always procrastinate. You get to February 13th, like, hey, what are we going to do? Well, go ahead and make a reservation now at Federal American Grill for Valentine's Day. She's going to love it. He's going to love it. You're going to get a 3-course dinner for just $75. So make your reservation now. Make sure you join the reward system. Club Fed. You can get early access to all the things that Federal American Grill is doing. And then also that River Oaks location's opening soon. Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients in a tribute to classic American cuisine.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew?
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Let's go! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here.
Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy.
Starting again for the third time today. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Who are you giving out your Texans awards to? 713-780-3776. Because these awards are the regular season awards, as we all know. Junkie said Texans drafted a 19-year-old before. You're proving the point that it's not age-related. You're proving the point that it's how many years out of high school. You know, Moby Okoye was drafted at 19. You know how many years he played at Louisville?
3.
4.
4.
He entered Louisville at the age of 15.
That's crazy.
I know. Let's see. He tested into 9th grade whenever he moved to America from Nigeria.
Wow.
So he tested out of a bunch of grades, I guess. Yeah, but he was 4-year college. 4-year college before he was drafted. All right, who you giving these awards to? And because we, Jeremy and Joe, and then sometimes Brian, care about the listeners more than we care about ourselves. We don't need to listen to ourselves talk. We don't care about our own opinion. We don't value our opinion more than yours. So we're actually going to lead it off with a caller. 713-780-3776. Eddie, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Who you giving your awards to, Eddie?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, the listeners are always right, guys.
That's right. I agree.
That's why we're here. Nah, just kidding around. But anyways, MVP on the coaching side has got to be Ryan Burke taking over defensive play calling for the Texans so that D'Amico could focus a little bit more on the offense. So it makes me wonder what D'Amico's actually been doing with the offense, but that's another story. And then, on the offensive side of the ball, player-wise, it's got to be Dalton Schultz, I think. I mean, that's a safety valve he's been for C.J. Stroud, always on the run. You know, Nico Collins, obviously the best offensive player we have, I think. And then on the defense, that entire unit is awesome. I'm not even going to get into that. They're all just amazing.
Appreciate it, Eddie. Thank you.
Thank you,
leading
Eddie.
the way, leading us off with our 2025 Houston Texans regular season awards. Got to admit,
Yay, Texans!
Little surprised he went Dalton Schultz. He's had a great year. Broke a Texans record. Little surprised he went Dalton Schultz to me, Joe.
For which award?
He went Dalton Schultz, Offensive Player of the Year.
Guess what?
What?
I agree.
Wow.
That's your pick as well?
I wrote down Dalton Schultz.
Wow.
As Offensive Player of the Year.
Over Nico?
Over Nico. The consistency that he has had the entire season, he's been reliable in pretty much every situation the quarterback. I know the numbers are not as great as Nico's, but I went Schultz for Offensive Player of the Year as well.
Schultz does have 11 more catches, but he's got about 350 less yards and 3 less touchdowns.
I know. But I went Dalton Schultz as well.
Wow.
Me and Eddie, simpatico.
Brian and I tie, and because the listener's opinion doesn't count as much, Nico Collins is our winner.
I thought you just said the opposite 3 minutes ago.
It's only half a vote.
I'm about to pull this because I'm going to have to use it in about 45 minutes, but he also called him Ryan Burke, so.
He did.
He hurt himself there a little bit.
He did call him Ryan. That's okay, though. We knew he meant Matt Burke. He just thinks Matt Burke has morphed so much into his head coach that he stole part of his last name.
That makes sense.
All right, who's your MVP, Joe? 2025 Houston Texans Awards rolling out the red carpet.
Yeah, this was tough. I wrote down 2 names and went back and forth a lot between the 2 of these guys.
Okay.
I ultimately landed on Kaimi Fairbairn as the MVP of the season. He's got 44 field goals.
Tied an NFL record.
Where are the Houston Texans without Kaimi Fairbairn? You know what? I don't think they're a playoff team without him.
Punting from the 41.
Yep.
That's where they're at.
Kaimi was the straw that stirred the drink this
You don't
season.
think they're a playoff team without him?
I'm not sure.
So, to make it a baseball conversation, wins above replacement. You replace Kaimi with the average kicker.
I just think
they're not a playoff team.
Don't forget
more missed kicks.
Don't forget they had Matt Wright for a couple of weeks.
Yep, and
that's already factored in.
It's already factored in, but he only made 1 field goal, I think.
Did they win the games where Matt Wright was there?
I don't remember which game that was.
I don't remember which games they were.
I don't remember either.
But yeah, Kaimi Fairbairn, MVP.
Matt Wright played 2 games. Led the league in NFL in field goals made, tied an NFL record.
MVP.
Yeah, the Texans were 2-0 in games that Matt Wright was playing.
Good for him.
So
discredited, Joe.
Yeah, no. I think that does discredit Kaimi a bit.
I don't care.
It really does.
44 made field goals.
Joe, quick question. Winning percentage with Kaimi better or with the other kicker better?
The other kicker.
Yeah, so there you go. Discredited.
That's the other kicker. I'm going to go with my MVP. I'm going to go Will the Thrill Anderson.
Okay.
Give me Will Anderson. I love the pick whenever the Texans traded up to number 3. The moment they traded up to get Will Anderson and traded that King's ransom to move up to get him, I was like, this is going to be a great move. This is going to be a great move for the Houston Texans, and Will Anderson one day is going to be their team MVP. And today, we're fulfilling that thought.
Okay. Brian?
I believe you said it was a day that'll live in infamy.
For his opponents.
Yeah, for his opponents.
For Will Anderson's opponents.
That's exactly how you meant it. I went with a sweep for Nico. I gave him team MVP. Also, obviously having to play 3.5 games without C.J. Stroud. The weapons around him with the rookies and the addition of the former Jaguar didn't really account for much, so Nico had to do a lot of heavy lifting in the offense. I gave him MVP.
Okay.
All right. MVP, Nico Collins. Moving on. We already said our offensive player of the year. Joe went with Schultz. Actually, we haven't said all of ours.
Yeah, I went
Well,
Schultz.
I guess we did.
You guys said Nico, right?
We kind of somehow got there. Yeah, you're Schultz. We're both on Nico for offensive player of the year. Who is your defensive player of the year in 2025 for the Houston Texans?
This one's tough because I want to give Daniil Hunter his flowers, but he can't win the award. It's Will Anderson. He's the defensive player of the year. 12 sacks, 2 fumble recoveries, 3 forced fumbles, more tackles.
Who had more sacks, right?
Daniil Hunter had more sacks, but that's the only thing he had more than.
Well, they both forced 3 fumbles.
Yeah, but, Will Anderson had more fumble recoveries. He had more tackles for loss.
What is more important to you, Joe? Forcing the fumble or recovering the fumble?
Well, he had 3 forced and 2 recovered.
I actually wasn't being snarky. I was actually asking like a real opinion on that.
Forcing it is more important?
Yeah, like I think it's more important to force it, but there is also something to recovering it. Like you're giving your team the ball.
Yes.
Like I think that's more random, the recovery. The fumble I think is like not as random. So I think the forced fumble is more important.
I would agree.
I also don't want to demean the recovery. Like that matters, right?
But you're right, it's random.
I gave my defensive player of the year to Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson got my MVP. He's breaking him down in the little pregame. But Danielle Hunter, though, he gets my defensive player of the year. 3 more sacks. They were even in forced fumbles. All the other stuff pretty even. I understand a few more TFLs. Tackles pretty even as well. But Danielle Hunter gets my defensive player of the year.
I'm with Joe on this one. My defensive player of the year went to Will Anderson. Very close. If I'm never going to argue against Danielle Hunter in this situation, but I'll give it to more tackles for loss, and at least by some metrics, the more consistent applying pressure to the quarterback. Like he felt like he was more consistently in the quarterback's face or disrupting the run game than Danielle Hunter.
Your specialist of the year, Joe George.
It's Kaimi.
Clean sweep. Feels like there's no drama here.
Yeah, I gave mine to Kaimi as well.
Yeah, the other person I was considering, because we didn't mention his name once this year, I think. But it's because I don't know his name, so I can't really nominate him. But John Week's replacement, I will just say.
I do not know this man.
It's Austin Brinkman.
Can we now, here's a word Granato taught us, can we now denigrate John Weeks' career?
No.
Since Kaimi set a record after he left?
Mm-hmm. Brinkman's not as good a snapper.
I mean, Kaimi set a record. Which snapper did Kaimi set a record with?
Great point, Brian.
That doesn't mean you're a better snapper.
That's the part of it.
It's really not.
Ball was in the proper place more often.
It's a volume stat. It's kind of like RBIs, Like, you might have more RBIs, but it doesn't mean that you're a better slugger. It's more opportunity type of thing.
That's true. But
yeah. Rookie of the year. This one I think is up for debate.
I don't think so.
I think there's two.
I think there's
3.
I think there's a clear runaway. I think it's Ariante Ursary.
Okay. I actually voted for Ursary as well. So
I went with the other one. I went with Woody Marks.
Okay, so that's where I think the debate is at. Like, are we sure that he had a better rookie season than Jaden Higgins?
Yeah, I had Higgins, too, on my list.
Like, Higgins had more touchdowns than Woody Marks. Close, 6-5. But Higgins had 525 yards receiving. Woody Marks gets him there because he had 703 rushing, 208 receiving. So he's, a little over 900 yards, but less touchdowns. I think that one's a little bit up in the air.
Yeah, I give it to Woody because, while, like you said, Higgins did end up with more touchdowns. I mean, Woody didn't really take over the role to, week 4 or 5? And on top of that, I would also argue, importance. Like, Woody became far more important to the week-by-week offense than Higgins was. Like, they could get by if Higgins didn't have a good game. Like, whereas Woody became the running game for a while.
I will say, I think at this point now, though, you've argued against that.
How so?
You said you're good with Gerard Jordan.
No, as the 1B. Yeah, as the 1B, and that was also a little living in the moment at the time.
Yeah.
And some weeks have passed, but Woody was.
I would have Woody ahead of Higgins for what it's worth. I would go Ursary, Woody, Higgins. I just think the gap is closer than I think that most people would have it.
Yeah,
I think Higgins had a good rookie year, actually.
I think so too. I think especially because he wasn't involved in the offense till later in the season as well. Like, he was kind of a nothing burger early on, and I thought he developed really well over the part of the season.
I think people would be surprised with 6 touchdowns for Higgins. Like, if you just asked somebody, without looking at the numbers, hey, touchdowns for Higgins, I don't think they would say 6.
No.
Yeah, I think that's more than Hop had as a rookie.
Yeah. That's as many as Nico had.
I don't remember how many Andre had as a rookie.
Higgins tied the team lead in receiving touchdowns. Yep. He had a solid rookie year. I think he had a better rookie year than he gets credit for, actually. I really do. All right, last one. Non-head coach of the year.
I went Matt Burke. I think taking over defensive play calling, it didn't matter at all. We could have seen a drop off there with the change and didn't feel it at all. So I think Burke deserves it this year as your coach of the year.
I hate how you voted.
Because I voted like you?
Yeah. I want conflict.
What am I going to give that bum Nick Caley?
I want debate.
Well, I didn't give it to Matt Burke.
No, I think it's a 2-horse race. I think it's a 2-horse race, but I also went with Matt Burke. Brian,
I went with Cole Popovich. Our biggest question coming into the season was could they keep C.J. Stroud from getting killed? And we saw his he was pressured at a higher level last year than Patrick Mahomes was in the Super Bowl. It was an unreal pace. What's that?
Nothing.
I couldn't hear what you said. But we saw his sack total. Now, granted, he did miss 3 games, but his sack total dropped to under 30 sacks this year. I think that's commendable. They did spend some draft capital with Ursary, but other than that, they didn't go out and get a high. Well, I guess they did with Cam Robinson, but then they didn't really even play him. So, Cole Popovich, I kind of made chicken salad out of chicken. You know what? So a lot of credit to him.
I don't know what. What would you say it was?
I'm not going to say that word, Jeremy.
Yeah. I remember a soccer player who had that as the second half of his last name.
Yes, even you finish it.
I can't remember his name. I can't remember his first name. I remember his last name. His last name was even Schlitz. No, I think it's a good argument for Popovich. I would have him 1A, 1B. I just give the slight edge to Burke. He's calling plays.
Yep.
All right, the text line has some thoughts. They have some funny ones, too. This junkie says that
junkie
largest helmet award goes to Jalen Petrie.
Great call.
Dude, I tip my cap to Jalen Petrie. He's playing with the 8th wonder of the world on his head, flying around the field.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect him at all.
He's got the Astrodome on the top of his head.
I will say he looks a little bit cooler than Romeo Doubs.
It's the color.
I think Romeo Doubs looks the goofiest in the league.
Petrie pulls it off, man.
I think it looked weird with the red. I think it's the color thing. The blue.
It was he was olaying bulls.
Yeah,
Toro was charging after him.
The Navy or whatever they call it these days is fine. With Dobbs.
Oh, you don't remember what they're actually calling it?
No, I think
it's Yankee Blue.
Oh, that's right.
Well, they're not calling that officially.
Cal slipped up and called it Yankee Blue.
So
he did.
It's Yankee Blue.
What do they call it? Deep Steel Blue?
That's what it was.
Yeah, that's the technical.
I think they still call it that.
They still call it that, but it's not actually Deep Steel Blue now.
No,
it's Yankee Blue.
Well, I don't think it's a real color, Brian. I don't think you can find that
when
on
the
the color
when they, I
sphere.
think they changed. I can't remember who the provider is now, but that color wasn't available, so they had to choose something else.
Yeah, they went to the darker one. All right, let's get to the text lines awards. The Jalen Petrie largest helmet, 713-780-3776. The prestigious first inaugural 2025 Houston Texans Awards. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Shout out to HRP. You'd be surprised how often I hear from HRP. But Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's over there at HRP, still running that bad boy. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's been protecting businesses for 25 years. Chris Fisher's over there. Good people. Little Granado over there as well. And HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services like HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. But here's where HRP is great. It really sets them apart. They're going to work with you. They're going to customize a plan for what you need. What a thought, right? You're not reading off some menu. You're not ordering from, option A, B, C. No, they're going to customize it for how you want it to be. They're going to tailor it for you. Nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. Their customer service, they're second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll call on someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. We've used it here forever. As long as I've been here, we used HR&P, and the customer service is phenomenal. I don't like to ask many questions, but the times that I do have questions, always a quick response, very easy to understand. They are so helpful. So take care of your employees. If you're an employer, you have employees, take care of your employees by getting HR&P. They can help you with HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, all of those areas, one of those areas. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources, eliminate those HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, tailor a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Couple of the listeners, ESPN, YouTube, Kamari Lassiter, Defensive Player of the Year. He's really good. He's really good. I don't know if I could put him ahead of Hunter or Will, but he's really good. Also says Fairbairn's fool's gold. I don't trust him outside in critical situations. And D'Amico doesn't trust him for 58 yards indoors, so there is that. Marco Woody for Rookie of the Year. Kalen Bullock for Most Improved Player. Says the D-line coach for Coach of the Year. That'd be Rod Wright. Rod Wright got a vote on the text line.
Okay.
So there is that. I mean, they had a good year, but like if you're looking at their defensive coaches, I would have him as the third most important defensive coach at best.
So who are the two in front of him? Burke
D'Amico and Burke.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Fairbairn accounted for 40% of the Texans' total points this season. That's embarrassing.
MVP.
My offensive player of the year is Trent Brown. Without him, the O-line wouldn't have gone from terrible to slightly below average. I like Trent Brown, but that's a little far-fetched. MVP is Mixon.
For not being there? For giving us Woody Marks?
So what do you think happened to Mixon?
I don't know.
Yeah. There's a theory floating around on the internet.
There is the theory floating around the internet. Cheddar Bob. With his foot.
That he shot it.
Yep.
We had a junkie text us, said that he got injured in a motorcycle accident. My thing
but
with
I don't know
Mixon,
if we can trust them because they said Kayvon Wallace got cut because of partying and he was re-signed to the Texans today.
But he did resign?
Yeah, Aaron Wilson reported that.
To the practice squad?
Yes.
Oh, good. Good. Yeah, I don't think you can trust the junkies.
At least
until you can.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the Texans didn't try to avoid that contract.
That's why if it was something like that, I think they would have. Right?
Yeah. But, I mean, they do have the designation of NFLI, which they could have avoided the contract.
Yeah. I feel like he just got hurt doing something football-related away from the team.
And then their, coyness to it just allows, you're pouring gas on the fire.
And we'll find out soon.
Maybe.
I think as soon as they get eliminated, we'll find out.
I hope so. Cal's Barbecue Pit is always the MVP.
Good call.
Hate to say it, but Fairbairn is our best offensive weapon. Money Mills, MVP, kept the ship afloat.
Okay, so I said there was two I considered for my MVP. He was number 2 on my list.
What?
Yeah.
You're nuts. You're being goofy.
Where are they without him?
You're a goofball.
Where are they without him? Most valuable player.
Their other backup quarterback wins at least 2 of the 3 games that he started in.
You think Graham Mertz wins?
Well, no, I don't think that if Davis Mills was off of this team that they would have had Graham Mertz start. I think they would have had somebody else.
It's a good counter, but I can't prove that. What I know is what he did. He won games.
Lance McCullers is impressed by the Joe Mixon hiding the injury all year and let him be out all year. So I do have some miscellaneous awards, and you can add some miscellaneous awards if you have them as well.
Okay.
I have the most improved player. For me, it's Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie for me, I wasn't that high on him last year. I was worried about his coverage. He signed the contract. I was like, no, I don't like that contract. And then he's been really good this year. So I eat crow on that one. He's my most improved player of the year. If you had to pick a most improved, who would you pick?
Probably Petrie. Probably would be number 1.
Okay.
I would say.
I think there's a 1B though.
I think if you went within the season, that's where I think Higgins comes into play a little bit. Of where he started to where he finished. And I guess Ursa even would apply. If you're going year to year, I would say Petrie, and then what the texter said, I think Bullock's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I thought Bullock was pretty good last year as it's Bullock.
Bullock, yep.
I thought he was pretty good as a rookie last year. I think that you could go with Dalton Schultz, most improved.
That's a good call.
But I went with comeback player of the year for Dalton Schultz.
What about Kaimi?
He's been pretty good.
Not Kaimi. Kamari Lassiter.
He's pretty good last year too.
But he's elite now. You could argue, right? So he's taken a larger leap this year than I think Petrie did because of how good he is now.
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. I guess my thought here is I liked Kamari last year and I still like Kamari this year, whereas last year I didn't really like Petrie and this year I do.
That's
same thing with Schultz.
Totally fair.
Last year I didn't really like Schultz. This year I do.
Yeah, I thought he looked slow last year. I think he still looks kind of slow.
Yeah, he still looks slow.
It's more effective this year.
He's just more productive. And Caserio said he was banged up last year and he had injuries and maybe he was playing it hurt and we just never diagnosed it and they didn't tell us because they didn't put him on the injury report.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay, well, if he's not injured, he must be hurt. or not good and washed. But then this year he's bounced back. It's been pretty good. Somebody said Tommy Togiai is most improved.
That's a good call.
That's a great call.
It's a good call.
I was listening to D'Amico Ryans with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer on their YouTube channel, and apparently the story on the Togiai, like playing an offensive snap. So Nick Caley knocked on D'Amico's door. I don't know if that's to be true, but Nick Caley went to D'Amico and was like, hey, can we use Togiai on offense? And D'Amico's like, that's a great idea.
Okay.
And then they, practiced it or whatever, although they didn't do live reps. C.J. Stroud told us that after the game, but they walked through it, I guess. He said they had a few plays like that, goal line, because, if you have one play, you should have a counter to it.
Sure.
So apparently after that fumble where they got the ball at the 2-yard line, D'Amico Ryans told Nick Caley to put Togiai into the game.
Nice.
So there was a D'Amico Ryans call.
I like that.
It worked. They scored a touchdown.
They scored a touchdown.
It's a great call, D'Amico. He meddled and they scored.
What would you say as the best botched play award? Is it that one?
No.
Or is it the Woody Marks play?
No, it's the one that they snapped it between Stroud's legs.
Yeah.
That was way cooler.
Yes, I agree.
Way luckier,
That's
I think.
the best botched play of the year award.
Like you see quarterbacks miss handoffs from time to time. Like
Yes.
whether it's a running back that goes the wrong way, quarterback turns the wrong way. Like that happens a fair amount. Like a quarterback's going to miss the running back every now and then. You do not see a quarterback under center have a ball snapped between his legs into the backfield.
Yeah.
That is incredibly rare.
Yeah.
So that one for sure.
Okay, I agree.
Junkie says most improved CGJ. Does he mean CJ Gardner-Johnson?
Probably.
Who is CGJ?
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
Like those initials are out of order, and they didn't finish it.
I know, but I'm assuming that's what he meant.
And how would he be most improved? Because he's playing in, where is he, in Chicago?
Yeah.
He got hurt, right?
Yeah, he's in concussion protocol.
Oh, dang.
So we'll
CD's
see.
not going to be ready?
I don't think he's going to be ready. I think he's going to play.
As Fairbairn wins for longest first name.
That's fact.
He does have a long first name.
Most improved person award, I have written down.
Most improved person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aziz.
Oh, yeah.
Going from, nearly killing Trevor Lawrence to Walter Payton Man of the Year.
People wanted him out of the league.
What's up, Trevor? I know. But
They
you know
wanted him
what?
out- Now, I think Aziz has always been this type of guy. People are just realizing it now.
Yes. But you can't ignore what's in front of you, which is people want him out of the league to Walter Payton Man of the Year. So
You know what makes me laugh is whenever whenever Aziz got the Walter Payton Award, seeing the Jacksonville reaction to that.
Oh, they got so
was
upset.
So funny. And what also cracks me up is like how Houston media reacts to Jacksonville Jaguar fan. Like they care about them having a negative opinion about Aziz.
They do.
It's like, why do you care about their opinion?
Yeah, but I feel like that's what Houston kind of does.
I don't care if fans do it.
Yeah, no, but I think like even media, like I feel like it's like the media trickles down to the fans' reaction.
It's kind of weird.
Like it's basically like they've kept the Athletic in business because of the Astro Signs doing scandal.
The media caring about other fans' opinion of the team you're covering is bizarre to me.
It's one of the quirks of Houston, I think.
Yeah. Kind of funny. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. The fact that Orlando Brown is playable is impressive. It's Trent Brown. It's not Orlando Brown.
Yep.
Most improved image award for Z's. That goes to what you're saying. All right, I don't think that this guy has or lady, I shouldn't assume. He or she does not have an improved image. The Bayou Murderer.
Oh, yeah.
What's the nickname going to be for the Bayou Murderer? I think it is our job to do it because some people are scared of this. Like, hey, we can't talk about this. We can't talk about the Bayou Murderer. We can't talk about the nickname of the Bayou Murderer. Well, we don't care about that. What should the nickname be of whoever is murdering people and then throwing their bodies in the Houston bayous? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
All right, we think we have a serial killer in Houston. Somebody's dumping bodies in the bayou. And I think it's our job as a radio host on a sports radio station to coin a nickname for this bayou body dumper, murderer, serial killer, whatever. Anything at the top of your mind, Joe?
I struggle with this one.
The text line is on fire.
Okay.
Right now with a bunch of they have the Bayou Batty as one of them. It's okay. Do we know that Joe Mixon is not one of the Bayou bodies?
Yes.
There are pictures of Mixon. He's been in some Texan suites. The Killer Bee, and then in parentheses, IU.
Okay.
That one's not bad. It's just hard to say. That one, it looks better than it is. It's better to read than it is to say.
Should that be reversed, the Bee Killer?
Yeah, but it doesn't have the Houston reference, though.
Yeah, I think that'd be if you know situation, but sure.
No, I don't think Bee Killer's good.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think this is
Proceed.
gonna be the leader in the clubhouse.
You think?
Yeah.
I don't like the way it rolls off the tongue. I think it looks great when you read it. I think it's great for an article. I think it's great for a newspaper. I think it's great for a story you read online. I don't think it doesn't roll off the tongue.
The Killer Bayou doesn't roll off the tongue?
No, because that doesn't. Bayou eliminates the B, right? Killer B, Bayou. Plus, if it's in parentheses, are you really supposed to say it?
No, probably not.
Yeah. So, he's the Killer B? It doesn't roll off the tongue. It is great in the written form. It is not great in the spoken form.
I don't know the form of how these people were dispatched, but could it be the Bayou Basher?
Okay, that's not bad.
At least there's some alliteration.
It's way better than the Bee Killer, I will say that.
Thank you.
Get bronchitis again, Brian. Bayou Butcher, says a junkie. Okay, that's not awful. Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs would fit. Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of stealing one. There's not really any play to Houston.
Yeah, that
Bayou.
might be a copyright situation.
Robert in Orange says the Bayou Butcher. Okay, kind of like that one. That one's not bad.
Are they being butchered?
I don't know the state of their bodies, Joe.
That's why I mentioned that with Basher.
Because it's a reference to Dexter.
Yeah.
TV show where he's the Bay Harbor butcher, but he would.
But he's butchering up bodies.
Yeah, he cut up the bodies.
Slicing and dicing.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we don't know that these bodies are being sliced and diced.
Yes.
I don't think they are being sliced and diced.
I don't
I've
think
not
so
heard
either.
that. Bayou Butcher, another Bayou Butcher, the Bayou Boogeyman.
That's good.
It's not bad.
The Bayou Boogeyman's good because it's kind of like we don't know who it is. It's like Boogeyman kind of is in silence and is mysterious and is unknown, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a pretty good reflection of what is happening.
Bayou Brutalizer.
Okay, they're getting better. The
long,
Buffalo Bayou
it's a little
Butcher.
long.
I can see where you're at with the Butcher, so I'm willing to get rid of the Butcher ones. Buffalo Bayou Butcher, and that's the leader in the clubhouse, though. We had Candyman. This is Bayou Man.
Bayou Man's good.
Bayou Bill, kind of like Buffalo Bill, Hannibal Lecter's buddy. That's not bad.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Better.
The Bayou murderer nickname, Jack the Dipper.
Okay.
Dean Coral lived like a block from my brother, Flex. Serial killer Flex. Buffalo Bayou Bill, a cheap knockoff, but the guy from Silence of the Lambs. So there you go, another Buffalo Bill. Houston Headhunter. We don't know how the bodies are getting killed, though.
Yeah.
Headhunter would be great for an assassin serial killer.
Yes, but I don't think it fits necessarily with this.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the state of the bodies.
And I feel like you have to include Bayou in some.
Yeah, because they're in the Bayou.
Yes.
All the bodies are from the Bayou. I agree. Buffalo Bayou Bill, the Bayou Bloater. Bloater's a funny word. Bayou Batty, Bayou Bandit. Oh, that's not bad.
Bayou Bandit's good.
Bayou Bandit's not bad. The Space City Strangler.
We don't know if they're being strangled.
We don't. And I like your point about the Bayou.
Yeah, I think it's
Hatchetman.
That's where they're being placed.
Buffalo Bayou Dumper. That's not that fun. Houston Hangman. H-Town Hunter. The Bagdwell Bayou Bodies.
That's too much. That's too
Bagwell.
much.
Yeah, it's too much. And you have to contort the way you're saying it. Yeah. This the YouTube one cracks me up from Marco. He said the Clutch City slasher. I don't know. Like we use Clutch City as like a positive moniker.
I don't know if we want to ruin it.
I don't know if we should give the serial killer the Clutch City moniker.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want these murders to be like Clutch, baby. In clutch time, he's coming through.
If we're trying to get rid of monikers for the city, then how about Houston? You have a serial killer.
Oh,
no.
Great call, Brian.
That's not good.
Then no one will use it anymore.
Space City Killer, Bayou Butcher again, Greens Reaper, the HBK Murderer, Houston Bayou Killer. I don't get that one. Yeah, I don't really get that one. Bayou Floater. Concrete River Killer.
That's too much.
Oh, man. Now, I think we have a problem in our hands, though.
Yes.
Space City Stalker, Space City Slasher, Clutch City Killer, but he spelled it with a C. I want to say Siller, though, when you say that.
Yes. I mean, I don't get this thing, how they can just be like, oh, yeah, no problem here.
Ooh.
Just keeps happening.
The Beast of the Bayou. Ooh.
That almost sounds
like that.
Yeah, but that's like, I feel like I want to save that. Like, give that
Choke
to like
City.
give it to someone like who's coming up through like Booker T's wrestling program, the Beast of the Bayou.
The Beast of the Bayou is a great name.
Yeah, like I don't want to waste it on a serial killer. I want to give it to a wrestler.
Swamp Slayer, the Bayou Basher, the Buffalo Bayou Body Bags, Bayou City Boogeyman. That's not bad.
The Boogeyman was good. I think
Do you like Bayou Boogeyman or Boogeyman? Yeah, I like Bayou Boogeyman.
I like Bayou Boogeyman.
Yeah, Bayou Boogeyman's better than
two. Of saying Bayou.
Yep.
Waterway Wrangler. It's killing time in Houston, Clay Walker.
I thought it was just time to play.
Time in Houston.
You can't be ready to,
the Boogeyman
play.
is ready to kill.
We got no time to be alive now. It's red and red and red and red today. Oh, we could keep going, but I won't.
All right, so what are we going with? What's the nickname of the serial? The mayor says we don't have a serial killer, but we think that.
Yeah, they always say that before they actually do have one.
Where are we going to go with?
I think I like the Boogeyman.
Yeah, Bayou Boogeyman's good.
So Bayou Boogeyman or Bayou City Boogeyman?
I think just the Bayou Boogeyman.
Yeah, drop the city.
Yeah.
Drop the fee. Thank you, Sean Parker. No, I agree with that. I like the alliteration there better. Bayou Boogeyman.
Yep, I agree. Sold.
Are all the bodies in the Buffalo Bayou, or are they in different bayous?
I don't know. I think
Should we go Buffalo Bayou Boogeyman or just Bayou Boogeyman?
If it's all in the Buffalo Bayou, then I say yes.
Yeah, I need
you
more
identify
information.
it more.
So we'll go with the Buffalo Bayou Boogeyman unless more of the bodies have been not in the Buffalo Bayou.
Brian asked me this during the break. Have you watched the Texas Killing Fields documentary?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, when I watched it, I realized I drove past it every day.
Yeah, I think you said that on the show before.
Maybe.
Flex. What's your favorite serial killer nickname?
For me, it's Night Stalker.
Night Stalker.
Richard Ramirez.
Is that the one that was like late at night going to young females' homes?
He was actually kind of a rarity because he was indiscriminately killing men, women, and children.
Oh, wow.
But it was in L.A., and he eventually got caught in a neighborhood running from police.
Was that a Netflix documentary?
There was, yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that. I think
Zodiac.
The Zodiac's a good nickname.
Yeah, pretty good. He never got caught, too, so maybe that's some cred.
That documentary is really good because they pretty much admit, like, they know who it is.
Well, then why wouldn't they do anything?
Well, because he's dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a good documentary.
Yeah, but, like, it's the guy in the movie who they early on think it is who they really believe it is.
Jack the Ripper's a pretty good one.
Jack the Ripper.
That's probably actually the GOAT.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good one. Although the Dean Corll, I think that's how you say his last name. His nickname's pretty good. Serial killer nickname.
Candyman.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
Two things from Deer Park: Andy Pettit and the Candyman.
He's buried there. Says that he's buried at the Grand View Funeral and Memorial Park in Deer Park, Texas. I would not
it's
want
off
to be
of
buried
Spencer,
next to
I
a
think.
serial killer.
No, absolutely not.
That'd be a hard no for me. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. What loser will be the winner? 713-780-3776. Who is your junkie of the day? Coming up after us, by the way, never a junkie. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters.
Just you, Joe.
Although 10 o'clock Hall of Fame, Booker T, maybe the most famous junkie of all time. Comicast at 9, Rocket Power. Rocket Power! What are y'all talking about on Rocket Power today, Joe? Are the Rockets?
Life without Albert and Şengün. And some New Year's resolutions, even though it's January 7th.
Yeah, I gave Sean some grief for that. It's
Oh,
too late for New
man.
Year's resolutions.
I forgot to do something today. All right, anyways, who's your junkie of the day, Joe?
I'm going to go Damon Williams. This is a disaster waiting to happen.
Disaster.
I guess the transfer portal in general, but I do think if you make a commitment, you should stick with it. So I'll nominate him.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Alex wanted to nominate you, Joe.
Why?
For mispronouncing Kalen Bullock's name.
Oh, I thought it was going to be for the 4 quarters thing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Good call. I nominate Joe for saying there's 4 quarters in a men's college basketball game because there's actually 4 quarters in a women's college basketball game. Was that your confusion, Joe? Was that you're watching a lot of women's college basketball and you know that they play 4 quarters and not 2 halves?
To be honest with you, like when Brian said that, I forgot that I said that earlier in the show. So I was like, what is he talking about?
I forgot too. I nominate this Sugarland plastic surgeon. The Texas Medical Board suspended this Sugarland plastic surgeon.
Uh-huh.
He was accused of operating while intoxicated.
Can't do that.
Yeah. What are things that you do better after a few drinks?
Can we save that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Good
feels
call.
like a full topic.
Your mom feels like okay, Brian.
Jeez.
Wow.
Jeez,
Save that
Jeremy.
for the commercial break, Brandon.
I forgot. All right, Brian, who's your junkie of the day?
I don't know if you guys saw the whole thing with Trinidad Chambliss filing for his 6th year.
Yeah.
Not that he's filing for his 6th year. That's not the junkie of the day nomination part. But part of his reasoning when he was talking about why he should get one, he mentioned, I'm a great guy. So add that to the reasons why players should get an extra year in college football if they're great guys.
I kind of like that.
I'm a great dude.
I'm a great guy.
Joe for confusing how to test if eggs are bad or not with the way they used a test to see if women were witches in the 1600s.
It's not confusion.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have it right. You had it reversed.
No, but that's also how they tested for witches.
All right, what's winning?
Me, 4 quarters. Come on, man. What am I doing here?
I was going to go Joe for the egg test.
Yeah, I'll go
Joe.
Test.
I'll go Joe for botching Caitlin Bullock's name.
Don't
So it's
forget,
a
I
clean
also said Sam Darnold instead of Sam Bradford.
Joe gets every level of the podium. Congratulations, Joe.
I miss Paul.
I'm glad that I
Thanks
can
for the
tease
time,
you.
Jeremy.
This is a lot of fun. I like teasing people.
Oh,
All
really?
right. Yeah, I do. I like being teased back. It's just like locker room culture, which it's just
He's
fun.
really good at
It's more fun.
reading the holes and penetrating through them.
Thanks,
You guys have, minds in the gutters. All right, it's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5. Good night, Houston.
All right, let's go, everybody. On the heels of Joe and Jeremy, 152 days till the World Cup opener, June 8th in Mexico at the legendary Azteca Stadium, where Mexico will take on South Africa. 3 days later in Houston, we get it started with Germany and Curacao. I don't know if it seems a long way off. I know producer Brian McDonald felt like it was a long way off. Does it feel like a long way off to you? 713-780-3776 to call throughout the show here tonight. Your humble servant, Glenn Davis here with Soccer Matters, and a big thank you to our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. We've got a good show put together here tonight for you. We're going to talk some African Cup of Nations. Have you been watching it? I get it on beIN Sports. There are a number of World Cup teams obviously involved in the African Cup of Nations. You got on Friday and Saturday the quarterfinals. We'll get into that tonight. We'll have a guest, Sam Mbonu, will join me tonight. We call him Super Eagle Sam because he is Nigerian. Super Eagles not going to the World Cup, but the Super Eagles could potentially have the consolation of getting the African Cup of Nations title. Same with Cameroon, not going to the World Cup. 713-780-3776. We stream at ESPN975.com. Hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Soccer Matters GD or at Glenn Davis Sock throughout the show. If you have something you would like me to relay on the air, please do that. Last night we had Destination 2026. That podcast is up. And if you look at that podcast or listen to that podcast, you will hear last night a lot of information from the Houston Soccer Committee's Patty Smith on what's going to happen in Edo, which is the Fan Fest. There was a lot of cool things she mentioned in there. So go back and take a listen to that. And we have a lot in and around the World Cup. And also, we spoke about the World Cup last night and the potential, because of the expansion of it in 48 teams and 72 first-round games and groups of 3 teams, you come out of the blocks and you get upset like Argentina did in the last World Cup, which, by the way, they lost their first game. Mexico in the second game had a shot at knocking Argentina out of the World Cup. Argentina goes on to win it. You get a bad result in that first game. You underestimate an opponent, you can be in real trouble very quickly. And we are going to see some upsets. You're going to hear me say this on the record. There will be some upsets, no question. I don't think that's any big statement I'm saying. But you're going to have to see coaches now with the condensed schedule really play a big part in managing minutes, managing workload. Older star players, you might have to sacrifice some of their minutes because you're trying to ride this horse throughout a 39-day tournament. 713-780-3776. Now, I know the common thing to say is, well, all the great teams are going to get through, and that's an easy thing to say, I think. I think you do have to consider there are going to be some differing challenges here. You are going to see some teams get upset. You're going to see some results that you're going to shake your head at, and you're also going to see some big blowouts. It's kind of like a little dance before we get down to the business round, which will be the round of 32. And then in the round of 32, we get that beautiful thing called single elimination, which we all love. Finality, single elimination. That's where it gets exciting. So you're going to have 32 games of single elimination. Teams putting it all on the line. So that's the pro side of it. That's the good side of it. 713-780-3776. Are you a fan of the expanded 48-team World Cup? Yes or no? Does it chip away at the sacredness of the World Cup? 713-780-3776. I'm very mixed on it. I do think we got to be careful, and I do think in a couple of World Cup cycles, because of expansion and monetization, we could have some World Cup could be a little less meaningful. I hate to even say that. Did I just say that? Yeah, I did. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in today. So if you are a Tottenham Hotspur fan, one of your legends passed. Now, if you're a young Tottenham Hotspur fan, you may not even know who the guy I'm talking about is, but he was a big name with Spurs when I was growing up for sure, and that's Martin Chivers. He was born in Southampton, England. He passed away. Born in 1945, believe it or not. But with Spurs, he played 278 times, had 118 goals. That's quite a record. And he was capped 24 times with England, 13 appearances. We do have a Spurs supporters group here. Their legendary manager, Bill Nicholson, is the one who signed him. At that time, it was £125,000. That was the country's most expensive player. At times, people called him a little lethargic, but a talented player nonetheless. And, one that's name is synonymous with Tottenham Hotspur. So, Martin Chivers, rest in peace today. We did have some Premier League games. Bournemouth 3-2 over Spurs. Speaking of Spurs, Everton and Wolves 1-1. Man City and Brighton tie 1-1. That's good news for our Brighton supporters group down here. Not good news for our Man City supporters group. If Arsenal wins, I believe tomorrow, they will take an 8-point lead in the Premier League. Burnley and J.J. Watt get a point off Manchester United, the second biggest soccer brand in the world. As Ruben Amorim is now gone. Brentford 3-0 over Sunderland. Fulham 2-1 over Chelsea. So teams that lost their managers didn't get that normal good bump. Fulham got goals from Raul Jimenez, the Mexican international, and Harry Wilson. Liam Delap for Chelsea. And Rossignol is now the new head coach, Liam Rossignol of Chelsea. They went down to 10 men in this, and they lose this one at Craven Cottage against Fulham. Now, what's a good note from a U.S. men's national team perspective is Anthony Robinson played as the outside left in this game. So that's good news. Also, Brendan Aronson scores again. How about that? Brendan Aronson scores again for Leeds. And Leeds ultimately get beat 4-3 at Newcastle. But good news is he scored again. It's 2 straight games, goals for him. He's making that push to make the national team in the final squad under Mauricio Pochettino. And he's making more happen these days. So good for him. And good for Brendan Aronson, who I think we always talk about him a little bit in the fact that he's always going to bring the effort. But is he going to make more plays? And he's doing that now. He's getting some assists now. By the way, it was Aronson scoring twice. I misspoke there. He got 2 goals today. It's got to be the first time he's ever scored twice in a match in England. So good for him. Leeds are now 5-7-9 on 22 points. So bravo to Brendan Aronson. It's good stuff right there for him. Okay. Robert Lewandowski. I wanted to bring this up in one of the last shows because this is news that, has been out there. Robert Lewandowski was obviously on Barcelona. There's been some potential talk of him coming to Major League Soccer too, by the way. He was asked about Barcelona, asking him not to score goals. Now, I know you're out there shaking your head. Why would Barcelona want him not to score goals? But it was to avoid paying him bonuses. And, of course, we all know Barcelona could potentially go to him and say, hey, Robert, we're in real trouble here financially. We don't want you to score goals. I think this is pretty wild. But on the other hand, these type of things happen in sports a lot. I've heard the rumors of MLS teams, and this is real reality here. We're real soccer talk here. Not playing players so they don't reach a threshold of minutes or appearances, which would trigger bonuses. This stuff happens. Stuff definitely happens, which kind of sad, but it does happen. So Lewandowski said on this issue about Barcelona asking him not to score last year, he said, quote, "I don't really want to talk about it. I have too much respect for Barcelona and for the people who work there." Well, he goes on to say, "I was aware of the situation the club was in. There were many other situations where you had to sacrifice something personally for the good of the club." Now, this is due to their big financial problems. He goes on to say, quote, "In short, it was about a bonus that would have had to be paid depending on the number of goals I scored. And at that time, Barcelona was looking for every single euro. The bonus wasn't a small amount. For me personally, it wouldn't have changed anything, so I didn't have a problem with it." Lewandowski goes on to say, "Did I listen to them? Well, it stays in your head. It stays there even if it's just a small percentage. But it was enough that once I actually hesitated whether to score a goal or not. And at the highest level of football, that's enough." He goes on to say, "Sometimes those 5%, even 3%, decide whether you win or whether you score." There's a lot in there. There's no question he thought about it. And there's no question he may have done that for Barcelona. Have you ever heard of that in the NFL or the NBA? I'm sure that's happened there as well, Brian. Have you ever heard of any stories like that?
Not in modern football. Like, it's well known when players have incentives for yards or touchdowns or anything, but teams often go out and feed them the ball to get it to them. Like, they encourage them to go out and get the incentive. So it kind of feels like the exact opposite.
Yeah, and I think the NFL, I mean, we're talking about Barcelona when they were not stable financially here. So
Yeah, I mean, obviously the NFL is financially very stable, so they can afford to do that, but it's not really thought of as something to avoid in the NFL.
yeah, I think it happens in Major League Soccer. I hate to be the conspiracy guy, but I do know that, I know for a fact that certain guys who would get a bonus triggered, and it would be based on maybe minutes played, appearances, that there have been some guys withheld and held back. I don't think there's any question about that. That's a reality. I don't know how much it happens, but it happens when you're looking at saving money, right? Okay, reminder of what we got coming to Houston. We got Germany and the Dutch coming. Germany, Curacao, Sunday, June 4th. Wednesday, June 17th, Portugal versus the playoff winner of Congo, Jamaica, and New Caledonia. So you can catch the Congo in African Cup of Nations. So you can get a good look at what potentially will be taking on Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal, June 17th. New Caledonia, which is east of Australia, represents the Oceanic Confederation. It's either Congo, Jamaica, or New Caledonia that will take on Portugal. And you get a good... This is one I would recommend for people as probably going to be potentially the most competitive game between the two before we get to the two knockout stage matches in Houston. And that will be Saturday, June 20th, I believe. That's the Netherlands against the playoff winner, either the Ukraine, Sweden, Poland, or Albania. My gut is Sweden or Poland is going to come out of there, and that's going to be a competitive game. That would be one that I would say, if you were looking at which one you were going to spring on, outside of the elimination games on June 29th and July 4th, I would be looking at that Netherlands game. From the standpoint of what would be the most competitive game, Germany and Curacao likely isn't going to be competitive, but people are going to want to go to a World Cup game. They're going to want to see a four-time champion. Portugal is going to be here twice. Portugal's got celebrity along with one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Cristiano Ronaldo. They're going to be people that want to go simply for him. I don't think there's any question. I'm sure there will be a lot of women that want to go strictly for him. Hopefully to get a glimpse of those abs that he loves to show off on social media. He is one of the most, he may be the biggest social media person in the world. I mean, his followers are off the chains. I don't know if he's number one. That's probably somebody that I don't even know. But 28 cities, 3 countries, 104 matches. So we will keep you up to date on that. Stick with me because we're going to be producing a lot of content around the world.
Glenn, you're actually 100% correct.
Am
I just
correct?
Googled it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I just Googled most social media followers, and Cristiano Ronaldo is number 1.
Oh, my question is, who's number 2?
Oh, let me see. I'll find it.
And obviously, he's got a team.
Selena Gomez.
Okay.
The actress and singer,
a lot of sense. Yeah. Messi does not play a lot into that.
He's number 5.
And he's number 5. But that's without, I don't think he cares about that. I know people are putting stuff out on him, but he doesn't seem to. What I love about him is he doesn't seem to care about any of this stuff. He just wants to play soccer and have a good family life. The other day, Lionel Messi came out and said, well, I'm kind of strange. He kind of admitted I'm kind of a weirdo because he's super organized. And obviously that plays into his discipline as a player. All right, here's who we got coming up tonight. By the way, this is the Police. Voices inside my head. I've had a lot of them lately. That's for sure. I'm waking up at night with voices inside of my head. This was a great song by the Police. This came off the album Zenyatta Mondada. And we obviously will segue into saying a big thank you to our friends at Cactus Music. So here's who we have on tonight. I've got G. Guerreri from Texas A&M, retired after 33 years. He's got a new position in college soccer. We'll talk about G and his career, what's next for him. We'll get some thoughts on him about the World Cup. So he's going to join us live tonight. Sam Mbonu will join us live. Sam covers the international game. We'll talk to him about African Cup of Nations, the World Cup, and a bunch of other things, including the fact that his country, Nigeria, did not qualify for the World Cup. We got a big Nigerian contingent here in Houston. And then Franco Panizo is going to join us in this first hour to talk about Inter Miami, Team Messi, the new stadium. But here's the other thing. Inter Miami is going on a preseason tour to South America, to Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador. Now, this is very reminiscent of the time period where the New York Cosmos did the same thing in South America with Pelé. So it's another revenue stream for them, but we're going to get caught up on everything down there, and we're going to get into some of their new signings and what Inter Miami is doing and how they're raising the bar and how maybe he thinks it's affecting other franchises in Major League Soccer. I've got my take on it, but I want to get it from him and straight from the source down in Miami. All right, we got some sound coming up in the next segment, some really interesting sound. I do want to remind you about Senate Avenue Brewing. When it comes to quality craft beer, and if you're a craft beer guy, Senate Avenue Brewing is the place for you. Jersey Village, it's a local favorite, very community-driven by the owner, Andrew Mitchum. Crafted small batch beer. It's all brewed in-house. You're not going to get this out in the public. It's fresh. They focus on flavor, balance, consistency. They got a rotating tap. Every time I come in there, they got either a new IPA or a smooth amber or a dark malt-forward style. Very creative. They're constantly conjuring up new stuff. Each beer is designed to be approachable, distinctive. Senate Avenue Brewing, a great place to explore the new styles of craft beer. By the way, the food's really good up there. Brian knows about it. He's been up there with me. They got a big tap room, great patio, reminiscent of kind of what I like to think about them is like a German beer garden where you got all ages there. You got kids running around, but you also have people there watching sports. Senate Avenue Brewing, Jersey Village. Let's take a break. More to come here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to the show. That is a great version of the legendary song by the legendary group Steppenwolf called Magic Carpet Ride. This is a cover from Ace Frehley off his Origins album. It's a pretty awesome cover. Now, Steppenwolf also wrote the song Born to Be Wild, and these guys are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, so I'm done with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. By the way, what's this whole deal where everybody gives each other awards now? I mean, it's so freaking bizarre, and it's demeaning a lot of the awards that I think are out there. It's pretty crazy. Oh, well. I'll take an award. I'd rather go out to dinner. That's Ace Frehley doing a cover of Steppenwolf's famous song Magic Carpet Ride. The beginning of that is supposed to depict the sound of the helicopters in Vietnam. Anyway, our friends at Cactus Music, they probably know more about Steppenwolf than me because they know their music down there. Cactus for your vinyl and your CDs. CDs are making a comeback, by the way. I just want to mention that to people for a lot of reasons. Okay, when you're craving authentic Greek flavor with a Houston twist, head to Nico's Greek and American Cafe. They got the classic favors, tender gyros, sliced fresh, flaky spanakopita, savory souvlakis, crisp Greek salads. I love the taramaslata also, just with pita bread. And I also love the lamb shank that they do. And they've got 3 locations, Nico's Greek and American Cafe, I-10 and the Beltway, Woodlands, and then the original on Montrose. So get in there for all the local Nico's Greek and American Cafe food. It's amazing stuff. Okay, so let's, as I welcome you back here, I mentioned who all of our guests are tonight. If you want to call the show tonight, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here right now. So there's a defender that's played for the U.S. national team. He's got a cap. Played at CF Montreal, played at Atlanta United. I thought this was an interesting quote. He said this to Golz, G-O-L-Z. The name of the player is George Campbell, plays at West Bromwich Albion. And he said, quote, and this is about playing in Europe from his standpoint, comparatively to MLS. He says, there are a lot of good players in both leagues, but I would say here with relegation and promotion, there are higher stakes, and that's what fuels this league. And football in this country. So he's in the championship. He's on West Bromwich Albion. And this is an American player that's talking about promotion and relegation and the different pressure that brings. And that brings real pressure. I mean, we saw what happened to Wilfried Nancy, right? The entire, huge fan base and supporters group of Celtic stormed the offices wanting his ouster. This is truly a part of the sport in America that we don't have. I think we should relish it. And I'm not saying going over the top, but healthy pressure from fan bases, from media. I mean, that doesn't exist in here in Houston for the MLS product. But he's talking about it as a young guy playing in it, and because he feels it. And I think without promotion and relegation, I think it makes it comfortable for coaches here as well. 18 teams make the playoffs out of 30. I think these are things that really, in the future, have to be addressed seriously. And I'm not saying it's going to go to promotion and relegation. I'm not sure you can tell owners who've put multi-millions of dollars in that they're going to go there. But there has to be some solution to create more consequence, create better games, create better media coverage, and get coaches to avoid the saying, well, it's a long season. Get them to have to react and take more risk quicker when it comes to tactics, player acquisitions, all these things that would make the league better. So that's my point on that. And I think it's a pretty well taken point because you're getting it from George Campbell. Now, you can see what's happened to Mexico because they've lost promotion and relegation. They've likely lost promotion and relegation because Liga MX is protecting the big teams, Chivas, Club America, all those that have a lot of political control, have a lot of TV rights control. And without promotion and relegation, they've lost a lot down there. And I've talked to a lot of friends, including Rodrigo de Luna and others, that have told me that the attendance is waning down there because there isn't promotion and relegation anymore. And the fan base is beginning to believe that it's very contrived and manipulated to a degree. I think you got to be careful of that. I think you got to be careful of manipulation of leagues and people thinking things are contrived and done on purpose. Got to be careful. You cannot take out the competitive side of the sport. And I'm not saying that the players in MLS do not compete. They do. They just compete under different conditions. And I've always been a supporter of the player and the coaches of Major League Soccer since my inception in 1996, covering the league. No question about it. Okay. We spoke about Robert Lewandowski of Barcelona earlier, the Polish striker. It'd be wonderful to see him get to the World Cup again. Here is him. This is soundbite number 4, Brian, and this is him. Listen to him talking about his father. I think this is a pretty compelling soundbite here. Take a listen to this.
My father was my physical education teacher, and I was very angry because we never trained like the football, always the different sports like basketball, handball, volleyball, because my mother was a volleyball player, my sister also, and we did a lot of gymnastic. And I see now, after so many years, and I can be thankful for my father that the difference with the new exercise. I can adapt very, very easy for the new exercise, my body also. And probably because of this. Because in football now, what do you see? That the players from academy, they just play in football. And, if they, during the game, they have different move, like the body is not so ready, and I see that they have so many problems with so many easy things that before we did, when we go out from the apartment or from the house and did during the day.
True,
now it's like, because the world looks...
Everybody stay inside.
Exactly. You go to home, your parents bring you to the training session, then you come back to the home, go to the school, and it's like very the same way. And before we spent so many times outside with friends doing different things. And I think that for the future, for the young players, there's also the challenge.
I think this is a really interesting quote. And, if you're running a youth soccer club here in Houston or anywhere around the country, and we all know how much demand is put on the players with training and everything, and a lot of the players now are having to specialize early. Well, that take from Robert Lewandowski, the Barcelona striker and Poland striker, goes counter to that. And this is where parents have to come in and look a little bit about what is best for your child. And sometimes, I just heard one of my former youth players who has a son. He's on a MLS Next team. And he said, wow, the last, holiday break has done a lot for him. So if you're a parent out there and you think it's strictly about volume and the amount of times you go out there, it's not. It's about drilling down on quality training, but also allowing kids to have an opportunity to try other sports in order to be able to measure the sport that they want to capitalize on, and ultimately spend more time on. So keep that in mind. Now here's Scott McTominay, the former Manchester United guy, who, by the way, last year he was the top player, voted the top player in the Italian Serie A. So here's Scott McTominay talking about the influence of his parents.
These young kids, they don't understand the level of discipline, and mum and dad are extremely hardworking people, not pushing me to say, oh, you always have to work hard, but they've almost let me find my way to determine what what comes out of life. If in any industry, if you don't work hard, you're not going to go to the next level or get what you want from life. So they've almost left it to me to find out the route. And when I got into the under-21s with Warren Joyce, he just transformed me directly. His mentality was different. 2 weeks ago, I've not seen Warren for like 6-7 years. 2 weeks ago, he's sending me a video with him holding the plank to his favourite song and saying this is the mentality that you need to get to. And all these young kids, they don't understand the level of discipline and stuff like that. And it still inspires me today because it fueled a fire in me that I'll never forget.
So he's talking about the discipline and the work ethic to be good at something, which that adds and dovetails nicely from what Robert Lewandowski said. So I thought those were really, it's important that guys like that are reminding the youth who are very connected to social media, and all they see is the good stuff. All they see is, incredible goals and incredible moments. And, here's a guy that is reminding you that none of this stuff comes easy, and none of this stuff comes without major league disappointment. I had it at the professional level. I had it at the college level. I had it probably less, but had it at the youth level as well, when you don't make a team. And I've had it in the broadcasting industry. If you go to my bio, it shows all the nice things, Oh, it's called 6-7 World Cups. Those are the cherries on top. I've also been removed from a broadcast. I've also not gotten jobs I thought I would get. And it's all part of it. And you use those moments to propel yourself forward. And they create even more ambition. They get you to look at yourself and find out where your deficiencies are as a commentator, as a player. And then, with the help of others, they can highlight those things. I've actually learned when people were criticizing some of my commentary, and every commentator gets criticized. I mean, even the Jim Nances of the world. Maybe he gets it a little less. But everybody gets criticized. And a lot of times it's just, it might be based on partisan nature. It might be based on, you said something about a team or a player that they didn't like. But once I got over, in the initial years of my commentary, they said something bad about me. Once I got over that and then listened to the few that actually maybe were saying something that I could take to heart. There was some of that. Maybe it was pacing. Maybe it was you're over-talking it. Maybe it was pronunciation. That's when you grow. And you don't be afraid of that stuff. Now, when they put out on Twitter, this was many years ago, and they say, and I've said this on the show before, and it's actually pretty funny, but when they go, well, MLS doesn't need any more commentators like a Botox looking out lizard like Glenn Davis, that's when you got to laugh. And what I replied to that guy was, I said, I might look like a lizard, but I don't do Botox. All right, this is Kenny Wayne Shepherd. By the way, I think he's coming to Austin or Houston. This is a show you don't want to miss. And this guy who is doing the vocals right now. I can never pull his name, but I can see him. And his vocals are incredible. And I'll come up with his name. I'll cheat on the break. But this guy is an incredible singer. Just listen to this guy's voice. It's amazing. What a song. But Kenny Wayne Shepherd, you go see him. He's going to cover some Jimi Hendrix stuff. He's a crazy good guitar player. Puts on a hell of a show. All right, we're going to take a break. Before we go to break here, I do want to ask you or tell you about Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. It's going out towards Katy. It's not far from Liverpool tomorrow. That's a big game. And that'll be packed with Liverpool fans who are all of a sudden going to get sick and not show up for work maybe. We'll see. All right, let's take a break. Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5 brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That's Jan Hammer. That is the theme. Well, do you remember the show? This has got a Miami play to it. Miami Vice was a big show with Don Johnson. And since our next guest is from Miami, he's at Franco Panizo, Panizo. And Franco joins us now. Franco, how are you?
I'm good, Glenn. Happy New Year. Feliz año. I'm a little raspy. I'm a little under the weather. I guess I partied too hard over the weekend. But,
you know, that's okay. You're a partying guy. You're also a great journalist. Did you get what I was doing there with the whole Vice City vibe?
Of course, man. I'm a South Florida boy through and through. I lived in New York for a little bit, but yeah, no, Florida runs through the blood, thick and thin.
Yeah, I think somebody's doing a remake of Miami Vice, isn't they? Or doing a movie, or I don't know. I thought I read something that somebody's doing a kind of a doing it over again with different people. But anyway, let's get into Major League Soccer. Let's get into Inter Miami, into some of the Messi coverage. So first of all, I'm just going to say you got to be having so much fun at this stage of your career covering greatest player in the world in Inter Miami, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been blessed that throughout my career, I've had the opportunity, just coincidentally or fate or however you would like to mention it or paint it, that I've covered a lot of really good players. When I first moved up to the Northeast, I mentioned I lived in New York. I first started covering the New York Red Bulls after I finished college down here, and Thierry Henry, Rafa Marquez, Tim Cahill were all part of the Red Bulls, and the Red Bulls were one of the two it teams with the Galaxy back in the early 2010s. Then, of course, New York City FC started, and they had David Villa, Frank Lampard, Andrea Pirlo. And then, obviously, now I'm in South Florida, and you've got Messi. And, yeah, man, it's been a treat to cover it from afar. I wish I was able to talk and interact and interview him to some degree that I have with all the other players that I've mentioned here previously, but it's still a treat to watch him. It's still a treat to provide the coverage here from on the ground that you don't get elsewhere, because you get a lot of people talking Messi on social media and coverage, but not from here, boots on the ground. So it's been a nice moment. I'm trying to enjoy it, but when you're in it day to day, you're focused on the happenings now as opposed to fully embracing it. I'm sure when it's all over, I'll look back and be like, yeah, that was a really cool moment.
You're riding good horses, my friend. That's all I can say. And not everybody gets that lucky. It's just like some young American kid who's on Inter Miami, and all of a sudden you're getting in a locker room with Lionel Messi. Well, it's also great from the perspective of a journalist to cover an exciting team, one that's got one of the most recognizable human beings on the planet. All right, so what right now to you does Inter Miami symbolize outside of being the MLS Cup champions? And how much are they raising the bar, do you think, when it comes to other MLS clubs? And I mean in earnest. Do you really think what they're doing is affecting, the bottom 6 to 8 teams?
So, the answer to your question for me is yes. I think they're a team that symbolizes what MLS can be, and I think that's what they're trying to make clear. I mean, Jorge Mas, before MLS Cup final, an hour or so before, was saying that they weren't done, and this is before they even won the final, that they wanted more. And you're seeing that with the ambitious signings they've been making this winter, this offseason. They're clearly reloading, trying to go for more. CONCACAF Champions Cup is their stated goal for this year. So definitely trying to push the envelope. Whether that convinces some of the older or longer-standing MLS teams to follow suit, and that's a war that's being waged behind the scenes. But clearly, you can see the popularity, the quality, and where the league can go if you have more teams like Inter Miami at this level. Of course, there's only one Messi, but if you have teams that are able to push the envelope a little bit more, I think that would only be a good thing for the league.
And by the way, pushing the envelope more is not just on the player side of it. Certainly that's a big part of it, but it's also on the quality of teams and their front offices. How does that front office run in Miami, and who are the biggest players outside of the ownership group?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question. We could probably spend an hour or two just going into all the details and meat and potatoes, nooks and cranny. But, Guillermo Hoyos is one of the main guys, and was Messi at one point earlier in his career called him his football godfather, his padrino. So obviously there's a tie there. I will say when Messi first came, and there was a lot of changes behind the scenes, changes that necessarily didn't make it to mainstream news, and just a lot of things, a lot of faces, a lot of positions being changed, and a lot of Messi's people coming in. And in conversations that you had, or that I had at least, one of the goals was that they wanted to have more world-renowned or worldly connected football people here. Instead of having necessarily MLS people that have their networks that they've grown, they wanted to have people that already had established football chains or networks all over the world. And I think you were, in addition to seeing, of course, the negotiating chip or the bargaining chip of, hey, come play with Messi, I think you're also seeing that ability to tap into that network that is probably wider than most other, if not all other MLS teams. And you're finding players like last year they found Tadeo Allende, or you find a Telasco Segovia, or different players that you might not have heard of, but they can come in and do the job and help you compete at a high level.
Yeah, no question. That's a great answer to it. And there were some growing pains with it, right? They got fined by the league for not understanding or trying to get one over maybe on the whole salary cap situation. Then you get the likes of Mikael, the former Houston Dynamo now, comes on loan from Palmeiras. He's going to be a big help for Inter Miami. You get Dane St. Clair, who turns down, $1 million contract in Minnesota because he wants to play with a legend, because he's going to be in the shop window. And, I mean, if you're a player on this team, no matter who you are, the global exposure you get is off the chains.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it goes back again to the network, right? So Messi not only brings players, right? He brings in people in front office positions. He brings people in all across the board. And with that come eyeballs, and with that comes attention, and with that comes exposure. So like you mentioned, Dane St. Clair, I mean, he's only signed a 1.5-year deal, right? So clearly he's looking to showcase himself and probably use this as a springboard to probably go to Europe after either this year or next summer if he sticks around for the sprint season. I think that part is an option. So he's not necessarily guaranteed to stay in 2027. So he could leave after this campaign. But that network, you talk about, we know that the big figures in MLS, right? But in the world of football, in the world of soccer, there are even bigger players, bigger agents, bigger connections. And that's where Inter Miami has tapped into that. And I think that's where they are light years ahead of other MLS teams. And it's helped them in a tremendous way. But again, it all starts and ends with Messi, because without him, none of that would be possible.
At Franco Panizo, that's where you find him on X. Excellent coverage and excellent sense of MLS, and I really like having him on the show, and I'm glad you came on again, Franco. It's great to have you on. Okay, so Dane St. Clair, you were just talking about. So think about this. He's going to the World Cup with Canada. He's going to have that shop window. He's going to have the shop window of Major League Soccer. And then there's this little Cosmo-esque South American tour, which the New York Cosmos did with Pelé back in the day. January 24th, Inter Miami is going to be playing in Lima, Peru against Alianza, Nenny Cubillas' former team. January 31st in Medellin, Colombia, Atlético Nacional, Carlos Valderrama's former team. And then February 7th in Guayaquil, Ecuador, they will take on Barcelona, and that is Barcelona of Ecuador. Unbelievable. Tell us about the tour.
It is unbelievable. I would like to jokingly call it the Franco Panizo Tour because I'm of Peruvian descent, so it gives me an excuse to go to Peru, potentially. My missus is from Medellin, and her family are all Atlético Nacional fans, so that's when Inter Miami's playing in Medellin, another excuse to go to Medellin. I don't have any Ecuadorian ties, but I'm sure I can invent one somewhere to warrant a longer trip. But no, I mean, listen, they've been tapping into obviously the Latin American and South American fandom that they have. I mean, I've traveled to South America over the last few years just for different things, different soccer events, nothing to do with Inter Miami. And you see that pink and black Messi jersey everywhere. I've seen it in Panama. I've seen it in Chile. I've seen it in Colombia. I've seen it in Peru. I've seen it in Argentina. I've seen it in Chile and Bolivia. You see it everywhere. As Don Garber told us not too long ago, hopefully they are the authentic jerseys and not knockoffs, but realistically speaking, they're probably knockoffs. But you see it everywhere. So Inter Miami's tapping into that. I think they're also course correcting because Messi's first preseason here, they went to the Middle East, they went to Asia, and there was a lot of challenges that came up from that: tired legs, frustration, and I think they've course corrected. Last year they also went to Peru, they went to Central America as well. So they of course tap into that. They know there's a high demand to see Messi, where he's a hero in pretty much all of South America. So they'll make their money, they'll get good exposure, and it'll be good tests for them for CONCACAF Champions Cup as well.
Are the fans talking a lot about this tour?
Yeah, of course. It's always nice, especially when you get to go to places like Medellin, which is a popular tourist destination. Peru's always a good place to go if you want to go eat well. So there's a good buzz about it. It's not maybe as big of a buzz as it was the first year because now, this is year preseason 3 of it all. But, yeah, there's a nice little buzz about preseason and getting games started already. I mean, they played less than or just over a month ago, the final, and we're already ramping back up for another year of coverage. So it feels like it's only been a couple weeks. It has only been a couple weeks, but here we go, about to ramp up for another full year of soccer.
At Franco Panizo on X, by the way, that South American tour kicks off at the end of the month. They're calling it the Champions Tour, and that is what you call utilizing your investment. Okay.